And hello and welcome everyone to Agnostic Agile Conference 2022. Thank you for making the time in your busy days or nights or wherever you are. I assume you're here because you've drunk the Kool-Aid. You're a believer in the Agnostic Agile movement, or at least you're curious about it, or because you're interested in some of the amazing speakers who are going to be stretching our minds in new and unusual ways. Whatever the reason, pleased you're here, and I think we're in for a treat. My name is Darren. I'll be the facilitator for the next 3 hours. I'll then pass the facilitation on to the next of our facilitators who will keep the ball rolling and the conference rolling around the world for the next 20 or so hours. By way of brief introduction, I'm a coach. I'm from a company called Epic, Epic Agile. I'm based in Sydney, Australia. That's my Australian accent. And I'm a believer in business agility. I love those moments when organizations are running really smoothly and stress-free and delighting their customers, which of course happens all the time. Epic's got offices all around the world. We play mostly in Asia Pac and North America. And our mission is to create amazing workplaces that people love. So we are Agnostic Agile and Agile Agnostic. This conference is made possible because of our sponsors. So thank you to our sponsors, and I'm going to leave to the next facilitator to thank them all properly. But just a little housekeeping before we get started. This conference is being streamed on Zoom and on YouTube, and speakers are scheduled to start at specific times. So we're going to keep as tightly as we can to schedule. And that means if we need to have a bit of a break between them so that we can start exactly on time according to the schedule, then we will do that. After each presenter has what they share with us, we're going to have a few minutes for questions. So feel free to type in questions into the Zoom chat or to the YouTube channel, and we will do our best to get to as many of those as we can. So I'm pretty thrilled to be hanging out here with all you guys. It gives me great pleasure to introduce some of these amazing people who've got some really interesting stories to tell, and I think we're all going to be made just a little bit better by hearing from what they have to say. Now, our first speaker is Melanie Franklin. Melanie Franklin is no doubt a familiar name to many of you. She's one of the co-founders of the Agnostic Agile Oath, and she's a true believer. She's worked with a who's who of companies around the world, leading transformations and shaping cultures. She's currently working with Toyota on their agile transformation. She's worked with L'Oreal and De Beers on their transformations last year. And she also develops masterclasses and workshops for her clients to address the challenges of working in an agile way, which leads us to her talk today. Melanie's talk today is titled, Adopting an Agile Approach is a Significant Change for Everyone, Not Just Those Who are Using Agile Methodologies to Deliver Their Work. So true. So using the perspective of those impacted by agile working practices, Melanie's going to explain the change they experience and how we can help them adopt to these adapt to these new realities. She'll share some insights from neuroscience and how people react to this change, and share techniques that increase our ability to persuade our users to join us in applying an agile approach. So with that introduction, welcome Melanie, and over to you.
Thanks very much. I still very vividly remember when we were sort of starting the conversation about Agnostic Agile. It was Sam Zawadi and I in London who we were having a conversation about with a client we were working with. They just, at the senior level, the methodologies around Agile weren't capturing what they needed. It didn't matter what kind of method was being used. The whole point came down to, very much at the senior level, which is where I tend to operate, they wanted the principles. It really was the principles of being agile and flexible, and that early return on investment and prioritizing according to business value. Those were the things that caught their imagination. And it seemed obvious to me that the methods weren't as important as, are we behaving and are we thinking and prioritizing using the agile principles? And therefore all of my work, although I've taken all the certifications, but all of my work is about, how do we make agile work in practice? And to be honest, today is something that Sam asked me if I talk about, which he called the yellow brick road, which was this journey that we have to take people on when we want them to start working, thinking in an agile way. it is, if you like, it's a cultural change. It's a behavioural change. So I wanted to share a lot of the work that I do in how do we make behavioural change happen. We're not the only ones that have these thoughts. I'm old enough to remember when the State of Agile report was in its first year. We're soon to launch the 16th year of the State of Agile, and I've been watching a lot of the tables as they develop. Things are getting a little bit better, but organizational culture at odds with Agile values and general organization resistance to change, still a considerable, they're in the top three, as sort of reasons why we can't be more agile. And that really is the space, I think, in which I operate the most. So I wanted to talk us through, if you like, and how we might deal with that, how we might do it. But put as many questions or observations in the chat as possible. Darren's an experienced coach and he knows how to quickly read things, and he'll interrupt me if he sees something that you want to query, and we'll also have some time at the end as well. The first thing that I often draw this, either as a flip chart if I'm face-to-face or, if I'm in a virtual classroom, the point being that, frankly, we're often operating over here. And I say we as the Agile community. We understand what Agile is. We understand the benefits. We appreciate it. It's the most logical way to work in an environment where there is so many changes that anything other than an evolving solution would be madness. Trying to plan everything up front and then deliver it in a waterfall way. Really, the circumstances in which I can work in that waterfall way are becoming smaller and smaller because it's so easy to be knocked off course. So we're over on the right-hand side, and you'll see that these are steps in what I'll call the behavioural change life cycle, which I'll take you through in a moment. But we're on the right-hand side in that we're in the enjoyment phase, in that working, thinking in an agile way is second nature to us. It's how we behave automatically. And the interesting thing about that is that as we adopt our ways of working, it becomes harder and harder for us to appreciate that perhaps people don't get it, that they don't see the world as we are. It's hard for us to imagine because it's hard for us to unlearn. You know what it's like. Once you know something, it's hard to imagine not knowing it. But I think it's really appreciating that a lot of the people that in our wider community, we need to take with us. So for me, a lot of it is at the sponsor level, at the senior management level, and what I call contributors. That's where we've got line managers, middle managers, or people managers, whatever you want to call them, and their teams based in the business that need to do things differently. We need them to contribute because ultimately they will be the ones that have to work differently. Whatever features and functionality we are creating, they will be the ones impacted by it. And if they don't adopt new ways of working, whether or not I give them a new platform, and therefore they have to change their processes, maybe streamline some of their steps, reorganize their teams, whatever it is, if they don't do it, the value of what I'm creating in my own agile way, we're not going to get it as a business because they're going to ignore or use as few features as possible because they see what we've done to them, and it is done to them as an interruption, a distraction from business as usual, not a complement to it. So I want to turn them into contributors. I want this to be, we talk in Agile about this phrase, one team culture, but I genuinely want to collaborate. I recognize that often I'm creating some tangible change. I'm commissioning teams who are creating things that didn't exist before. But at the same time, I need those people who use those things to come along with me. At the start, they're on the left-hand side. They don't really understand the approach I'm taking. They're not interested in it, and they're certainly not participating in it. And what I want to share with you is how do we take them on this journey? Because if we don't, then we won't transform to become agile organizations. What we will have is we will have pockets of agile working. And I can't believe I'm saying this still more than 20 years after the Agile Manifesto, but we'll still have an awful lot of people saying things like, yeah, that's what IT do. They don't really get it. So I'm going to try and close the gap and understand what this journey is all about. And it starts with mapping out the psychological and emotional journey that people have to go on when you ask them to think, believe, behave in new ways. So the first is that we have to get people's awareness. They have to realize that perhaps there is a shift happening around them, that actually that cozy way that they've been working, and it's cozy because it's automatic. There are habits that people do things that they expect. For example, a Gantt chart that sets out everything that's going to be happening in the project, a nice big visual that gives them the end-to-end journey that they can see. All the requirements have been gathered and there's a logical progression through until they get the complete solution at the end. Might be 18 months away, but they know what they're signing up to. And we are saying, no, we're going to do things in a more iterative, emergent way. Near-sighted, we can see very clearly. Far-sighted, we've got some sort of big things that we can point out, but we're not going to explain exactly how we're going to get there. That's a big shift. So first of all, we've got to start talking about the realities of why do we want to work in this way? What we don't want to oversell at this point. What we want to do is point out that other organizations are getting benefits from this. That's why I always go back to the State of Agile report, and there are plenty of other surveys. I often use the sort of every 2 years there's an annual CEO survey from several of the big consultancies that point out the concerns of CEOs. And that helps me make the point that, you know, other organizations think that maybe this way of working will be really helpful. So getting people aware at this point, then I have to move into the benefits. There's no point me trying to get people positive about something that they don't recognize or understand at all. So the interest step for any change, for any behavioral change, you have to get people aware that this is a thing. You have to talk about the reasons why it's happening, what the expectations are around it, who else is behaving like this. Then you can go in with some of the benefits. And hopefully what I'll do at the end of this talk is triggered a number of thoughts about things you might point out that encourage people to see the world from a more agile perspective. But positivity is about getting people to a point of, this is relevant and useful and helpful. This is something, yeah, this is something I want to be a part of. Yeah, this will work. Because without positivity, there's no participation. And it's when they try to contribute, it's when they appreciate what it is we're doing, when they work alongside us, that's when they're starting their own agile journey. We might have been there for a very long time, but what we want people to get involved in our initiatives, and we want them to help us with some of the content. We want them to adopt their new ways of working. So they've got to participate in starting to think, what's going to be the impact? How do we change how we do things? No journey like this, whatever change you're making, it could be something as simple, you know, this is for behavioral change at work, but it's as simple as anything. Like, I'm going to go to the gym more often. You know, you have to go through the interest, why am I doing this? Why is there a need for this? Then the positivity, these are the benefits of it. And then the participation, I'm going to start practicing. I will start setting out my gym kit the night before. I'll put it in the car on the way to work. I'll start going to the gym more often. That participation piece. But we will stumble when we try something for the first time. We might do it a couple of times and then we drop off a bit and we have to dig back in and get ourselves back on track. So whatever else happens, we will end up calling on some resilience. So we have to appreciate that sometimes people aren't going to immediately get what we're talking about and go, oh, yes, this works. We have to keep encouraging people all the way along. So by taking others with us on this journey, we have to be, I often think of myself as almost like one of those guides going through sort of some kind of jungle territory where I've got the machete and I'm cutting down the vines and the trees and branches that are in the way of people. And I'm sort of saying all the time, no, this way, it's going to be great, it's going to be fine. And I'm reassuring them every step of the way that actually, don't worry, you're going to get a lot of benefits out of this. But that resilience piece is that ability to keep digging in. It's that ability to keep going despite the obstacles and challenges. And hopefully then we get people into a mode where they are enjoying the realities of working in a more agile way. They understand that an iterative approach brings them a lot of advantages, and that in that way, it helps them sort of get things done, get more done than they've ever been asked to do before, I think, to be fair. Effectively, what I'm taking them through is what we often think of as a transition from old to new ways of working. And it's worth noting that some of the difficulties around positivity and participation is because when you try something new, you get into that dip where it's harder to think like this. You miss the things that you used to have. My experience of an agile transformation is often those in the business get very frustrated after a while that there isn't an end-to-end plan, as if we were working in a more waterfall way. And that although they often want to be involved, they feel that they're being called in too often. And that we sort of say, well, you know, we're having a daily stand-up or a scrum meeting, come along. Though there aren't loads of reports that you can read, come and hear what we're up to, come and contribute. And they think that's too many calls on their time, and they miss the bit where really some work was being done to them, and they would get it at the end, and that's when they'd engage. So I often see people sort of start with some interest, and then their sort of the performance goes down because they think it's too much effort. You know, why are you involving me? Let's just get the work done. So any journey to a transformation where more of us are working in an agile way, it looks like it's a lovely linear model, but that dipping into resilience means that people can take 2 steps forward, but 1 step back. And we have to recognize that. And the second thing is, of course, that people don't move through this at the same speed. You can be making people aware of how you're planning to work, what's normal for you, what the benefits are as you move through interest and positivity. And you've still got a lot of people who are completely disengaged, and you have to circle back. Ideally, by pointing out some of the people from the business that you've taken with you already, because you can point to the experiences that they're having and just reassure people nothing awful has happened. But we do have to keep circling back to make sure we're bringing everybody with us. So this can be a long-term journey. When I'm trying to change the culture of an organization to become more agile, this journey really is several years long. And some of you are working in organizations where agile is normal for groups of you. You could point to certain departments and divisions of the organization, but you know as well as I do that there are levels even within there of understanding and contribution. And there are other parts of the organization that don't have any awareness at all yet. So this is a longer term journey, creating the culture, that transformation. The other thing I'll say, by the way, is that whenever I'm asked to take an organization on this sort of journey, and I find that there are pockets of people working in Agile already, but the heading of what this might be. Sometimes it's called, we want a culture of innovation. We want to be faster to market. We want to digitally transform. But when you scratch the surface, an awful lot of what's being asked is actually a transformation to more agile ways of working. But it's not always flagged up that way. So this is the journey that I need to take people on. Let me have a little bit of a think about, well, what happens next then? How do we actually do this? Before I get in some of the practicalities, if there's any questions, Darren, that you want to pose at this point, let me know and I'll happily take them.
Sure. One quick question that's come through from a guy called Dieter, and his question is this. I had an interesting chat with people from university over here. They told me that Agile isn't really happening. It's just a buzzword. No one on the C-level really wants to do it, especially not on their level. These were influential university people who said this. So what would you tell them?
I think it comes back to, I think one of our biggest issues is that this word agile is so open to interpretation. And the first thing I say is, because I recognize, and it's part of the agnostic agile movement, to be honest, is that agile is often associated with sort of agile methodologies, and that everything's now working in that way. What I will often talk to when I'll say, oh, we're not agile, is I can always point within an organization to parts of the organization that are working in a more iterative way. They might not even be calling what they do agile. I worked with somebody yesterday in a big global brand, and she was talking about working in an iterative way. And she said, you know, we're going to do this in small chunks and we're going to build up what we're doing. And I thought, well, that's a very agile approach. And in fact, when I mentioned that to her, she went, oh, is it? She wasn't seeing herself as doing some kind of formal agile working. But I think my answer would be that whoever you're talking to, you can find in any organization, even in their university, you will find that there are pockets of more agile working. You know, if they are changing the student experience, I bet somewhere in their university there is an agile initiative that is dealing with an upgrade to their student record system, for example. So you can always find examples, but don't get hung up on the word, because for some people, it is something that's been a bad experience, because basically what's happened to them is that they've been involved in a project where somewhere in perhaps IT, it's often that's where the kernel started, that they were drip fed lots of features and functions, and they got themselves into a state where they didn't know if they were coming or going, because there were so many little changes happening all the time. And that's their understanding of what agile is. And it's a very negative experience. So I often will talk to people about what they think agile means. I'll always start my conversation with, what is this agile thing you're referring to? Because that will help me understand their perceptions and maybe the experiences they've had. And then I can start using words that don't involve the word agile, but I can talk about iterative, I can talk about more emergent change, I can talk about being more involved, being able to contribute, I can talk about collaborative working, and all of those things is not using the word agile. Long answer, but hopefully it gives you some flavour.
Thank you, and thank you, Dieter. Just one other question. How do you get leaders to embrace having less control and trusting the process? Is there a winning argument or winning conversation that you have, or a story that resonates with them?
I'm going to actually cover that. So give me about 10 minutes and I will absolutely start to get into that, and we'll have a little look. So let me just talk about maybe how we deal with the situation. And when it comes to this bigger concept, this will start to answer the question. One of the things I want to use from our world of neuroscience and understanding how the brain behaves, the first thing we have to think about with the brain is that in order to protect ourselves as human beings, we are very good at catastrophizing. Because by doing that, by seeing the worst of a situation, we can prepare ourselves for things that might go wrong. And it's worth bearing that in mind when we talk about, and we'll get on to some examples, we talk about how we're going to work in this more agile way. We give what we think is quite a factual description of what we'll be doing and how we'll be behaving and how the team is going to operate. And we might talk about some of our ceremonies, and we might talk about some of the collateral that we're going to create, and just explain it. And we think we're doing a great job. The problem is that, and this goes back to what I said about maybe past experiences not having been positive, but this happens with any change. Whatever I say is going to change. What happens in the brains of those I'm working with is that there is an imagined worse situation. As human beings, we are really good at overinflating the difficulties, the challenges, the problems, because it's our way of protecting ourselves by looking at how bad things might be and seeing if we're sort of prepared for that. I want to try to reduce that overinflation. I want to bring things back. I can't make them as simple as that top line, but I can maybe reduce some of the big black cloud and the storms that are in people's heads. And I can do that by being very clear about what the experience is going to be. And I think this is when we talk about working in a more agile way, to a lot of people within the business, whether it's at the sponsor level or those who are going to have to work differently as a result of collaborating with us on an initiative, I want to get into what exactly is required of them and what I will be doing and what they will be doing. And I want to keep it as factual as possible so that people don't imagine the worst all the time. And there's a very simple to explain, it's hard to do, trick for doing this, which is that whenever I talk about what's going to be expected from people, I need to recognize that as I talk about how we're going to work differently in this initiative, so we're going to be more agile, what I'm triggering is a fear of the unknown, but I'm also triggering a lot of resentment because you're sort of, I'm already busy. And whenever we introduce change, it's something new, it's something different. That transition curve I showed earlier on means that people recognize innately that by doing something different, they will go more slowly. They will have to try things out, which feels a bit risky, which triggers the fear that they could get it wrong, that they could look stupid, it could be humiliating. But at the same time, we understand that by going more slowly and maybe making mistakes and having to put them right, all of that means that, oh, this is going to take up a lot of effort. This is going to take up a lot of time. And therefore there's that, oh, I don't want to be involved in this. And I want to minimize that feeling. And the way I can do it is, instead of talking about all the things that are going to be different in their agile experience, what I want to do is I want to go back and I want to reassure people of all the things that are going to be the same. Because every time I talk about something that's going to be the same, that triggers a feeling of certainty, but also goes back to, well, I know how to do that. So it feels reassuring. It feels there's an air of confidence about it. So whenever I talk about my agile transformations, I just remind people of some of the basics, and you can fill this list in for yourselves. You can add as much as you like to this, but I try to remind people that maybe they're still going to be working for the same customers. Maybe they're working with the same colleagues. Maybe they're working with the same suppliers. They're working on the same products and services. that a huge amount of what they do in the bigger picture is going to remain the same. Maybe how they do some of these things will be different, but this agile transformation isn't going to completely upend their jobs. We're just asking them maybe to contribute more frequently earlier on in the life cycle of the changes that are happening, but a large part of their job remains the same. And one of the most interesting things psychologically is that every time I talk about what isn't going to change, all the things that remain the same, you can feel the stress going out of people. You can feel that, oh, okay, well, maybe it's not so bad. So whatever change you are asking people to make, it's a really simple rule, but it's so effective. Identify the things that are going to be the same and talk about those more than you talk about the things that are going to be different. The more you talk about what remains the same, the higher the level of reassurance, the higher the level of confidence people have, that feeling of, oh, it's not that bad. And the smaller they see the change, the less fear, the less perception of disruption that they actually have. I want to use another neuro hack now. I want to recognize again how the brain works. And one of the things to think about here, sorry, I haven't had enough coffee so far this morning. It's only 6 o'clock where I'm living here in southern Spain. Sorry, is the brain always supports our own ideas. So I don't just want to lecture people on what's going to remain the same. I want to talk with them. I want to talk about what we're going to be doing differently and get them to help identify all the things that remain the same. Because what happens in the brain is that, and this is why when you're doing any kind of change, the principle to work towards is ask, don't tell. Facilitate conversations where people can identify for themselves, oh, it's not really that different. Oh, we'll still be doing that then, and we'll still be doing that. The key thing as far as the brain is concerned is that as soon as somebody articulates that thought, I could have said exactly the same thing. But because they said it, what's happening in their brain is acting like a little cheerleader, getting out the pom-poms and going, you're a genius. Yeah, that's a brilliant point. Our brains are programmed to support what we say. And therefore, if you allow somebody to have those thoughts and have their say, then that's something that really lands with them and they hold on to those thoughts. So when I'm having this conversation, what I want to do is get people to talk for themselves and actually say, oh yeah, that isn't changing. Because as soon as they do that, it's their thought. There's a great deal of support in their brain for that, if you like. So ask, don't tell is a far more impactful way of people changing how they behave. Well, it's all very well talking about how we lead people on this journey, but I wanted to now use all of my experience of sort of sitting in boardrooms, talking about the impact of an agile transformation and really talking about, I want to sort of share what the perceptions are. And I put it as loss and gain, because a lot of what I do is when people are talking about the losses, losing a complete way of working, then I want to reframe what they're talking about. But I want to share how difficult an agile transformation is if you happen to be a senior leader who's sort of commissioning an initiative. If you happen to be a people manager, maybe with several teams reporting into you, they are doing, all of your teams are doing the day-to-day work. They're at the sharp end of dealing with customers, and all you can think about is disruption. I think the first thing is around the solution that people are getting. Now, we understand that working in a more waterfall way, that logical progression through all of the requirements that people came up with, possibly quite a long time ago, possibly from people that are no longer with the business. So my issues with waterfall is that I may be implementing a complete solution in a big bang approach, but we all know that the problem is that complete solution is probably quite stale, and maybe only 60% of it is useful, and the other 40% is what people wanted a couple of years ago, but the world's moved on. So I understand and appreciate why a more emergent, agile approach makes complete sense. But I also need to recognize that for my audience, all they can see is that actually they're losing that completeness and that feeling of, oh, I get it, this is what we're getting. I need to not talk about features and functions. What I need to talk about is I need to give them the complete solution back. And I do that by talking about end goals and benefits. Let me give you an example, because it's much easier when you think about this. I'm in the middle of recovering a disaster for somebody. They fired the supplier. This is a digital marketing campaign and an initiative globally, and it's a complete mess. And I had a lot of the web developers on the phone yesterday, and we were talking about some of the things they are doing to the website on the e-commerce side. And of course, what they were talking about was all the coding that they are doing, and the features and the links and what's going to be available to customers. The point is, what I kept doing is elevating that back to, because there were senior leaders on the call as well, what this will do for the business. The end goal is, what will you notice is different? What new capabilities will you have that you don't currently have? What will be the experience of the customer? Because effectively, with an agile approach, what I won't say is how exactly we're going to get where we're going. And I'm not going to promise you a whole series of features and functions, because we will keep reprioritizing as circumstances change. But I can still give you a powerful and compelling destination. It's not the solution that I'm going to talk to you about as that destination. I'm going to instead have a completely different conversation about the capabilities that you're going to have. So let's not focus on exactly the solution I'm building for you. Let's talk about what that solution will actually generate for you. Let's talk about your overall end goal, which is a picture of the capabilities and the business value, the benefits that you're going to get. So in between all of the concentration on the features and functions yesterday, every few minutes I kept elevating the conversation back to, and how this will help us have a much better customer experience, how this will reduce customer effort, how this will increase customer satisfaction, which is really what the senior leaders wanted to talk about. Hopefully that makes sense. It's just recognizing what people think they're losing and actually reframing it. And I'm going to be doing this conversation, going back to the behavioral change life cycle, and there's a little ticker up there on the top right of the screen to show that we're now in probably positivity. But I am trying to take people through the interest and positivity. Otherwise, they won't come with me and they won't participate. So this reframing that I'm doing, that's where this is actually going to happen. And this solution piece goes back into, again, the deliverables aren't going to be the requirements. Oh, we've got this now. We've got this now. It's that reframing again of, we are able to do something. That's what a capability is after all, isn't it? We are able to do something that we couldn't do before. So I'm talking not at the level almost of requirements, but abilities, things that we can do that we couldn't do before. So that solution and the deliverables that underpin it, the conversation is different. It is about how we work in the future, what we're able to offer people, rather than what we have that triggers that ability. I think you wouldn't think that that people would mourn the loss of sort of, particularly at the senior management level. that perhaps in a waterfall approach, there is a great deal more distance, because if we're burning down through a Gantt chart of every single thing that we've got to create, we tend to report back to senior leaders about where we are, what we've been doing. We tend to talk about how busy we are, and we're not really asking for much authorization, but there'll be some sort of infrequent, but maybe monthly reporting back. And we'll do some progress reports that nobody's actually sort of reading. Whereas what we're asking of people at the more senior level is we're asking them to genuinely get involved. That actually we're going to share our thinking. We're going to ask them questions, that we want their participation, because what we need in a fast moving business environment is we kind of like to hear if there've been any bigger changes that are going to affect what we're up to. Senior leaders have a really important role to play in an agile environment, of recognizing that lots of factors are shifting. We want to hear from them. Okay, strategically, are we starting to think in a slightly different way? Have you started to shift some of your priorities, possibly because of shifts happening outside your organization? You know, if the political or the financial penalties have changed, regulations have changed, if there are economic factors or social trends that are starting to change, if competitors are doing something differently. But also at that senior level, you know about other initiatives that maybe us working on this one over here aren't as aware of. Tell us about that. Share your thinking. Get involved, be more present. There is an entirely different level of engagement if we are effectively working in an agile way, and therefore trying to see that as a gain, an opportunity to be more engaged. So I need to reframe that away from that distance that existed before. And the other thing that really hits home, I think, when it comes to an agile transformation, and therefore the business change that we're asking people to make, is that the impact is going to be smaller, more frequent changes. And therefore, there's a huge amount of concern around maybe change fatigue, and people are constantly having to alter how they're working. We need to reframe that as early and frequent return on investment, that the changes we're asking people to make are smaller and more easily assimilated, and that therefore it's almost like incremental learning. It's that continuous improvement that we've always talked about. Actually, agile is a way of really offering that, rather than having a massive change of ways of working just land on you. And therefore, it's almost like a rock in a pool, because actually so much water leaves. It's so disruptive. Whereas if we just throw in the odd pebbles, we get a few ripples and we can cope with that. So again, it's acknowledging the losses and enabling people to go on this journey. That is, I think, really, really important. That's what we're trying to get people to recognize, is what is that sort of approach. So you're probably getting that an awful lot of what we need to do outside of our day jobs, if you want to take people on this agile journey, is a huge amount of engagement, persuasion, influencing, motivating them. So it doesn't matter how brilliant your agile approach is. It doesn't matter how much you tend to deliver in your MVPs. It doesn't matter that you hit the deadline of every sprint. You have to engage with people. You have to be that persuasive force that basically reassures them that what you're doing is going to work for them. And I wanted to end the speech by talking about, how do I take people along this journey? Whenever I'm asking people to make a transformation, to work in new ways, I can talk about the benefits. I can talk about the benefits to the organization. The logical benefits of an agile transformation is that, we will get earlier value. by working incrementally. We're not trying to work out all the answers up front and predict so far into the future, which nobody can do these days. So I can talk about all of the organizational benefits, but what I'm aware of with any kind of change is that there is a multiplier, and whatever the upside of what I'm asking people to do, it will be a more compelling story and they will be more engaged if not just the scope and reasons, not just giving them the chance to vent the losses. It would be nice if I could have spelt the word losses, wouldn't it? And identify the benefits. But the multiplier comes from here. It comes from us. Our credibility in this area. The fact that you even came to an Agnostic Agile conference, the fact that you bothered to listen to other speakers, the fact that you invest in your professionalism and your subject matter expertise is key to that credibility. So do shout about the fact that you are constantly learning and constantly updating your knowledge. Trustworthiness, doing what you said you would do when you said you would do it. And the empathy of seeing things from other people's perspectives, which is why I wanted to give you this perspective of sort of the senior leaders and the people managers within organizations and how they often see Agile, and it needs to be reframed for them. But the more I have credibility, trustworthiness, and empathy, it, if you like, it increases that buy-in. It takes more people with me. It keeps them going on this journey. It's all part of their resilience, if you like. The more credible I am, the more likely they are to want to follow my lead. It's almost as if in the way that you put things across, thinking about becoming that powerful magnetic force that people go, yeah, I really want to follow that person. And I think from a career perspective, this stands us in good stead for any role that we want to take on, because at the end of the day, people will follow the lead of people who appear credible, trustworthy, and empathetic to their experiences. So there is that human element, and we can't ignore it. Well, that was a quick whiz through everything that you can have a think about. You can get hold of me. I do an awful lot of courses on a sort of agile change. How do we take people through sort of these transformations? And I do an awful lot about some of the neuro hacks that we can use to get people seeing the world differently, because that's where the fun is, I think. But hopefully it's given you a few ideas. Darren, any questions that you would like to pose? I think you had the earlier one. Do you want to ask that one again and see if I can answer it?
I would very much like to ask it. We're actually just running about a minute over time. So why don't I ask it again, and we'll see if we can do with it quickly. So the question, I think, was how do you get leaders to embrace having less control and trust? Is there a winning conversation or an argument that you use?
I'm going to go back and say it isn't less control. What I will say is that actually they have more control because they can be more involved, frequent sharing of thinking, and give them all the ways that they can join in to the team. So give them, instead, don't say that they've got less control, say that they've got more involvement. That would be the quicker way to reframe it.
Nice, thank you, and thank you so much for your talk. You have to close your eyes and imagine all the applause that you're getting out there in the internet land. But we really appreciate it, and thank you for the insights. The one thing which I took away from it, which I particularly like, is identify the things that will be the same and talk more about them than the things that will be different. I'm going to use that one tomorrow. So thank you so much.
Pleasure.
So thank you, Melanie. And next we have the lovely Lisa Duty. So Lisa Duty, person after my own heart. Lisa is a Singapore director from Epic Agile. She's worked with many top-tier consulting firms around the world, bringing her unique combination of passion and skill and empathy. And she's currently supporting business agility transformations in several international companies across Asia Pacific. Now, Lisa is also an amazing human being who cares deeply about people. Whether they're part of the tribe that she plays with, or the customer she works with, or just the world she lives in. And I can truly attest that she lives the epic values of empathy, passion, integrity, and community. Her talk today is on neuroinclusive leadership within business agility transformation, how respecting and embracing differences is how we think allows us all to evolve together. Sorry, embracing differences in how we think allows us all to evolve together. Now, when you put the word neuro at the start of a talk, you know it's probably going to be going to make you think. So I'm always keen to hear about how I can work better with people who are not the same as me, which is pretty much everyone. So Lisa's going to talk to us about leaders, the different cognitive capabilities and thinking styles in the workplace today, and how important a role inclusivity plays in driving transformations and creating those amazing workplaces that we're all trying to do. So thank you, Lisa. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Darren. That's a very kind introduction. I appreciate it. Thank you. So yeah, as Darren did mention, I am very passionate about humans and what the people experience as is through business agility transformation. And really, when I think about business agility and when I think about transformation, I automatically feel it's a cultural transformation. So whenever we're trying to impact or shift something that's going on within an organization, it's going to impact the organizational relationship system that is created and is automatically exists within that organization. And so, as Melanie very beautifully pointed out, it's really important that we take the humans that are in that organization on the journey with us, if you will. And I think something that to me is very interesting is this emergent recognition that there are lots of different ways that people think. There's lots of different ways that people present themselves in organizations. And there's this incredible diversity and this richness that is going to be in any organizational relationship system. And so today, I really wanted to take an opportunity to share a little bit and also to sort of reflect, and I'd love to hear some questions and experiences from you as well around what does it mean for leaders when we're asking them to be inclusive, when we're asking them to lead these big business agility transformations, but they do really need to be conscious and cognizant of the differences that can exist within the organization. Something that's important to highlight is when we talk about neurodiversity, the paradigm has evolved. So neurodiversity in some ways has historically looked at how do we create people as others, like how do we recognize that people might be different to us? We're looking at people who, for example, with people who might have conditions like ADHD or Asperger's, PTSD, dyslexia, there's often been this idea of creating a sense of otherness. When actually the current paradigm around neurodiversity is really just embracing the fact that there are people who experience the world in many different ways, and we have to really recognize and acknowledge that there is no one right way to think, to learn, to behave. So nobody is deficient, nobody is better than anyone else. But really what I think that demands of all of us, if we're working with groups of humans, whether that be in a transformation, an agile context, or any other, is we really need to be able to create space and flexibility to allow people to operate, to think, to learn, to behave in a way that best serves them. So neurodiversity, as I said, it's really this idea that people experience and interact with the world around them in many, many different ways. And actually, there's possibly a larger percentage of the population that are neurodivergent than we may think. So 20%, around 20% of the global population are people who identify as neurodiverse or who are neurodiverse. And so I think that really helps us say, hey, this is again not a small percentage of the population. There's a lot of different people, and in any particular group, whether they are self-identifying, whether we are aware of this, we're very likely to be engaging with people who might be thinking in a way that is perhaps not what we would call neurotypical. So Judy Singer, who is somebody who has done quite a lot of work and research in this space, she talks about this idea of infinite degrees of human diversity, relating it to biodiversity, actually, to the environment around us. So if we think about, for example, a rainforest, we have this real richness of environment. We have lots of different types of species of plant, of fauna, and of flora. So we've got lots of animals in there as well, the fauna and the flora, and this real richness of lots of different species coming together. And that's a beautiful thing, right? I think I personally like nothing more than being able to take my feet off and do a little bit of forest bathing. It's absolutely beautiful. We've obviously got other examples on Earth. We've got things like the desert, which might not have quite as much richness. There's not as much flora and fauna that's available there. But if we look at the whole planet, and if we really take into account, the fact that there's the ocean, there's the rainforest, there's all these amazing different ecosystems that exist and that thrive. Really, humanity is very much like that. There are going to be these really vast, rich, different experiences of humanity, and there are infinite degrees of how that can manifest. So again, rather than looking at the people as other or as different, it's really around this idea of how we bring them in and how do we really focus on including everyone. So for that reason, it's actually really quite important not to look at what a typical person with a particular type of neurodivergent thinking might manifest, how they might manifest. It's really important to look at what kind of superpowers could they have. There's a whole bunch of them, but we don't want to make any assumptions. We don't want to make assumptions around how they might hold people back or what richness they provide. Really, it's about getting to know that individual and how they're going to contribute and focus within that organization or relationship system that they're part of. There's all sorts of superpowers that you can see here. Some kinds of things that people will often refer to are things like creativity, innovation, productivity. There's all these beautiful things that people can bring. An ability to see connections and patterns that exist, and an ability also to recognize irregularities that sit within there, because there's an ability sometimes to see a whole system, which is really amazing. There might be a sense of perhaps increased sensitivity, but also increased achievement and increased potential, because they're actually able to see things that potentially not other people may not be able to see, or more typically neurotypical person may not be able to see. And so when we're talking about people who are neurodivergent, I think understanding them as an individual and understanding their superpower can absolutely amplify how we can best understand and include them in the workplace and in any type of community. It has become more and more frequent that we're talking about neurodiversity within the workplace. Things like heads of neurodiversity roles are starting to come up. So not just including it as a normal part of DE&I, but actually looking at specifically how a workplace is embracing neurodiversity, not just the broader holistic diversity piece. Looking at how people are becoming much more active around talking about this. So this idea of self-advocacy and making it a psychologically safe conversation to have, to be very open around how somebody may choose to identify. Really looking at how this type of talent is being valued. So there's a lot more programs, and actually specifically in lots of tech companies, you may notice there's some very much targeted programs that people are seeking to bring in neurodiversity into the workplace, because they're seeing there's all these amazing benefits from that. Physical workplaces are evolving. Sometimes that can actually be in a really positive way. There can be things like focus areas, breakout rooms, smaller places where people can get some quiet and more focused time, which can sometimes be really valued by people who may identify as neurodiverse. And things like the flexibility in the hours and the work, like that ability to have a bit more autonomy and control over routine and work and how that gets done. Obviously, the last couple of years with respect to COVID did really force a bunch of flexibility and a lot of change there. And that's something that can certainly be valued by this community. So this is something that is becoming more of a broad conversation. It's becoming very present in our workplaces. And when I think about the work that we do at EPIC around creating amazing workplaces that people love, it's obviously therefore very important to be curious about, well, how can we actually best set up and serve these humans within the workplace and create a workplace that's really inclusive? And how, as we are working through transformation and we're supporting people through what is a really big change, and that transition that Melanie was speaking about so beautifully, how do we do that in a way that's going to include people who may have these very different and diverse ways of thinking? So it presents a really great challenge. Something that some of you may have seen before is this idea of how do we deal with equality and with equity to ultimately kind of get to a sense and a level playing field within an organization. And so I think occasionally when we talk about diversity, people think, hey, isn't it best if we just treat everybody as equal? And if we have a completely equal playing field, won't that actually allow people to feel, included? And doesn't that actually bring everybody in? And if you see on the left-hand side, this idea of people who are maybe fans at the baseball, they're trying to sneak a peek at the game. You can see what happens when a range of different people, and people can present as different in all different ways. If they're all treated exactly the same, we don't actually get the same equality of outcome. The outcome is not that everybody can watch the game. The outcome is not that everybody's enjoying that. We've actually got some different barriers that are in the way that mean that not everybody is actually having a great experience, and not everybody can participate and really get the value of what's happening, watching the baseball game. The idea of equity and really recognizing that we can make accommodations, that we can be flexible and we can include people and maybe make some modifications for them is this middle piece. So it's saying, hey, yes, we might occasionally look at how do we flex, how do we give an individual what they need so that they can best show up. By doing that, we are actually often able to get a really beautiful equality of outcome, and that everybody, as you can see, can then enjoy the game, and that's awesome. What we would aspire to get to, and when I think about business agility and this idea that we're creating organizations of the future, what we'd aspire to do is to create a beautiful organizational system that actually doesn't have these barriers in place, so that you can see the fence is clear, that sort of barrier doesn't exist because the system has changed so much that people are automatically having a great experience, and they're automatically being able to see this equality of outcome, and everyone can celebrate and enjoy the game and contribute. That's the ideal state. In most organizations at the moment, what we're trying to do is really to say, hey, how do we include everyone? How do we give you what you need as an individual so that you can show up and have a great experience? And what we don't want to do, as I said, is really be making a lot of assumptions around what they need. It's very much about this idea of being very much accommodating of all different types of thinkers, of all different types of humans, without that limitation or exclusion, and treating them as individuals, taking them through this advancement of belonging. So in a diversity and an inclusion, from a diversity and inclusion perspective, we start out by wanting to perhaps ask people to participate. So we don't want to be creating an idea of exclusion. We don't want to be creating inequity. We don't want people to feel like they're other than the norm. Participation is really important, but it's nowhere near getting to this stage of belonging. So it's important that we then start to think about how are we making people feel valued and connected, and how do we focus on the individual and all that they bring to help them connect into whatever might be happening within that organizational relationship system. So the teams, the tribes, the communities, the workplace that surround them. And then how do we create this ideal state where they've got a real sense of belonging, and they can feel like they can be their best selves at work, like every person can be their best selves at work, and that they're really able to contribute and bring all that they have. That is how, ultimately, having a workplace where there's a lot of belonging, it is how we will get the best out of humans. It is how we get really great outcomes. And I know a lot of us have seen lots of diversity statistics. There's a lot that is really helpful here. There's things like capturing new markets, revenue share. Often these organizations are more profitable. There's a lot where we talk about, hey, what's the business case, if you will, around diversity. That's something that obviously lots of leaders will think about as we're talking about diversity initiatives or inclusion initiatives, or talking about things that are focused on belonging. It's really important from a few perspectives, though. From a talent perspective, you can see 76% of people evaluate diversity of workforce when considering offers. So obviously, the talent landscape over the last couple of years has become very competitive in lots of different capability areas, in lots of different industries and geographies. And it's very much that many people will consider the kind of workforce makeup before they're coming into an organization. And it's even more if somebody identifies as perhaps maybe a more marginalized group or a smaller percentage of the population. So Glassdoor is saying that that's actually something that's really important as when we think about the talent landscape. When we think about neurodiverse teams themselves in that business case, you can see here, if they're neurodiverse, teams are much more likely to exceed financial targets, to be high performing, they're helping to reduce risk for the organization, and they're much more likely, significantly more likely, to be able to achieve better business outcomes. But I think as a human first agilist, as a human first coach, to me, there's something that actually goes way beyond a business case around why it's really important to create a workspace and an environment where people feel like they really belong. And I love this quote around the human case for diversity, where the reflection of people who maybe identify as some of these groups that we talk about when we talk about diversity, of saying like, hey, obviously we exist as part of the population. And every time we've got this question around things like the return on investment, it's like we have to put this business case forward just to exist. And of course, no human should have to create a business case for their existence and for their participation in society. So I think when we start taking away some of those questions, it actually makes it a lot easier for people to feel like they can show up, they can fully participate in this rich world that we're trying to create. And obviously, when we talk about business agility transformation, and we're trying to get people to live the values and the principles and really embrace the mindset of agile, we're really trying to create, that no barrier to being able to contribute to have value. We're creating that amazing workplace that people will love. So focusing a little bit less on the business case, if you will, can be a really powerful way to talk about diversity, because it actually becomes much more of a conversation around inclusion. It becomes much more a conversation around belonging, and it becomes much less a conversation around identifying what is different about us. And we can really just talk a bit more on an individual level about that richness of what each of us bring. The idea, of course, of having these amazing inclusive workplaces is great, but it does also require a lot of leaders. And the reason why it requires a lot of leaders is because leaders actually have a huge influence on everything that happens within an ecosystem. I know a lot of people who might be attending this conference are possibly familiar with Frederick Laloux and the idea of these teal organizations. And he speaks very powerfully in his book, Reinventing Organizations, around the role that leaders play around putting in place organizational structures, around practices and cultures that make sense to them and that correspond with their way of dealing with the world. Leaders cast this really long shadow. So even when it may be unintentional, they're certainly creating and setting the bar for what's happening within an organization. And of course, they can also very quickly become a constraint if they don't like or they don't approve of something. And so for that reason, Laloux talks about an organization being unable to evolve beyond its leaders. So if we're talking about this idea of this amazing workplace where people can be very much included, irrespective of the way that they think, irrespective of anything, a particular characteristic around them, it's really important that leaders are on board with that. It's really important that leaders embrace and role model that. There's some really interesting research that's been done by Juliet Burke and also through Harvard Business Review around how leaders who are inclusive can impact their organization. So from an individual perspective, inclusive leaders, they have this huge impact on individual experience. You can see when people are working with an inclusive leader, they're significantly more likely to have an experience where they feel that things are fair, where they feel respected and valued. They're more likely to feel like there's psychological safety in the relationship they hold with their leader, and in general, a psychological safety within that workplace. There's, from a team perspective, a huge increase in team performance when inclusive leaders are in the workplace. There's an increase in the quality of decision making because different voices are being heard within that organization. And there's an increase in team collaboration as well, which as actually I'm sure many of you are familiar with. It's just so important, isn't it, to not only the team collaboration within the teams that people are working within, but also across the teams of teams. I mean, this is some of the beautiful things that we talk about as being benefits of agility, and that's awesome. But there's definitely some barriers to achieving that if perhaps we don't have as inclusive leadership or as inclusive teams as possible. We're just not having the right conversations with the culture itself. So of course, individual interactions over processes and tools. It's a value that we hold. I'm sure as agnostic agilists who are here, it's something that you're familiar with. I think if agile were to be boiled down to 3 words, people over process is probably what that would represent. And whilst I think a lot of us absolutely believe in this, absolutely, and I think we really seek our best to be able to show up and create this environment with all the organizations that we're working with to say, hey, we are going to value these relationships, we're going to value people, we're going to value the interactions that we have with them. We also make some big assumptions, some assumptions that are not always validated, that by being agile, we're actually automatically going to be inclusive, and we're automatically going to collaborate, and we're automatically going to get this real beautiful diversity of thinking and diversity of perspective, and we're going to be able to therefore get more amazing results because of it. And I think that's something that we need to be very conscious of as a community. And I say that because there's actually some very interesting research that the Business Agility Institute published last year. I highly recommend that you go and take a look if this is something that you find interesting. They found that actually 26% of people who participated in this research, they believed that Agile itself could actively create exclusion and inequity. So that is really the opposite of what we'd be trying to achieve. They also found that people were witnessing, almost 1 in 5 were witnessing people actually directly being excluded or having some kind of inequitable outcome in the context of an agile transformation. And we know that actually these types of issues are very much often not reported, they're not often disclosed, so it's much more likely that that's a higher number of people who are really being excluded or not feeling an equitable outcome because of a business agility transformation. And more than half of the people said, actually, we haven't really been thinking about diversity. We haven't been thinking about inclusion. We haven't really been factoring this into our transformation. And I've certainly seen that happen in some of the organizations that I've witnessed over the years. There's lots of findings that you can see up here, but there are, like we said, lots of unvalidated assumptions here around Agile being inclusive. And while we love that, I think it's really incumbent upon a lot of us as leaders, as coaches, as practitioners, just as humans within a workplace, within an organizational relationship system, to make sure that we're not just making that assumption, but that we're actually actively bringing this idea of inclusion into the work that we're doing. And making sure that we're conscious, for example, not just designing rituals for the majority, not designing workplaces for the majority, not designing teams that perhaps are not reflective of the society or the customers that they're serving. It's really important that we're very intentional around that. It's also important that we do things like measure cultural success. So when we're looking at the kind of OKRs that we might have for the transformation, if we look at what we're measuring and what we measure matters, what we measure gets done, right? We want to include the experiences that people are having. We want to make sure that that cultural success and that human element is there. We don't want to just listen to the majority. We want to making sure that we're listening, practicing deep democracy. It doesn't mean that we have to actually design for every individual experience, but I think it's certainly possible to have that idea of, having boundaries that allow for enough individualization that anybody can feel comfortable with in the context of the work that's happening. So that's really important. The Business Agility Institute, this paper also found that there was a real onus on people who were the marginalised communities to speak up. So there wasn't necessarily this feeling of safety that others were willing to speak up, that others were actively creating an inclusive environment or seeking out from them what they might need to feel comfortable in that workspace. It was very much around putting that pressure on the group that perhaps is already struggling or perhaps is already feeling othered or excluded to really speak up. And I think, again, that comes back to the communication and that idea of how actively are we listening and understanding the experience that people are having through transformation. And one of the other interesting findings as well was that leadership just didn't have an adequate understanding of DE and I. So that's something that's really important as well, as how much a leader's aware of these things. It's obviously things like unconscious bias training. They're not just training programs. They're things that we want to really actively bring into the workplace and actively bring it into how people are leading and what's happening in our transformations. So when we're talking about agility, so we've talked a little bit about neurodiversity and neuroinclusion. We've talked about what it means to have inclusive leaders and the amazing impact that they can have. And we've reflected on some research that looks at what is actually happening within an agile communities around diversity, equity, and inclusion. When I think about what we're trying to create, when we're trying to create business agility transformation, we're really creating whole-brained teams that reflect the societies in which they are based. So we've got lots of different types of diversity within amazing workplaces that people love. So we really want to make sure people are having an awesome time coming to work while we're trying to get all those awesome commercial outcomes that we're often aspiring to achieve through transformation. If we're creating these kind of evolutionary organizations, we need leaders who are going to be evolutionary leaders. And so what does that mean? It means moving beyond a growth mindset. So moving beyond leaders who are curious about mistakes, who see things as maybe failures in a previous world, more as lessons and opportunity for growth and have that real continuous improvement embrace. But also that they welcome feedback. We're looking at moving even beyond that to say, we've got the growth mindset, and that's great. But what does it mean actually for me to grow myself in a way that potentially transcends work? It's not just about how I show up as a leader, it's about how I am as a human. How am I consciously evolving? How am I being agile, not just doing agile? How am I being an amazing human, not just doing humanity and doing life? So the idea that we're going to be constantly evolving as leaders is a really important one, I think, when we're talking about how we can support organizations in evolving, and also how we can have leaders who are really going to be inclusive and who are going to be able to feel comfortable and confident to navigate a really diverse and a very inclusive workforce. Melanie spoke really beautifully about what it makes for it means for people to go through change and transformation. What does it mean for people to experience this transition? So what does it mean to say, hey, there's some things that are changing, some things are ending, there's things that we get to explore. So we move beyond this idea of shock and denial, the anxiety and the uncertainty, and there's some really great ways that we can all those things happening in an organization. But when we're talking about lots of transformation, it is inevitable that there'll be some of that, because what we're talking about is, it's revolutionary, it's going to be really different. So there's going to be some of that idea of an end. And therefore the idea of what we hold on to and what we're creating becomes really important. And so that's where we want to reorient people around, hey, what's this idea of what we are trying to create? And can we actually recommit to the organization? Can we get through acceptance and problem solving? Can we commit? Are we willing? Are we curious and interested about what this new beginning affords us and what it offers us? The idea of having empathy for people as they go through this big transition is super important. The idea of being conscious of the different experiences that people could have because of it, in the ways that they may think, again, is really important. And so holding space as a leader and really having empathy for the humans and getting to know and being curious about the humans that are in the organization that you're working in are really important. The people who are looking to you as a leader, the people who are really seeking and approval from you, who are seeking your role modeling, who you can endorse and advocate, amplify and support. It's really, really important that leaders understand what this experience can look like going through a transformation and getting them to this idea of a new beginning or a recommitment. And of course, Melanie was talking about, hey, the importance of some of the people around leaders, right? How do we help leaders within the community? It is very important that we do acknowledge that there's some great people who can help. And actually you can see there's, people and culture, of course, people who might have more specific roles within D&I or belonging. There's change practitioners who are really crucial to these conversations, and also coaches as well. So when we think about leaders and what is their role around supporting people through that change curve and supporting a neurodiverse group through that, so being as inclusive as possible, it's really important to think about a few of these things. There's some great transformation practices that we don't want to skip, but I've absolutely seen environments where leaders might want to skip them. Things like not being clear on the why, why we're transforming, why we're making change. That's a really important thing for people to be clear of. But giving people who might seek a lot of clarity, who need to understand what's happening, who want warning and notice so that they can actually think things through and dwell on them and have time to process, it's just as important for them as it is for anybody else. But also giving people an opportunity to identify their own why is very helpful as well. So it's not just why for the leader, not just why for the organization, but inviting people to have their own why around the business agility transformation is also very helpful. Being really clear that diversity and inclusion is actually part of creating a healthy workplace, an amazing workplace. And so therefore making sure that when we're talking about transformation and we're setting goals, we're focused on culture as well. So it's not as instead of, it's an and making sure that those things are being measured and tracked, and also being amplified within things like clarity centers or obeya rooms is really helpful. So it helps to make people to understand and to take a look at any moment, irrespective of how they think or how they wish to consume information, giving them that opportunity to do so by making it really clear and transparent. Having clarity, not only over the why and what's important, like what's being measured, but your expectations of teams and the people within them is also important for neurodiverse people. It's important for any human, but we don't want to miss that in these types of environments. Limiting interruptions and chaotic changes. So I know one of our other agile values, responding to change, can be something that in some environments people get really kind of curious about, and they go, whoa, like we don't want to just respond to absolutely everything, like that's chaos. That means we're constantly pivoting and changing direction. And while of course we know that's absolutely not the intent, there can be environments where people feel like they're doing that, and they are actually going, okay, we're going to constantly change things. We'll hear a little bit of piece of feedback, no problem, we're going to go over here now. And that can be very chaotic for people. And so in the context of a transformation environment, in the context of a workplace, it's really helpful for leaders to play the appropriate role around shielding the team from sometimes the types of change that is actually too much, where it actually doesn't make sense, where we don't need to respond to it, or it's just we're going to saturate people in it. Making sure we're not creating that chaos or allowing that chaos to manifest is really helpful when we're looking at neuroinclusive teams. Helping people to prioritize and making sure that they are very clear on what's important. Making sure that we've got a thought process around designing for all. And that's where it's, I think, very helpful to be able to work with some of these subject matter experts to bring in, like we would with any sort of thing, a cross-functional team of people who have all the expertise that's needed to create these awesome inclusive transformation workplaces, bringing them in so that we can have that element of designing for all, as well as obviously the feedback loops. When we're designing for transformation, well, we do have a corporate agenda and a company agenda, and that is very important to think of. We're actually serving the whole organization. And so serving the employees is an element of that, and thinking of their experience and designing for them is something that's important. One of the things that can also be really helpful is a bit of a decision aid, just sort of saying, hey, we're making this call about what's going to happen in the context of our transformation. There's a lot that's happening. What are the unintended consequences, perhaps, of what we're talking about? How is this going to impact people differently? And then obviously, what maybe you want to do as a consequence of that to make sure that people feel, comfortable enough with the change and what's going on. There's a whole bunch of things that come down to really communication. There's a lot of, as we said, business agility transformation. It's really about cultural transformation. Therefore, it's really about people and relationships and how we're communicating and connecting to them. So Melanie also had highlighted, it's really important to talk about what is not changing, what can people continue to hold on to, and what is really actually adding value now, what makes sense in our context that we're going to continue to do and take forward with us, because that's an important part of our story, an important part of our transformation narrative as well. The role of leaders and inclusive leaders around endorsing and amplifying the voices, even if they're the quieter ones within the group, is really important. And getting to know people one-on-one and allowing space for different opinions. So that idea of having very constructive dissent and allowing constructive debate and intellectual debate is really helpful. Also feeling comfortable with uncomfortable situations. So sometimes leaders can feel like they need to be on this path of, constantly telling a really great story about what's happening, always being positive, selling a really positive message. And that's important, but it's also important to be able to actually sit with the reality and hear feedback, and where it is uncomfortable, seek to understand rather than reject and push away. And even just that idea of, as a leader, being able to validate, being able to endorse an experience that an individual is having in their environment, it makes a world of difference around whether somebody feels heard, about whether someone feels permission to think, behave, act in the way that they may need to. And so I think it's a really important skill set for leaders to develop, that idea of becoming comfortable with what is uncomfortable. Also the idea of not having to have sameness, so letting people be different and realizing that that's part of the richness of the fabric of the tapestry of your organization and of our community more broadly. It's also really helpful to listen outside of the transformation. So in some environments, of course, there's these really big bang transformations, and actually they can be most disruptive for any person, because if everything feels like it's changing at once, that has a huge cultural ramification, and it can really have send sort of some shockwaves through an organization. But in lots of organizations, transformation is not happening at the same time to every part of the organization, or to every team, to every department, to every human, or every value stream, however people are organized. Thinking about what is happening outside of the transformation and how people are perceiving that. Also, that includes people who might have actually opted out of transformation, where that's allowed in a corporate setting. it's also really important to hear from those people. And also, I think as a leader, to be comfortable around understanding yourself. Of course, leaders are humans too. And within that 20% of the population who are neurodiverse, we've got obviously a whole bunch of leaders too. And so I think being conscious and aware of that, potentially being advocates for neuro inclusion actively, if people feel comfortable doing that, is a really great way to cast a long shadow of inclusion. That's awesome. And also obviously just to have that level of consciousness around not being a barrier to others. So being aware of your own biases, being aware of how you've perceived, that idea of listening to the feedback so that you're conscious of that and then consciously changing is really helpful. Some of the people that we honour very much at EPIC, the Siourthas, so Michael and Audrey Tyra, they talk a lot about leaders and evolutionary leadership, and leaders being the problem, but also the solution to everything that's happening within an organisational context. And so I think that is both it's the good news and it's the bad news. It also means that leaders in an agile transformation or in any context, they do have an ability to have an impact. And so focusing on how you can be the solution, I think can be a very powerful thing. Some of you may have read Brave New Work by Aaron Dignan. There is a really wonderful way actually to think about the shift of an operating system and what it means to manage change continuously in that context in that book. So this idea of where are we constantly looking at an ecosystem, and as leaders, actually, ideally, there's that opportunity, that view of a whole system, of a whole ecosystem, that systems thinking, where we can actually see where are the tensions, like where are things bubbling? Are we observant and paying attention to those? Where we are, where we can see them, it's important to call them out and have a really think about what are some of the things that we can do that might really be able to have an impact on that. Like what are the practices that could be meaningful and how can we experiment around embracing those so that culture of continuous improvement can be alive and well. So this is just one way of approaching change and approaching agile change, but thinking about how we're very intentionally creating that evolutionary organization through lots of little experiments, and actually including lots of different people and lots of different thinkers within those can be a really powerful way to help to create a very inclusive culture and to stay connected to that inclusive culture through a period of transformation or disruption. Also just being aware of how people like to communicate. So having a user manual for leaders, so to let people know how they can engage with you and how you like to work, and inviting other people to have a user manual for themselves is just one of the little hacks and little ways that people can become, give some safety, you know, it can become safe to have conversations around how people think and communicate and like to show up. I quite like this one, which is often displayed on an axis. So it's nice to think about, are you somebody who communicates big picture? So do you like to see the forest? Do you like to see what's going on and then drill down into the detail, drill down into the trees and see that based on what you think is relevant from that helicopter view? Or are you actually somebody who likes to get up really close and go, hey, I want to see all of the little detail and I want to understand all the things that are happening. And then I want to step back and see the whole system for what it is. So thinking and being conscious of, are people forest or tree type thinkers can help us to understand how they like to be communicated to and how we can help them through a transformation or a change. And also the kinds of people who might be lumpers or splitters. And so what that means is, these people who want to constantly look at where are the similarities, you know, so where are we grouping things together and where are we finding patterns in things that make sense, versus where are we trying to actually break things down and see the differences. And so there's from a human perspective, there's two different types of typical thinking. So we typically will fall into a forest or a tree, or typically fall into a lumper or a splitter. And while it might be new terminology for you, I think it's really helpful to actually have these conversations and just become conscious of that, because understanding the way that different people like to consume information, the way that different people will think, can be really, really powerful. Something I used to do when I was going to sessions with clients and, you know, when I was preparing for workshops or just really holding space for different types of relationship systems, is I would want to know more about the individuals that would be in that room. And to be honest, I would sometimes try and classify or figure them out, even if it was things like, hey, are you more of an introvert or an extrovert? What kind of personality types that we have present in the room? What kind of strengths, for example, might be there? And some of these generalizations. I found actually that I've now shifted that approach, because I think it's less about sometimes making those assumptions, and really about saying, hey, how do I create beautiful experiences for people no matter what they're like? So whether they're advocating for themselves, whether it is clear how they're communicating or not, creating a space where anybody can participate, no matter how they're thinking and no matter what their experience is, can also be a really powerful thing. And there's a few different ways that we can do that, specifically when it comes to neurodiversity. The University of London actually has some really great tools that are available around universal design, and that can definitely inform the future workplaces and the future organizations that we're creating through business agility transformations. Obviously, we've talked about obey rooms or clarity centers, and that's really about giving people insight. So if they want to consume information, want to consume a level of detail, making it available to them, whether it's physically or virtually. And then also, I think, as we're talking about people who are recipients of change and transformation, and we're talking about creating experiences for people, leveraging a lot of the human-centered design techniques can also be very powerful here. So looking at how do we create and understand people through personas and empathy maps, and how do we then curate a transformation or an employee experience journey for them, can be really powerful and a very helpful tool as well. So for leaders, whether they are helping to co-create that, or whether they're helping, with people who have inputs into that, I think making sure that some of these types of things are happening within the context of your business agility transformation will also help to amplify your efforts around inclusive leadership. And it will really help to create an experience that people are experiencing an amazing workplace, which they love. Which, well, yes, it's an epic goal. I think it's also it's our purpose. It's definitely something that I think resonates with many organizations, particularly people who are embarking on transformation. Because, as we said, business agility transformation is cultural transformation. And transformation, it's really all about forming healthy patterns and healthy habits. So the ultimate thing that I think any of us can do, and leaders included, is to really consciously create inclusive, people-focused habits to get to that outcome of amazing workplaces which people love. So consciously creating inclusive people-focused habits doesn't mean we show up as perfect humans in every situation or every context, but it does mean if we continue to try and if we continue to form healthy patterns and habits around it, we're significantly more likely to get to that outcome and all the beautiful benefits that we talked about previously of a neuro-inclusive workplace and an inclusive workplace where everybody can thrive. Okay, I'm conscious of time, Darren. I think
I'm still going to hit you up
might
with
be
at least
just
one
on it.
question, though. I'm just going to. So, first
Of
of all,
course.
thank you. Thank you. There's hope for me yet. I'm based on your talk, so thank you for that. And also thank you for bringing it back to people over process. That's such an important thing. I did want to share some of the comments that we've been getting as you've been talking, because I think they're really important and
Oh,
doubling
great.
down on your message. So there's a couple that said,
Yeah.
I love this topic, it's getting some focus. And some people have really related to this, actually relating to them. Sometimes being invited to participate can cause
awesome.
anxiety. We want to be heard, but we want to be heard on our own terms. And this needs to be considered. We don't necessarily like being called part of a neurodiverse community or having superpowers necessarily. It can be actually quite isolating. There's one here which says, Agile coaches who encourage collaboration through activities such as team building games can actually cause damage, more damage than they know, to the neurodiverse people who are unable to participate, which is an interesting insight. So thank you for those.
Yeah.
But that raised an interesting question.
I think it's,
Sorry, you focus a lot of what leaders can do to create more inclusive environments and awesome workplaces, but is there something that Agile coaches or change agents can do?
Yeah, it's a great question. And actually, I think the comments that you actually just shared from people, and thank you so much for sharing those, do I think show absolutely some of the problems that can be unintentionally created when we're trying to introduce, or actually when we're just actively sort of leveraging things like Agile rituals in the workplace, because we often do focus on things like, can somebody just get up and talk, like come in and contribute? And hey, we don't need to do a lot of preparation, for example, like, on the spot, come and do this. And I think if from a coach perspective, I think it's really important that we recognize the importance of the role that we play in holding space with a group of humans and designing any activity or ritual so that people from however they think, however they behave, whatever they believe in, can come in and contribute at their best is actually really powerful. And so sometimes that does mean things like maybe doing a more traditional thing, like giving optional pre-reads or things like that, like giving people some time and some space to consider what could be the topic before we actually go into a session or a workshop, for example. Creating different ways for people to contribute, so it's not just that like the loudest voice in the room, for example, is heard. And I know we don't always intentionally hold space in that way, but I've certainly seen lots of environments where that's happened. And I think as coaches, I think more than we know, we are always role modeling, and we're always kind of on show, and our vibration does impact the vibration of the teams and the people that we're facilitating or enabling. And so I think being very conscious of that and conscious of designing for inclusion so that people don't feel othered and they don't feel different is really important. And that's obviously not just around neuro-inclusion, that's just embracing humans and letting them come in to the best of their ability. So I think absolutely. And from a change perspective, also, I was just going to briefly say, from a change perspective, I think that yes, change practitioners they often are working with leaders to be able to design things that are going to impact the whole ecosystem. And so I do think they have a very powerful role in creating a consciousness, and also in facilitating the feedback loops and conversation where we're designing the transformation for people, and letting those voices be heard. They have a very important role in designing experiences that leaders are often delivering or creating, and also in making sure that those voices are heard and that there's enough, flex in the system, if you will, to allow people to show up however is relevant for them.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Lisa. And please accept my single applause as the indicative and representative of the adulation of the internet. Thank you for spending that time with us and sharing about inclusivity.
Thank you.
So our next speaker today is Marc Nieman. Now, Marc Nieman's I call him an industry veteran, but I don't mean any offense when I say that. He's an agile coach at Humanity and a licensed management 3.0 facilitator. Marc believes in the power of people and the ability to achieve amazing things through true collaboration. And as he says, unfortunately, too often that power is diminished or blocked by unsupportive corporate structures and cultures. So as a Management 3.0 facilitator and agile leadership coach, Marc supports people to transform the way they organize and manage their work, and he's a master of asking the question why. His talk today is titled Drive True Change in Behavior and Mindset Management 3.0, which is something I imagine we're all keen to do even better. Marc's based in Amsterdam in the Netherlands. He's a keen traveler. He enjoys cooking on a green egg, which I Googled because I had no idea what a green egg was, but I believe it is some sort of barbecue. Hopefully I got that right. He spends time with his friends and family and even supports the local football. So with that introduction, Marc, over to you, mate.
Thank you very much, Darren. Great to be here. Good morning, good afternoon, maybe for some already late good afternoon or approaching good evening. Glad to be here. Really looking forward to spending some time with you. Of course, as always, in these online circumstances, let's start sharing my screen because I do want to share a couple of slides with you. So, question, can you see my screen all right? Is that popping up? Great. So a bit of a talk about, Management 3.0.
Sorry, mate.
Agile. Yeah?
Sorry, Marc. I think we can see you in the presenter view as opposed to what's being presented view. So we can see your next slide as well, just letting you know.
Oh, okay. Give me 1 second here. Then I need to change my setting for a second. Find the other one.
I thought it was better that I told you than just let it go.
How about that?
That's brilliant.
Thanks, okay, mate. Great. Thanks for warning me. So yeah, Management 3.0, and it's not the title of my talk. I said to drive sustainable change through Management 3.0. Management 3.0 is actually a company, a brand, but also a thought, a community, I would almost say, a mindset, where we believe that we need a different type of leadership, and we call it agile leadership, to create happier people and more successful organizations. And I want to spend some time on what is that, how does that work, and how could that possibly benefit you also as change agents, agile coaches, etc. So I already did the intro, so I can skip that because Darren took care of that very nicely. So thank you for that, Darren. So where does it come from? Management 3.0 as a company, as an idea, was launched just over a decade ago. And it started, of course, with the perspective that I think we all have, that both organizations and society are in a continuous state of transformation and change. Things happen, and the last few years, social, economical, demographic, political, economical, things are changing all of the time. And that is kind of the state of play we find ourselves in today. That's the way the world operates and organizes itself. And that is confusing and difficult and challenging. And I've been in business for 25 years. And, sometimes even for me, think like, oh, how do we deal with this? How do we go about managing all this change? How do we work in this environment of continuous change? Those, I think, are some of the challenges which hopefully you recognize, which are facing us. And what I see as a Management 3.0 facilitator, agile coach, but also a lot of the agile coaches I work with, is that we see all these organizations in change. But sometimes I'm a bit critical, I'm Dutch, about the focus of the change. We all know the Agile Manifesto, the first value, individuals and interactions over processes and tools. And we see quite often, too often, I believe, that change on an organizational level, transformation, is focused very much indeed on processes and tools. Let's do Scrum. Let's adopt the Spotify model. Let's implement the scaled agile framework. And whereas there's nothing necessarily wrong with, adopting a certain way of working, setting up some working agreements, because we work in big companies, we work in companies around the globe. It's good to have some clarity about how do we work, how do we meet, how do we manage, how do we lead, how do we change, how do we, all that stuff. Now, sometimes there's a bit too much emphasis from my perspective on the right side of that first value of the Agile Manifesto in transformations and change. And because transformations for me, and I think we literally also heard it in the previous talk, Lisa, and I think we have more people believing this in this room. Now, transformations and change at the end of the day are about people. We need to have a company culture that is really people-centric, so to speak. Because I said before, I believe we can have a perfect governance model, working agreements, whatever you want to call them. We can have the most shiny technology stack. We can use artificial intelligence, big data, virtual reality, and all that stuff. But if we don't have a group of people that is engaged, that is motivated, that is driven to contribute, our companies, be it in business, healthcare, education, they're not going to thrive. They're not going to survive. They're not going to be successful. And that is really what I think should be the core of the transformations that we are probably, don't know the whole audience, are all involved with. And what I actually like is this is a bit forgotten maybe, but this was already recognized 21 years ago. Ari, I know, is in the session today, in the conference today, maybe some others, but when Ari van Bennekom and the others wrote the Agile Manifesto just over 21 years ago, and we all know the values, we know the principles, but they also wrote this piece of information they gathered and put it on the website, that, at the end of the day, Agile is also about people. Now, it is about, and sometimes it's considered a bit the mushy stuff, the soft side of the business. At the end of the day, we need to engage people, motivate people, drive people. That is where we will make the difference going forward. That is how we create organizations that are successful, that are also ready for or organized for this continuous change that we are facing. So, that is really what it is all about. It's about the people. And I think that is especially important, even in today's, or even more so in today's business environment. I'm based in Amsterdam, like Darren said, in Western Europe, but also in the US, but I think also in other parts of the world. We see issues, challenges around the people that we work with. We see low engagement. There's these studies by different companies that say, like, roughly globally, at best, 30% of your workforce is actually engaged. They actually feel a connection to the company or the organization they work with. Now, a lot of them are like, yeah, drawing a paycheck, going towards retirement, just going through the motions, so to speak. But people are not really engaged. And, studies show and prove that engaged people, they're more connected, they contribute better, they're more productive, they collaborate more and better, they communicate more and better. So it's really important to have engaged people within your organizations and your teams. We see in the US, Western Europe, but also maybe in other parts of the world, very high turnover of people. A lot of people leaving the company, leaving companies, leaving teams, leaving organizations. I speak with companies and they literally have a turnover of staff of 15 to 20% on an annual basis, which means that every 4, 5, 6 years, in a sense, your whole workforce refreshes. Now, and some refreshment, some fresh ideas, some new knowledge, some new people is great, but 20% is really high. We see increasing mental health issues, maybe also driven by all the remote working from COVID. But again, a lot of people are struggling with managing work-life balance, with not getting caught up in the rat race of, oh, there's always more to do. We see unmotivated employees, so there's a lot of challenges. And there's also on the positive side, research, which is a bit the right side of the screen, that if you focus more on people and you create what some call a better employee experience, it has clear, tangible benefits for the people themselves, but also for the organizations they work for. It actually has a positive impact on collaboration, productivity, turnover rates, health rates, sickness rates, whatever you want to call them. So actually focusing on people and creating an environment, creating a different way of working, focused on people really has benefits. So it's almost a given, but while it is a given, we do, I think, hear a lot of questions. So yeah, okay, we need to change. We need to do this. This is important. But how? And these are some of the questions that are regularly, at least coming, let's say, in my working environment. And questions about how do we actually motivate people? I've been in situations where leaders, managers said, yeah, I told my people, guys, let's go for it. And they're like, yeah, okay. Yeah. No, they're not really. How do we increase autonomy, self-organizations of teams? How do we get, I'm not going to read them all out loud, but the fourth one, how do we actually get teams and people to take responsibility? I believe in organizations that are successful, responsibility is as, in a sense, this is still a bit from the old hierarchical model, as low as possible in the organization. We want people who do the work, who service the customers, who create the solutions, to have responsibility and feel responsible for the work they are doing. We work in often large companies across different locations, across different countries, sometimes even across different continents. So how do we improve teamwork and collaborations? How do we make sure we're not all working in little silos and little bits and pieces disconnected from each other? How do we look at leadership? How do we get managers to trust their teams? We all know the principle. Create an environment where people can be successful and trust the team to get the job done. But we still often see hierarchical management styles where there's command and control management, and managers cannot really, in a sense, let go of the people and give them the freedom to do the work in the way they think works best. Now, and then if we even want to go into that state of agile leadership, modern leadership, facilitative leadership, there's multiple names I think we can put in it. But what does that actually look like? How do we actually make that happen? And what does it look like? So in short, I say there's a lot of uncertainty and questions regarding the fact that we all realize a change is needed, also on a people level. But how do we actually achieve that change that we all aspire to? And that's where Management 3.0 comes in. So what is Management 3.0 all about? Management 3.0 has a certain vision on how businesses are organized and how businesses and organizations are run. It's not just commercial businesses, any type of organizations. And we believe that the analogy is that organizations are, in a sense, a community or a city where we all live in. And whereas you can do what you want, as long as it benefits the community as a whole. And that also means that you have a joint and shared responsibility for how that community or city operates. Like I said, I live in Amsterdam. Within the confines of the city of Amsterdam, I can pretty much do what I like. Some would even say Amsterdam is known for a very liberal way of living. I'm not necessarily into that, but I can do what I like within the constraints of certain agreements that we have. Very simple example, in Amsterdam, we drive on the right side of the road. I think, Darren, in Australia, you drive on the left side of the road. It's one of those rules, constraints, which is good to agree upon, because otherwise traffic will become quite messy. So there's a group of people creating the environment in which we all operate. That's where we say a few are responsible for the whole. These could be leaders and managers in our organizations, like there are mayors and councilmen, etc., in cities. But in a sense, everybody contributes and impacts the way we work, collaborate, organize our work, service our customers, service our clients, services our users. And so it's not a full freedom for all. There is a framework, a constraint, for lack of a better word, in which we all operate, but where we all have a certain responsibility. And that also means we are all jointly responsible for literally how we manage work. And this is a quote from Peter Drucker, a guy I like. He's been around for quite some time, but already, even last century, he made some very interesting statements, some very interesting quotes. But management is what determines the success or the failure of a company. But management is a verb. It's not managers are the critical determining factor here. That's the distinction we want to make. It's management. And management is a responsibility, a joint responsibility for all the people in the organization. One of the payoffs we sometimes use within the Management 3.0 environment is that we say management is too important to leave to just the managers. We all need to be involved. Because I can think as an employee of a company, I can be like, oh, I have managers, they will arrange everything. But if I'm not engaged, if I'm not motivated, if I'm not contributing, the organization will not achieve the success we are all aiming to achieve. And so management as a verb is the critical determining factor. And this is a bit of a small writing, but management styles are very different. And that's why we say Management 3.0 is recognizable by certain, let's say, characteristics versus what we would call Management 1.0. And Management 1.0 is, I did not put the picture in, but it's the old hierarchical industrial revolution type of management thinking. We have workers, they do the work. We have managers, they tell them what to do it, when to do it, how to do it. Really command and control from a hierarchical perspective, top-down driven management, saying like, we as managers, for me in the core, say, we know better than our employees because we're the experts. We have the information, we have the knowledge. That is really a Management 1.0 mindset in my perspective. And I think that is not fitting anymore within today's business environment, but also the way people want to work, the environment they want to work in. We are looking for characteristics, for management styles, which we then describe as Management 3.0. Power sits in teams. You cannot be successful as an individual anymore these days. You need multiple people with different skills and expertises and knowledge to really collaborate and be successful. So teams is really empowered. We look for root causes of issues. We don't just punish people that make a mistake and say, oh, you're going to be demoted or you're not going to get a salary increase. Now, if something goes wrong, we get together and we think about how can we make it better? How can we change it? What I always like, again, from a management leadership perspective, the one fourth from bottom, even leaders, managers welcome ideas from the teams, from the people that do the work that service the customers. Still, far too often, and I literally had this the other day with one of my clients, there's a company, they have a call center, and a lot of customers call with problems, with issues, with challenges. So the people in the call center, in the service center, have an excellent understanding of what actually some of the problems with the products and the services are that the company is providing. But that information is not making its way back to the rest of the organization. So we have marketeers, product managers, IT people, developers, developing products and services, which contain flaws, which create problems for customers, but they're not made aware of the fact that what they're building, what they're creating, what they're delivering is not good enough. So, that is something that needs to change. We need to have ideas, feedback, information from the organization flowing back into the rest of the organization. So again, we can improve, change the way we work, the way we do things, the way we collaborate, the way we service customers. And what I also would like to mention, this one as one of the last ones, the one the one below the bottom. Not managers, we all give punctual, ongoing, and personalized feedback and coaching. We as individuals, as professionals, help each other to get better at what we do. I don't want to hear from my manager in a one-time annual performance review somewhere in December, like, hey, Marc, but we really were not happy with this, and this made us unhappy, and that didn't go well. If my colleagues think that I should or could improve something or change something or do something different, hopefully they will approach me, say, hey, Marc, let's have a coffee, let's sit down, let's talk about it, let's see how we can collaborate or improve the way we collaborate, the way we service customers. So Management 3.0 is really about thinking from a holistic perspective, a team perspective, a joint responsibility perspective. But what it also does, and that's what I meant with the title of my talk about driving change, it provides tangible ways of creating that cultural change and creating that change in behavior. And it's where I want to spend the second part of my my conversation on. And so Management 3.0 is a mindset, but it is connected to an ever-changing and growing set of games, tools, and practices that you can use almost on a daily basis to drive change. The mindset of Management 3.0 is reflected in 5 principles. Engage people in their interactions, and of course a very strong link to the first value of the Agile Manifesto. Improve the system. Don't just look at the bits and pieces of change in an organization. We often see, and maybe some of you have had experience with that as well, we make a change in one team or one part of the organization and it negatively impacts other parts or teams of people in the organization. We need to have that holistic view on how do we want to collaborate, how do we want to work, how do we manage work, how do we want to service our customers. We should always think about delighting all clients. Now, this for me personally has a very strong link also to the whole field of customer experience and the first principle of the Agile Manifesto. Now, we are here to help and serve people, either in business or in education or in healthcare. And ideally, we should delight them. We should make them feel good, happy, better about the services, the products, the information that they receive from us. You need to manage the system and not the people, kind of connects to the second one. But I don't want to just look at individual performance. I want to look at how people collaborate, how teams collaborate, how departments collaborate, how organizations collaborate. And we want to co-create. Again, use the people with the knowledge. Don't think management knows better. I, as manager, can drive my thoughts top down in the organization. No. Co-create with your employees, with your customers, with your stakeholders, with your partners. Bring them in, work together to create the best possible solutions and services for again, our customers. So how do we do that? How do we drive change from, let's say, the principles from Management 3.0, maybe even the Agile Manifesto, on a daily and sustainable basis? So what we've done, or what my predecessors have done at Management 3.0, they've created this nice little visual, which they call Marty, which again reflects the principles, but in a slightly different way in what we call the 6 business views of Management 3.0. And what Marty, as the figure we call it with the eyes, does, is it helps us to think about what are some of the challenges we are facing around management, around leadership, around people, around collaboration. Where are the improvements? Where are the challenges? Where are the opportunities? Because if we have identified those, then we can actually work on them. So we have these 6 business views, and with each business view, there is a set literally of tools and practices connected to them. So maybe some of you have heard of moving motivators. It's a Management 3.0 practice, and it is a very simple, yet I think impactful way to have conversations with people about what actually motivates you in your working environment. What gives you energy in a working environment? What drives you? Is it a high level of autonomy? Is it a sense of structure? Is it a sense of achievement? Is it a sense of being recognized for achievement? There's different motivational factors which drive us in our working environment. So if you're in a company or you're with a team and you think like, if you look at the first business perspective, energizing people, there's not really a lot of energy in the teams. There's not really a lot of energy in the people. There seems to be a low level of engagement. The very simple practical step from a Management 3.0 perspective would be to get together and to have a conversation about what motivates you, what drives you, because maybe what drives you as a professional, as an individual, is not connected or not connected enough to what the organization is doing. And so in that sense, it's really important to think about, okay, what energizes people, what drives people, what motivates people, and let's have a conversation about it. And by having the conversation, usually things already start to change. So this is kind of the shift from the principles and the ideas of Management 3.0 to actually the practical application. So what are these 6 business views? I will briefly go through them, and then I will share 1 or 2 very practical examples of companies that have used Management 3.0 on how it actually works to give you more of a bit of a practical flavor. So like I said, energize people. We want people to be energized, motivated, engaged, intrinsically motivated. So that is an important factor in creating a successful business. And there's, again, certain Management 3.0 tools, practices associated with that. The second one is, I mentioned it before, we want to create responsibility and a sense of ownership within the teams of the organization. We want to, for lack of a better word, empower our teams. So how do we do that? Just going to a team saying, you are now responsible, usually doesn't work. So we need to find different ways of doing that. The third one is we want to create a mindset, a way of working where we are looking at continuous improvement. We can always improve the way we work, the way we collaborate, the way we service our customers. How do we create a mindset in our daily way of working that we are always thinking about that? We need to align constraints. Like I said, we work in bigger companies often with multiple teams and multiple locations. Now it is important that even as an organization, we still have a joint direction of where we want to go, the type of company we want to be, the kind of services we want to provide. Pretty sure some of you have the same experience. As an agile coach, it's agile, yeah, it's sort of an advanced chaos theory. Anybody can do what they like. No, it's about teamwork, it's about collaboration. So the organization, the leadership, the management should set certain constraints, boundaries, and directions. It is again that example of driving on the left side of the right side of the road that I used earlier. If we don't have clarity on that, how are we ever going to be able to jointly join the traffic and get safely to our destination? We need to continuously develop skills, competence, and knowledge. In today's business environment, you cannot say like, okay, the skills and the knowledge that I have today will take me forward 2, 5, 10, 15, 20 years. So we need to think about how do we continuously develop the knowledge, the skills, the expertise of our people. And last but not least, we need to come up with a structure. But the structure which finds the right balance between, let's say, structure and agility. How do we manage those? So think about, from your perspective, your organization, your team, the teams you're working with, where would be some of the biggest challenges? Are we not spending enough time on improving things? Are we not spending enough time on developing competence? Or do we face the fact that we have multiple teams, but there is no clear overarching focus, no clear overarching vision or view? So we need to align constraints better, as we call it in management now. So look at what are some of the challenges you're facing maybe with an organization, and then you can deep dive into some very practical tools. So let me give you 2 examples. Oh, there we go. So the first one is, and this is also on the Management 3.0 website, there's a whole story around it. So if you go to management30.com, you can also find these and many other stories and blogs and case studies, etc. there. But the first one is from Ambev Tech, the IT department for the biggest beer brewery in Brazil. And this company was doing quite well. They were growing very rapidly, and I peek at my notes a little bit sometimes to make sure I get the story fully right. And in like less than a year, they grew from 400 to 1,500 people. They tripled the size of their workforce, their employee base. And they said, how do we find the right people? So it kind of is connected to the energizing, motivating people. How do we find motivated, energized people? But at the same time, they also were facing some things with this large growth. They saw or felt a potential risk of decreasing employee engagement. So what can we do to make sure that we find and hire the right people, but also that we make sure that the people we already have in the organization stay engaged, stay motivated, stay committed? And they recognized, again, like also, for example, Lisa said in the previous talk, that leaders, managers, because they still have those, play a crucial role in that. So what they did was they literally created a leadership chapter where the leaders could come together in a safe environment and discuss and share, but also experiment with different ways of managing people, of managing teams, of leading the organizations. So they started using Management 3.0 practices. So they used things like personal maps, which is a very nice way to also have people present themselves and talk about their ambitions, their motivations, their challenges, their needs, their wishes, etc. Make that transparent so you know the people that you have in your organization, what they want, what they're looking for, etc. They used, I mentioned, for moving motivators, but they also, for example, used what we call the competency matrix, where you literally as a team sit together and discuss what are the skills and the experiences that we need to be successful and which ones do we actually have and what's the gap between the two, so we know where we need to grow as a team in developing competences, skills, and knowledge. And they use those practices with the teams, with the leaderships. And at the end of the day, they also, which I really appreciate, thought about and looked at, okay, but what is the impact? And over time, they saw, 27% increase in let's say, the frequency of feedback during the pandemic, during the COVID pandemic. So they did research, people said, no, yeah, we are getting better at giving each other feedback, constructive feedback, helping each other get better in our job. They saw a 78% increase in customer satisfaction. They were listed the 6th best IT company to work for in Brazil. And they saw an 11-point increase in employee satisfaction in a period of just 6 months. And so taking these practices, applying them on a daily basis, really help them to increase their employee engagement and really help them retain and attract the right people to be successful in the competitive business environment that they're in. Second example is a bit closer to home, a slightly smaller company, EVS. I don't know whether maybe somebody from Europe has heard of it. It's a Belgian company and they make broadcasting technology. If I understand them correctly, if we're all going to be watching the World Cup football, now it's going to be their technology that we're using. So there's 600 people and they went into an agile transformation 5 years ago using agile methodologies such as the Scaled Agile Framework and Scrum. Created teams, started working Scrum, created the portfolio layer, all these things. But they felt that there was something missing. And that was, again, the role of leadership and management. Because they were still acting in the same way. Management was still kind of acting in the command and control way. Middle management especially was not sure what their role was, what the responsibility was. And we have self-organizing, semi-autonomous, multidisciplinary teams. What do I do as a manager, as an old school team manager? Because I'm not telling people anymore how to do their work, what to do on a daily basis, etc. Because for that we have a different way of working now. So they were really looking at, what is the role of management? How do we equip management? How does management actually support the teams? So again, they were starting discussions and they found that on an ad hoc basis, some people in the organization were actually using the Management 3.0 tools and practices. And they got really positive feedback on that. So what some of those enthusiasts, some of their internal Agile coaches did was they went to their management and said, let's create a program where we train, coach everybody on using these tools and practices. And the initial thought was, let's do it with the teams and let's do it with the managers and the leaders. And they went into the program and I think 6 months ago, everybody has to do this. Everybody has to understand, because again, management is a shared responsibility. So they started, again, you see some examples here, moving motivators, delegation poker. Delegation poker is about who decides what and how do we make sure everybody knows who's taking which decisions. And again, within months, within a year, they saw that there was a shared language, there was clarity on management, that there was increased employee satisfaction. So again, just applying these practices on a daily basis really helped them to change the perception of management is something that leaders and managers old school do to management is everybody's responsibility. It's everybody's job. Now, as you probably see, I can talk about this for hours. I'm not going to. I'm just about running out of time. So just briefly, some other things that people have said about, Management 3.0, how does it help us? It has boosted productivity, it nurtures innovation, it creates motivation, it improves the culture, it has increased happiness at work. So I'm now happy to say that these are some of the quotes we get from the people that use Management 3.0 tools and practices. It's not just us as a team saying it, me as a facilitator saying it. So that is really nice to see. So if you're interested in Management 3.0, there's a couple of ways you can get involved. You can, of course, do a training, become a facilitator. That's kind of what I love to do. But we also have a global community. So please go there and see what the community is all about. If you go to Management 3.0 community, you can in certain periods in time sign up and you will meet a global community of people who believe in a different style of management and leadership. We have actually, that's a little bit of self-promotion, in December, our very first in-person conference, which we're organizing in Berlin on the 1st, 2nd of December, where we talk about happiness as the why in agile transformations. Now, some of you may be based in Australia or China or Japan or far away from Berlin and Amsterdam, but we can also offer a virtual presence to the conference. So if you want to learn more about the Management 3.0 organization, the community, the people involved, maybe an idea to visit the conference. But last but not least, go to the website, because there's blog posts, there's webinars, but also there's several of our practices that I just briefly mentioned. They're available there free of charge. You can look at them, you can see how you can use them, you can download them, you can use them with your teams, you can use them in your organization. And so start maybe experimenting in your own way with Management 3.0 tools and practices, etc. So, for that perspective, I hope to maybe see some of you on the website, in the conferences in the future, somewhere there. But I hope I've given you a bit, like I said, in Berlin, a bit of an insight into what Management 3.0 is all about and how you can actually use it on a relatively simple basis to create change in mindset, behavior, and culture within an organization. So I think that leaves us a few minutes for questions. I think Darren, maybe you have kept an eye on the chat.
Yes. First of all, can I just say thank you? That was great. Loved hearing about that. I can't wait for Management 4.0 to come out. As an Australian, I would get kicked out of Australia if I didn't make some sort of corny joke about that. So please forgive me. I also made note about how important motivations are and how leaning into those motivations are so important. And head knowledge only gets you so far, but tapping into the emotion is where the power is. And I think it's a really great point that you made about the motivators in there. If anyone's got any questions, please feel free to type them in. There's one question here, which is, and it's kind of related to what Melanie was talking about before, about how we get the system more receptive to change. But how do you overcome resistance to change that we so often see in established corporate environments? What's your advice?
Good question, because I think at least I, get that quite a bit. And especially when you talk about, in a sense, like I called in the beginning of the presentation, the mushy stuff, the people side. Business managers, especially the deadlines, profit, return on investment, those are their key metrics in their mind. It's a generic thought, but to drive change, create a clear vision and purpose around the change. Why are we changing? And make sure that is known throughout the organization. And let's say that could be, in a sense, one of example that I showed about Ambev in tech saying we want to make sure that people are engaged and happy, and we do regular research and questioning about it, and we have conversations about that. And if we see employee engagement drop off, that is a problem for the business. It's a problem for the people, but it's also a problem for the business. And what I've started doing more and more is then literally indeed going to the business and try to translate motivation and happiness into a business case. Literally. Mr. CFO, Chief Financial Officer, if 20% of your people leave on an annual basis, how much money does that cost you in rehiring, onboarding, reskilling, retraining, etc., etc.? And then the numbers start adding up rapidly. And then even the CFO might think oh, yeah, happy people, it may sound a bit mushy, but there's actually a really tangible business case to focus on this and to spend time and money and energy on making sure our people are happy and motivated. And so to translate it into the stakeholders' language, so to speak, really helps, I think, overcome some of that resistance to change in corporate environments.
Nice, thank you. I also wrote down to do some more research on Ambev Tech. I thought that was a great little case study, and in particular what you said about the leadership chapter and establishing a leadership chapter to, I think you said, discuss, share, and experiment. Is that something you recommend happens in places that are undergoing a large amount of change, to form sort of chapter for this sort of thing?
Yes, to put a very simple answer to it. What we still often also see sometimes is that as change agents, agile coaches, we're brought into organizations by management, and the management says, please go change that team, or please go make a change in that department. It also starts with leading by example. Now, as a leader, as a manager, I have to, in a sense, also make myself a bit vulnerable, put myself out there, try things, experiment. So yes, you need to have, call it the chapter, call it the guild, call it the, I don't really care what you call it. But leaders have to manage by example. If we just keep, if I put myself in a leadership position, say, hey, Darren, I'm the leader, you go change. It's not going to work. It's not going to engage you again. What's the purpose of the change? How do we overcome the resistance? I have to go out there and start giving feedback and being a bit vulnerable maybe, and talk a bit more about what are my motivations to be in this organization, and then have that conversation with people around me.
That's awesome. And I also noticed that you talked about the competency matrix, which is something close to my heart, and skills that they need to be successful, but what do we have and how do we grow it? And actually putting that onto the people, it sounds like, as opposed to having people in a corner designing that in isolation. Is that right?
It's designing it in isolation. I still probably see that HR sets up a training program or a training curriculum and then drives that across the organization with all the best intentions. But again, the people that do the work, that service the customers, they know best what they need to be successful. So at least involve them in the conversation. Just one very small example, the company I work for, if I want to do a training or develop my skills, I find a program or a trainer or a mentor or a buddy, whatever. I go to some of my colleagues, say, guys, this is what I want to do. It costs this much money. It takes this much time. And if my colleagues say, that sounds like a great idea, I have sign off. I don't need to go to my management. Management says, Marc, you have a certain amount of money, a certain amount of time on an annual basis to spend on developing your skills and knowledge. If your peers agree it's a good idea, go for it. And so management gives us the freedom to think about, and I do that then as a team, which I think is a very nice little example of how you could organize that differently. And not that I have to go to my manager to get official sign off on budget and time spent because I want to do a certain training or a course or a workshop.
Right. So giving more empowerment where it actually makes some difference.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, thank you very much, Marc. Really appreciate your time. Oh, there is one other question that's come through. So how can we insert change management to the agile transformation approach? That's from Khartoum. So how can we insert change management to the agile transformation approach?
In Khartoum. That's a very good question, because I think it's how should I put it? I think the saying is it's two sides of the same coin. I'm thinking, sorry, I like the question, but I'm trying to think, how do I phrase my answer? What I sometimes see is in organizations is when we use the word agile, it in a sense kind of creates a bit of a annoyance, like, oh God, there's another agile coach, there's another agile person, agile transformation. Maybe we should talk a little bit less about agile sometimes and talk about the change we are driving, the company, the organization we want to be. Oh, and by the way, there's this thing called agile. It provides a mindset, principles, certain methodologies that we can apply and use to create the organization we want. But really, I do like that start, and that's been a my answer. Start with the more overall change management perspective. Have a clear purpose for change. We don't want to become agile just to be agile. No, we want to become agile to better service our customers or to create a happier workforce. So there's a bigger purpose for change. Make sure you have some leadership engagement and examples from leadership, getting sponsorship, but not just a leader saying, guys, this is important, and then walking out of the room. No, guys, this is important. Ladies, this is important. And this is what I will do as a leader. So really take it from that perspective, from that change management perspective, and maybe make the agile transformation more the how instead of the why itself. I hope that answers the question a little bit.
Sounds great. Thank you, mate. Thank you very much, Marc. Really appreciate your time.
No,
Your
it was
insight.
great to be here. Thank you all very much. Enjoy the rest of the day. I will try to join some sessions as well. But for now, thank you very much.
Thank you. See you later, mate.
Bye.
So that brings us to our fourth talk of the day. We are going to be favoured with a talk by Rob Gaunt. Now, Rob is a global director and executive coach with Epic Agile. I've had the pleasure of working with Rob for almost 6 years now. And if there's one thing that Rob does, he brings a lot of passion to our cause and to our space. He's not an agile purist, and he's rather an agile practicalist who uses the best tools available to co-create amazing workplaces that people love. Talking to Rob is sometimes likened to drinking from a fire hydrant. You're likely to get drenched with more information and insight than you consume, but we'll see how we go. Rob's talk today is about finance and agility. Where the bloody hell are you? And I'm going to let him explain what that title means, but as an Australian, it does make me snigger. Now, there's a fair bit of, for those of us who use and promote agile ways of working, we've no doubt had to lean into some sort of conversation somewhere about finance. So any insights that we can get to have better conversations, I'm sure we would all very much welcome. And while finance might not sound like the most glamorous subject out there, if there's anyone who can make it interesting for us, I'm sure it's Rob. So over to you, mate.
Thanks very much, Darren, I think. So yes, it's a really good point. It's very hard, actually, to make finance very exciting. So for those of you in the audience that might be working in finance, I do apologize in advance. I think part of the conversation we'll be having today is why aren't we working with more people from finance on a regular basis? So let me start my screen and we'll get going. So here we go, slideshow away. All right, so yeah, just to cover off, I guess the cheekiness of my topic, well, my title, where the bloody hell are you? I think it's important to note that actually here in Australia, we had a really famous ad where we were inviting people to Australia. We've got all this beautiful country and we've got all this beautiful space, and we just didn't understand why is it that visitors weren't coming to see all that we had to offer. So it was a bit of a cheeky statement around an invitation, really. And the same thing is happening here today for me in this topic, where the bloody hell are you, to finance? Where's our financial agility? Why haven't we seen it? Because it sounds so exciting and so important, yet we don't seem to be having a lot of it. So let me walk you through what I mean by that. I think this might have been covered previously by Lisa, but just a little bit of insight about us. Epic is about creating amazing workplaces that people love. So a lot of what I've heard just before this resonates with me. It's all about people. And while I will be diving into financial process and things like that, because it's important, I think what I'm really asking you to do is have a little bit of empathy for those in finance who might be struggling with some of the concepts we're trying to introduce to them. So let's walk through that. A little bit about me. Yeah, co-founder of Epic. I do business agility quite often. I'm a transformation lead and executive coach. So I'm working with quite a lot of people in this space. And financial agility is a space that I do find difficult, and I think many organizations are struggling with. Now that we're so prevalent in most organizations, you know, these business agility experts, and we're really shifting organizations dramatically, which I'll go through in a moment. The important thing to note here is that I think finance in general is having a hard time keeping up. In today's session, I will be talking through and using some reference to a document, and I will share that at the end of my presentation for anybody who's interested. I'm not talking, just off the cuff. I do actually have a lot of research on this. And importantly, there's a document called, you might be able to see it, I'll include it. Yeah, you won't be able to see it. But anyway, I'll include it. Evolving Technology Planning and Funding Models for Business Agility. It's by the Technology Business Management Council, TBM Council. You can go and have a look at that. The link will be in the back of my document. So let's get started. So I guess my question is, where is the finance department in this business agility movement? I'm confused by it. I don't know why. I'm running transformations everywhere, and finance seems to be the last group that are involved or the last ones to go. While they might do agile in their parts of their organization, you know, you'll see the Kanban boards, or you'll see the visual management boards, or whatever it might be. But realistically, they're not in the conversations we're having around how we might shape the organization and how we might structure the organization. They're not really leading those conversations if they're in them at all. And I'm really confused by that. And I think if Agile and agility generally truly delivers better value, greater return on investment, more efficient systems, happier people, as we talked about before, a better product and better services, then why, to me, the question is, why is it that finance, who really own the purse strings and are responsible in a lot of ways for the value that we deliver and for qualifying the investment and controlling the investments and things like that we make, why is it that they're not involved more in these conversations? Because this is the solution, we think, to value propositions and to improve our organizations and the way that we operate. So I'm really perplexed, but I'm exploring it, and I want to explore it with you today. I also want to leave with, and in my exploration of it, I want to have more empathy for them, because us as Agilists, we are talking about very complex things. You know, as we say, Agile is there's a doing and then there's a being, and once you get into that being, like, we are talking paradigm shifts for people. And the interesting point here is that if we don't enter into these conversations with finance or anybody else in the organization for that matter, without at least a degree of empathy, we're doing them a disservice, and we're probably hurting the organization and the people in it more than helping. So that's why I'm actually starting to get passionate about where is finance, even though it's a bit of a dry subject. So let's start with why I think finance should care, and all of this is emotive, and all of this, to be honest, is an opinion. And I'd love to hear more from anyone from a financial background about what you think about this talk. Finance in general, for those that aren't aware, and I'll take through the basics, has to look after a number of different things. The first one is clearly they've got to pay people and they've got to pay service providers and everything else, but they also have to record what we're spending our time and our money on. They have a degree of control that they want to put across this. They do planning and analysis, and they manage and govern. So there's a lot more to it than that, and that's a very simplistic view of what it is that the finance department really does and is accountable for in an organization. But then when you look at what is it that business agility trying to bring into an organization, then you can see quite readily how we're actually running into each other quite a lot. And it's with that in mind that I feel like they really need to be not only on the train, but they need to be leading the train. They should be part of the conductor cohort, if you like. So if we think about business agility, we're talking about lean governance, faster decision-making and ownership end to end. We're talking about multiple levels of planning, not annualized budgeting, or annualized planning is how they might look at it, but multiple levels of planning. We're looking at higher value first and as soon as possible and incrementally delivered. And that value obviously is trying to be delivered so we have a greater return on investment that's compounded over time, as opposed to once at the end, things like that. And we plan to learn a lot, we plan to fail, and we invite change. And so control is an interesting concept when we, on the other hand, are talking about the other side of the coin. It was as mentioned, right? We believe that while we can do our best to control a circumstance or a situation, we acknowledge straight away that you can't. And in fact, we should be able to adapt based on what we're finding out in the real world. And then lastly, we're outcome focused rather than output focused. And I think the interesting part here is that these things are so intertwined, what finance is looking after and accountable for, and what we're trying to do to the systems that they are looking after and trying to control. I think we need to ask ourselves, well, where is finance in this conversation then? And in fact, we need to almost demand them to be around. So I just think maybe we need to have a greater conversation with them about it. So let's talk a little bit about some of the things that they're interested in, right? So managing and governance. Let's start about that. What is it about business agility that is changing so rapidly, right? And I'm going to use some of the statistics I mentioned in that paper before. 44% of all businesses that were asked in that survey, is quite a lot of businesses, reported that they lacked well-defined mapping of business strategy to their capabilities, and that this was driving a new way of thinking about how they needed to organize themselves. So as we know, and many of us have been involved, we're moving systems from the functional hierarchical model towards more of, value streams, product-centric, solution-centric, service-centric, things like that. And this is happening very rapidly. And importantly, once we get into that situation, then the systems themselves are also changing rapidly to respond to demand in market or customer needs or whatever it might be. So those things are happening whether finance likes it or not. And in fact, they're struggling to keep up with the changing nature of that. You can imagine as you're changing the whole DNA of an organization, literally the whole DNA of the organization, how they're constructing themselves and aligning themselves, that that finance needs to keep up with that, because they are providing those structures with the information they need to be successful in their objectives, right? So in 22% of the organizations that were surveyed, they were crying out for better financial metrics to help people better understand what is happening with their products and their services so that they can make better investment decisions. Now, of course, when we think about agility, what we're trying to do, and we saw it in the Management 3.0 conversation, we're trying to give the people down on the ground closest to the problem, closest to the customer decision-making authorities as much as we can, because they're closest to the problem. But they don't have, in the absence of finance, they don't have very good metrics to run off, and they have very little clarity being provided at the organizational level about how these things are impacting their business and the bottom line. And as these organizations move to the new operating models, we're also gearing them up for a constantly changed state, a constant change state. And if you think about it, where finance came from originally, they were set up for a constant stable state. So we're really setting up these organizations not just to manage the now, but also to adapt very quickly and rapidly to a changing marketplace. And finance just aren't there. They're not there. So we need to be asking ourselves, how do we get them involved? So let's talk a little bit about budgets. I think we've all heard of the Beyond Budgeting movement, and we've all heard of that, but do we actually know much about budgets, right? And I have to admit that the only thing, when I was going through the ranks in a corporate, the only thing I cared about my budget was whether I was under or over it, right? But let's talk a little bit about what it was. For those that don't know, budgets were created actually back in 1760, and they were created by the Chancellor of the Exchequer in London. And he was creating a system by which he could keep the king accountable. So he was taking all these taxes and then spending it, but there was no transparency about how that was happening, and there was no controls around how that was happening. So he came up with what is, I guess, the world's first true budget. Then in 1911, the president of the United States at that time, I think it was the 27th president of the United States, took that on and decided to apply the same idea to governance over in the United States. And they put in place the first budgeting system. Now, very similar to the budgets that happen in most of our organizations. They started the budgeting process in 1911. They actually didn't finish that year's budget until 1912, most of the way through 1912. So by the time they received their budget, they were already 1 year through, almost a full year through the budget cycle anyway. We all see that in our organizations. But nevertheless, they sort of put that in place and they said, hey, this is a pretty good process. We should use this. And in 1922, McKinsey published a book called Budgetary Control. And that became almost the Bible on how budgets are done. It was a full playbook, if you like, on how budgets are done. And that was then leveraged by GM in 1923. And since then, the rest is history. It's now in the boardrooms around most of the organizations. But the important to note thing about this is that budgets were created as a mechanism for transparency and control. And fundamentally, they've been used and they've been around for 100 years now, right? So and back when it was created, when budgets were created, they were created for a system that didn't change as rapidly as it does today, and for organizations that had just come out of the Industrial Revolution, really, and were quite fixed in the way that they operated. And customers didn't have as many choices as they have today. So budgets then made a lot of sense. But now we're starting to erode how the budgets should operate. It's no longer serving us as well as it did then. And just for a little side note, budgets actually came from the French word, I think, more than anything. It's a derivative of budget, which means a leather bag, knapsack, or the container. And the reason why they called it that was because that was the brown leather bag that was brought in by the Chancellor of the Exchequer to actually present his papers. And so it was called the budget. So this is how it came about. It's important to note the background, because where we came from, we need to understand it's been a long time and it just needs refreshing. But it's all that they know, right? So one definition of business agility, which was done by Gartner, is the ability of an organization to sense an environmental change and respond efficiently and effective to it. There's lots of different definitions. We have our own at Epic. But the one thing that's true about this is no organization can possibly sense and learn if all you're doing is planning once a year. And the budgets at the moment in most organizations are annualized. And the best laid plans are really probably at best defined by people with a lot of experience in that environment, bound by their hypothesis, the best guess of what it is that they think is going to happen. The forecasts are done, and then the budgets are based around the forecast. But whatever we think of that process, it's all just a really big guess. And the reality is that things are changing so rapidly in market that those best guesses at their best are wildly off. And we often see that in organizations. The other thing that we're talking about in terms of finance is controlling. So by controlling, we mean the direction that the money is being spent in and the usage of that money. So remember how it all came about, right? So we wanted to check in on the king. How are they using that great money? And importantly, it was to control, or at least to influence the behavior of the king, because once it was transparent and obviously the people knew about it, then it would change his behavior. So it's the same here today in organizations we're working with. It's a controlling mechanism used to monitor and affect the behavior of the organization. And I think the important part for us to understand there is the instant that we create a budget and we try to use it as a controlling mechanism, even though it was based on a plan done 12 months ago, or even worse, sometimes a little bit longer, because it had to start 6 months before the budget cycle. The instant that we do that, then we're creating a norm that constrains our business, because you can't get out of that annualized budgeting process. You can't deviate. And if you do deviate, then the control mechanisms are breaking, and they're alerting. And the moment that they're alerting is the moment that we can't innovate and we can't take advantage of opportunities that may have presented themselves through the implementation of our products or our services. So it's becoming a brake on our system. And budgets really should be a tool of enablement. When they were really built in the first place, it was to help. It wasn't to maybe one person was going to be hindered, but realistically it was to help. It was to help be transparent and to understand what's going on and where we're up to, and to enable. And if we can shift back to a control that actually enables, so qualifying that the money is being spent wisely as opposed to however it's been defined to be spent. If we can control the expenditure around pursuing value as opposed to just spending because we've got the money, then these would solve a lot of the problems we're facing in organizations. Another statistic is 33% of organizations report a lack of agreement on what constitutes value. So especially in the absence of any kind of cost-orientated measures. So if we don't have finance involved to help control and enable, then people actually wouldn't have a clue what they're supposed to be doing anyway, right? And in reality, they find it very difficult to understand whether they're delivering value. So let's go to planning and analysis, and let's look at this gentleman here, Benjamin Franklin. As you've probably heard, he came up with the coin, failing to plan is planning to fail. I have a little statement I use quite often in organizations. I'm transforming, which is failing to replan is just wishful thinking, or at worst, ignorance. And I think the important thing we need to take away from that is you do need to plan. You absolutely should plan. In fact, in Agile, we plan at 4+ levels. I usually say 7+ levels, but we plan more often than once a year. And we keep checking against that plan to make sure that we're on track. But we check against our value proposition as well to make sure our plan is still relevant. So planning and analysis is still critical. And it would be ideal if we could plan with our financial brethren, right? So if we could ask them to come in and help us analyze where we're up to and plan with them, then that would help ensure that we're delivering on our strategy and our objectives. It would give us a better insight into how we should adjust and also what we need to do. So the capacity, though, the things that's holding back finance from wanting to take on a challenge of planning 4+ times on any given piece of work, right? Plus doing that at an organization enterprise level. The things that are really holding them back really is the capacity of finance to constantly participate in these planning activities. They find it, because of the processes they have involved, they find it hard just to complete the annual budgeting cycle, let alone a quarterly budgeting cycle, as most of us would start off changing to, or in the more advanced organizations, potentially even a monthly or weekly budgeting cycle. So that is something that a finance department is just not geared up to do using the existing processes or practices that they've got in place. Also, they need to forecast. So something that most people don't know, in a publicly listed company, they need to forecast and present a budget 12 months in advance to their shareholders. So you can't just go willy-nilly change that. There needs to be good reason around it, or at least we need to help them change the language and the mechanisms they're using to provide those forecasts, and to make sure that whatever they publish is within reason, still going to be applied. So we need to be empathetic for the way that they have to work. That is legally binding. There are obligations, both regulatory and statutory, that they need to address. So we can't just go and change the budgets any old time we like. Then we can talk into recording, cost accounting. It's really important, and I think most of us see cost accounting as timesheets, and they see cost accounting as this, when you spend money on your company credit card, you have to keep your tax return, you have to keep your receipts and all that sort of other stuff. But in reality, what it's really trying to do is just, what are you working on and what are you spending money on, right? So those two areas, what are you working on and what are you spending money on? And they're both impacted by business agility, because we adapt our plans all the time, which means that what we're working on and what we're spending our money on is based on customer demand, not our previous budget cycle, not our annualized budget planning events. So it's critically important that we understand why they do that. So we're doubling down on things like, in a business agility space, we're doubling down on things like changing what we're working on because we've just seen empirical evidence that says that it's not working. The hypothesis has been proven not to be true, and we want to adapt, and we want to do that quickly, and we want to do that effectively. So oftentimes that's a radical departure from whatever the plan said, right? So we need to make sure that we do that still while we record. We need to make it clear how we're recording that change and how we're working. And again, if finance was there to be a partner of ours during this process, geez, it would be so much easier, right? But we also need to understand that why they're capturing those two things, that they're assetizing your work. So they want to assetize it and so they can depreciate it, and they want to amortize it so they can pay for it over multiple years so that it looks better on the books, really. They also might be using creditors and all sorts of different things. So there's deep reasons why they need to record. And we need to be aware of those, right? Because we can't just go and change whatever we want without any empathy for the system under that we're operating. Their budgets, by the way, when we say annualized budgeting, because they amortize some of this stuff, they have another budget, a thing called the long tail budget, where they may be still amortizing, and it's all covered in their enterprise budgets. They may be still paying for decisions we as Agilists reached 4 years ago today. And if we go and change and say that system's not working for us anymore, it's no longer serving us, they have to adapt to that, and in ways that could be very damaging to the books if we do it without any empathy for that process. So just be aware, recording is an important aspect of what we do, and we can't ignore it when we're choosing what products or services we're delivering, and we can't ignore their need to have it. I argue that finance hasn't even shown up to the game yet, right? Now, I think that's a little unfair. In many organizations that I've been involved with, they are trying their best. But I mean, as a industry, they haven't even shown up. If we can have a look at most functions within the organization, or most major capabilities within an organization, have already developed their business agility acumen to the extent that they can write their own playbooks, right? Or come up with brand new systems. So if we look at purchasing, lean procurement has come along and it's evolving, and it's doing quite a good job, I think, in market to help people recontract and determine how best to engage with their vendors to look for solutions as opposed to meeting specific requirements, right? Production, we've got lean manufacturing, the Toyota production system, amongst many others. You would have heard about many of those. Research and development, we've obviously got all of these different approaches, human-centered design, innovation practices, sales and marketing, agile sales, agile marketing, amongst some other things that are coming out there quite interesting. Human resource management, interesting, right? Agile for HR, Agile HR manifesto. Don't know if I'm a massive proponent of having their own manifesto. However, good on them getting involved and saying, hey, this is for us and we need to help people make this shift. So let's take a position on that. And obviously you've got so many thousands of different frameworks for delivery. I can't even get started on all the different frameworks. And then leadership management 3.0, you've just heard a really good talk on what it is and how it can help. And I'm a massive supporter of that. But when it comes to accounting, the best that's offered up is lean budgeting. And I love lean budgeting, but it's 12 principles. That's all it is. There's no frameworks wrapped around it. I mean, there are some frameworks in, say, SAFE that talk a little bit about how you might be able to do portfolio level budgeting and things like that. But it really only takes care of a very small portion of all of those things we just talked about that finance has to worry about and care about. So there is nothing. Why is it that one of the most important parts of our organization, our finance department, has nothing to support agility in the organization? So that's a concern for me. So I say that the handbrake is on. And it's on from finance, right? So the rest of the organization, they've already caught up. They've started writing their playbooks. They've written manifestos. They're really getting involved. We've got training courses. We've got everything else. But finance isn't there. And the handbrake is on because of annualized budgeting cycles. Even I would argue where we've moved to quarterly budgeting cycles, that's not enough neither, because the market is shifting faster than that. And we learn faster than that as humans. And really great high performance agile teams or lean teams will identify what's going wrong in the hypothesis and want to make adjustments very quickly, much faster than even a quarterly cycle will allow for. They slow an outdated governance. Like many times, when you're putting together a proposal for adjustment in your budgeting, or even just for budgeting in the first place around capitalized programs of work or whatever it might be, you have to go through and do a document that requires you to forecast well in advance things that you can't possibly know, right? Using best guesses, and put a whole lot of effort and cost really into getting your idea approved. And then once you've got that idea approved and you're off and running and you find things need to change, you have to go through a huge amount of change control to try to get your funding changed if the reality turns out to be somewhat different to what you thought it would be when you first asked for the money. So it's slow and it's completely outdated. And I would argue, actually, it's a cost on the business. And yet finance are the ones that are driving that. So I would really love to see them come along and actually help us to solve for some of that. In fact, in some of the organizations we're working at, they have solved for some of that by having things, or at least started down that path, by having things like investment committees, which literally over a conversation over a table could be talking about, well, tell me your idea. Why do you think this is better than any of the other things that we've got in play? What's your order of magnitude deviation from where you think you're going to be? What's the risk, basically? Okay, let's invest in that. They've got an envelope for investment. So there are ways around this, right? Because remember, the budget is just a leather satchel with papers in it, right? So a focus on deliverables over outcomes is where they come from. And of course, that's because they want to ascetize it, right? And they want to amortize it. And so that's a problem, because when we're looking for outcomes, where that means we have to do the work, we as delivery experts have to do the work to identify, well, what are the deliverables we can ascetize and amortize? But to do that, we have to understand finance way better than we currently do. And they also, just let's acknowledge it, do a lot of black magic when they're doing the books. They ascetize things that I'm on deliverables that I don't know that I've actually delivered, but that's okay. They're doing that because they need to do that. Could we work together to try to work that out? There is a direct connection between budgets, targets, and remuneration and benefits. And these things create really poor behavior. Like I have seen, and I'm sure many of us have seen, leaders feeling like they are forced to go down a certain path when the empirical evidence says they shouldn't, because that has been what has been funded, and that is how they will be remunerated or benefited. And so they will blindly go down that path because there's something in it for them, right? And I can't stand it. So I'd love to see finance come along and actually change some of those behaviors by changing the way that they're connecting budgets and targets to remuneration and benefits. That's going to need them to cooperate with HR as well. And then I would say threats and bullying. And I've seen this in so many organizations where you can't do what you know you need to do because they've already baked in the results from last year into this year, or they're baking in the results you've promised for next year already, so that by the time next year comes along, regardless of what actually happened in the real world, you're completely, you have no options but to follow this this budget approach. And I call that threats and bullying, because reality is they're putting that in place. They're taking that money out of that satchel for you because you said, and if you don't deliver on your hypothesis, then you will be punished. And that's threatening and it's bullying, right? Because we can only do the best we can, and we can only look at what's actually happening in the real world once it's happened in the real world, and only then can we truly be understand what's gonna happen and how we should adjust our budget and how we should spend our money and all those other things. But this threats and bullying, it's got to go. Spending to a plan rather than spending towards a goal. We've all heard about that as well. Again, it's this outcome versus output kind of conversation. But why is it the organization and the financial budgeting isn't aiming towards specific end goals and funding those, as opposed to funding capital projects? And this needs to change. Also, it's holding us back because as an organizer, and you've heard of OKRs, you've heard of goal setting frameworks, there's many of them out there, but fundamentally, we as an organization, we should be asked to stretch for something, right? Stretch for something great, not meet a target that's based on a budget, right? Just head for that goal. And we can budget off the back of a minimum expectation we should get out of that. That's good practice. That's good fiduciary responsibility. But if we're exceeding that goal, we shouldn't be saying, well, there's no more money left in the backpack. You can't have any more. You've exceeded your expectations. Fantastic, but stop there. That's holding us back as an organization. What we should be doing is having a meaningful conversation about how it is we've now identified a real opportunity in market, right? How do we take the money from underperforming projects or underperforming goals and put it into this ones where we can double down and improve the return on investment for the whole of the organization and achieve way better than we thought we would when we set that budget in the first place? So that would be fantastic. The break is on right now with the way that finance works. So I get to this idea of, well, what's the missing piece? How can we bridge that gap between the way that we currently operate and the way that we could be operating? And I think that there needs to be some very simple practices that put in place. First of all, I would argue that there is no roadmap to guide the change for finance. There are concepts, right? So if you look at SAFE, or if you look at any number of other, let's just call them articles or blogs or white papers that have been published by even McKinsey, who came up with budgeting in the first place, right? Let's look at those, but they're still conceptual and they're still very amorphic. It's very hard to put your head around, how do I, as a finance manager or a financial controller, how do I make this change in a practical sense? How do I do it safely? Especially if I'm in a publicly listed company where I've already done my forecast for the end of this year. How do I do this in a way that's safe, is going to avoid all of the pitfalls and make sure that that we don't get into serious trouble? Excuse me. There are no training as well for finance to help learn the structures to implement around all of this. You could argue they can go to a SAFE course, but that's, again, it's just conceptual. It doesn't really tell them what they need to change. There's nothing that sort of sits down with them, and there's no accounting principles that are changing. There's no accounting standards. There's no one out there in the chartered accounting world saying, oh, well, this is how Agile works. This is how we need to change things up. There's nothing like that. So it's very hard, especially when, as we all know, finance is working often on a cyclical cycle, as we just discussed, right? They're busy all the time trying to just keep track of, we're making it worse for them, right? And yet we're asking them to keep up with the times and to learn something new and to make changes. So I think that's a real problem for them. And I think we should hold our hands up and give them a hug and tell them that we can help them through this, but they need to partner with us to make that possible. There's no universal library of processes or templates that could replace what they have today. It's not something they can just go to a website and download. There may be some stuff that organizations like Epic or McKinsey or someone could offer them, but realistically, they have to put a lot of faith and trust in those things. Have to do a lot of discovery for themselves to know what they need to do. Sorry. So there are very few, if any, organizations that I think could be described as a role model. They haven't put themselves out there to say that they're a role model. They're not offering their services or advice. And quite often they see any changes that they put in place as a strategic advantage and their secret sauce that they don't want to share. So where do we go to as a finance operator to find out what the gold standard model looks like? There's some people that might do that, but they're not really opening their door. They haven't got time to teach the world how to do things differently. Beyond Budgeting can offer some insights into where those institutions and businesses are, but really it's very hard for them to do that. And I think more importantly, and this is what I'm looking for whenever I do a business agility transformation, is I'm looking for, or even when there's opportunities to go work with someone, man, I would give my left arm to find a CFO who wants to be the first to lead a business agility transformation. I know that sometimes a CFO is the sponsor for business agility, but oftentimes the way that they're sponsoring this is because they're going to cut cost out of the business, or because they want to lean up a particular process, or because there's some kind of a promise and they're just one of many sponsors, some sort of kind of a promise around speed to market or speed to value, whatever it might be. But there's nobody really that I'm aware of anyway, where a CFO has said, I'm going to take this on because actually I truly believe in this business agility stuff. And I think it's going to change the world. Right? I don't know anyone who's going to do that. Yet all of us are passionate. I've got a business in it because I truly do believe it's going to change the world and it will create a better environment for us to work in and an amazing workplace that people love. That's why I do it. But I haven't seen a CFO that's taken that mantle on yet to give it a go. And I think certainly in a more traditional space like finance, they need that CFO, that hero, to stand up and be the first to give it a go and then talk to the world about it and then share what they've learned, create those libraries. That's the opportunity. And I would really love anyone in this audience who's got that relationship with that CFO, who is that person, to please reach out to me. Let me know. I would love just to chew their ear off and find out a little bit more about what they believe in and help others that we're working with take that journey. I'm 10 minutes early, and I did get told today, since I'm the last talk, that if I ended a little bit early, that would be welcomed. So hopefully that has helped. Darren, has there been any questions I can answer?
Yes, there has been. First of all,
Great.
thank you, Rob. That was awesome. I've got a renewed respect for the humble CFO, and I think you've just explained why most of the CFOs I meet are walking around with big eyes and no sleep. And whenever I say let's do an experiment, they're completely freaked out because they've got to asset-ize, amortize, and long tail whatever comes out of it. So thank you for that. That was a great insight. We do have a few questions. Dita, actually, by the way, says, give them a hug. Man, you made my day. So
give them a hug.
CFO lover out there.
Yes, I agree. I think they've got a hard job. Give them a hug.
Give them a hug. So there's a question there from Paul. Paul Stoner, thanks, mate. Has Rob seen any success with Beyond Budgeting and finance showing up?
I have seen people within finance showing up. I was leading the transformation for a long time at a place called Woolies X, which is a retail supermarket in part of a major retail supermarket chain here in Australia. And we had some really forward-thinking financial analysts that were put onto our transformation. We were changing from a channel business to a line of business, and it was great to see these people who came in. I think when they first came in, they came in because the CFO said, go in there and see what these idiots are talking about and make sure that we don't get into trouble. That's kind of the impression I got. But when they were in there, they became passionate evangelists. In fact, one of them, unfortunately, has left that organization, but and to do greater and better things. But she became a passionate evangelist for agile ways of working, and really started to write a bit of almost a playbook. She almost got there, right, to write a playbook on how we could take this on and what it means to finance and the like. And I think that was quite successful. That's one of those organizations, by the way, that I said has implemented a investment committee as opposed to steering committees, and has changed the way that they fund capitalized projects because of the work that she had done. So yes, I have seen organizations, not just Woolies X, but many of those under their brand, as well as other organizations we're working with, try to take on some of that. I've got the paper still that she wrote for them, and I refer to it quite often. So thankfully there are financial analysts and people within the finance team who are keen to take this on. But I do think that they're held back by a part of the organization that's still bound by quite a lot of process governance and quite a lot of regulatory and statutory needs, and they haven't been taking the time to think through this, like be a thought leader in this place. So there are people there, and I hope to see that one individual I was just talking about become a CFO, because I'm pretty sure she'll take it on, and she's on the right track for that. But so yes, there are evangelists out there. Yes, there are really great people that I've loved working with to bring some of this thinking forward, but too little and not enough, and certainly not in most organizations that we've been in. Hopefully that answers.
And be careful what you wish for. You might lose your left arm after all.
Yeah,
there's another
right.
question here from Floor. Do you think that there are some agile practices in traditional finances, like forecasting or cash flow planning?
Do I think that there are what? There
are some
existing...
agile practices in traditional finances, like forecasting and cash flow planning.
Okay, yeah. Well, I think I understand the question. May not, but I'll give it a go. The answer from me is no, pretty categorically. I don't see how in forecasting I'm talking at the enterprise level, right? So down, maybe within the departments where they might have a finance partner or something like that, they might do things a little different. But at an organizational level, I really don't see that they are taking on a lot of the let's just call it the values that the Agile Manifesto purport, or even some of the principles. I don't see them doing that. I think they're quite stuck on the annualized budgeting and forecasting processes, their governance and things like that. Otherwise I probably wouldn't be sitting here talking about where the bloody hell are they, right? So I think though that they're ripe for it, and I do see more and more people being interested in it. In fact, at all of the organizations that we do transformations in, finance is a group of people who often pick up agile practices like the transparency visual management boards. Maybe they'll do some Scrum, so they might even do sprints for their work, and they do the retrospectives, and they do all of these really great things, right? And they've got a continuous improvement practice in place. But I haven't seen them yet turn around and actually say, you know what, I now understand this. I now am being agile, and geez, this stuff that happened that I do over here doesn't make any sense, and let's shift that. And I don't know about a lot of you, but I came from a project management, project governance background. And when I went through and worked out what agile really was to me, I had a paradigm shift in my understanding of the world. And I realized there was a better way to do things. I still love traditional project management for a lot of things, but there was just a better way. I'm yet to see that aha moment, that paradigm shift actually happen with anyone in finance yet. It's not to say it hasn't happened. I'm sure there are beautiful individuals out there that I would love to meet, but I haven't seen it. And this is why I'm confused. How is it that we can be turning the lights on for everybody else, but it hasn't happened yet for finance? What's going on here? What am I getting wrong? How am I not having the right conversations? Hopefully that answered the question.
Thank you. And just two last questions, by the way, because we've got you. One is, can you please share with us the name of the document you talked about?
Yeah, sure. I will send. It is on the back of. In fact, here we go. The document I'm talking about, and it's one of many. There's heaps of different documents out there. I was just referring to this one because I work with Aptio, who is a finance provider, tool provider, and they're really getting into this because they see that there's an issue. And they work with the technology management business management group, and I'm a member there. And basically they've built this paper called Evolving Technology Planning and Funding Models for Business Agility. You can click on the link here, which will be available, I think, after this session, and have a look at that. There's a lot of great information through the TBM Council talking about management and problems, and there's a lot of things in there that talks about, for example, long tail budgeting being a problem, expense management being a problem, the governance being like things changing so rapidly within an organization that we're missing all of those other aspects that they need to take care of, and we're ignoring those as agilists. So there's a lot of good stuff in there. Go and have a look and read through the documents that they present. Interesting insights. And it's giving me a whole nother perspective on this world of finance that honestly, as agilists, we ignore because we just want to get on with delivering value. By the way, value is really poorly understood, and finance are the ones that I would hope would give us that definition. But how finance define value and how we might define value can sometimes be extremely different. And there's some really good use cases in this document about that. And if we don't understand value, then we don't see eye to eye, right? We just can't see eye to eye with the organization that's tracking value as an enterprise.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Rob. Hashtag hug a CFO. You heard it first here. The slides, you'll be able to see them hopefully in the YouTube feed if you want to go back and reflect on some of the things that have been said today. So thank you for that. And I would like to thank all of our talks so far. For Rob, obviously, Melanie, Marc, Lisa, thank you for giving up your time and sharing your beautiful brains with us and helping us become better through the experience. I really appreciate it. I'm now going to pass the facilitator mantle across to Kumo. Is he there? And we'll leave him to take over the next part of our roadshow. So
thanks,
thank you
Darren.
and
It was
goodbye.
really great having you as a facilitator. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Although if we haven't got another facilitator, don't leave us yet.
That's right. I'll just stay on the screen. I can show some videos if we need them.
Well, I'm going to do my talk. I think I'm scheduled for 3 minutes ago, so I'm going to get started soon. So don't leave us, guys.
Right.
We're about to get started.
I guess I could just reintroduce you.
I think we may have to do that. Let me call up my slides so that and by the way, we did have a question on the when I did this 3 hours ago, and Darren, I have created a couple of slides with the answer for what do senior leaders find is the most difficult adjustment. So what I'll do is I'll explain those 2 slides in here, and then you can direct the people who asked that question to this recording if you like, because that might help them.
Fantastic. I will do that. And thank you for being so agile and responsive. It looks
No
like Kumo is online now. So Kumo, are you there and ready to receive the microphone?
I'm here, Darren. Just give me 1 second. I just had a power outage, so everything just went down. Just got to get myself situated again.
No worries. It was going so well for such a short period of time there.
You know, I was so excited to start, and then out of nowhere, just load shedding hit me, and then everything just went down. So I just had to set up the UPS and get ready. So, hello everybody. How you guys doing today?
Better than you in that we have power.
Hey, I heard the UK is having its own issues, so you know, can't be that smug, Melanie. Your time will come.
No, never smug. I lose internet about 3 times a week in the office that I work in. So they've got massive problems with everything challenging, every mesh challenging every other mesh. So it does drive us around the twist. So trust me, I'm well aware of how bad this can be.
Sounds like me yesterday, definitely, because we had power outages and there as well. Just Wi-Fi went down and everything. But before we begin, let me just give a quick greeting to everybody. You know, welcome everybody. I'm very glad to invite you all to the Agnostic Agile 2022 conference. Like a number of you guys, I assume you must be very new to Agile. I'm only 23, so that wouldn't be too much of a surprise. And I was born in South Africa, born and raised here, and I studied accounting at the University of the Witwatersrand here. So over the last 2 months, I've gone to speak to a number of great minds who you'll be interacting with today. I quite enjoyed myself in those talks and I learned quite a bit as well. So I'm hoping you guys will feel the same way by the end of this conference, all right? Before we get into our first speaker, though, which will be Melanie, I'd like to show some appreciation for our sponsors. First off, we have EXIN, which is also known as the Independent Examination Institute for Digital Skills. EXIN has certified nearly 3 million people in over 165 countries. Currently, it's focusing on responding to modern market trends with certifications such as digital transformation officers, agile business professionals, Verisum, etc. Their latest development would be Astride, which is a complementary competency assessment tool based on the European Digital Competence Standards. Next up, we also have True Agile, also known as the Institute for Agility and Innovation. True Agile is the only Meta Institute for Agility and Innovation that believes in Agnostic Agile. They offer a broad range of Agile certifications based on the manifesto and its principles rather than one single method in order to gain true agility. Next up, we got Desire, which is celebrating its 25th year as a technology company now. They're focused since 2011 on incorporating agile practices, both in company and development team levels. It's been an Atlassian partner since 2007, and it's currently focused on the application of business agility in the digital transformation processes in real-world settings. We then have Agile Heroes, which is one of the leading agile transformation companies in Germany. They offer consulting, training, and online tools. Next up is the Agile Business Consortium, which is a not-for-profit professional body for business agility, and they're now in their 25th year as well. Their mission is to lead, promote, and enable business agility worldwide. Our last sponsor will be TomorrowX, and they've created what they believe to be the next generation of software delivery tools and practices. Connected Agile, with their composable software factory toolset at its core, is positioned as the next major iteration of agile delivery because it significantly accelerates an organization's agile journey. Connected Agile offers an alternative way in which working solutions are created faster and are more likely to meet all the changing business requirements compared to traditional Agile and other non-Agile methodologies. You can find out more about them on their website at tomorrowx.com if you'd like. And now for our first speaker, Melanie Franklin. She's one of the founders of the Continuous Change community, which has been active for 2 years now. She was the CEO of Agile Change Limited for 11 years, a company that she owns, might I add, and she's currently the director of. She's also one of the founders of Agnostic Agile, and I can't imagine just how proud she is of the work her and her fellow founders have accomplished during that time. Now, I know you guys in here come here to hear me speak, so I'm going to hand it over to her.
Thank you. I can't believe how long ago it is since Sam Zawadi and I talking on the Strand in London near the Savoy Hotel about how important a more agnostic approach to Agile actually was, because I work in the senior leader space and in the team managers, line managers, middle managers who don't have anything to do with a lot of the development work. They are at the sharp end of actually working with customers, delivering services to customers. So often Agile was something that IT did over there. And we might have our Scrum methodologies. We might be using the Agile PM from the Agile Business Consortium, one of our sponsors. But they didn't connect with any of those methodologies. But it was the principles behind an agile approach, whether or not you're less Scrum or safe, it doesn't matter. It was the principles and the way of thinking. Agile is a behavior. It's about how we prioritize what we do. It's about how we come to an agreement about, well, what will I do first? What will I do next? There's a very different way of working with Agile. And I think Sam and I, when we were talking, was it doesn't matter what the methodology is. And we found lots of like-minded people around the world who felt the same way. And I'm just really glad that this continues even a few years later. We've got some great sponsors today as well, which is really impressive. What I'm going to be talking about is the human aspect of adopting Agile. By the way, for those of you who just come on at this point to hear me, just before me was Robert Gaunt talking about, again, another human response to Agile, which was that the finance function hasn't shown up yet for Agile. I would also argue the procurement function hasn't shown up yet for Agile. So this is important for any of us who have to try and take others with us on the Agile journey. The thing about Agile is that it's a team sport. We can't be Agile on our own. One of the fundamentals is that we collaborate. Well, you can't collaborate if you're on your own. And it also makes me think in terms of this behavioral piece that, I mean, I remember when the State of Agile report was done by, well, version 1 was the original brand name of the organization. And, it's been 15 odd years. And we're about to see the publication of the 16th State of Agile report. What interests me is that even though the numbers are getting slightly better, organizational culture at odds with Agile values and general organizational resistance to Agile are still in the top 3, always. Year on year. So we know that this people side, the behavioral side, which is a psychological and emotional thing, is still going to be a big blocker. And that's really what I want to talk about today. So let's have a think. First of all, let's think about us. We're over here on the right-hand side. Agile makes perfect sense to us. It makes logical sense. Why wouldn't you work in an incremental way? Why would you try to plan everything up front? There are so many things changing around us that as soon as I try to plan everything up front for the next, I don't know, 18 months, 2 years, well, that just seems ridiculous, doesn't it? Because we just don't know where the world is going to go next. What are going to be the biggest pressures? It brings me to a story about how fast things change. This time last year, I was working with an organization. We just published a 3-year strategy. So we'd spent basically July, August, September, with really big brains, by the way, these people have, pulling together what the organization was going to do over the next 3 years. So we launched that at the beginning of October. In March, I sat down with a cup of coffee one Saturday morning and had a read through of it and noticed that about 20% of it was no longer valid. I've read it again only a couple of weeks ago and found that really another 30% of it's no longer valid. That just shows, doesn't it, in only 1 year of this 3-year strategy, so much of it has been knocked off course by events. I think we all innately understand that. That's probably why we've got up early to attend this conference. So we're over on the right-hand side, enjoying the benefits of working in a more agile way so that we can respond to changes and we can incorporate the latest ideas and feedback into what we're doing. We've got to remember, though, that a lot of people that we are working with, this is nothing to do with them in their minds anyway. They're over on the left-hand side. They've got no awareness, no involvement. So I'm just highlighting here that effectively what we have to do is we have to take people on a journey. This is a journey of change. When we ask people to stop doing what they do right now and to start doing something new and different, this is the change that we're going to take them on. The way that I conceive this change, this is a behavioural change life cycle. There are lots of these models around because, to be honest, this is a psychological and emotional journey. It's driven by our understanding of how the brains work. So there's neuroscience in here. And you can go back 50, 60 years and you can see the idea of this transition being all about, you know, the Kubler-Ross grief curve, for example. You can look at 30 years ago, Professor William Bridges started to talk about how do we transition from old to new ways of working. You know, it's all about how do we make this happen. So I want to talk you through these steps. Just making sure that I'm going to be left alone. I know we're being recorded. I'm just trying to get peace and quiet in my family house. Always the pressure of working from home, right? So the first step that we have to do is get people's interest. And what I mean by that is that we are creating some kind of awareness. We want to keep this factual. We want to really explore exactly what's going to happen. What are we asking of people? What exactly will they have to do differently as far as an agile approach is concerned? So this is where we start to talk about things like the principles of agile, how we as a team might work, what we might need from them. The key thing when it comes to how you take people on this journey is that you don't oversell and you don't sell too early. When we are making people aware that we're moving to a new way of working, and I'm often at the sharp end of people telling me, oh, they told us we're going to be doing it agile, I don't know what that is. You can hear the shock in people's voices. There's a surprise, oh, I don't know what's going on. When the brain is shocked, when something unexpected happens, the brain's ability to process information, I'm afraid, gets a little less. We lose a few IQ points temporarily, but we become a little bit more stupid when we are shocked. Brains are pattern recognition machines. And anytime the pattern changes, the brain goes, oh, this is serious. What are we doing? What are we doing? Oh God, panic mode. And that's when you can't take in lots of information. So knowing how the brain works, don't oversell. It's too early. Just stick with the interest piece, first of all. Get people aware, give your reasoning, explain why we're trying to change. You've got the backup when you've got people aware of the scope of what you're doing to get them engaged, to talk about the benefits, the advantages, the improvements that they will see. If you do that too early, the problem is that people just can't hear you and it's wasted effort. But also it sounds a bit desperate because people are going, no, I'm not ready for that yet. So you're overselling. So positivity is about trying to get people to see that what we're asking them to do and to engage with us and to take part in any of our agile initiatives will actually give them some advantages. But there's no point unless we've got the interest first. So interest leads to positivity. Positivity leads to participation. Participation is when people start having a go. They start working with us, basically. They start to get involved. They start to have their own experiences. And in doing so, they start to make this new way of working, this new way of thinking to be real. So when Robert was talking about the finance function hasn't shown up yet, what it tells me is that we haven't led the finance function through this. They are, if they're anywhere, that they're at the interest stages. There are the odd couple of people that talk about positivity and participation, but, you know, frankly, they're still very much at the early stages. We haven't got them on this journey yet. One of the things about this journey is that it is, well, there's a lot of fear associated with change. Doing something different exposes me to the chance that I'll get it wrong, that I'll look stupid, that I'll be humiliated, or that I'll have the problem of having to put mistakes right. So when it comes down to it, keeping that positivity and therefore keeping that participation going, one of the things we have to create is this resilience, this ability to keep going despite the challenges and fears. So there's something in here about our ability to create that resilient environment, that ability to keep going. And if we do, then we have shifted people's experience. And now they're with us in terms of the enjoying the benefits and the logic and the advantages of working in this new and different way. This is the cycle that we're taking them through. And this really is the transition that people go through. Because when people become aware that they have to work differently and therefore, well, what they were doing may be no longer fit for purpose, then there is that dip in performance because, well, you know, the brain hurts when it's trying to do something new and different because you're having to stop yourself doing things you would normally do and you have to try stuff out that you haven't done before. As human beings, we instinctively understand this, which is why we tend to procrastinate when asked to do something different. It's why we find change hard. There is a natural inbuilt resistance to change simply because we understand it's not going to be easy. It's going to place real calls on our energy and our effort. So this is the cycle that we're trying to take people through. And I wanted to give you a few techniques for maybe how we do that. If anybody wants to put questions in the Q&A at any point, do so. Kumo is going to be reading them and he can always interrupt me. If I'm not making any sense or you want some clarity on anything that's being said, feel free. Yeah. So I want to get people interested. I want to get them aware of what we're doing. So one of the things I'm battling is that fear factor. Oh, this is different. Oh, this is new. This is a risk. So what am I going to do? Well, simply put, when I discuss in very factual, rational ways, what exactly we're expecting people to do in an agile way of working, I think I'm making a great case. I think I'm making sense. Problem is that what happens is that people will catastrophize. They will overinflate all the negatives. Partly because as human beings, it's one of the things that's kept us alive. We are very good at catastrophizing because when we see all the risks and all the difficulties, we can take early steps to protect ourselves. So at the end of the day, I know that this is what's happening, that what I'm asking that seems very reasonable in my head, the message that other people are getting is, this is gonna upend everything I'm doing. Oh, this is gonna delay everything. Oh, this is gonna make things so much more complicated. It's a natural reaction. What I want to do is kind of bring it down a bit. I might not be able to get rid of all the risks and difficulties, but I do want to bring it down a little bit. Yeah. So how do I do this? Now, what I'm about to show you is a classic technique, really simple to use, but actually it hurts a little bit. It's easy to explain, it's harder to do, but let's give it a go. Whenever I talk about working in a more agile way, so we're going to be working incrementally and iteratively. We're going to be working in short bursts. We're going to be having retrospective to look back and see how we've done. We're going to use that feedback into the next sprint. All of these things seem fairly reasonable, but every time I mention them, what people hear from me is that that's going to disrupt their current routines, their current habits. It's going to interrupt, the smooth running of their lives. And it introduces the fear of, oh, well, I don't know how to do that. And what's that going to do to me? How do I minimize that? Well, it's a basic lesson when it comes to change. And one we forget a lot is that instead of talking about the change and making that the complete focus of what we're discussing, why don't we talk about what remains the same? Because every time I talk about things that will not change, I'm reassuring people. I'm giving them a sense of certainty because they're able to tap back into their current routines. So if I'm talking to a sponsor about working in a more agile way, I'll say, well, you're still going to hear progress. You're going to hear progress maybe in a slightly different way because you're going to be invited to demonstrations where you can actually see what's being created already. You can have an experience of it. So there is an improvement to the progress information you're going to get. To be honest, it's going to be more real than me saying, these are all the things my team have done. That traditional approach where I look at a Gantt chart and I tick off all the things we've done and I present that as my progress. Well, this time you're going to get progress, but you're actually going to be able to see it, touch it, engage with it. So I'm putting out the message. You still get that progress information that you need, but I'm putting it in a way that highlights that it will be new and improved as well. So I give the reassurance but also being able to talk a little bit about what the actual change is. I've been doing this for many years and I know how impactful it is when I talk about what will remain the same. When I'm trying to take a line manager and their team through the idea that we're going to be working on an agile project, part of what you're going to be doing is we're creating this new platform in a very agile way. You're going to be experiencing that in a very iterative, incremental way, and you're going to be using that to create new ways of working. And that all sounds a little bit horrendous. What I want to be talking about is, but first things first, you're still servicing the same customers. You're still providing the same services, the same products. You're working with the same teams that you're working in now. It might be you're working in the same location. You're working with the same data. We can always find a huge number of things that will remain the same. And when we do that, the balance changes from this being a massive threatening change to being, oh, a few changes over here and all this remains the same. This is just a way of psychologically reframing what it is we're asking of people by concentrating on the known certainties that they have right now, reminding them, drawing them back to the things that will not change. It's simple enough to do, but it's something we can prepare for. I don't go into any meeting without making, like I have done on the right-hand side of this slide, just jotting down a few areas which will probably remain the same. The reason I'm just jotting down a few ideas is because there's another basic rule of taking anybody through the behavioural change life cycle, is that actually you need them to lead themselves through it. So the thing that I'm thinking about is ask, don't tell. as far as the brain is concerned, one of the things it does rather brilliantly is when we have our own thoughts and ideas, when we express those thoughts and ideas, we become quite emotionally attached to them because our brain is acting like an amazing cheerleader, gets the pom-poms on and goes, "You're brilliant, that's awesome, you're amazing," every time we articulate something. So what I want to do is I want to do a little bit of homework about the things that remain the same, but I want to facilitate that conversation. So I want to ask people, what do you think are the differences? What do you think this agile transformation means? So what do you think's in scope? What will change? But more importantly, what are all the things that it will not affect that can continue running exactly as they run now? And by getting people to do that articulation, they hear themselves say all the things that remain the same. They can self-soothe, they can self-heal, if you like. And that's far more impactful than me sort of wagging a finger and telling them what's going to remain the same. So it's sort of understanding how our brains work that really helps us engage effectively in what it is we're trying to achieve. What is it that's different then? I've got to illustrate what's going to be changing. And as I said, I work a lot with managers who are, if you like, the recipients of agile initiatives, because we've decided to digitize something. Now, what that means is that we might be using AI, we might be building new apps, a new platform. We're creating, if you like, a tangible change. The people that I'm working with, who we need to take on this agile journey, we want to collaborate with them because they are the other half of the picture. Because I'm creating the tangible change here, but they have got to create the new ways of working. So they have to redesign the processes, the policies and standards that govern those processes, the performance metrics that evaluate how much work is being done, how much that's actually costing us, are we making money? So when we talk about in Agile, a one-team culture, for me, it's really simple. It makes sense that we want to collaborate together, that actually there's quite a lot of space in between us where we work together. So building that relationship, what I want to do is I want to understand perhaps, and therefore reframe what people feel working in an agile way is going to cause them problems. What are they losing? And therefore, maybe how can I reframe that to reassure them that maybe the loss isn't as big as they think it is? And as I said, in my earlier session, I did have a question about the biggest loss that senior managers are fearful of. So I'm going to get on and talk about that in just a moment. So the first couple of losses are connected. When it comes to a Gantt chart, we tend to talk about a complete solution. So I'm going to go on, and I've put a couple of extra slides in here that hopefully will help. There's a traditional initiative, project, or at the program level. We've gathered all of the ideas, all of our requirements have been established before we start anything. And what this Gantt chart represents is basically me pulling together a logical flow of all of the interdependencies between that work. So I'm looking for the critical path, if you like. What comes first? What comes next? Of course, we know this probably is no longer fit for purpose because it kind of implies that I can make those decisions because nothing around me is going to change. And we know that's a fallacy, right? But this goes to the heart of what concerns senior managers the most. Even though I can say to them, look, we've gathered all the requirements up front and I pulled together this plan, but can I just say, and I was global head of project and program management for a few years for some investment banks. So I've been in these meetings numerous times. And I will say, look, there is a Gantt chart there. And at the end of it, we're going to hand over a complete solution, not an iterative solution, a complete solution. You'll get everything you asked for. But can I just say that the plan, the further along that Gantt chart we go, frankly, the bigger the lie I'm telling, because it's based on so many assumptions. And underlying that assumption is that nothing else will change. And that's probably not true. And even though I tell them that this is actually a lie, and I'm thinking of a chief executive who was in the news only this week, transferring business from father to son. And I just remember being in that particular boardroom where they basically acknowledged that what I was saying made sense, but it's great because we can see what we're getting. And it was that complete solution that they were signing off on, and that they have to cost, and they have to think about the revenue coming in from. So this is incredibly attractive. We have to give them a different path and say, well, actually, the thing is, this is how they see Agile, whether you call them iterations or increments, whether or not you break those up into individual sprints. What happens is, early on in my initiative, I can talk about a known deliverable that's going to come up. Maybe I'm going to run 4 sprints, and in 8 weeks' time, you're going to get this thing. And I can talk about that known deliverable, and they can tick that off, and there's a certainty there, and that's all fantastic. The problem is that when it comes to deliverables, the features and functions, I'm not going to tell you any more than that, really, because as we know, the whole point of Agile is not to plan everything in detail all the way along, because that doesn't open me up to feedback. It doesn't open me up to new things that are happening in the business environment that I might want to include or exclude. It doesn't give me any flexibility, which is at the heart of Agile. And that's their biggest fear. Because really the fear is, what am I getting for all this effort? Where's it going? And I think we can offer this certainty, and we can overcome this biggest fear. Really simply, what I tend to do is, instead of talking about the complete solution, I talk about the capability that the organization will have when I have run all of my changes. So whatever initiative I'm working on, whatever the tangible changes we're creating, what I can do is I can take people through this. Well, look, you'll be able to do this that you can't do at the moment. You'll be able to, your customers will be able to do this for themselves. Your staff will no longer be working in that manual way. We will have automated these things. How? I don't know exactly. I don't know all of the functionality that we're going to provide, because things will come up as we go. But the result of what we're doing, now that I can talk about, the outcome that I'm going to create for you, the capability that the organization will have in the future, that I can talk about. So I think there's something in here around actually how do we reframe what people are getting as a result of more agile working. So if I just go back to this, what I'm replacing the loss of the complete solution, instead I'm replacing it with that description of the end goal. This is what our organization will be able to do, or this is the service we're going to be able to offer customers, or this is how we're going to be able to run our global supply chain. I talk about what the capabilities are, and I talk about what the business benefits are of that. And I move the conversation away from the features and functionality, and I get people back to the bigger picture stuff. And there's a massive advantage for us as well, because in doing that, I am moving managers to talk about business value and how the business operates, which is their bread and butter. That's where they are thinking all the time. And I'm going to get useful feedback from them, as opposed to them trying to come up with lower level detailed specifications and requirements for things that they don't really understand and shouldn't really be talking about anyway. Let us get on with the specialties. They keep to the business, the commercial priorities that we need to hear about. And that's something that I've had amazing success on. That's what's been really different. And it's connected with this one as well. Instead of talking about, when it comes to deliverables, they feel that they're losing that opportunity for requirements. I'm saying, no, Let's have a much better discussion about what does the business need to be able to do. So let's talk not about requirements for features and functionality. Let's talk about commercial abilities. And when we talk about you're able to do something, you can always talk about, well, and is this something the customer will pay for us being able to do? Does the customer want us to be able to do that thing? So if you like, instead of the mechanisms of what we're creating on the left, we're talking much more about the experiences, the results of, the outcomes from what it is that we do. And in that way, we get people on board with us. When it comes to the engagement, as I mentioned already, sponsors can sometimes have this fear factor that, you know, that when it comes to Agile, there are an awful lot of myths out there, like there's no plan. There's no progress reporting. Well, that we know that's not true. What we're saying is actually we're going to replace some steering committee presentations that we might have been dragged to in the past with actual engagement, human to human contact. Come and join us at any Scrum meeting. You know, you can see us in action. Hey, we're going to replace our progress reporting with actual physical demonstrations of what we're doing, so that you can engage with it, you can really see it, and you can add your own comments to it. You can give us your practical experience of it. So yeah, we're changing things. We're changing things in a big way. And another thing that I think we have to address up front is that one of the losses is that you wouldn't think Big Bang approach would be a loss, but it is, because if you're managing an awful lot of staff at the sharp end of a customer experience, knowing that you're sort of galvanizing them up to, we're going to switch from this to this on this day, and everybody's sort of geared up for the switch and everybody's sort of focused on it. But you do know when you make that switch, the thing you're switching on has got all the features and functionality you were expecting, and it's the complete solution. Then you know that you're managing your staff through that one change that everybody can talk about and focus on. Agile's got itself a very bad reputation because people feel like it's change overload, change fatigue, because we're constantly drip feeding change into them, and then they have to make all these adjustments in their ways of working. We need to talk about the fact that those changes are smaller, and therefore they are easier to adjust to. And that there's an opportunity to feed back that if some of those changes aren't delivering what we'd hoped, it's not all embedded in some massive deliverable that nobody can unpick, that actually people have a chance to shape things and we can put things right much earlier in the cycle. So again, it's all about how do I reframe things? This is, at the end of the day, I'm taking people through a human experience of change, that behavioral change life cycle. When it comes to the interest piece, I want to be talking about what's scope, what's excluded, what's going to remain the same, in other words. When I'm talking about positivity, I am talking here about reframing potential negatives or assumed negatives from the world of Agile, and actually going, no, it's not going to be as bad as you think. Actually, there's a lot of advantages to this. I think you're actually going to enjoy this way of working. But the point is that if we are to work collaboratively, I think we have to break out from some of our patterns and accept that, to be honest, working in an Agile way isn't enough. We also have to work at taking others with us. And I think that as I come towards the end of this talk, this is the thing that I want to put on the table, that we are ambassadors of our way of working, because it might be more than 20 years since Ari and his friends were putting together the Agile Manifesto. But actually, there's an awful lot of people that they're very much at the beginning of that journey. No awareness, no interest. So I think we still have to act as tour guides. We have to act as ambassadors and champions of the way we work and take others with us. And if I just go to this model, knowing that I'm taking them through this behavior change life cycle, I've talked about that rational explanation of Agile to begin with. What changes in the way that we work our colleagues will experience? What's the scope of what will be different? What are the reasons for it? Very factual. Then getting into more of the emotional piece, venting the losses, identifying the benefits very much at a personal level, getting people to tell you what they think could be an advantage. Again, it's all ask, don't tell, isn't it? But the thing that we're looking to achieve here is that those things are essential, but we can make a huge difference. One of the things that neuroscience tells us, and this is what I've been studying for the last 8 years, is the power of us as human beings. We can multiply for good or bad what it is that we're doing. So if I want more people to come with me on the journey, then effectively I can act as a multiplier in terms of their willingness to participate. That increases over time because of my credibility, the fact that I'm a trustworthy person and I'm empathetic. So let's just unpick those for a moment. The fact that you've shown up today is a part of your credibility, and I encourage you hugely to shout about it. To just put a post on LinkedIn to say that you went to this thing. It will always be there on your LinkedIn profile, don't forget. But to actually just share the logo, say, I went to this, I invested some of my time. Even if you just turned up for my talk, whether or not you went to others, you invested at least an hour, maybe more, in hearing new thoughts, new ideas. You continually build your expertise. We do have to, I think, reassure people. The fact is that we know what we're doing. So enhancing our credibility isn't showing off. It's actually an incredibly helpful, reassuring thing. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, is a very reassuring message. Trustworthiness. I did over 400 interviews on trustworthiness when I wrote the Agile Change Management Handbook. And what was really interesting is that above everything, if you need to build trust, do what you said you would do when you said you would do it. There's a huge amount about reliability and trust. So if you want to be trustworthy, do that. And empathy, well, I think we've covered an awful lot of that today, because it is about talking about what is the experience, what are the fear factors of those that we're taking with us, what do they think they are losing, how can we reframe that? But the empathy piece starts by walking in their shoes and trying to understand how disruptive this agile approach might be to them, because it's not something they do at the moment. How much fear this might generate. That's what being empathetic is all about. So at the end of the day, we can multiply the positive impact of this journey we're asking people to go on with our credibility, with our trustworthiness, and our empathy. I hope you found a little bit of insight onto the neuroscience of behavior change, and a little bit about the model of the behavioral change life cycle interesting. I spend my life doing this. I spend my life talking people through that behavioral change life cycle and giving them loads of neuro hacks, little brain shortcuts that make us more persuasive and more engaging, and therefore more likely to take our colleagues with us on the journey. That's my area of interest. That's what I'm passionate about. If you are interested to, just get hold of me. Meanwhile, I'm here for any questions that you might have. I know we've got to get back on track time-wise.
Unfortunately, Melanie, I don't think we'll have time for questions right now. But I do think people will be able to connect with you with the links you've provided here, just to reach out to. I have a few questions of my own, so I might ask you after the conference and everything. But for now, unfortunately, I'll have to move on to our next speaker.
No worries. Thank you very much.
Next speaker for today, guys, will be Siourthas. So Demi has been in the software delivery industry for 25 years now. So we have a lot of quarter centuries going around in the agile space these days. He's been an IT program manager for the past 15 years. For the past 15 years, been a delivery consultant, actually. He has been involved in countless transformation initiatives with small teams as well as large organizations. He's been a founder in several startups, has been a professional musician, amateur astronomer, amateur philosopher, and is the head of the Connected Agile Academy at Tomorrow X, which, if you remember, is one of our sponsors today. In his talk today, Dimi will be showing us how an agile delivery is no longer the slowest part of an agile transformation. Dimi, on to you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Kumo, for the lovely introduction. And hello to the Agnostic Agile community, and welcome to this year's conference. It's really great to see this community grow from all aspects. So a big congrats to Sam, Ari, Jero, and everyone else involved. And thank you for pulling it all together. And also it was really great to see some of the presenters who are my old colleagues from Epic Agile. So hello to everyone. So, you know, I really love the Agile Manifesto quote on software delivery, the one that says that, you know, we are uncovering better ways of developing software by doing it and by helping others to do it. And I really believe it too. In fact, telling people what I'm about to tell you today is one of my favorite things to do, because I am a change and improvement person at heart, and I love fixing things. So let me just deal with a few definitions for a moment. So when I refer to an agile transformation, it's more of a business agility thing, as has been the case with all the previous speakers. So that, you know, relating to achieving customer purpose or organizational purpose. And when I refer to software or agile delivery or technology delivery, I'm referring to the information technology that people create and invest in and use to be more productive in their business. So on the one hand, we have agile transformations as the broader term, and agile delivery that sort of feeds into that transformation as an enabler. Today, I want to tell you about a huge step forward in the area of agile delivery, and one that allows us to finally say agile delivery is no longer the slowest part of an agile transformation. The reason why is that we now have one toolkit that people can use to design, build, test, deploy, run, and support technology solutions. A tool that enables the collaboration between the requester and the builder to take place live, in real time even. This toolkit allows a team to expand the scope of the term solution from referring to technology only to include the actual human experience of change itself that Melanie spoke of earlier. I know this because I do it all the time, and I hope to show you how to do it too. So the reason this is different to what we know today is that the delivery tool landscape that I've got on the screen now is the one that most organizations base their DevOps activities on. And this has always required multiple tools to develop and operate software solutions. And this image is getting a little bit old now. I think it's been 5 years, and 5 years in tech is a very long time. So here's one that's a little bit better from last year, but there's still many of the same brands and many of the same ways of doing things. So there really not much has changed in years in terms of the underlying architecture of how we deliver technology solutions. The go-to default way of doing it is still with many, many tools. And then you also need to multiply that situation by the proliferation of IT systems, cloud platforms, and data sources, because depending on the tool that's in use, each IT system requires specific instances or accounts on most of these tools. Each system needs its own sort of pipeline or path to production. And I'm not trying to judge anyone here. I'm just simply describing the reality of the spaghetti architecture challenge that has evolved over the years and that is facing organizations. You know, I think that over the years, all this is emergent. No one really knows what the state of affairs is going to be in 10 years' time. And I'm sure no one knew that we would be here 20 years ago. So as the situation stands, though, we have multiple tools. We have multiple owners of these tools. We have multiple teams to set up and run the tools. and multiple backlogs to make sure that the tools are doing what the IT systems need them to do. And we haven't even started talking about what staff and customers need in order to serve their needs and to transform. It is truly very difficult, slow and risky and expensive, I might add, to coordinate changes in such environments. You see, from the perspective of this type of ecosystem, agile transformations are just another source of change requests. And all the changes go into prioritization, as Rob was saying before, annual planning and quarterly planning. It's always got to do with that prioritization. Where is the capacity going to be allocated, right? So all these changes go into prioritization for alignment, and you never get all the changes your transformation needs anyway. The only other way to align technology delivery to a transformation is what some companies do, which is to include technology as part of the transformation itself. And we'll look at some of the unique challenges in that option too later on. Really, I take my hat off to authors of these types of diagrams because their research allows us to take a step back and view this at a higher level to grasp the systemic issues in delivery and to deal with them. So with a single toolkit, agile delivery can now be done by one person. This speed boost enables tech delivery to work in step as part of the agile transformation, not simply responding to projects or numbered tickets or one-off change requests, and not having to replace the entire IT stack, which is what some agile transformations try to do. This all applies in smaller organizations too, who start off with perhaps an online subscription to their website or their customer service system, and then have to rebuild their platform as they grow and outgrow their systems. Today, I'd like to introduce you to Connected Agile. Connected Agile is the methodology that we have developed at TomorrowX to help people work together using the TomorrowX composable software factory, which is an all-in-one toolkit that Connected Agile teams use to develop and operate software solutions. So Connected Agile is a way of working developed specifically for the different technology at the core of the team. The toolkit solves problems differently and therefore requires a different way of working, and we call this way Connected Agile. For a bit of background, the TomorrowX composable software factory is an all-in-one cohesive toolkit that the Connected Agile teams use to develop, test, and operate all kinds of different solutions. It is a visual tool that has been designed to eliminate delays in all aspects of software development. Today, I'm not going to focus too much on the software factory itself, but rather what it enables for individuals, teams, and organizations. I am happy to continue discussions with anyone interested after the conference. For now, you just need to know that it is a toolkit that is a new technological core at the center of Connected Agile, and that Connected Agile is all about how a team uses this toolkit to release working software and satisfy business requirements. And if you're trying to picture this in an existing organization, try not to think of Connected Agile as a replacement, because it's not. Instead, think of it as a way to satisfy requirements by working with data and interactions using existing systems and data sources. In large and complex environments, the solutions can act like a strong superglue that sets really quickly and acts as a transformation enabler by delivering that connected experience or that customer on a page view that would take years for regular IT to deliver. On how it's applied, Connected Agile enables people who don't know how to write a line of code, but who do know what customers, solutions, and functionality look like, to very rapidly see if something has value or to provide feedback and insights that may yield future value. In terms of the ways of working that it enables, there are no handoffs in Connected Agile, and this is perhaps the most exciting thing about it. Connected Agile team members follow the development activities in real time via a projector or a screen share, and participate, contribute, course correct, or value add as the solution takes place. This enables the discussion about requirements and design, the solution decisions, the development and testing activities to occur in very small, sharp cycles. The greatest benefit from Connected Agile is the speed to get the job done. That is, to get the working software solutions released for use and to enable that human change that we were referring to earlier. These Connected Agile teams that we're seeing on the screen are solving problems right there together in real time. The toolkit is visual in nature, as you can see on the screen there. So requesters, product owners, SMEs, analysts actually enjoy being able to participate in the development of the solution and contribute their expertise in real time and not as part of a separate testing phase, weeks after the fact, or seeing the outputs in a showcase. All this can now happen live. You can think of it as iterations where the weeks are more like hours. All right, so let me tell you a bit about the Connected Agile team and the roles. So although many of the concepts are based on Agile concepts like small chunks of work, iterations, visualization, and prioritization, everything about Connected Agile is leaner. The number of team roles, the number of people needed, the number of tools used, the level of reuse, the risk reduction, the speed of deployments and the size of deployments, and the conversations that it enables. This is just agility on a completely different level. Creating enterprise technology solutions is complex, skilled, and highly creative work. And the software factory makes the technological aspects of this more efficient, productive, through the reusable visual components instead of lines of code. Connected Agile builds upon this to make the human side of it more organized, productive, and satisfying. And Connected Agile removes much of the team ambiguity through clearer roles that are defined around the knowledge and skills and the experience needed for a team to create and operate a digital solution with the Connected Agile platform. So Connected Agile can be used to create all types of technology solutions, from user apps with human interfaces to plumbing type solutions where more data transformations and migrations that have no user interface. So there may be particular skills or knowledge that are needed as inputs for the team. But for a typical human usable solution, the roles are as follows. And these roles can be satisfied by one or two people if they have the skills and the knowledge to do the job. So the first role is the ex-composer, and this role is central to the Connected Agile team, and it's the only role that actually programs using the composable software factory. All the other roles exist to support the ex-composer with programming and deploying working solutions as quickly as possible. And the ex-composer has typically been a full stack developer. Next, we have a value stream enabler. And this is a multidisciplinary role responsible for the setup and operation of the technical and the data environment that the solution operates in. And the primary purpose is the removal of technical data and other environment issues that might be blocking the team's progress, including access to data. Next, we have the experience designer, and this role applies lean UX practices to help the team with defining customer journeys and to design the digital experience. Next, we have the product owner, and this role really represents the customer, or ideally is the customer, who has the authority to make product decisions and priority calls. And in a corporate environment, the product owner would be the expert in the business domain and a subject matter expert for the internal enterprise systems. Next, we have the human interface builder, and this role is responsible for building the solution's human interface, if one is required, as we said. And given the interface may need to conform to some pre-existing choices like a design language system, so the skills might include some HTML or CSS and those type of front-end technologies. And the last but not least, we have the delivery coach. And the Connected Agile delivery coach works with the team to actually compose and implement an agreed way of working using agnostic and well-established agile practices in order to promote continuous improvement, clarity and understanding, transparency and feedback. And the coach also helps teams to transition from agile or to form a Connected Agile project, program, enterprise, and so on. Alrighty, so clearly, at least compared to the previous speakers, I am looking at the conference theme from the perspective of delays caused by technology and software delivery and their impact on agile transformations. I appreciate that this is one of many lenses, but it is a huge matter nonetheless, and that is facing organisations today. And I've sort of been dealing with this matter for many years, and I love talking about it. So the objective of an agile transformation is to change the way people and organisations operate, to maximise value, to eliminate waste activities, and to create the best possible experience for people, i.e. staff and customers and other stakeholders. This is all great until you come up against the constraints that limit the degree to which you can implement change. And these are some of the things that other speakers have spoken about, like mindsets and culture, roles, regulation, employment contracts, skills availability, available capital, priority, just to name a few. And these are all challenges that an agile transformation tries to overcome. All these changes need to be brought together to achieve transformation. And this is the challenge, aligning it and bringing it together to create the new value. So, as I said, creating the information technology solutions as part of these transformations is complex, skilled, and highly creative work. And I believe that after 20 years of agile transformations, most still struggle due to delays caused by two things. Firstly, the software available to support staff and customers to do things differently is not readily available. And then secondly, the tools available to the technology teams to improve that software for staff and customers is, as we said before, a sort of spaghetti mash of many tools. And when things are aligned, we call it a business-led transformation because the business is driving it, business agility, business-led transformation. And when things don't align, we call it a technology-led transformation because technology needs to do its own step change to be able to respond to the business needs. In the end, it's all about alignment, the tail wagging the dog, and there's a lot of that going on. And I believe that it is because of the tools, the technology at the core of each organization and their ability to deliver fast enough and to align with the change programs. There is also the lock-in concept where organizations lock themselves into multi-year contracts with platform providers or with all the tool providers that we saw before and effectively dictate how the organization will operate. On a smaller scale, it's much like when you choose a phone. If you own an iPhone, there's a particular way that you have to make a phone call. You swipe up, you find the phone app, you dial, and so on. But if you're an Android user, you can still make phone calls, but it's done in a different way. The experience is different. And depending on which phone you decide to go with, you're locked into that way of making phone calls. Right, so IT systems are the same. They lock your organization to doing into that way, into a particular way of doing things. Connected Agile is a transformation enabler because you actually build the solution that the Agile transformation needs in order to achieve its goals. Solutions are built fast enough so that they are in step with the other parts of the transformation. The Agile transformation should not have to deal with the tech spaghetti architecture problem. And as I said earlier, Agile transformations that identify the bottlenecks, the handoffs, the delays for the customer experience, and these are often IT system related, but IT prioritization is the only way to get change. And in order to change the systems, replace the systems, integrate the systems, migrate the systems, decommission the systems. Connected Agile has nothing to do with all that. Connected Agile gives the people undergoing the transformation exactly what they need to be enabled. Connected Agile solutions have solved the bottleneck handoff delays in a different way that doesn't involve changing the systems at all. It is really an Agile transformation enabler. So let's just look at this through an example, a case study, and I'm really looking forward to telling you about this one because I'm quite familiar with it, and I actually played the role of the ex-composer for a few months in this team. Now, I'm not entirely sure if I can use names, so I'll err on the side of caution here. So the company was a global financial services company that offers financial products to many market segments across the globe. The transformation was a sales team, or rather an account management team transformation, and it was recognized after the fact, after it was delivered by some really senior people in that organization, that was very crafty, that within a few months the project brought in half an hour's work into 5 minutes by combining 19 screens into one. And the organization really wanted to press on with an acceleration into digital. And for me, really, this is an example of an Agile transformation just on a different scale. So the project really showed what was possible, like any prototyping and experiment should, and this was very much a prototyping experiment type project. And just for some background on the technology challenges that this transformation faced, even before it got started, the people in the account management team, they knew how they wanted to change from a mindset and culture and customer service and behavior and what they wanted to focus on. They just needed to find a way to make it real. The team used a popular CRM platform to manage customer interactions. However, there were so many obstacles to overcome in order to get beyond feasibility. The organization had a security policy in place, which many organizations have, that prevented certain types of data from ever leaving its borders due to customer privacy, security, KYC, and this is usually a requirement around maintaining financial services licenses and the like. And in this instance, the CRM platform itself was not permitted to contain any of the sensitive data, since it was classified by this policy as a not-for-cloud system. So the cloud solution couldn't be used at all in order to deliver the technical capability that this Agile transformation needed. And these restrictions really placed boundaries on how staff could operate day to day with their customers, and it introduced limits to the automation and the movement of data around the organization, especially because cloud services were used and they were core business systems. The team found it difficult to break free from this situation using the conventional solution approach of corporate IT and requests and quarterly prioritization, because their project requests would remain below the line until the excitement wore off and the people with the ideas would eventually leave. But with Connected Agile applied, this transformation changed really, really quickly. So let me give you a flavor first of what the team members had to put up with day to day, and this was their way of working before the transformation. So the CRM was just a fraction of the overall data that team members needed to access, to create, to sort through, to analyze, to prioritize in order to serve their customers. And the team members needed to be across things like customer hierarchies, accounts, transaction history, spending trends, new marketing campaigns, spending locations, and much, much more. And all this information was spread across hundreds of daily emails, different user interfaces and systems, spreadsheet exports from on-premise systems, and data from cloud-based systems like the CRM. The complexity involved in accessing and analyzing the data normally resulted in an average call preparation time of about 45 minutes and about 300 clicks of the mouse during the call. This time alone means that fewer customers could be contacted throughout the day, and the conversations during the call were usually about difficulty in accessing some data or apologizing for delays, rather than sort of discussing and negotiating new value. This problem situation, I'm sure, is commonplace for many large and small organizations, yet the projects to address it are seldom prioritized. Each progress request to solve this sort of problem is often lost in that ocean of project prioritization, because it is framed as a solution for that specific team, and with such a narrow applicability, the decision makers can't justify the mobilization of the very expensive corporate IT engine to create a custom prototype solution for every single team. So the story that we all know, the team goes on using the spreadsheets as that glue between that spaghetti web of corporate data, so that they may at least have an inefficient way to perform their role and create value for their customers and achieve their business targets. In this transformation, though, with Connected Agile, with a team of 4, working on the technology, we had a product owner, an ex-composer, a value stream enabler, and an interface UI builder. We were able to provide a first release for users to test with in 3 months. And this was iterated for a year, and it really changed the game for this account management team. As I said earlier, the team members now had a single screen to operate through that brought all the information together for them in a way that made the value really obvious. Because of the reduction in call preparation time, more customers could be contacted. Because of the nature of the one-screen interface, the customer conversations were focused on identifying and communicating value. And in the end, customers got more value. The team members were able to better perform their role and achieve their purpose, and the organization won with more revenue and more success. And it was a very satisfying project to be involved in for everyone. So let me just recap, and then we'll leave some time for some questions. So the key takeaways from the talk that Connected Agile helps transformation to achieve their goals by delivering precisely the technology they need and when they need it. This is possible because of a new way to deliver software that has been uncovered, and this is what is at the core of Connected Agile, the TomorrowX composable software factory, which enables new ways of tech delivery and new ways of working. So Connected Agile is the way of working we have developed to help individuals and teams to make the most of the factory. But I'm sure we've only just started scratching the surface. And as we scale, I can't wait to see how people and teams will use the factory to create value. It kind of feels like this tech is going to do what the software delivery, it feels like this tech is going to do to the software delivery world what smartphones did to the device world, where we went from many devices, a calculator, a pen and paper, a notepad, and so on, an alarm, a clock, and we brought it all that into a single device, and the personal productivity went through the roof. So hopefully I've provided some insights into the struggles that agile transformations face from a delivery and a technology point of view, and consistent with the conference theme, hopefully I've given you a way to get going. And if you'd like to find out more about Connected Agile and how it can solve specific Agile transformation challenges that you know about, then please visit our website, or you can feel free to email me directly at dimi@tomorrowx.com. And I'd really honour the opportunity to hear about specific challenges and to demonstrate the value of Connected Agile in that context. And thanks very much. And let's take some questions. Kumo, if you can help me with that.
Happily, Demi. So I really enjoyed your talk. Very interesting stuff. So the first question we have today is from the chair lady of Agnostic Agile herself, Natasha McMahon. I will read it quote as per her writing right here. Dimi, the alignment of Connected Agile to really the foundations of Agile, face-to-face communication, being lean, commitment to value creation is exciting, and I see how it allows leaders to have instant insight of projects and potential value. Would you say that Connected Agile provides a team constant validation of their projects and tracking its end goals?
Well, thank you for the comments. And having done Connected Agile and having used the technology myself for many years now, I feel that the way of working that I have personally developed, I get that validation every few minutes because of the way that the whole system, and by system I mean the technology and the ways of working, is constructed. It really allows a group of people to brainstorm, come up with an idea, solve that idea, build it in place, deploy it, and test it out in, really. So the technology delivery side of it kind of blends into the background, and you are left with the human side of it, and you can really, then iterate and tweak upon that to get to where you need to get to. So, in order to answer that question, that validation question, for me personally, it happens all the time, and for a team, a Connected Agile team working together, it's really at every deployment that you get to see the value, and you can do deployments here, as quickly as you can solve the problem. I mean, it's really fast. You're on mute, Kumo. We can't hear you.
I just noticed. I got a few more questions of my own as well.
Yep.
So the first one I have is, why would you say Connected Agile is so fast, and why does it need so few people?
I think that if I go back to what I said at the start of the talk, in comparison to the way technology is delivered today, we have to set up a whole suite of tools and manage those tools in order to create our solutions and deploy them and test them and manage multiple environments and so on. Whereas with Connected Agile, the reason it's so fast is because all the functionality that those multiple tools provide within one cohesive, connected toolkit that doesn't need to be integrated, that is ready to use out of the box. And I've done some demonstrations where within 3 minutes, I can provision a new environment and do my first deployment, right? Just everything about the technology has been designed to eliminate waste, to get every sort of incremental benefit from eliminating delays in technology. And because that has happened at the technology layer, that now allows at the human interaction layer for new things, new ways of working to come about. Because if you have a look at the traditional sort of way of a solution, you have to come up with a problem, you have to analyze it, you have to think about it, you have to design a solution, you have to build the solution, you have to test the solution, deploy it, and then use it. that none of that changes with Connected Agile. You still have to go through that process. It's just that in a traditional sense, the time between those phases usually takes the most rather than the actual activity itself. So designing the solution can probably happen quite quickly, but then going from designing the solution to building the solution, because we have to change tools, we probably have to change people, we probably, different teams. It's the time in between the phases that usually takes the longest. I remember at one of my previous roles a long time ago in one of Australia's telecommunications companies that I was working at, we did some analysis of how many people were in between the person asking for the functionality and the person actually building it. And we got to 32 people were in between these two people, right? And this is the complexity that builds up around, the technological core that I've called, all that proliferation of IT systems and tools. That's what it creates, because you need a different person for each tool, you need a different person for each system, and then you need a project manager for that one, you need a front door for the other one, and that's why you put 32 people in between the person who's asking for the functionality and the person who's going to provide that functionality. And for me, that's where all the delay is. With Connected Agile, we bring all that into 4 or 5 people, and especially with Connected Agile, we don't like to be part of the IT, sort of clan. We need to be in there with the people who are experiencing the change. We need those people as part of the team. It's actually one team. It's not a separate team, right? The Agile transformation team and the Connected Agile team should be the same team. It should be one team that, some people might work on as we were saying before, the mindset aspects. Some people might work on the finance aspects of the transformation, and the Connected Agile team can work on the technology aspects of the transformation, but it's all one team.
Now I have a follow-up question to the last one now for you, Dimi. How would you say Connected Agile handles the testing of the code base, essentially?
So this is really one of the main, technological advances that the software factory achieves, and that is because we're not writing code, we are using sort of visual blocks that represent code and functionality in order to compose solutions. You really do away with your unit testing. You don't need to unit test. The concept of unit testing is dissolved completely, because once you have a block, let's call it, that represents code, it plays its role in that composition, and once it's been tested once, you don't need to test it again. Then the only thing you need to test is the flow itself, which is more the user acceptance testing, which in Connected Agile the team would do right after a deployment. So it happens right there and then. It doesn't need to go into a separate phase, and that's how we've kind of reimagined how testing happens.
All right, perfect. So we also have a question from one of our listeners. Do you think Connected Agile would be useful to teams where developers or technologists are the smaller part? So it'd be the minority of that team.
Absolutely, because as I said when I was explaining the roles in a Connected Agile team, ideally, if we can find a single person who knows solutions, right? Who knows how to program a solution, the Connected Agile will enable that one person to take in the requests of the majority of the team, let's say, who are non-technical, and make them a reality. So absolutely, that's actually what we would want to see, that the representation in the team is actually people who can come up with ideas rather than needing an army of technology people to deliver a solution.
Hopefully that answers your question. And I have another one for you here. Which industries would you say can use Connected Agile?
Well, when you think of what Connected Agile is, you can create any type of solution. We've found in the past, in financial services, we've used it. In manufacturing, we've used it. In telecommunications, we've used it. So I don't think that industry is necessarily a boundary that we need to discuss. It's more about the challenge itself and whether it is suitable for the challenge. Because as I explained before, most large organizations have an enormous technology estate that they have probably from every time period you can imagine. And in order to deal with that complexity, you need to have refresh programs and upgrades and maintenance programs in order to keep that alive and keep the lights on, so to speak. Where Connected Agile comes in is that it can enable you to prototype a solution really, really quickly by connecting to data sources and manipulating that data in order to create an experience, a digital experience for someone, for a user, for a person, and in that sense to deliver the value that's needed without actually impacting the refresh program or the IT infrastructure transformation that's going on. It is sort of a non-invasive way of delivering change for, let's say, a transformation that's going on without actually having to change the underlying systems at all. And that's a solution pattern that we've found really really good in across all the industries.
So we still have 2 minutes, so I think we have time for just one more question.
Sure.
From the same listener from before. Does Connected Agile support branching?
Does it support branching? In terms of, so I think the question is there, can we have multiple people working on a solution and then when the time comes to merge that those changes into one? And we haven't used it in that environment, although we have merged changes, but the solution currently doesn't support that natively. However, that's not a problem because we, to date, haven't had the need to have multiple branches running at the same time. Because again, I don't want to fall into the habit of applying the multi-technology mindset, or sorry, the multi-toolkit mindset to Connected Agile, because once you use it, you'll see that requirements can be satisfied so quickly that you probably won't need to branch from that point of view.
All right, I'd say that's all the time we have for questions for now, Demi. I will need to take over and pass things on to Peter now. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Next up, everyone, we have Peter Coesmans. He's the Chief Agility Officer at the Agile Business Consortium, which is another one of our sponsors if you've been paying attention. He's also been a director for the company for the past 4 years and is also the owner of his own company known as Coesmans Management. He prides himself on being a guide for organizations in their sustainable transformation journeys. There's quite a bit more I could tell you, but you're not here to listen to me again. So I'll let him take over here and speak to you now.
Thank you, Kumo, and thank you, Dimi, for a great talk. And I also enjoyed Melanie's. I'm just here. I entered this just when I was when Melanie started. So great stuff. Welcome all. My name is Peter Coesmans. I hope you can see my screen. It does seem to say so. And let me crack on with some thoughts about agile transformations. As Kumo said, I'm currently Chief Agility Officer for the Agile Business Consortium. This is our site, and you can use the QR code up there. We are a not-for-profit organization that has been there from before, actually, the word agility was coined. I was working with Ari way back when as a volunteer for this organization, also, which was then called the SDM Consortium. And our ambition is to advance business agility worldwide. So I've got nothing to sell or whatever. We're just here to advance business agility worldwide in whatever way we can. Today, I've got some messages for you, and with Dimi just touching upon the stuff that we for agile delivery teams, especially in software, and before that, Melanie touching upon the human and the neuroscientist stuff when it comes to change, which I found very interesting. I'm very interested in that kind of things too. And with Dave Snowden right after me, touching upon complexity, I thought I will not talk about these things because they're much better speakers about this. So I will touch upon some different things. My main messages will be about rebellion and collaboration, will be a little bit about scaling agility and bicycles, and ecosystems and sustainability. And I thought I would also be talking about agile organizations in cars, but I won't, because I found out that that would make my presentation too long, but I will give you some pointers. So that is more or less what I'm going to talk to you about. Where are we currently when it comes to agile transformations and agility? I just summarize some reports. This is from State of Agile Procurement, which was launched in April 2022. And what you can see here is what they found out is that, for example, this is Agile Procurement, right? It works better when part of a full business, it works better when it's part of a full agile business agility transformation. So this is, we were discussing how does agility work in the finance function, in the HR function, in the procurement function, and you can see that for example, with beyond budgeting, moving in the already being very long into the agility sphere when it comes to finance, lean agile procurement, really in the procurement business, in marketing we can see patches, but all of these patches, which also comes from this report, they work much better if they are part of a total business agility transformation journey. What you can see here is people will use in the transformation approach, they will do it themselves or guided by internal coaches, most of them, and some of them, and only 30% in this case have guidance by external agile coaches. And when it comes to procurement, many are still very have some experience, as you can see, 43%. In how it's adopted currently. So most of our audience, probably, I am assuming, and I shouldn't assume, I know, is related to IT and IT kind of business. What we see here is actually, it is taking on in other parts of the businesses, but they are less mature. And also, of course, they have a different thing to do. So agility in software development has been around for a long while, and we've learned how to do it, and still we're suffering sometimes in how to do it. Touch on later on that, but you see that agility is now growing also in other functions. Another thing I want to share with you, another report I want to share with you is this one. This is actually State of Agile Coaching report sent out by Business Agility Institute, and it was launched, I think, a week and a half ago. What you see here is what are the challenges that organizations that move into this business agility thing, what they face as challenges. And you can see here that almost 40% has difficulties in changing the culture and the mindset. And of course, as Melanie has told us, changing culture and mindset has to do with changing people. And that's not the full story of it. There's more to that. 28%, which is more than a quarter, think that the organizational structure is not suited to agility. And only 80%, I would say, is resistance from management and leadership. So sometimes we think that it's all to do with the leaders don't want to do this and all these kinds of things. But actually, only 80% of people say that. Some quotes from that report. Command and control structures are deeply rooted, and it takes patience and time to mold individual mindsets. And as again, Melanie told us, management has difficulty retaining an experimental mindset, and she has some great ideas about how to cover that and making sure that you also address what is still the same and what do you lose and what do you then gain, what do you get back, because what you get back is actually better, but it's something that you're not used to, so you have to make the effort in building trust again, which is an effort, and people don't like putting effort in new things. They'd rather stick with things they know, even if they know they don't work, they rather stick with them than try and experiment with things that might work, because you're taking a risk. A really nice one from that one, I think, the top down and bottom up miss the middle. And the bottom one, the organization structure is a traditional hierarchy focused on delivery. When delivery pressures rise, the ability for teams to learn and mature in their agility gets left behind. And again, there, coming back to Melanie's talk, that is because we get, neuroscientifically, if we get pressurized, our brain starts to go back to what we're used to and what we usually do. So it forgets about the new stuff and it falls back into the old stuff. It's very good behavior because it saves us usually, but if you want to go through a transformation, it's not helping. So what to do about these things? So these are just some reports. And as you can see from these, as Agile Business Consortium, we collaborate with Business Agility Institute, with Beyond Budgeting, with Agile People, with Lean Agile Procurement, with all these other organizations that work in the same areas. And we recognize each other's work and we try to collaborate to advance business agility worldwide. That's what we are. So if we talk about organizational agility, what are we actually talking about? So I'll give you two definitions. The left one is our definition from Agile Business Consortium. And we say business agility is a people-centered, organization-wide capability that enables a business to deliver value to a world characterized by ever-increasing volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And of course, all of you probably know VUCA. And it is achieved by inspiring and harnessing collaborative, creative ways of working of people. So people. And that reminds me of the first value of the Agile Manifesto, doesn't it? When I talk about organization here, it is not only the full organization or the full business enterprise. It can be a project or a program organization. It can be department. It can be any part of the organization with, well, it has to deliver some kind of value to the outside world, but they have at least a customer, they are customer facing. It might not be the end customer, but they've got a customer facing. On the right-hand side here, you can see the current model of Business Agility Institute. They are going to launch their new model, their new domains for business agility on the 30th of November in Istanbul and on their site. So watch that space. I had a sneak preview and I really am very interested in how it comes across because I think it's another big step forward for this already great model. Business agility, they say, is a set of organizational capabilities, behaviors, and ways of working that affords your business the freedom, flexibility, and resilience to achieve its purpose, no matter what the future brings. Now, what you can see in these two definitions that have separate, they came from separate organizations, but you can see they're actually more or less the same. The thing here is, how do you operate in the Agile world, in a VUCA world, in a future that is changing? And actually, well, I had a great story. This is not my car, but it's similar to my car. And I got stranded in the mountains of the Lake District last summer. And there is a nice story about how I was helped and how, although I wasn't really helped by organizations that considered themselves to be relatively agile, and they weren't. If you want to read the story, or not, I don't have the time now, but if you want to read it, it's posted on our website and it's posted on LinkedIn as a nice story. It's a nice read and it's not very theoretical. So why actually should we care about business agility? Why would you need it? Well, if you are working, if your company, your organization is working in a relatively stable environment, then what is expected of you as an organization is to provide more value and make sure that it costs less, because that is then what value is created. But if you're working in a VUCA, in a changing, a volatile, uncertain, complex, not complicated, and ambiguous environment, that just doesn't cut it, because cutting cost in a VUCA world is not the most important thing to do. It's becoming, you need to be able to adapt, to constantly adapt, and adapting, as again Melanie showed us, it doesn't only take personal effort, so your performance drops down a little bit, but it also, from an organization point of view, it does take additional effort, which costs. So if you're only focusing on cutting costs, lower cost, you are decreasing your capability of handling the VUCA-ness in the world. What we've seen over the what we've seen over the last years is more of the same just doesn't work. If in a VUCA world, you cannot engineer your future. You can only take a stepwise approach to what's happening, experiment, try and figure out how has this helped? Have we created more value for our ecosystem, for our customers? And what's the next step? So you're constantly experimenting and learning, and what you did yesterday might not work the day after tomorrow. So you are adapting almost constantly. If you want to control that, then you will aggravate the situation in complex situation. So if it's like having this sand in your hands, as shown in this picture. If you have the sand and you just loosely let it lie there, it's going to be okay. If you want to control where everything is, and you clip your hands together, what will happen is you will lose the sand. You will lose the consistency. So, and that is a very difficult thing to do if you're a manager, and people will expect you, or your shareholders expect you, to be in control and to be predictable. They want to know now how much money they're going to get in a year. If that is the expectation, and you're in a VUCA world, you are setting yourself up for a disaster, and you can't help it. So I don't want to be, I would not like to be a manager in a way, or a CEO in a company that's operating that way if you're in a VUCA world, because you can't predict, you can't promise, but the outside world is expecting you to promise. And a short story there, when we were dealing with COVID, all worldwide, right? We were expecting our governments to actually deliver and to give us, okay, guys, we're handling this all. We know what's coming. We will make sure you will remain safe. We will make sure you will still be in work, have a job. But they can't, because it's a VUCA world. They can't predict. The only thing they can do is step by step, trying to figure out what is happening. What are we learning externally? What are we learning in other countries? And how do we do that? But we, as the public, are expecting them to just say, well, we know what to do. We can engineer your future, and we can make sure everything's going to be fine. So they were also in a very difficult situation, because on the one hand, they are used to being asked these kinds of questions where they say, yes, trust me, I know what I'm doing. And by the way, you'll be fine. But they can't do that in a VUCA situation. And the same for organizations. So if you are on your, if you think you are in a VUCA situation, so how to move on? Well, the first thing is, ask yourself, what is the purpose, the real purpose of my organization? What do I want to achieve? What is my North Star? And I'm not talking about smart business objectives or whatever, because that's not the North Star. The North Star will give you guidance in where do you want to go, but it will give you the freedom to maneuver and manage your way towards that. And by the way, you don't want to reach the North Star because it's a long journey. It's a very cold journey. And when you reach it, it's much too hot. So you should never be able to reach the North Star. It should be that nice picture in front of you somewhere that gives you guidance, but it's not the smart objective. It's something completely different. What is the purpose of your organization? And then what value does your organization actually deliver to your organizational ecosystem, to your social ecosystem, to your ecological ecosystem? Because no organization is by itself, can deliver stuff only by itself. And what we've seen also with many agile transformations is we are focused inwardly toward optimizing processes instead of we're focusing externally to try and figure out what's happening in the outside world. What's my position? Where's the competition? Where's the customer base? What value are we projecting? How are we making sure that we're not polluting the environment? How do we make sure that if we have a plant somewhere in a social environment, that we are relating to the social environment, that we're relating to the citizens of the city that we live in? Once you know that, then you can try and figure out where is the VUCA-ness, because if some parts of your environment are very stable, you don't need to become agile in those areas. But if there's instability in your supply chain or in the way that people want to work for you, war on talent, then you can then figure out, so how agile are we in that sphere, and can we increase the agility to better thrive and survive in this VUCA environment? And the last one is you need to know what are the competencies and the talents of your people, because otherwise it's just a paper transition. You can become whoever you want to be, but if you don't know what are actually your competencies, what can you do, how can you deliver value, it's just a paper exercise. You come from somewhere. You need to recognize where you're coming from. So once you know where the VUCA-ness in your environment is, you can then say, well, where do I need my next step when it comes to business agility? How can I grow that? And so I'm now going to explain a little bit more. So what can you do to become more agile, and what's an agile organization in that case? Again, using work of others, great work of others, corporate rebels, two Dutch guys have set out and investigated into 300, 400, 500 companies by now that they thought were great in making work more fun. And these are huge organizations, right? This is not small startups or whatever. These are huge organizations. And they talked to these people, and they found out that these 8 values that you see here are actually working in all these organizations. So they are so these are successful organizations, and they are not focusing on profit. They're focusing on purpose and values, which does not mean that they don't like profit. They do like profit, because if you're a sustainable, successful organization, you will need money to pay your people, to invest in your organization, all these kinds of things. But the main thing is you're focusing on the purpose and value of what you want to achieve in your business environment, in your ecosystem. Most of them don't have a hierarchical pyramid. They have a network of teams. They don't have directive leadership. They have supportive leadership and all these kinds of nice things. They don't have job descriptions. They focus on talent and mastery. The word agility or agile does not occur once in this full book. This has nothing to do with agility. And if you read through this, this has all to do with business agility. This is what an agile organization is. They have no rules, and they have rules and control, but they depend on freedom and trust. They do plan and predict, but they learn to experiment and adapt. So these are, this is not process, this is not program, this is not structure and hierarchy. This is allowing people to show and grow their talents in order to have more purpose and understand your purpose and provide value to the outside world. From the Agile Business Consortium, we have got this model, which we call the framework for business agility. It's not a framework, if you know, a SAFE, for example, that's a completely different type of framework. We call this a lens for looking at your organization. And what you can see here is how are we looking at agile organizations? We're looking at them from a perspective of where do you need that business agility? So we can see here, we've got business change agility in the center. How are you changing your organization? And we've got operational agility also at the center, which is the processes, how you deliver value. But also in this case, operational agility also touches upon procurement, HR, finance, these kinds of things. So your operational model needs to be able to do agility, but that's not good enough. So implementing Scrum or whatever, that's part of it. An organization using Scrum might be an agile organization. It not necessarily is. Scrum or Agile PM, which is one of our products, it sits in business change agility or in operational agility. It's the processes, it's the hierarchy. It's not what actually is an agile organization. It's part of it, it's not all of it. What you can see here is we're talking about agility in people. How agile are the people? How agile is your culture? How agile is the leadership? How agile is the strategy? And again, there, as Melanie's told us, if you had a 3-year strategy 3 years ago, you probably were out of business if you haven't changed it. Agile governance, of course, and that has to do, of course, with something like empowerment. So this is the lens that we use to try and figure out what can you look at if you're talking about agility. So agility, business agility, organizational agility is mainly about the outer circle supported by the inner circle, supported by processes and hierarchy. So if we go, for example, into Agile People, this is not ours. This is the Agile People Manifesto. We adopt this one, and this tells you in 7 front 2 statements what we think are Agile people. How do we do that? And so this is where we learn how agility works. This is, for example, I'm not going to go through all of these, but this is, for example, the Agile Culture Development Matrix. And here you can see how are you dealing with purpose and results? How are you dealing with agile leadership, with well-being and fulfillment, collaboration, autonomy, trust and transparency, all these things, and on which level are you? So are you surviving, stabilizing, secure? There are some statements in here, and we've got a free to use, so you can go to our website. We've got a free to use assessment tool that guides you through some processes. We call it the Pulse survey. It guides you through some questions, and then you can get a score for your team or your organization. Where are we now? And that gives you some insight. You get a free report, and it will show you, so what might you be investing in if you're looking for growing your cultural agility? What might you be looking for? We can't tell you how to do things because you are your own organization in your own organizational ecosystem. We can provide some guidance in what helped others, or we can provide some ideas about where could you look, because you can learn from others, but it's your journey. We can't tell you what to do. Our framework for business agility is not prescriptive. It just helps you to try and figure out what could be a potential next step. Same here for agile leadership. 9 principles of agile leadership. We also have a leadership game that you can also, again, play for free on our website to just try and figure out, so where are we? How are we doing things? I really like, for example, our principle number 1, actions speak louder than words. Although I'm speaking now, we as an organization are going through our own agile journey, and I'm going to show, and with my team, just after this talk, how I think we should go ahead, and going to show what is my feeling and where are my feelings when it comes to business agility. Number 9, I also really like. Great ideas can come from anywhere in the organization. So another area that's now in the dark is agile strategy. We're going to launch a white paper on agile strategy soon, I think within a month or so. Thinking about, so how do you do that? How do you actually evolve a strategy if everything around you is changing? How do you do that? And one of the big things in that, of course, it has to do with governance. So let people decide if they can, those people that actually know, and let them decide within a guidance framework. And the other thing is make sure that information is transparent. Again, they're from Corporate Rebels. It is transparent. It needs to be there where it's needed at the time that it's needed, not before, not after, and it needs to be very good information. So these are just some things that you can have thoughts about. You can download these things, and you can do you can do some exercises. You can do the you can fill in the questionnaire and get some things. And as I said, this is all for free. So please go. Our latest thinking, and this is together with, for example, Dave Snowden, who's next, but also with people from Lean Agile Procurement. And as I just said, you can't do an agile transformation if you don't know what your organizational ecosystem is. How agile can your staff be? How agile are your customers, or can they be? How agile are your suppliers and your partners in providing value? Because you're always depending on your ecosystem. You're not on your own. And if you are very agile, but for example, your supplier can only deliver to you every year what you've ordered a year before, there's no way you can become more agile unless you engage with them to try and figure out how you can grow the agility of that supply chain, of your ecosystem. So how agile are your competitors? And again, then, where is the VUCAness? Where is it stuck? Because you can't change something that is stuck with your supplier. You cannot change something which is stuck in the competencies of your staff. You can't change something that is stuck when your customer is not capable of changing something. You can see all these kinds of nice things you can deliver to them, but if they can't adapt and adopt to the new things you're providing to them, why care? So you can't do that. You need to look at everything and every change from an ecosystem point of view. And one of the great quotes you all know, alone you might go faster for a short while, but together you will go much further for a long while. So if you're going through an organizational transformation, then you know that you will have to constantly also do that from the ecosystem perspective. So then, how to do it? Right, bicycles. A bicycle. I don't know if you guys ride a bicycle. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm currently in London, but I'm from the Netherlands. And a bicycle is a very nice thing. It will take you very fast to where you want to go. If it's just 10, 15 kilometers away or shorter, it's very flexible. It will get you faster. It will get you there faster and probably more flexible than if you want to walk. So a bicycle is a great thing. But then, what if I want to go further? Well, I can use a bicycle, but I can attach a motor to it. I can attach, I can have an electrical bicycle. So that will help me. It's still a bicycle. It's still as agile, as flexible, but I've got the engine to it. I do lose a little bit of flexibility because because I need to carry the battery, which is heavy. And if the battery is empty, then I need to go much heavier because the bicycle is much heavier. So I do, so because of adding distance, I lose a little bit on the agility. Or if I want to take more stuff, and this is just a small bicycle. So in the Netherlands, we've got cargo bikes, and every father and mother has a cargo bike to take their kids to school and stuff like that. So, but I do, again there, I can transport more stuff, but I lose a little bit on the agility of how to do it because I need to park the thing somewhere and it's huge and it's much heavier. So again there, and of course, electrical cargo bikes are currently the thing that parents should have. If you want to go further or faster, then you can go to a motorbike. If you don't like become wet, then you go into a car. Hey, wait a second, a car and a bike? How does that work? So if you're trying to scale a bicycle, which is a very nice thing to have and is very agile, and you want to scale it, you want to use it for different purposes, you want to do it with more people. What if you want to transport 500 people? Do you buy 500 bicycles? You might, But how do you then orchestrate and organize that they all start more or less at the same time and they finish at the same place more or less at the same time? So you need some governance, some ruling, while maintaining the agility of every single bicycle rider. You still have to provide some more guidance, but that is not the guiding of the bicycle, it's actually organizing. So scaling agility for me is not we'll use Scrum or whatever and then scale it to become bigger, but it's actually we use the good things in Scrum, but we need some additional stuff, some additional guidance, some additional governance to, on the one hand, keep the agility, but on the other hand, do other stuff in order to get us to where we want to go. All of a sudden, we want to have 5,000 people going from Utrecht, near where I live, to Amsterdam. But I mean, 500 people, 5,000 people. How much space do we have on the road? How can we do that safely? All kinds of other things come up now that are different from me, myself, and I going from Utrecht to Amsterdam on a bicycle. And by the way, I would do that on an electrical bicycle if I had one, because it's just it's 40 kilometers or something. So scaling, we need to be very careful in what are we scaling and why are we scaling and what do we need in order to be able to scale and what do we sacrifice if we are scaling. Because if we are going from a normal bicycle to an electrical bicycle, we're losing something. If we're going from a small bicycle to a cargo bike, we lose something. We gain something, but we're also losing something. Talking about change. Change is what people do daily. Being changed is what they don't like. And you know this one, the Everett Rogers model, diffusions of innovations. And where are we? And what is not said here is for early innovators, early adopters, they're driven by vision. Whereas your organization, are you driven by vision? And is business agility something you need to do because you are envisioning that this is where you need to go? Or are you driven by pragmatism? Are you in the majority? And currently in banks, I think, for example, all banks have some kind of, well, at least they're doing agile. I'm not sure whether they are being agile, if they have some agility. Some banks do, some banks don't. But they're driven by pragmatism. So they're in the early majority and the late majority. And if you know a little bit more about this model, you see that there's a jump from early adopters to early majority, which is always the biggest issue. How do you get the nice things, the good things that are working, and then get them into the majority, into the mainstream? How do you do that? How do you go from vision-driven to pragmatism-driven? And Melanie, again, has given us some great pointers in how to do that, in how to overcome that it's all visionary and all high pie in the sky and stuff like that, towards, okay, so what does it actually mean? How do we make this work? And those kinds of things you then have to do. Sustainable change is not driven by, and that was one of the models I grew up with. How do you do change? It is, okay, so if you've got an east situation, this is where you're now. You've got the Zoll situation, that's where you want to go. You write down what the pathway is from east to Zoll, and then, yeah, that's great. And now you create a burning platform, because otherwise people keep sitting because they don't want to move. And you create a burning platform and they will start jumping. The thing is not working because it's unsafe. People change because they need to change, not because they want to change. And it's not sustainable. The change you're creating is not a sustainable change. It's a chaos change. It's a change by fear. So the burning platform is not what you need. The burning desire is what you need. How can you, driven by vision and driven by pragmatism, is where is the burning desire of people, of the organization, to actually go through the change? Because if it's a burning desire to go through the next level, to become an organization where people actually love to work for, to become an organization that people like to buy stuff from, to become an organization that is in this ecosystem that all is supporting and helping each other when it's needed, if that is the burning desire, then you will change, and it will be easy, because it's not change pushed to people, pushed to organization. It's change that is what people want. So you're looking much more into intrinsic motivators because they might get you there. Extrinsic motivators will never get you there. That's about compensation, punishment, reward, give people more money or whatever. That only works in the short term. In the long term, it's coming from within. It's autonomy, mastery, purpose. I want to become better. I want to create a better world. I want to create more value to my customers or to my supply chain. So what drives your organization? What drives your project? And one of the things I still have to remember myself every single time, sometimes it doesn't go fast enough. Sometimes I'm pulling the grass. The grass does not grow faster if I pull it. It grows faster when I'm nurturing. And if I want to go faster, I need to try and figure out how to do it, how to better nurture it, how to better take care of what's happening in my organization, not by pulling it, because it just doesn't work. So where does it leave us? So basically coming back to what do you want to achieve in your ecosystem and how do you think you can do that? And then start experimenting, learning, and grow and repeat. And because your world is VUCA, has some VUCA-ness in it, otherwise, why would you bother becoming agile? I'm not telling you to become agile. I'm just saying if you are in a VUCA, well, you need to become agile, unfortunately, because it's costing something and it's not very, it's less safe than a stable environment. In the VUCA world, you have no choice because your world is changing constantly and unpredictably. So you constantly need to learn and adapt. So actually a business transformation is not from A to B. Now I'm not agile. Yes, I'm agile. It's actually continuously trying to become a better organization, achieving your purpose better. So I was discussing with Evan Laban, Business Agility Institute, and said, well, actually, we are not about business agility. We're just about good business. Because a good business is constantly trying to find out ways to become more successful and create more value in the outside world. And by harnessing the energy and the talents and the purpose and the driving forces of the people that they employ and their ecosystem. So some last messages. I'm aware of running almost out of time. So what we can learn from reports, from research, from talking, know what you want as a business and why you want it. If you're unclear about your purpose, you're just pushing people and it will not last. We've already discussed you need a North Star, you don't need a SMART objective. The North Star will give you guidance, a SMART objective will crush you if you don't reach it. And North Star, you know you will never reach. Doing agile versus being agile, agile versus agility. Organizational agility is a competence. It is about people, governance, structures, culture, strategy, leadership supported by process. You cannot do without process. But if you're just changing the process and you don't pay any attention to people, governance, strategy, culture, leadership, you're going nowhere. So that is, in 20 years, we have been focusing on implementing processes. You can implement agile improvement steps sometimes, but you cannot implement agility. You can grow agility by not pulling the grass. That was the last bullet, the scope of change. For me, I've learned, and for our organizations, what we learn in our membership and the people that work with us, it's a full organizational ecosystem. You will hit boundaries very quickly otherwise. So it's always collaborating, looking for win-win for your social, your organizational, and your ecological environment. How do you make things work in the long term by just looking at it as this ecosystem thinking? Some things that we already seen, if you're only doing agility bottom up, you will hit a glass ceiling. If you're only doing it top down, you will hit a clay layer of middle management. If it's only middle out, it's going to become a cage fight. You need to fire on all engines. You need to do everything at the same time. You might have small patches of, okay, so let's do some more work bottom up, and you might have a small patch of doing some more top down. You might have some small patches of doing it middle out, but if you only have one, you will not be successful. Some last managers, okay, of course, and there's double loop agility. You need to be flexible in learning how to be flexible. You need to be flexible in how your organization is learning to be flexible. You can't tell this is the way forward. So there's agility in your agility journey. What works for others doesn't necessarily work for you. So I usually say one size fits one. You can learn from others. You can learn with others. Don't believe the prophets because they don't know. They are not your organization. They have experience, good experience. They have all kinds of good stories. Use them, but don't believe in it. The roadmap is not the route, not the journey. So you can plan it all. You can try and figure out, so where do we go? But in a VUCA world, your roadmap constantly changes. So what you need is patience. What you need is courage. What you need is grit to look it through, courage to try new things, patience because sometimes it just doesn't work, and understanding that this is not easy to do every time again. And I was reflecting about this with quite a number of people over the last couple of years. Many management theories that all of us have been brought up in, specifically the higher level management in many organizations we're working with, many management theories are actually built on the assumption of it's a stable world and we need to be better than the competition, so we need to cut costs and we need to become more efficient. And agility is about becoming more effective, adding more value while not losing too much of the efficiency. It's another balance in effectiveness and efficiency. But many management theories that are currently being used, they can't cope with the VUCA world. And there are some out there that we can use, but it's still relatively new areas. Some last messages, and these are very brief. One of our products in the process thing is we're going to launch Agile PM for Scrum. We've been using Agile PM for more than 20 years. We've got more than 200,000 people that have went through the training course and actually using it. We're now going to launch, I think in January already, Agile PM for Scrum. These are some of the pictures that we currently have, but they're not good enough, I think. So the graphics are work in progress. We're finalizing it within 2 weeks. And it will be, I mean, the training will not be for free, but if you want to know what it is and stuff like that, you can just get it. An opportunity, as I said, quick one, we are going to launch the Agile Awards for Business Agility. If you want to apply, it's for free. Application deadline is the 8th. You can have a look using the QR code on our website if you want to become a participant, or if you want to become a reviewer, contact us, or if you want to sponsor these things. All these three, by the way, are for free. We will be announcing the awards 22nd and 23rd of March 2023. So add it to your calendar. Come and visit us. Categories are Agile Marketing, HR, Finance, and Full Business Agility. And my last message, and this is a message straight from my heart. We are, all of us, we are creating the future. We are into change. We are creating organizations. We are creating capabilities. And we're not living in times of change. We're living in a change of times. We have all seen how much more VUCA the world is becoming. And why am I doing this? Why am I the CAO? Because I think that business agility is the how to the real purpose of any organizations, which should be to have a better world. To actually, we create the world of the future. And if we start creating a world that's worse than the world we're currently in, why are we doing these things? So we need to become more sustainable. We are change agents in the in this area. We are the change agents that create the better world. It is a very VUCA world. You can't, again, you can't calculate your way out of sustainability trouble that we're currently in and that people are discussing in Egypt over these days. But we are the real change agents. So I hope you join. I hope, and my action for you is every day, every week is good enough. Every week, take 5 minutes to think about your work for the upcoming week and to think about what small change can I make to increase the sustainability of what I'm doing. It can be just a small change, but take 5 minutes every week to then think about how can I do next week a little bit more sustainable. Thank you very much. So Kumo, questions. Hi, Dave. Good to see you.
Unfortunately, Peter, there won't be any time for questions. It's Dave's
Okay.
slot now. But I see your email address down there, so you might want to have a look at your inbox after this conference. It might be a little full, just people curious about all the things you've been talking about. I have a few questions myself, so I'll reach out to you as well.
Okay, I'll be looking forward to your message, Kumo, and well, thank you all for listening to this. I hope it was insightful. You got some messages, and I hope I trust and I know that you will have such a great time with Dave. So thank you very much, and Dave, it's all yours now.
All right, everybody. Now for our final speaker of the day. I'm sure quite a few of you are already well aware of who he'll be. A fun fact, his talk will be streamed for both our region as well as the China region today, which will be handled by my colleague or fellow facilitator, Zhenpeng. He is the founder and chief scientific officer for Cynefin, formerly known as Cognitive Edge, which is a research and development hub that's focused on rejuvenating management practices and equipping organizations with better tools and frameworks to address intractable problems. His is an organization that's always forward-looking and has repeatedly shown the world how necessary it is to be able to adapt one way of thinking in order to help effective leaders cultivate an awareness of what is really complex and what is not, and to respond accordingly, so that no energy is wasted in overthinking the routine. At the same time, they also never try to make the complex fit into standard solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome Mr. Dave Snowden.
Hi there. It may be your last of the day, but it's my first. I'm currently in Washington, and sort of living in interesting times is probably the most appropriate description for things here in the States at the moment. So my goal in today is to introduce some core concepts and also to tell you about a major new open source initiative within Agile, which is focused in effect at multi-vendor, framework type approaches. But what I want to do is to start by giving you a general background to the nature of our work and some of the principles behind it, and then go into how that actually applies to Agile. I'm not going to use slides on Zoom, that's kind of like difficult, but there is material to back this up. So the field I work in is called naturalizing sense making. Sense making here is spelt as a hyphen, and it's one of 5 acknowledged schools of sense making within the academic world, right? And I define sense making as how can we make sense of the world so that we can act in it. And with that comes a concept of sufficiency, which is, we always have to make decisions under conditions of extreme uncertainty. Now, I'm not wild about the VUCA world, but I'll go with that for the moment. The issue is, what type of decision can we make based on what level of uncertainty we actually have? And more specifically, what type of actions do we need to take linked to those decisions? So that's kind of like one component. Naturalizing comes from philosophy. My background is theoretical physics and philosophy. And it means to base what you do in the natural sciences. And we use the natural sciences extensively, effectively as what is called an enabling constraint. So we're not naive enough to believe that you can run a sort of empirical model to understand human systems. There are just too many variables in that. And you certainly can't create predictivity. However, there are a significant number of things which we know about the way human beings make decisions, about the way that systems operate, about the way that human interaction actually changes the way we think and changes actually our biology within 1 or 2 generations. So these are all things which have been subject to third-party verification, peer review, all the good things which make natural science predictive, whereas social science is explanatory but not predictive, and that's an important distinction. So what I want to do is just to run through 2 or 3 of those just to give you a sense of how that works. And these are ones which are applicable to software development. The first one, which I use a lot, and some of you will be familiar with, if you take a group of radiologists and you give them a batch of X-rays, and you ask them to look for anomalies. But on the final X-ray, you put a picture of a gorilla, which is 48 times the size of a cancer nodule, and that very definitely is anomalous. And actually, on average, about 83% of radiologists will not see it, even though their eyes physically scan it. This is called inattentional blindness. And it's important to realize that this isn't something you can train people not to do. It's part of what we are in terms of our evolutionary history. In fact, Gary Klein, who some of you may know, is one leader of one of the other schools of sense making, and he and I are meeting today in Washington. He, I, and others all claim at the moment that we should stop talking about cognitive biases. There are no such things as cognitive biases. What there are cognitive heuristics. These things have evolved over the centuries because they have utility overall for the species, even though they may not work in individual contexts. So if we know that we will not see what we do not expect to see, which is what the gorilla in the X-ray picture shows, then we need to start to design systems which make the 17% who have seen something visible before they talk to the 83%. And just to give you some more background on that, the most anybody from a Western background will scan is about 4 to 5% before they make a decision. It roughly doubles if you're Chinese, and we think that is linked with the nature of language structure. So to understand Mandarin, you have to understand the context of every symbol, whereas you don't need to do that in English. So if you show Chinese students a picture of a tiger drinking from a stream in the forest, they'll pay attention to the forest, but not the tiger. Whereas with American students, it's completely the other way around. It's the difference between object and context focused. And that actually has implications for the way we work in transcultural environments, by the way, and also issues in foreign policy and elsewhere, which is one of the things I'm working on this week. But fundamentally, most of us will only scan a very limited amount of information. Once we've scanned that information, that triggers a series of memories. And the memories are both cognitive in the brain, they're also physical, but critically, they're also social. They come from the stories that we've grown up with, which we've experienced, which friends tell us. Effectively, we live in this sort of rich soup of highly localized and narrative, which is self-similar all the way levels up to our society type stories. And that is part of our decision-making process. So this is Turner's work. What we do is called conceptual blending. We blend together those multiple fragmented memories, and the first pattern which fits, we apply. So we do a first fit pattern match, not a best fit pattern match. And you can see why this works in evolutionary terms, because we had to escape from predators as we emerged from the African veldt. And you don't want to be sort of scanning all available data before you make a decision to run like hell if a lion is after you. We evolved to make decisions very quickly based on a partial data scan, privileged on our most recent experience. The other thing on this is that if you conduct more than 2 or 3 interviews, you form a subconscious hypothesis, and you literally only hear things that match that hypothesis thereafter. Now, if you look at this very simple scientific fact, then that makes it really problematic, effectively, for anybody to be a systems analyst, because you go and interview people to ask what you want. You start to form conclusions, even if you've started the interview, so you need to think differently. So I want to go practical now, and I'm going to go practical after each scientific fact. That means we've got to rethink how we actually find out what it is that users want. And this, to my mind, has always been the big neglected issue of Agile. All of the Agile methods kind of like assume that somebody can define what programmers have to produce. That goes into the backlog, then we produce it, and then we're all happy with that sort of linear manufacturing model of software production, which dominates. I mean, every single formal method I've seen follows that approach. So what we need to start to do is to start to think, how can we actually get more diversity into the requirements capture process? So let me give you 2 methods we've developed for this. And to be clear, the methods are open source. Kinevin.io is our open source wiki. Anybody can go and use these. One is a variation of a general method called entangled trios. And this is where we put 3 people together. You can vary the actual roles, but this is the one I normally use. We find somebody who's a young, bright programmer, really fast to build prototype systems or demonstration systems. And prototyping, by the way, is a neglected skill in the Agile community. So you find people who are good at that. You couple them together with somebody older, more experienced, a systems architect, people in the testing community, certainly people responsible for total system testing, end user testing, integration testing, are very good for that, because you've got young and naive, but then older with a sort of view of the whole picture. And we put them in a trio with a user trained to talk to IT people. This is training we're about to go public with. It's actually a lot easier to train users to talk to IT people than it is to train IT people to understand users. And there's all sorts of reasons for that, from cognitive science I can go through if you want. It's also actually quite useful to have a user population which is IT literate, because it will change the sort of things that they require. So we got that as a threesome. And we've picked 5, 10, 15, 20 of those trios, and we throw them at a business problem in real time, working in parallel, in order to find out novelty, to come up with new ideas, to build prototypes. And then after a few weeks, we synthesize their material, and that goes into the backlog. Now, if you look at what we've done there, this recognized as a science, we've put together, a diverse group, and we've created multiple small diverse groups. So out of those different groups, some of them will see things that other people haven't seen, and they'll make it visible before it goes into a process. So that's kind of like one technique which recognizes the issues and difficulties with that approach. 2 others I'm going to go through, because this is a major area for us. One of the other things, and if you don't know, the 3 sort of feeders into the Agile Manifesto were XP, Scrum, and DSDM. I was one of the 3 founders of DSDM way back, actually in the last century. It shows how old I am now. 3 of us, and interestingly, we were competitors, Data Sciences, Logica, and Ed Holt, got together in a pub in Cheltenham and agreed to create the DSDM consortium to create a standard for rapid application development and joint application design, those RAD and JAD as they were called then. We only needed a meal in a pub. We didn't need a week in a ski resort, but we were British, not American, so that probably explains it. DSDM actually really emphasized what was called joint application design, which was bringing together users and IT people in 1 or 2 day intensive workshops, in which we actually built prototypes and tested understanding. And one of the reasons we did that is that users generally aren't aware of what technology can do for them. So they're not fully aware of the capabilities. So if they tell you what they want, they do it within the frame of what they think you can deliver, when you may be able to deliver far more. And JAD, joint application design, is a powerful approach for that. And we've actually resurrected it in our Agile Methods kit. So we were doing those, and we would do them over a day or sometimes 2 days. And I was under intense pressure on a whole series of major government defense contracts, where we had to produce a very sophisticated best and final offer. Lots of issues here on estimating at a granular level and a system level. And I can go into estimating in questions if people want, because there's work from that. People have tended to forgotten in the current estimating wars. No estimates and all estimates is kind of like a false dichotomy. We can do both. We just need to understand the context. So either way, we were running that. So in order to get around it, I started to run JADs on 3 time zones. So I would start, I'd do a day workshop in Farnborough, which is in the UK. We'd then pass on, well, this is what we were asked to look into. This is the prototype we've built, to a team in Mumbai. And then after another day's work, and they would pass it on to a team in San Jose in the Valley. And then it would come back to us first thing in the morning. So we used those sort of 8-hour time differences around the world to effectively create a chain. And that's actually a very effective technique, by the way. But one day I was tired and I forgot to pass on the original user requirement. I just passed on the output. And Mumbai accepted that. When they passed it on to the States, they complained because they were expecting to know what the users wanted. But I was asleep then, so I couldn't be contacted. So they just went with it. And I woke at about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning and realized the big mistake I'd made. And to be honest, I was really nervous going into work the next morning. But I went into the JAD room. We had a specialized facility for this, which I designed and built, so to allow very rapid exchange. And within the JAD room, we had the user community who were sat around looking at a screen, and they were looking at the things which had come out of this 3-part process. And they were getting really excited and saying things like, oh my God, I would never have thought of that. Yes, can we please have it? And what we'd actually done by accident, and all the best discoveries generally come by accident, is that we'd introduced a level of mutation into the process so that people didn't know what people wanted, so they speculated about what they might have asked for, and that introduced novelty into the system. So running through something in 24 hours, which is actually a much more economical than a traditional analysis process, we ended up with something which radically reduced the risk of software development, and also critically increased our acceptance by the user community, because we weren't just saying, tell us what you want and we'll deliver it. We're saying, talk to us, and between us, we can co-evolve something, which is much better than what you would have asked for in the first place. And a third approach we do on this, but this is software-based. This is using a tool we developed called SenseMaker in its Gemba version, is we actually continuously, and I mean continuously, capture people's day-to-day frustrations, experiences, desires, wants. And then we statistically analyze that. And when we get a coherent cluster, we put it to a group of programmers who build a prototype. And instead of waiting for the users to put a request into IT, we go out and say, look, we've had this idea, would it help? And that's part of trying to make the IT community effectively strategic rather than operational. And that is going to be increasingly key within the future. So what I've done there, if you think about it, I've given you a straight scientific fact. You will not see what you will not expect to see. And I've given you 3 formal methods which provide a workaround for that, yeah, which basically say, okay, so let's just accept that. And what we'll do is we'll get multiple agents from different backgrounds to work together in parallel, and that will overcome that problem, and it will give us a much more resilient and, resilient requirement spec, but also it will radically reduce the risk of dissatisfaction on product delivery downstream. So that's kind of like 1 fact, 3 methods. The second thing is the role of narrative. A lot of anthropologists now talk about Homo narrans, with the storytelling apes. And stories actually reveal knowledge far more than anything else. We've done a lot of military work here, for example, in getting company commanders in the field in Afghanistan to capture stories in real time in return for not writing a patrol report. And those stories are actually more valuable because they're real time and experiential, rather than sort of post-event reflective. And just as a general comment here, it's a big problem with lessons learned in retrospectives. The way people remember things within hours, yeah, of them actually happening is different from the way they happened in practice. We did this when we did some major lessons learned projects in IBM, and we found that whether teams succeeded or failed radically changed the way they described the past. And they weren't trying to lie, they weren't lying, it's just that they remembered things differently. So starting to capture stuff real time, and that's what the Gemba system does, is quite important. And by the way, we use that now as an alternative to formal retrospectives in Scrum, in that we can capture people's stories of how they feel, their interaction with colleagues, their interaction with clients, how they feel about what they've done during that day, and we can automate the retrospective by using real-time memories. We've been doing experiments on that in Romania and elsewhere, so that's another sort of use of the method to get results. But the principal point I want to make on that, if you look at storytelling traditions around the world, they actually don't tell stories of success, they tell stories of failure. All fairy stories, the ones we tell our children to, at night, bedtime stories, they all have a happy ending because we want the children to sleep at night. But the build up to that happy ending is basically everybody doing, making mistakes, doing odd things, breaking their parents' rules, going into woods on their own. we have a huge amount of failure in that. In fact, to be quite honest, we try and terrify them with the stories, and we like stories which talk about failure. If you tried to watch a film and everybody did everything right, you'd just be bored silly with it. It's the resolution of failure which gives us excitement. It gives, you know, psychic tension within the way you watch the movie. And the reality is that the human brain pays more attention to failure than it does to success. So one of the things we now focus on doing is we start to build worst practice systems rather than best practice systems. Working with agile teams will allow them to tell stories in fictional form, because the role of fiction is to educate you, not to tell the truth, and allow them to use fictional form to tell stories of actual failure or imagined failure. There's a paradox here. If you ask people to tell the truth, they'll lie. And if you allow them to lie, they'll fall back on the truth because it's easier. So effectively, building stories of how things did fail or how they could fail is actually a much more valuable lessons learning exercise than recording best practice and trying to define it. People don't take that seriously. And we found that in manufacturing environments, in software environments, in government departments and elsewhere. But you have to make it possible to share the failure without attribution of blame. And that's where fictional stories, archetypal stories, micro-observations all come into their play. And by the way, it's also a much better way of setting a sense of direction. Because if it's fairly easy to get consensus on what we don't want to do, it's very difficult to get consensus on what we do want to do, unless we reduce that statement to more or less a platitudinous form. So often when we're seeking to get direction or to resurrect an organization which is in a bad place, we'll start off by agreeing what we don't want to be and using those negative stories as actually a much better version of a purpose or mission statement, because they leave open novel possibilities that you can then explore. So that's a key, difference between what people normally do. And that's recognizing the reality of the way that narrative has evolved in humans and the way it works. And what I said about negative stories is true of all traditions. It doesn't matter whether you're in the Middle East or China or Western Europe or Native America or Indigenous Australia. Stories all provide that learning function, and they all focus on fictional examples of failure far more than they do on success in terms of the way they work. So again, that's me linking one with the other. There's another interesting feature here, and at this point I'll connect the two things. One of the things we know in biology is that evolution doesn't happen in a very linear way. The most valuable linear evolution happens by a non-linear phase shift. So the best example on this is that we know that dinosaurs, all dinosaurs had feathers. This is coming from the discoveries in North China, and all of those feathers were actually very colorful. So the only evolutionary function of colorful feathers is actually sexual display. So we knew that feathers evolved for sexual display and to some degree warmth. And then there was a small dinosaur which develops, and this is a linear development over time, skin flaps under its forelimbs, so that rather like a peacock, it could put its limbs out and better display those feathers to attract a sexual mate. And then those small dinosaurs were preyed on by bigger dinosaurs, so they ran very quickly. And as they ran, they put their forelimbs out. They were running on their hind legs, and then they started to glide, and that's how we got flight. So a trait which evolved for one function, sexual display, under stress accepts for something differently. And the same is true in human evolution. IBM spent several decades becoming the worldwide market leader in punch card control for industrial sewing machines. And so when computers came along, they could accept or repurpose that knowledge and capability to give them early market advantage in the development of computer programming. And I'm the generation which still remembers punch cards as the main way in which you wrote codes. It also introduced a degree of discipline. If you've got a compile error on card 2, you learn to think more before you put something into the computer center for processing. So that's called acceptation, right? 1947, a Raytheon engineer maintaining the magneto of a radar machine realized the significance of the fact that the chocolate bar had melted in his pocket he put a metal box around the magneto, and we got microwave ovens. So human innovation has been largely what we call radical repurposing, or suddenly seeing that we can do something new. Now, again, this starts to combine the two things I've talked about before. So if we continuously gather user stories, we can then look at existing capabilities and we can start to fuse the two. There's a whole process involved in this, which I won't go through, using what's called high abstraction metadata, which is an approach we developed working on counterterrorism for the US government some years ago. And what we do is we fuse the two databases together at a metadata level, so user stories, technological capabilities. And where we get a statistically significant cluster, we go to people and say, why do you think this cluster has occurred? And what that does is it acts as a memory trigger. So hang on a minute, we could do something different. So we don't rely on accidental encounter. This happened with the microwave ovens or IBM. We effectively manage to make sure that accidents happen more frequently. And that's the English word serendipity. So we manage for serendipitous encounters. And we've done stuff on that, for example, within manufacturing industry, where we've now got plastic rocks which change color in the dark in swimming pools, entirely based on a technology originally designed to handle urine-saturated staircases in a football stadium. And we now need to start doing more of that work, using existing code bases and existing capability, because that radically reduces the time to effective adoption within companies. And that's called exaptive design. Yeah, and there's a whole body of stuff I'm going into in other sessions, but not today, around complexity science-based approaches to design thinking, in which that sort of inventiveness is a key part of the system. And that leads me on to the final bit of science, which I developed the Cynefin framework around, and that's called complexity science. And the science of complex adaptive systems is the science of systems which are deeply entangled. I mean, a distinction between complex and complicated, which most people are aware of. I made it, Stacey made it, other people made it, all from different backgrounds, interestingly. But one of the reasons we all use the language is the origins of the word complex and complicated. So the origins, and they both come from a mixture of Latin and Greek. The origin of the word complicated is something which is enfolded or folded together. And the point about something which is folded is you can unfold it and put it back together again. Yeah, so it's not changed by the act of folding. Complex, on the other hand, is something which is entangled. And once something is deeply entangled, you can't untangle it without damage or loss. So complexity science is about systems which are deeply entangled with high levels of uncertainty. And one of the things, and I'm going to sort of finish on this point, apart from this basic announcement I'm going to make in a second. One of the things that we started to do with the Cynefin framework, which I've taught in Beijing, I've taught all over Europe, is basically say, look, the essence of the Cynefin framework is different methods will work in different spaces. So, for example, Scrum, which is one of the best development methods I've ever seen, and I've been in the IT industry for over 4 decades now. Actually, over 5 decades, come to think of it. I'm underestimating my age at that point. What Scrum is brilliant at is taking something which is on the border between complex and complicated. So there's still levels of uncertainty, but through rapid iteration, removing that uncertainty to produce a usable product. And in Cynefin terms, that's called the liminal domain between complex and complicated. So the effect of Scrum is to take things which are complex and make them complicated, and that's hugely valuable. On the other hand, the methods I currently talked about, entangled trios, the 888 process of JAD, unarticulated need mapping, those are pure complexity examples, but they're designed to feed into the backlog of a technique like Scrum. And of course, time boxes in the traditional way are a very good complicated technique. And to repeat what I've often said, there's absolutely nothing wrong with waterfall. In many cases, waterfall makes a lot of sense, and you should just sort of go with it. If you know roughly what you've got to deliver, there's very little ambiguity, and you've got a long period of time, well, go with a waterfall technique. They're well established. Now, that leads me into something that we're now working on, and we're working on with your previous speaker and a lot of other people, is over the years, I've got really fed up with the framework wars within Agile, with this huge amount of competition between people trying to have an all-encompassing approach. I remember the first time I came across SAFE, which was in Novi Sad in Serbia. I remember taking one look at it and saying, oh my God, that's this is just the wrong approach. It's wrong in principle. It's not about the practice, because it's purporting to deal with complexity. Now, I'm a complexity scientist. You can only scale a complex adaptive system by decomposition and recombination. You can't solve it by aggregation, yeah, into a large structured approach. It's just not the way that you scale. It's just wrong in principle. But, you know, we have various types of scaling frameworks. SAFE, you know, in fact, nobody uses the whole of SAFE anyway, and they sort of quietly abandon it after 4 or 5 years in the main. But that's life, all right? Less is actually more ambiguous. DAD was more ambiguous. We got Scrum at Sail. We got all of these methods, and they all claim, you know, this is the way, the truth, and the life. And now we got this really bad thing going in the market in which people are saying, well, Agile is dead, so we'll create a new version of Agile. And we got Agile 2.0, Amplio, all sorts of stuff. None of them are really reinventing it. It's just another commercial ploy, in effect, to try and create another, you know, machine-like approach with certification and training, which is where most of the money is in Agile these days, rather than software development. So we and other people within the Agile movement are kind of like said, we need to do something different. And what I'm going to talk about now is an open source approach. And it's very much in the spirit of Agnostic Agile, about be open to using the best of multiple frameworks. And what we're doing is say that the standards for this are open source, so anybody can replicate this and anybody can contribute, including methods and tools. I fundamentally disagree with it. This is going to be open source with an independent company managing it. Is we're breaking down Agile movements, Agile methods, working with the originators of those methods in the main, into their lowest coherent unit. Remember that complexity principle? We scale by combination, by decomposition and recombination, not by aggregation. So all of those go on to a new form of card. They're actually in the form of hexes, virtual and physical. Hexagons are more useful than playing cards because people put hexes together in novel patterns, and the physical act of facilitation is key. And there are other things in the kits, you know, apart from the methods. But for example, Scrum, the lowest coherent unit is, for example, a sprint or a retrospective. So you can put a Scrum card on to say we're going to do Scrum, or you can put the components of the Scrum methods, and Scrum is a set of methods, and then you could peel out effectively a sprint and replace it with a 3-month time box. So what we're doing is to creating a physical and virtual method by which you can combine and recombine elements of different Agile methods in novel combinations. And also kind of like say what we're currently doing, what's working or not working, what are we going to change, so that you start to take an incremental or an evolutionary approach to that. If you go on our website, you'll actually see the Hexi brochure, which describes the work we've done with the European Union on crisis management. The other key thing is we're creating a completely separate brand on this. So we will have methods in the Hexi kit. Those will be branded with our company brand. But the overall brand is an independent open source brand. And that's got a lot of people excited. We've actually just formed a partnership with Ivor Jacobson and Essence so that we're not seen to compete with that. And we can take his approach to stuff across at a practice level without having to accept the other work he does. You can accept it or reject it. The whole principle about this is to create an open source environment in which people can put together the best of breed, the best practice, or importantly, and this is a key thing from complexity, the things which work best in their individual context in terms of the way things work. So that kind of like fits in with the sort of principles of what I've talked about. And what I've tried to do is not throw too much theory at you, but give some of the scientific background, and then specifically link that in with methods or tools which acknowledge that science. And our role as a company, as was said at the start, is we're an action research company. We produce methods, we produce tools, we actually develop and work on concepts. The final thing we're currently working on, which I'll mention at a very high level now, this actually has me more excited than Cynefin. It's a much more significant than framework Cynefin, is we're taking constructor theory from physics sideways. And I won't go into detail, because anybody who wants to know more about this, I wrote about it on the blog recently, so it's easy to pick up. And we're achieving this major shift, which happens with complexity. Instead of deciding where we want to be at a future state, which is in a complex world, probably a bad idea because you can't predict the future, you can only deal with the immediate present. So what we're doing is saying, well, let's start off by mapping, whether it's in software development or strategy or international policy or military strategy. Let's map the actual things that we can change, called constraints, into a grid, which looks at the energy cost of change against the time to change, and identify within those grid the things which actually practically we can't change. That's called a counterfactual. Yeah? And then what that does is define a sphere in which we can make any change whatsoever. And then changes are all about reducing the energy cost of change or changing the time to change so that we can get a focus. Now, that's actually a whole new approach to strategy. And it feeds into this thing I want to leave you with before leaving some time for questions. And if there are no questions, that's okay. I'll have another coffee. It's very early in the morning here. Just coming up to 6 a.m. What that allows us to do is effectively manage the domain. We're only dealing with things which realistically we can deal with. And we're doing lots of small changes, lots of small projects, which means we can afford a higher degree of failure, but overall we're shifting the system. So the system reduces the energy cost of doing the things that we want to achieve. And that's the big strategic and operational shift in complexity theory. You want to make effectively the energy cost of virtue lower than the energy cost of sin, to put it in fairly simple terms. And that's actually quite exciting because we can use software to inform that. We can actually build acceptation automatically into the process. It's called the Esterine framework. It's the working title for it if you want to look at it. And we're seeing that as a new way, and there's lots of things we can use it for. It's a new way in which the IT department can start to have strategic conversations with the users very early on in the cycle to reduce the cost and to reduce the risk of software development as we move forward into what is increasingly a new age of uncertainty. So I hope that's useful. It was a real pleasure to speak to Agnostic Agile because the principles that you were founded around match the principles of certainly where we think things should go. And I'm more than open to questions or to going to get more coffee, whatever works for you guys.
All right, Dave. So I only have just one question directly from Ari for you, and then I'll hand over to San, as I believe he has a couple for you as well.
Sure.
So Ari's question reads as, what do you think it is about pubs that gets the creative juices flowing that's missing in ski resorts?
I think, I mean, sorry, I'm Welsh, not English. You need to understand this, all right? So if you ever call me English, that's a mortal sin, and my children will have to seek out your children into the 7th generation. You've had fair warning on this, all right? We're with the English first, and we hopefully will be the last colony. We plan independence at some time. But the only thing worth keeping the English on the planet for is their pubs. We've long decided that in Wales, and possibly some of their literature. But most of that comes from the Welsh and the Irish and the Scots anyway. So I think, I mean, it's a serious question, Ari. I think one of the things we didn't, because we sat down and had a drink and had a meal together and chatted, and we were a small group, we were actually only 3 of us. And 3 to 5 people can achieve things that larger groups can't. You end up with consensus-based approaches rather than novelty. I mean, I'm actually working with the Peace and Reconciliation Center at George Mason University here in Washington. And one of the ways we're handling conflict between Democrats and Republicans is small groups of 3 with asymmetric diversity, working on projects together and coming up with solutions and letting them have a conversation about their political differences when they're ready to have it without mediation. So I'm building on this, but fundamentally what a small group of people in a pub can do with a couple of glasses of good beer and some good pub grub is kind of like sort stuff out without getting over elaborate, and then start to move the thing forward. And I think that's why it works. Yeah. Great question.
All right, Kumo, I will take over. Thanks, Dave, for getting up early, share your stories. And I'm also facilitating this session in China. So basically, thanks for your clarify in the Canadian frameworks between the complex and complicated, because in Chinese language, they are very close. Sometimes we even use the same terms for the two English words.
Same in all the Scandinavian languages.
All right. So that's very good to know. And also we heard that the Canadian has been evolving, and you also have new development. It's good to hear. But also actually many Chinese agile practitioners and many Chinese leaders knowing you also from Canadian frameworks. So basically I've got two questions still related with Canadian frameworks. Cool. As you mentioned, the Canadian frameworks can be applied in many different scenarios, can be in the business, political, economy, and public health, in many scenarios. So the question is that, is there a typical scenarios for Canadian frameworks? And what is your favorite scenarios? And what are the challenges and pitfalls to be aware of when implementing the framework?
Okay, so, and there's a couple of obvious ones. When people talk about the 5 quadrants of Cynefin, which is all too frequent, I worry about the quality of their education. You can't have 5 quadrants, all right? The secret is in the quad, right? I think, but trouble is people, when they get Cynefin, they focus on those 4 domains and they forget the central one, which is the most important, which is now called the aporetic domain. Aporia is a Greek word, yeah? And what it means in Derrida, that's where it comes from, in philosophy, is a question that you can only answer by thinking differently. So a question that you can answer is a process, but a question that you can't answer without having to think or act differently, that's called an aporetic moment. And that central domain of Cynefin is really important. In fact, you should probably start there before you break things out. If you want the best application of this, it's the European Union Field Guide, and I've just put a link in the chat line there. So this is something I wrote in 2021 jointly with the European Union. And it's the first government publication to describe a complexity approach from start to finish. It's written in the context of crisis management, but if you miss out the first stage, it covers all of complexity management anyway. And that basically describes the way you use Cynefin in a crisis is you stabilize chaos by taking decisive action very quickly. Not to resolve the problem, but to create more options. And interestingly, China and New Zealand did that in COVID, whereas the West didn't. And that gave them more options going downstream. I won't talk about what happened afterwards because that's too politically sensitive, so I'll keep off that, yeah? But New Zealand is probably the best example, is they locked down against their law, and that gave them far more options, whereas Britain and Sweden waited till they had no alternative, yeah? So that's decisive action in chaos. Then when things are in the aporetic domain, some of them can be made complicated and given to experts. Some can be complex, so they need parallel experiments. Some actually we need to generate hypotheses, and that's where you move into part of the chaos domain in Cynefin. And we also have methods like the triopticon, which again I'll put a link in, which are designed to resolve conflict between experts, which is a sort of liminal domain of complicated in Cynefin. So to me, that's the best example because it's a fully codified, worked out with a government endorsement behind it, and that helps adoption. Other than that, I mean, to be honest, one of my favorite papers somebody ever wrote was the British Cabinet Office, all right? So this is our government. And they used Cynefin to explain the role that religion played in the Bush White House. And that's a publicly available paper, and it uses Cynefin to describe the role of religion. And I'm really impressed with that one, right? But go on a Google search, you'll find thousands and loads of use in the software development. And I don't get precious about it. I'll kindly, be a bit sarcastic if you talk about 5 quadrants, and I'll remind you about the aporetic domain. But we kind of accept things as things go.
Sure. Thanks for those good examples. We will definitely check out those links on YouTube, on Google, and then we'll share also with our Chinese participants. You mentioned also, we were also, when we're collecting the questions for you, we also have questions regarding how we see the COVID situation around the globe. You see different countries react differently, like in region like China, still very strictly managed, but various for us, COVID varied from, it's from unknown to now we gradually getting know them better, and people know how to react it. So also question for you, how do you see with the evolvement of virus, how you see the world, in which domain of in the Cynefin context we are at?
Okay, so this is a big one, all right? And I'm now going to get depressing, all right? COVID isn't the worst plague we'll see in my lifetime, and I'm 68. All right, so there are bacteria thawing out in the Siberia tundra as a result of global warming, to which we have no natural resistance, and we don't have the antibiotics. And if you look at the history of humankind, bacterial plagues are far more dangerous than viral plagues. Yeah, that viruses tend to evolve quickly to actually ensure the survival of their host. That's the problem we've got with Ebola now, is people survive Ebola, so it can spread faster. Yeah. So I've always said that COVID was effectively God's gift to humanity. It was a chance to work out how we can do this. The one thing we do know now is that you can't, unless you're China, right? But in the West, we just don't have that capability. And I think China is finding it increasingly difficult. You can't impose nationwide lockdowns. You'll just get civil disturbance. Yeah. So what actually is one of the things I'm talking about later today with GMU. Part of our work is to build citizen sensor networks, so that we can, and using schools and religious groups and social clubs and political clubs, whatever's local, and give them software tools which they use for things that they find useful. But then we can activate them in a crisis to measure the attitudes or sentiment at a hyperlocal level, fractally at all levels. So we can make decisions about how we handle a plague or output based at a local level rather than sort of crude impositions, right? So what that is doing, if you think about it, is trying to shift the problem from chaotic to complex. And we're doing that by building capability before we need it rather than at the time we do need it. So I think a lot of the COVID response stayed in crisis management mode for far longer than it needed to do.
Right.
There was also some aspects of COVID which were conflict between experts. So we had behavioral scientists arguing with epidemiologists, arguing with microbiologists. One of the things we developed the triopticon, which is the issue I've given you for, is it's a highly orchestrated dance in which a decision maker can observe different experts disagreeing with each other at a senior and a junior level in order to decide what to do. So the reality is COVID has always existed in nearly all of the domains. What you really want is you want it in the complex and complicated domains, not in the chaotic domain. And if you say anything is clear, then you really don't understand the crisis. Yeah? But I say that's outlined in the field guide. And I think the key thing for everyone to remember about Cynefin, in any system, the whole system isn't complex or whatever. Yeah, aspects of the system are complex, aspects are complex, and that's the key use of Cynefin, is to break it down. And also to recognize reality. I've seen people say that traffic in Mumbai is an example of chaos. Well, it isn't. And I've been in Mumbai. If you walk in a straight line across the street at a constant speed, and by the way, that's also true in Beijing. Last time I was there, it's the same principle. Nothing will hit you. If you wait, I mean, it is actually a complex system because drivers in Beijing and Mumbai are actually flocking if you study it mathematically. Yeah, they're following the next car, matching speed, avoid collision, including observing for, and because you've got that system, it's hypersensitive. But it's actually always anticipating what we'll do. So you mustn't stop and stagger because then you'll get hit. If you walk at a constant pace, the system itself is predicting what you will do. So that's another key thing about understanding Cynefin. Very few things are chaotic, or if so, it's temporary. If they stay in chaos for long, you get disintegration.
Yes, thanks so much for the insight and from perspective. That's very good. For the time reason, I have your last questions before you go for coffee, which you're already having coffee. Good.
Yeah, this isn't good coffee, but there is a Starbucks around the corner. So.
Right. Okay, actually, this is we have Agnostic Agile event, so there are still I see many Agile practitioners and Agile coach starting with their Agile story with Cynefin frameworks to start with.
That's good.
The question for you is that how do you see Cynefin frameworks is related with the Agile way of working? I think you already mentioned during your talk, but maybe you can elaborate a little bit for the audience.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, we have three frameworks, all right? And Cynefin, Flexures, Curves, and now Esterine. And they do different things, and they are frameworks. You know, Scrum isn't a framework, it's a collection of methods. Yeah, I mean, it really doesn't have an underlying philosophy. It has some principles, but that's not the same thing. Yeah. So, if we look at those, I just described estuarine mapping is about what's the nature of the space, where can we actually do anything anyway? And that's kind of like a starting point. Yeah.
Right.
Black-Scholes curves is market life cycle. But to give you an example, that says if your company has just adopted SAFe, stop complaining about it. Because until SAFe starts to fail, there isn't room to introduce novelty. So that's about the cycle and time of decision making. Cynefin is about what type of decision you can make or what tool you should use based on the nature of the system. Yeah, so the philosophical phrasing on this is ontology precedes epistemology, i.e. the way that the nature of the system determines how you can know things and how you can act. So the primary use of Cynefin, and certainly in Agile, is to say what methods or tools you would use. Yeah, and what you should never do in Cynefin is privilege one domain over another. And I've seen people do that and say, well, our method is good at complex. Your method is just complicated. Well, okay, if it's complicated, it's a better method than your method. And your method is probably transition anyway, right? So there's a British phrase on this, which anybody Chinese will understand anyway, which is horses for courses. So if you're betting on a horse race, you want to know the nature of the course before you decide which horse you're going to put your money on.
Sure.
Yeah. And that's actually what Cynefin is about. What method, what tool, what approach are we going to do? And you start off by working that out. But it's also, what transition do I want? Most work in Cynefin is not about where I am, but where I want to go. Mm-hmm. So all software development is trying to make complex things complicated because we want scalability and repeatability. So there's absolutely nothing wrong with that if you can do it. Yeah. There's not some huge super moral value about, oh, I'm complex, so I'm more interested than the rest of you. Yeah.
Right. All right. Thank you very much for your time. And then we will move on with our China region. So the next speaker will be in the Mandarin Chinese. So for the people who are still in Zoom, if your Chinese is good or you want to learn Chinese, feel free to stay with us. And I will thanks again, David, for your time and supporting us Agnostic Agile conference, and looking forward to have you again in the near future.
Yeah, it'd be a pleasure.
Thank you, Dave. Okay, in this case, ladies and gentlemen, we will start our session for the China specific session. Like I mentioned, I have 3 speakers today, so they will share their topics in the Mandarin Chinese language in next 2.5 hours. And after that, we still have a North American and South American event. So that will be on English again. So please stay tuned or come back when you want to hear the next American region events. So I will start in the China event with kickoff the first our speaker, which is Yating Yang. So I will also speak introduction in Chinese language because probably the session will be in Chinese. So thanks again for being us with here. Please feel free or come back with English session after. OK， 线上的朋友们大家好哈，我也很高兴也很荣幸哈，有机会今天跟各位嘉宾，特别是刚刚分享的这 David Snowden 先生进行了一些交流我也代表线上的小伙伴对他提了一些问题我看有很多的问题呢他回答的很细致，而且他的分享呢，我相信我一定要回看，因为即使有很多的内容我需要进一步的去消化我觉得他分享了很多非常棒的信息包括他分享的链接，稍后我们也会在群里或者在公众号里面去分享关于他认为Cynefin模型最好的应用，他提到了一个欧盟的应用也对现在这 COVID 的这个情况用Cynefin模型给大家做了一些这个他的见解和分享，包括敏捷和Cynefin模型的一个关系那么好，那接下来的时间呢，我们介绍一下我们今天的第一位出场嘉宾我们今天第一位出场嘉宾呢是杨雅婷老师杨雅婷老师给大家带来的这个分享呢是传统行业开启敏捷转型的3个坑杨雅婷老师呢是敏捷教练，同时也是 Top 引导师 ICF ACC 的教练他同时每天都坚持着语音写作每日1万字的这个践行者实践者，累计已经积累了800万字同时呢他也是一个敏捷的这个博主那下面呢我们就邀请杨老师进行他的今天的主题分享。杨老师，我把我的这个分享链接停掉，然后您可以共享的您的桌面
好的，谢谢Zhenpeng老师。 大家晚上好，非常开心作为第一位今天分享的嘉宾，然后非常荣幸和各位伙伴们一块儿分享一下我今天带来的话题。那我先共享一下屏幕。
OK， 可以看到了，雅婷，你可以开始了。
好的，大家可以看到，怎么今天的那个主题像是变了一下？今天的主题从传统行业中进行敏捷转型的3个坑，变成了变革中的人性元素。其实是从那3个坑得到了一些升华，所以会更加关注到在变革的这个旅程中，当然不仅局限于传统行业了，就在这个过程中有哪些人性元素是我们要考虑的。然后也非常感谢郑鹏老师刚才已经给我做了一些自我介绍，所以我这边就不再赘述了。大家有兴趣的话可以添加我的微信，我们可以进行更多的探讨，或者也欢迎大家关注我的敏捷星空的公众号，最近也在进行每天的日更公众号的文章。对，我是一个写作爱好者。所以今天呢，我会给大家带来我自己在敏捷转型旅程中的我自己的这个变革之旅。所以会分享在我过往的那个职场的经验中，我有加入了一个新行业，怎么在新行业里面开启了我的变革之旅。大家可以看到这旁边有个冲浪的这个图片，其实刚加入新行业的时候去进行敏捷转型的时候，就像这个冲浪的这个女孩一样，有些浪过来了，可能可以成功的冲过去，但是有一些浪过来了，可能就掉到漩涡里面了，然后呛得比较厉害，甚至是有时候卡在漩涡里面也很久都出不来。不知道大家有没有这个相似的经历？所以，今天会更加多的先从我的这个故事会先出发。那今天我知道还有另外2位老师，许峰老师还有夏涛老师，他们也会去从不同的角度给大家带来一些转型的故事。那今天从我的这个话题开始，可能会从先个人的这个变革的一个体验先出发。所以我的这个故事就开始于我加入一家传统的行业，然后被赋予了一个敏捷项目管理专家的这样的一个高帽子，带着加入了这家组织，作为一个甲方的敏捷教练和创新项目的经理。那事情会进展的按照我们想象中的那么顺利吗？所以一开始就要跟大家分享我才加入这家组织在1-2个月的旅程中经历的一个至暗的时刻。大家不妨来听听在我的故事中发生了什么。那当我在加入1-2个月的时候，当我带着我们的这个产品开发团队进行每周的一个周会的时候，我记得那个周会的时候，当时这个周会要达成的目的是要去收集我们这个全年的这个创新项目。当时项目进展到什么地步了？因为我刚加入进去，其实项目已经 kick off 了有2个多月了，但是可能各个职能他们各个职能有自己的 plan， 也有自己的计划，但是没有完整的一个当前的一个状态，或者是没有完整的一个非常好的一个规划。那我就先要拿到项目的现状。看上去是一个不复杂的任务吧，在以前的各种项目管理中，这个应该是信手捏来的吧，就是我们去看当前各个职能现在都在进行一些什么样的工作啊，进展到什么样的状态啊，在下一个关键的里程碑节点交付是什么呀，现在都进展的怎么样了。没想到当我自己梳理了一个模板带到那个会议中去跟大家收集状态的时候，却收到了这个非常不留情面的直接反馈。你看都有哪些声音呢？然后我们直接有一个外国的同事直接跟我说，雅婷，你这个东西不管用，你先去找我们总部的一个资深的项目经理先学习一下，再来跟我们一块儿工作吧。然后还有一些我们的专家的项目组的成员就说，你要抓这个项目的重点啊，不要来管我们这些执行的细节啊。然后甚至还在另外的沟通中，我们的产品经理跟我说，雅婷，你的这种方式并没有帮助到我们，反而真的是降低了我们的效率。当然也有另外的一些声音，就是我们这个组织也有很多的一些项目经理，然后他们平时也非常的suffer， 然后有碰到了很多的一些挑战啊，不管是团队层面啊、项目层面啊，然后他们就会对我寄予了很多的期望。哎呀，你赶快学习吧，等你学习了，我们就等着你这个专家来去帮助我们呢。我们现在有今年的 KPI 是怎么把产品的研发周期从1年缩到半年，等等，就所有的这些声音。但是在那个，尤其在那个会议中，尤其是这个声音说啊，你的这个不管用，先找个总部的经理学习一下吧。在那个场景下，当时有10多个项目组的成员，我当时坐在那个角落里面，听到这个声音，然后整个人当时虽然还是像现在一样的面带微笑的，但其实当时内在是僵住了。可能在我过往的经历中，我从来没有受到过如此直接的这个挑战。所以当时对我来说，内在是特别特别焦灼的。那在那场会议中，其实我有好长一段时间，可能至少有2、3周、3、4周的时间，都是沉浸在一个比较低谷的一个状态过程中。那在那个低谷的那个旅程中，内在也浮出来了很多的声音，比如说，哎呀，这个传统行业的这个项目管理简直是太落后了。哎呀，其实这样那样都需要去改进。然后另外一个，尤其是我从其他行业过来，本来我过来是作为一个项目管理的专家，结果现在他们开会说啥我都听不懂，我是不是完全入错行了？还有一个，这个会议上被当众挑战的这个事情，其实让我内心就觉得很受挫。我觉得团队成员好像也不太接纳我，也不尊重我。然后另外一个，我的更多的10多年的经历一直都是跟软件打交道的嘛，所以我说的语言其实跟团队他们说的做产品啊、做设计，因为是做这个实体产品，就大家的语言根本就不相通，好像是我说的同样说的是这个话，但其实有很多部分是我们是没办法互相理解的。然后当时我加入这家组织的话，我以为我是可以有很多机会来构建新东西的，没想到其实在一家成熟的一个大系统大组织下，其实已经有很多流程了。然后而我要开始的第一步，其实我得先学会这些先学会这些常规的流程到底是什么，然后这个需要花费很多的时间。然后的话就是当时就觉得特别的不自由，然后又有这样的那样的被挑战的声音，然后就感觉整个人就是僵住了，每天去上班好像也是觉得挺有压力的，就不是那种特别兴奋的、特别积极的要去上班，然后就感觉哇，这么多条条框框，太没有自由了。这就是当时的那个状态。想想如果当时我在这个状态中，我怎么去作为一个敏捷转型的引领者去支持团队，以及支持其他团队的项目经理去进行敏捷的转型呢？其实是自己本身内在都不稳定，也没有了这个力量。那这就是我的这个至暗时刻，不知道伙伴们你们是否也有自己的至暗时刻呢？当时你们是怎么度过这个挑战的？所以为什么我在这个加入这个新行业去进行敏捷转型的时候，为什么在这个冲浪中我就这么快的就掉进了漩涡呢？所以我总结下来的话，其实是3个坑吧。首先第一个就是我刚加入组织，其实我都还没有跟大家建立起很好的关系与信任，然后我就一头扎进了事儿里面，企图去关注于事儿，关注于目标，关注于成果，而忽略了人。然后第二个就是也是当时招聘我过来的时候，管理层也有个期待，就是说希望我能够把这边的项目管理的一个能力啊、水平啊能够提升一个维度。所以我进来了以后，其实我也是带着一个问题的思维，带着一双问题的眼睛去看，哪好像都有问题。相反，我并没有带着一个欣赏的眼光去看待这么优秀的、这么历史悠久的一家行业里面的先锋的这样的一个组织，它优秀的部分又在哪里？它真正做得好的部分又在哪里？所以就把那个部分给关闭了。然后第3个的话就是，其实当时我与我所在的团队，更多的有一种对抗的部分。其实我刚加入进来，团队又要开始新的 storming 和新的forming 的这样的一个旅程。那在这个过程中，我还并没有完全融入团队，而我又要去推行很多新的做法。那个时候就是我跟团队其实是这样对抗的，然后他们也反弹得很厉害。所以就是说，在这个过程中，我并不是跟系统一块共舞的。 所以这个是我当时踩的3个坑。那我会具体的在接下来再具体的聊一下我是怎么从这3个坑中爬出来的。所以在这边呢也很好奇，当大家在看直播的时候，你也可以思考一下，当你的组织开始变革的时候，或者当你也是一个变革的引领者，或者是你要去推行一个新的流程或者方法的时候，你当时是从哪个视角先开始的？那这边有5个维度，分别是变革中的人性的5个维度。所以大家可以思考一下，如果大家有愿意分享的话，也可以输在聊天区。所以包括有理解呀、下决心、连接、转变和做真实的自己。那这边的话就是和大家分享一个我们在 TOP 参与的技术里面会有很多变革的一些理论和工具，其中一个非常重要的就是变革里面的人性元素。那在我们敏捷转型的过程中，我们有很多的方法、框架、实践，还有很多的工具。那其实真正的要实施一个有效的变革，作为变革的引领者，在变革中的人还要灵活的去调试自己，让自己去适应不同的变革场景、不同的组织文化等等。你非常要关注在变革里面人性的元素，比如说要关注到大家的变革意愿啊，要关注到大家在变革里面的这些情绪呀，他真正的意愿呀，他的渴望又是什么呀？阻碍他向前转变的又是什么呢？所以就需要去走过这样的一个变革旅程，这个5步，从做自己到连接、理解、转变和下决心。那如果带着这个框架来看，我在一开始为什么我会加入的前3个月直接就掉到冲浪的漩涡里面，然后还呛得很惨呢？就是我直接就专注于事儿，就像刚刚聊到的那个，我就直接想要去转变这个系统，转变这个团队，然后而忽略了前面的3步，就直接想去做事儿，想去转变他们，想去推行新的工具和方法，结果就栽得很惨。所以那再回到这个框架的话，我会和大家分享一下我当时是怎么去跳出这3个坑的。所以回到第1步，就先是做自己，做真实的自己。那刚刚从我的分享中，大家还记得这个至暗时刻的故事吗？那在那个过程中，我已经被卡住了，被束缚住了。那个时候其实就不是真实的自己了，就是被卡住的自己。那我得先找回真实的自己，我才能够变得由内而外的有力量，继而能够去推动这个转型。那其实当我们去新加入一家组织的时候，或者当我们在引领一个变革的时候，在这个新环境中，别人怎么看待我们，我们如何看待我们自己，其实这所有的东西都会关系到我们怎么行动，我们怎么思考和怎么感受。所以在我僵住的和被束缚住的那个阶段，然后跟团队的关系又非常的紧张，没有信任的关系，其实内心是非常非常的痛苦和焦灼的，然后会失去了很多力量。那其实在这个过程中，当然它也是一个很好的机会，你在这个全新的组织中，你如何在这个过程中去重塑自我，其实这个是非常艰难的部分。那在这个过程中，其实在了不起的我书里面也提到了，这个其实在职业转型的时候也会有类似的旅程。那所以我是怎么跳出的这个卡壳呢？然后作为敏捷教练的话，其实我们也有很多的内部和外部的资源。当我真正的束缚住卡住的话，我会去寻找外部的资源，比如说我会找我非常信任的教练，然后让他们去通过教练的视角来启发我，帮助我重新去解读这件事情。然后特别幸运的是，我就有机会跟我的引导老师Tom 老师，他是非常资深的引导师，也是心理剧的教练。然后我们在 Teams 上面有了1个多小时的一个对话。其实那个对话一开始我并不是要让他去教练我的，我是要请教他另外一个话题。没想到那天就正好是非常低落的时候，然后就跟团队的这个张力，就他也看得出我整个人能量就很低，然后我们就没有去聊那个原来的话题，我们就他就开始带给我了一段非常难忘、非常有启发的一个教练对话，但是一开始进行的也不是那么顺利。然后我们聊了很多，然后我当时的所有的肢体语言呀，所有的分享，我就还是觉得这个组织给我的都是只有束缚，我不喜欢这样的状态。 我觉得也很难跟团队的人去沟通，去取得信任。是不是我现在是做了一个错误的选择？然后就开始质疑自己，是不是加入这家公司其实是一个错误的选择？就当时就卡在了这样的状态中。当时老师蛮有意思的，变了好几种方式，最后其实他好像没有转变，但突然就有一个aha的 moment。当时我在一个小的phone booth，一个很小的会议室，我就是说，在这种状态中，我觉得被束缚住了，没有自由的感觉。哎，他说，那你变换一个姿势，你去体验一下这个幸福，那个自由的感受是什么？哎，当时突发奇想的，我就把鞋子脱了，我就坐到了那个会议室的桌子下去换了一个姿势。哎，那一刻一下子就体会到了这种自由的状态，是久违了的自由的状态。哇，那个时候就感觉，哎，这种身心自由的状态很好。其实我以为的外界的这些组织的这些流程啊，组织的这些人啊，这些所有的束缚啊，其实我是可以选择的，并不一定他们就是紧紧的框住了我。其实我换一个视角，我换一个姿势，只要我内在能够有链接到这个自由自在的感受，那我是会慢慢找回自己内在的这个核心稳定性和自由的。所以那一刻的感受是非常非常奇妙的。那在那一次对话中，他把我从好几个星期的一个低谷中慢慢拉了出来，然后他也让我很清晰的意识到，其实当下发生的这一切，它是非常真实的发生在我的生活中的。我要对当下说 yes， 然后它是我生活中非常真实的一部分。然后它虽然又有束缚，但是其实在束缚的过程中，它也有机会和也有可能性。所以我就慢慢的挣脱了这个束缚。其实这个束缚也不全是外界给我的，其实也是我自己给自己绑了一个绳子，因为这一切发生的跟我想象中的不太一样。那所以在这个过程中，我就有了这样的新的觉察。那现有的环境它有它的边界，它有它的束缚和盲点，但是同样一体两面的，它也有可能性。然后其实我也可以加入我的新想法啊，然后也可以有新的期许啊，也可以有不一样的做法。其实只是需要你去转化一个视角，就不要总是局限在这个问题的视角、局限的视角。其实当你自由的话，你就可以去探索更多的可能性。那然后除了有外部的资源赋能后，我们自己当然作为敏捷教练，我们自己也有内在的资源。那我是一名 TOP 的引导师， TOP 有2大经典工具，其中之一就是焦点讨论法。那刚刚也提到，我是一个语音写作的每天日更写作者，我每天会用语音的方式去完成1万字的记录。那在这个过程中，很多都有我的一些反思的部分。我加入这个新组织去进行敏捷转型过程中，我每天都发生了一些什么事儿啊？我取得的一些小成就是什么呀？我碰到的阻碍是什么？我未来6个月、半年我想要达成的一个目标和愿景又是什么？这些话题都是我每天去思考的。那我最常用的框架就是焦点讨论法。那焦点讨论法的话，它分为4个层次 ORID， 我们可以过来看。那在这个过程中，我就可以借助它来去复盘真正的我跟团队产生的这些焦灼或者是张力的时刻，到底在客观层面发生了什么。那其实在当时当我整个人就是僵住的时候，那我会客观层面的发生，比如说那个声音，我同事的那个声音，他会说，哎，你去找个总部的资深的项目经理学学，你再来教我们吧。那当时在卡住的状态，我会觉得他说的这句客观的话，其实让我内在会很受伤。我会觉得我是被挑战了，我不被接纳，我不被信任。然后呢，这个是反应的层面，刚刚他说的这句话是客观的层面。那再达到了诠释的层面的话，就是可能这个团队跟我之间，我们是不是真正的是适合在一起工作的，或者我在这边我能够去产生我的价值吗？那这件事情到底对我来说又意味着什么？当然你也可以有不一样的反思的方法，比如说当我后面真正的又找到了这种自由的感觉，找到了真正的做自己的这个力量以后，那可能他说的那句话情绪层面，我慢慢的可能没有了那么多波澜，我情绪层面会觉得其实他也只是发表了一个视角， 那我可以认为他这个视角是对的，或者是错的，或者是说其实这里面没有对错，它只是有不同的视角。那这个过程中，我慢慢的情绪就平复下来了。它只是同事给我的一个反馈，虽然他当时听上去比较直接。那然后在意义层面的话，其实更多的是我后面慢慢的能把这个挑战视作是一个机会。我觉得它是对我来说是一个拉伸。那可能在过往的工作经验中，可能更多的是非常顺利的部分，从来没有遭遇到跟团队在一块儿被挑战的这么厉害的时刻。那我觉得它对我是一份礼物，在意义的这个层面，当我真正能够接纳它的时候，我觉得它是一份非常珍贵的礼物，因为它把我的这个它把我的这个可接受的区域极大的拉伸和扩展了。我能够跟更多的不同的声音、不同个性的人在一起工作，然后我也能够接受更多的来自于外界的不一样的反馈，而不会感觉到内在很痛苦。所以这个事情的决策的一部分就是，当我以后再听到这些负面的声音的时候，那我的回应可能就不是说内在僵住了，那我会更加理性的来看待这些不一样的声音，同时也去平衡外面的声音和我内在的对自己的一个看法。所以应用这个 OID 的方式，我就会每天在团队中发生的这些事儿，我会每天在下班的路上，我就可以自己过来进行教练啊，自己进行梳理。那在这个过程中也会极大的去赋能自己。所以我觉得这个对于敏捷教练在去推进组织的转型和变革的时候，其实你自己的内在的敏锐，你自己的觉察程度，你自己的反思程度，其实也是非常关键的。因为你自己需要保持一个稳定的状态，然后你要去处理这么多不同的有拥抱的声音，有反抗的声音，那你自己怎么去灵活的调试是非常重要的。当然我相信每个敏捷教练应该都有自己的非常好用的工具。对于我来说的话，它是语音写作和焦点讨论法，它支持我去慢慢的找回自己，做真实自己的力量。那个真实的自己就是开放的、勇敢的、积极乐观的等等。然后在这个过程中，那当我能够慢慢的去做真实的自己的时候，那就到了下一步了。我怎么去连接其他的人，用真诚怎么去影响他人。然后在这边的话，我这边先我这边先暂停几分钟。我在的这个地方，我得去拿一下充电器。郑鹏老师，我这边可能得有3分钟时间，我去拿一下充电器。
我借着这个机会，回顾一下你刚才讲的这个内容。雅婷老师刚刚提到了这个变革中这个人的元素哈，其实它原来的话题叫这个变革中的3个坑啊。其实这让我想到了，就是说，中国有一句话哈，叫先做人再做事儿，对吧？当你这个人被组织或者被周围的人所接纳，被环境所接纳以后呢，你的事情就顺其自然了啊，就是很容易成功哈。所以刚才雅婷提到她的最大的这个 lesson learn 哈，就是说她以一个专家的身份或者以一个顾问的身份直接切入到一个项目里面，她直接就关注解决问题她忽略了他这个人有没有被团队所接纳。其实无论是在什么样的组织或者在什么样的国家文化和背景上，这一点都非常重要。不光是说我们中国这句话叫先做人再做事儿哈，同样在很多国际和国外的这种组织环境中啊也是一样的啊。所以其实我相信刚才雅婷老师介绍他这个亲身这个经历哈，以亲身经历的第一视角去讲，我相信线上的很多的敏捷教练专家和顾问，我们经常会以一个专家的身份被引入到一个第三方的组织，这个组织不了解我们，我们呢也并不是那么了解这个组织啊，所以呢，我觉得雅婷呢这边也解释了他在这个过程中的一个心理的一个波折和这个浮动哈，然后同时借助了外部的教练进行了梳理的沟通，以及他刚才介绍的就是焦点讨论法哈，就是这个ORID 的这个模型哈，去如何去自我调节，然后自我去复盘反思啊发生了什么，然后如何更客观的看待别人给他的一个评价或者反馈。尽管有的时候听到可能是对你的 权威的一个挑战，或者对你的专业的一个挑战，让你会觉得很不舒服哈。但是呢，的确哈，通过这样的过程，我们也很高兴哈，看到他这个走出来了，并今天把他这个经验分享给我们哈。那行，我看雅婷回来了哈，那我们先复盘到这儿，然后雅婷，我把时间交给你，继续完成你下面部分的分享啊。雅婷，你这边现在还是一个静音的状态哈，你可以打开声音，我可以看到你。
谢谢郑鹏老师，谢谢你的补位。
没关系。
好的，那我再接着讲了，也谢谢大家的支持。那我们就讲到了第2个人性元素中，我们怎么去用真诚的方式去影响他人。那正好对于我带的这个团队呢，它就非常的独特，它非常的多元，它是一个global 全球化的团队，有很多来自不同国家的人，然后也有中国人，也有外国人，大家组成了一个非常有创意的产品开发团队，去做一个创新的集团内部的创新项目。那在这个过程中，其实每个人都是那么的个性鲜明，然后在这个过程中，我们怎么去跟他们去建立连接呢？其实也会有有趣的部分，当然也有很挑战的部分。这个在以前的接触的组织和团队中是全然没有接触过这样的类型。那这个有意思的部分就是，其实当你真正去工作的时候，你真的知不知道跟你工作的这些人他们到底是谁？除了他们头上的那个 title， 可能有产品经理，可能有产品技术工程师、包装工程师，然后有负责市场的同事，也有负责 marketing， 有负责销售的同事。在这样的一个跨职能的团队中，除了他们身上的这些职称，除了他们在这个组织中工作10-20年的背景啊等等，那他们到底真实的人到底是谁？所以这个其实是蛮关键的，尤其在这种多元的文化中，其实你能够更深的去了解每一个人，他们的喜好是什么，他们偏爱的沟通交流的方式是什么，其实是非常非常重要的。那在这个过程中，在你跟他们去连接的过程中，你当然也要有自己的一个利益相关者的地图了。那在这过程中，你可能要去跟管理层去沟通，还有你的直接上司，还有不同职能的职能经理。当然还有跨部门的伙伴，然后也有你自己团队的成员。你自己团队的成员，哪一些成员他就是典型的 KOL， 他就是意见的引领者。有哪一些其实他会是第一个站出来会去支持你想法的人？有哪一些人可能他是最不愿意去接受改变的那个人呢？所以这些东西其实你全部都要在慢慢跟他们的沟通交往中慢慢的去识别出来。那所以当你去跟大家去连接的时候，这个时候你已经慢慢找回了力量，你可以做真实的自己。那你去连接的时候，你带着一个什么样的状态，带着一个什么样的视角呢？首先对于我来说的话，就是极度的开放和真诚。然后第2个也是非常非常关键的，就是抱着空杯心态。我一开始的时候为什么掉进坑里，其实还是自己有戴着那个高帽子啊，我是有着很多不同行业的敏捷转型经验和很多不同的敏捷项目的经验。那在这块其实我是来支持你们转型的，因为你们比较传统，然后你们不能够适应快速的市场变化。那如果你带着这样的视角的话，其实你是很难跟他们去融入的。所以这个时候抱着空杯的心态，你加入了一个新的行业，这个新的行业它优秀的实践是什么？它的商业模式为什么会是这样？大家的工作的流程啊、方式啊、习惯啊，为什么是这样？你真的得抱着这个空杯心态，你才能够有一双全新的眼睛去发现他们的这些优点和亮点，继而也才能够发现一些机会点。然后第3个很重要的也是你要有快速学习的能力，因为全新的行业里面有这么多的新的知识，你如何去快速的学习，然后能够快速的听懂他们的语言，用他们的话去说。那在这个过程中，其实还有早期踩的坑，就是我说的是所谓的敏捷的软件的或者敏捷框架里面的那些语言，其实对于他们来说都是完全陌生的，那他们就会比较反抗，就是大家是错位的。所以这块过程中，怎么用这个组织的带有它独特文化的他们能够听得懂的语言是非常非常关键的。所以第4个还有积极的聆听，当你去跟他们去交流的时候，去访谈的时候，你如何能够聆听到表层的信息，然后以及这些信息背后的那些深深的渴望和担忧，那这个时候作为教练和引导师，积极聆听的技能就非常非常的重要。然后第4个 尤其当你掉进坑里面的话，如果这边的同事他们也是非常开放、非常 open 的，其实大家都是就事儿对事儿不对人的话，其实你可以找他们去直接收集反馈。哎，大家觉得我的哪些方式方法是 OK 是可以工作的，哪一些其实它是不适合这边的，那你可以保持这样的开放去收集这样的反馈。有了这样真实的反馈，你可以去及时的调试自己的一些行为和做法。然后还有就是你得去尊重现有的系统，就是现有系统的模式，它的商业模式啊，它的方式啊，你不能一过来了，你作为一个新人，你还了解的没那么多呢，然后你就会想去改变它的这个运行的方式，那这个你会死得很快的。所以尤其在转型的过程中，第一步先能够活下来，成为系统的一部分是非常非常关键的。然后那最后一个当然是抱着欣赏式探寻的眼光去和大家去沟通交流，而不是问题的视角。那所以就先自己能不能有这些 mindset， 在 being 的层面，你要有这些思维的模式，这些思维的模式会引导着你的行为，它会引导着你说什么你做什么，这个东西是伪装不来的。所以在这个过程中，就是刚刚一直提到的，需要去进行一个放宽。所以也邀请大家去回应一下，在你曾经的变革之旅中，当你刚加入一个组织，不管是作为甲方或者是乙方的视角，然后当你当时是承担转型的角色的时候，如果再次回想当初的那段旅程，一开始你是戴了哪副眼镜呢？是这个更加欣赏的去发现美的眼镜，还是说看你哪都是问题，我现在就是一把锤子，特别想去锤你几下的这种的视角？所以就是我们自己其实要有这样的觉察，然后很多时候可能我们自己以为我们其实戴着欣赏的眼镜，其实我们内在可能并不是这么想的，那我们的行为也会有意无意的就流露出来了问题视角。其实对方啊或者是系统团队都是会感知到很敏锐的，这个你跟他们的交往啊，跟他们在工作过程中的这些底层的这些能量啊动态啊，其实都是很灵活的在调整的，这些东西是非常真实的。那所以我当时一开始的话就是戴着这个这边的眼镜还放错了，所以当我带着问题视角的话，我看到的都是哇，你看这个都没有什么像样的这个项目管理的工具，都是 Excel 或者都是靠嘴巴说，根本都没有我们这个所谓软件行业各种先进的可视化的项目管理工具，然后帮助我们更加好的去提升项目的 transparency 啊，去把这些 dependency 和 risk 暴露出来啊等等，这些都没有。然后还有一个当时印象比较深的就是团队在一块开会的时候，大家提前都什么都不准备的，就是带着一张嘴巴过去，就在会议上就开始巴拉巴拉的汇报进度啊，巴拉巴拉的聊。然后第三个就是传统行业的节奏相比软件开发其实要慢的很多。我们软件开发有时候估时的时候，我们去估这些任务可能是半天，可能是3小时等等，但在很多传统行业其实按照1周来估的，就一个任务是1周2周，当然你也不知道这一周它是周1还是周5完成，所以就很多时候节奏是相对比较慢的。当然也尊重各个行业它的一个节奏和规律。第4个就是当时我过去的时候，就是一开始早期项目还有很多模糊不确定性，所以在一些关键的交付节点其实是有一再的延期。然后但是当你变换一个视角去思考看待的话，其实你会觉得这个团队其实也在践行敏捷的精神啊。面对面的工作大于流程和工具，大家面对面的时候确实讨论的很嗨的，就有什么说什么，然后在这个过程中其实也会迸发出很多的一些创意呀、想法呀，然后也有很多问题浮现出来，只是这个时候去引导他们其实非常考验你的引导技巧了，怎么在有限的时间这么发散这么有创意的团队，怎么能够用一些流程让大家的讨论更加的高效。然后就是尊重现有传统产品的一个开发节奏吧。最后的话就是，其实传统行业它在几十年发展的过程中，也有非常完善的一些产品开发的方法和流程，是针对于这个行业或者这一个品类的。那在这个过程中，你要先去学习它做得非常好的部分。那现在就是连接的部分，那连接的部分在这个过程中，慢慢的也跟这些团队的伙伴们，跟这个多样化的团队的伙伴们，有了更多的一些深入的连接。那下一个很重要的就是，当你连接好了， 那可能这个时候还更多的是在关系层面，但是我们进入到事情中，如何在事情中彼此去理解的更多，然后彼此去达到更多的共识，知道我们认可的是什么，可能我们还未达成共识的部分是什么，这些部分能够有更深入的一些探讨。那所以这个里面我要分享一下我自己的一个非常有意思的一次关键对话。那在那次关键对话之前，其实是我跟一个产品经理的。那其实在之前的沟通相处过程中，我们是有一些摩擦的，可能是彼此还不了解对方的个性啊、沟通方式啊。有时候我就会觉得，怎么有时候我去问他问题的时候，他好像不睬我，或者是好像要去沟通一些问题的时候，好像不愿意多说什么，就会有一些抵触在里面。好像每次我想要去多聊一些的时候，那个闸门是关闭了的。那所以看一下这次关键对话到底发生了什么。其实这次关键对话在那个过程中，是我主动发起的，然后我去找了这个产品经理，然后当时我就定了1个小时的对话。其实一开始去发起这个对话，我其实内在也挺有压力的，因为这个涉及到你去处理一段现在在比较紧张的关系的对话，其实内在是会有张力的，你也不确定是不是真的能够把这个关系给搞顺，因为确实是有不顺利有一段时间了，倒不是说特别大的摩擦，但是会有一些不太顺利的那些能量在涌动，也会给彼此造成一些张力或者压力。那在这个过程中，我觉得当时是这个产品经理他问了一个问题，当时让我一下子能够慢慢放松下来。他就问，雅婷，你在加入的这段旅程中，你自己感觉怎么样啊？他来开始关注我的感受。那当他问出这个问题的时候，我也更加能够开放的去跟他分享，就是也有感受好的部分，当然也有特别不好的部分，就是自己觉得很受挫的部分。那然后这个对话就开始慢慢的深入，然后甚至聊到了团队中特别焦灼的一些部分的时候，但是可能我还有一种很委屈的情绪也流露出来了，我就说啊，其实我也有很委屈的部分，我其实真的很想支持到团队，但是我也没想到会有这么多的阻力。那其实对我来说确实是挑战挺大的，又换了行业，又是全新的业务，全新的团队，而且咱们团队又有这么多不同个性非常鲜明的人，然后就在这个过程中，而且他们先比我早3个月先形成的团队，相当于我是后来加入的，就跟大家就没那么紧密等等的这样的一些，就去开放的去聊。那在这个过程中，然后聊啊聊，他也给了我非常直接的反馈，就是看到我身上，他也去直接接纳了我身上做的非常棒的部分觉得我在引导会议方面非常的专业呀，然后也看得出我是真心的想去帮助团队，但是我可能有些方式方法用的不太对，或者我太着急了。他说你还有很多的机会去表现啊，去做事，你不用在这么短时间内给自己这么大的压力，还是说管理层给你这么大的压力？所以当听到这些的话，其实你会慢慢的放松下来。然后在这段对话中，我收到了3个非常好的直接的反馈，就是你要真的去了解我们的产品，你到底喜不喜欢我们的产品？虽然这些技术层面的东西、产品设计层面的东西，你可能一时半会没有那么快接触，但你能不能先从用户的视角啊？你可以从用户的视角加入进来讨论啊，然后给团队一些建议啊。其实这块的话，大家就觉得你是跟我们是在一起的，你要真正的能够成为团队的一个部分，而不是就像一个外面的顾问一样，你一直停留在外圈。然后我们不需要一个顾问，我们需要真正跟团队在一起并肩工作的人。那这个其实是非常非常关键的视角，虽然我一开始本意也不是这样，但是可能我的很多行为啊，或者是跟大家的那些关系的流动啊，让团队有了这样的感受。然后在这个聊天之后呢，我也去调整了我的一些行为，然后慢慢的去融入进来，然后也就开启了跟团队更加自在相处的旅程。当然这个旅程后面可能花了几个月，可能慢慢的先跟一些同事建立了更深的关系，慢慢再通过大家一块做事的过程中慢慢去磨合，再跟另外一部分同事再建立了一些更深的连接等等。所以终于在我记得是什么时候自己感觉到真正融合了呢？ 其实是在有一次开会的时候，哎，我发现好像也慢慢听得懂大家在说什么了。然后在那个开会过程中，我不那么紧张了，不那么有压力了，我不担心自己就算听不懂这些专业的术语又如何，反正我就非常放松的在那边去观察团队讨论的动态啊，去识别那些项目的关键点啊。就那个时候，你就找到了这种熟悉自在的感觉，然后你觉得啊，你也确实是你是团队中的一部分，你不再是一个外圈游离在外面了。那所以慢慢的跟大家也建立了做真实的自己，建立了连接，有了更多的了解以后，那在这个过程中我需要跳进他们传统的项目经理的角色，然后我也得要跳出来，跳进去呢是说真正的去做传统的在这边的传统项目经理要做的那些事儿，去撸起袖子来干，去看到这个过程中到底有哪些痛点，有哪些机会点，哎，他们平时的日常工作是怎么样子的。然后呢，我得再跳出来，结合我过往的经验，看一下，哎，可以有什么地方做的不同啊？可以有哪些地方可以去做持续改进啊？然后基于这些的基础，后来我们在整个部门的一个项目经理的变革项目中，那我也成为了这个里面的引领者，因为我既有外部的视角，又有内部的工作的这样的项目的经历，那可以提出非常宝贵的视角等等。所以这个就是要跳进来，然后要跳出去，能够保持这两者的 balance。因为在这个过程有时候也挺挑战的，就是有些时候可能我自己又完全跳进去了现有的角色，我可能就会被同化了。所以这个时候我要记得能够及时的抽离出来，不然那这个组织招聘我的话，可能就丧失了原有的意义。所以在这块理解的话，就是怎么从变成我的视角、你的视角，到真正的变成了我们两个中间交融的视角，变成了我们的视角，我们的共识。那真正在这个过程中，当然我也有很多的工具啊，比如说我非常擅长于引导和共创的方式。那慢慢的跟大家建立了连接和信任以后，我会导入敏捷的这样的一个大家团队一块进行全年的产品规划，然后去识别一些关键的共识点，引入这样的流程，那大家也更加容易接受。而且我们的一个高管也说，哎，他觉得这是一个可以观察到你确实是做的非常有效的部分，因为之前大家从来没有用这样的方式去做过产品的规划，可能都是非常传统的一些方式啊，用 Excel 去记录啊，可能散落在各个地方呀。然后我也非常去注意倾听团队的想法。当我早期我还在慢慢融入团队的过程中，当我想要去改变我们去如何管理项目的方式，我会在之前做很多非常深入的工作，我会去跟每一个团队成员去沟通说，哎，接下来我想去做这样的变革，我先把我的初步的想法分享一下给你看一下，哎，你有没有一些什么样的反馈可以给我？那其实在去搞这个工作坊的过程中，我大概已经把团队的想法摸得七七八八了。那在这个过程中，那就会更加好的去引领大家去达成共识。然后呢，也慢慢的引入了一些回顾会议，怎么在我们的项目的关键的里程碑，因为大家其实以前虽然项目中也有这样的反思的部分，但是这个部分就很积累，基本很多团队都不做。那我怎么慢慢的把这些东西导入，然后让团队去意识到这个是非常有价值的部分等等。那所以在这个过程中，慢慢的我们就走到了人性元素的后面的几个步骤，怎么去转变和真正的去下决心。那所以真正的当你去从这5步慢慢走过来以后，你会能够成为由内而外的坚定的变革的引领者，你会有内在的力量，同时也会有外在的这些资源让你源源不断的去运用。那最后再分享一下，其实在整个变革中的人性元素，它的从做自己的部分开始就是你要搞清楚我在这个组织变革中我到底是谁，我到底想要成为谁，我对这个组织的价值，真正的价值到底是什么。在这个过程中我们不能迷失了自己。然后第二个部分就是你跟团队跟这些管理层，你要去推进转型啊，去推进新的工作模式的时候，你的这个人际关系，你的这个连接是不是有做够是不是有能够把这些点能够给连接起来。第三个是不管是你在推进的这个创新项目的一个转型，或者是整个部门的一些项目经理的转型，这个整体大家的共识是什么？大家当前所在的现状是什么？大家未来要去向哪里？然后到了转变的过程中，当我们达成了共识，当我们作为一个集体，我们跟我们生态之间，我们跟我们的利益相关者，跟我们的跨部门之间，在那个更大的系统中， 我们如何去超越，然后如何跟更大的系统去协作，那其实都是体现在变革的人性元素的这些旅程中。所以在这个过程中，就用我自己的个人经历去非常真实的去分享。其实很多时候变革过程中，我们更多的关注到了一些变革的目标、变革的成果、变革中我们用什么样的方法论啊、流程啊，怎么去阶段性的去达到我们的目标。那其实千万不能忽略的一点，就是在这变革中，你作为变革的引领者，你自己的内在状态，你经历的这些人性元素，你在每一个在变革过程中，你可能会掉进了漩涡，也有可能进行的很顺利的部分，也有低谷的部分，你如何去超越？然后当你超越了以后，你如何引领被变革的那些人，他们也会同样的经历这些旅程。而那你有了这样的经历，你跳出来以后，你就更加好的能够更加有力的去支持他们。所以这就是今天晚上我的分享。那也非常开心，我觉得每一次分享其实都是一个敏捷迭代的过程。我也非常期待大家跟我一起进行互动的讨论，这样从我的想法叠加上你的想法，然后我们又创造了一个全新的我们的想法。然后有兴趣的伙伴可以加我微信或者是关注我的公众号，然后我们可以做更多的交流。谢谢。
好的，感谢雅婷。这样，因为时间的关系呢，我们可能不直接做 Q&A， 但是呢，我们在我们小鹅通的时候呢，有一个咱们这次交流的一个群，大家可以扫咱们小鹅通留言区的二维码，然后加群，然后后面呢，我们的几位分享的老师哈都在群里，我们后面可以跟老师们再有一些具体的问题去具体的沟通哈。那我这次呢再继续哈，我再简单总结一下雅婷老师这边的分享。其实给我触动最深的呢，就是雅婷是围绕人性的元素哈来讲敏捷转型的一些挑战其实我记得在我们在 Exxon 在做像推广 DevOps 或者数字化转型的时候呢，我们都忽略了都不能忽略，包括像Patrick Du Bois 就是 DevOps 这个提出者，他说DevOps is human problem 是人的问题就是人的问题。其实人是最复杂的人是会在不同的场景下会变化的，所以如果把人搞定了的话，相信你就成功了一半哈。那其实雅婷给我留下印象最深刻的是，他做了一个叫干系人的管理就 stakeholder 的分析就是在这个组织里面，从管理层到你的 team 到你的团队，每个人的目标是不是完全一致的，然后他们的需求是什么，这一块其实非常重要只有你了解了他们的时候呢，你才能知道如何去变成他们的一部分。刚才雅婷讲到，从你和我变成我们，这是一个。还有一个很重要的一块呢，叫共创，就是说你以一个专家，我能理解，你以一个专家的身份呢，你上来讲的是一些专业的术语，但是你又不了解人家行业的术语。在他的眼里呢，你是外行；在你的眼里呢，他们不了解你的这个专业领域。所以呢，当你以一个谦卑或者空杯的一个状态，去虚心的去先学习他们，成为他们的一部分，他们会对你渐渐的开放。然后呢，你再跟他们共创出来的东西，就不是你强加给团队的东西，而是他们自己的东西。最成功的一部分是你能把你想要传递的价值变成他们自己的内容，那样他们就很容易接受了，因为是他们自己的一部分。这个呢，在我们的业务推广里面叫 engage customer，engage 你的客户，这个环节是非常重要的一个环节所以这也是我学习到的我觉得再一次印证了这块，就是你要能听懂客户的语言，或者说他能听懂你的语言，因为你跟客户不是在同一个配置上，不在一个同业的行业背景上，你们的语言是不同的，所以你尽量要说对方能听懂的语言，这样呢就能加快你被对方所接受的一部分，不然他总觉得你是一个外来的，对吧？他总不会把你当成他 team 的一部分。还有就是说，真诚是很重要的一部分，因为尽管你觉得我说话是怎样，但是从你的人的 communication 90%不是语言，是你的表情、你的肢体、你的动态，所以你的真诚非常关键，不是因为你说的什么或者你表现的很真诚，而是你真的要很真诚，放低你的这个心态，然后让被接受，就是这个过程越快越容易推进你后面的工作。所以这个呢，就是说我觉得雅婷老师今天分享特别好，是一个第一视角亲身的经历我相信我们线上的很多的专家顾问敏捷教练都会有共鸣的都会有这个或者已经遇到过，或者是正在经历着，或者未来会遇到的。这样我相信那个雅婷老师分析这些 tips 还有一些像刚才我们说这个焦点讨论法进行自我反思都会帮助到我们让客户尽快接受我们，然后传递我们的这个专业知识和价值，帮助到我们的企业，帮助我们的客户那时间的关系呢我们今天雅婷这边的分享就到这一部分，那也感谢你雅婷我下面也会介绍我们下一位的分享嘉宾那我简单再共享一下我的这边的
谢谢郑鹏老师好，
不客气 对，那我们下一位分享嘉宾呢，其实线上的小伙伴如果说关注了这个敏捷啊或者 DevOps 的小伙伴也不陌生哈。我们这位老师就是许峰老师哈。许峰老师呢，是业务敏捷价值流的管理专家，也是 Exyn 中国第一批的数字化转型官 DTO。他目前呢也在香港大学的中国商业学院业务敏捷的一个讲师哈。那许峰老师今天给我们带来分享的主题呢，就是传统制造业敏捷转型的3个主要痛点和解决方案。那刚刚呢，那个许峰老师可以共享你的 PPT 哈。然后刚刚呢，雅婷老师是从人的因素哈，从人性的因素分享了敏捷转型的一个障碍。当许峰老师分享完这个传统组织敏捷转型的挑战和解决方案以后呢，包括夏涛老师分享变革管理的一些方法呢，我们最后有一个圆桌讨论，我们会分析在敏捷转型过程中来自于组织、人技术各个方面的一些挑战哈。那我们现在就把时间交给许峰老师。许峰老师，您可以开麦，然后打开你的视频进行你这个分享，我们可以看到你的桌面了。
好的那个谢谢郑鹏老师的那个介绍啊。那我现在就开始我的这个主题啊，就是传统制造企业敏捷应用的这个痛点。那我主要是3个痛点，而且以及它的解决方案，就是我提到一些那个解决的思路啊。那我是许峰现在比较专注在业务敏捷而且是另外一个就是价值流管理主要是包含了像精益 DevOps 就是包括敏捷一系列的这样的一个应用的场景。那我简单介绍一下自己我是中国首位的Exyn 认证的全体系数字化转型官Exyn DTO 那右边是它整个所谓的全体系它都有什么样的一些内容那其中就包括了像业务敏捷专家这样的一个认证然后呢，我是香港大学中国商业学院的业务敏捷的讲师，在敏捷方向里面呢，就是也有一些相关的学习和认证吧，就包括像 Exyn 的敏捷 Scrum 系列像Exyn 的 ABP 业务敏捷专家包括像大规模敏捷 Safe 然后呢，现在也在了解和学习 PMIDA 规范敏捷的一些内容其他的就是 DevOps 经历的，我就不多说了。那今天这个话题呢，其实跟我在ABP 就是业务敏捷专家这个认证之后，包括呢接受香港大学中国商业学院的邀请成为他的一个敏捷讲师的历程有关系就是其实我自己的背景是一个 IT 的背景之前就是从入行开始是从一个开发人员、开发员、开发成员、开发人员开始的，然后逐渐的进入一些项目管理或者这些管理岗位，然后主要就在业务和就管理和技术这个两者之间嘛，就是可能是一般是技术管理这样的一个岗位的职责。那其实呢，就是从 ABP 开始，业务敏捷开始呢，让我接触到了一个非 IT 领域的业务敏捷应该是怎么做这样的一个方向吧。然后正巧呢，就是香港大学它呢就是之前它的敏捷方向的课程呢是以 Scrum 为主的可能就是学员的接受度不是特别的高然后呢就有找到我，然后希望说我重新去帮他们设计这样的一个业务敏捷相关的课程的内容所以这个也是我今天在这个过程中呢，其实你接触到各个行业的非常多的学员呢，这些学员多数是企业的中高管，包括还有一些是就是企业的创始人，那它行业涵盖了像餐饮还有一些高科技像房地产包括一些零售食品就是这种营销包括今天我们讲到的话题就是一个制造业传统制造业它的敏捷的一些这个学员，然后之后呢也到一些企业里去做一些咨询和这个培训的工作所以今天其实是对这些大概2年来吧，就是专门做这种非 IT 方向的敏捷的一个总结那主要是在制造业领域里边的一个总结，因为我想聚焦一下这个主题将来我们可以谈一谈更多的像其他行业的这个业务敏捷应该是怎么做就是从我自己看到的一个视角。那今天有几个话题一个是制造业为什么用敏捷这是一个话题为什么需要敏捷另外就是那在敏捷管理它适合制造企业的什么样的一个场景就是说是我们要替换掉它的一些管理方法吗？还是说它有一些比较具体的聚焦的场景 第3个是说，如果制造企业用敏捷的话，它应该怎么做啊？就是从哪儿开始啊？有没有一套可以用的框架啊？下面一个就是现在企业比较多的啊，就是可能这几年疫情或者各方面的原因吧，就是大家都在谈降本增效。那敏捷能不能帮助它降本增效啊？就像精益一样，能不能说是一个新时代的精益啊？能不能帮它降本增效啊？那这个方面我们有没有什么一些思考啊？那最后是一个小结。好，我们先来就是说，这个对于传统制造企业，它为什么要用敏捷？那我也用这个一个智慧转型这本书里边，对于一个现代啊，或者是即将到来的时代，当然我们已经跨入这个时代了，就是数字化的时代。当然它的特征像VUCA这样的一个有模糊性、不确定性的那个错综复杂的那这样的一些场景里边一个企业所面对的环境它这里面总结了5个维度啊。它其实每个维度里边它总结了很多工业时代和数字化时代的一个区别啊。那我简单挑几点吧，跟大家做一个简单的分享。那比如对顾客来讲呢，传统是来讲，你顾客是一个大规模化的市场，我只要做出产品来营销就卖给你就可以了。但是新的数字化时代呢，顾客是一个动态的网络，它跟你是有交互的，它不再只是那个你宣传他买或者不买啊，它是一个传播的一个节点，它会跟你有互动。第2个是在竞争方面啊，竞争在行业里边是边界不清晰的就是竞争可能发生在一个边界不清晰的行业里面。那之前比如说我们有汽车行业，有这种电子行业，有这些房地产行业，那每个行业可能都它是有一个竖井式的，你的竞争都是发生在内部。那你现在看一些传统的制造企业，比如说造车，对吧？那你很显然像特斯拉，它是一个非传统的一个。你可以叫它车企嘛？它其实马斯克说他的其实所谓的他造车就是一个装在4个轮子上的这个电脑啊。那它是这样的一个概念去那个造车包括造火箭，对吧？它之前也并没有私营的企业去做这个这样的工作啊，但是它跨界可以去竞争啊，包括像亚马逊它去购买了像那个华盛顿邮报啊这些啊，它其实都在跨界。所以对于一个传统的那个制造业来讲，它其实也面临着这样的不确定性的竞争数据是价值创造的一项重要的无形资产。当然我们在敏捷里边，就是在今天的课题里边没有特别去探讨这个数据但是数据对于企业是非常重要的它现在很多的制造业里边，它也会收集到很多的数据去帮助它去比如说新的产品的迭代发展包括运营。创新这个是其实我在香港大学商业学院里边一个主要的跟大家去一起学习的话题，就是敏捷如何帮助企业竞争那今天我们讲到的几个痛点，其实跟这个也是有关系的。就有别于传统在实验室里边去创新的话呢，敏捷其实带来的是一种全员的低成本的尽早的去做实验我觉得这个是对很多的制造业企业和传统企业的管理者，就我跟他们的交互来讲，对他们是一个比较大的冲击就是这个思想冲击，但是他们是你能看到他们是喜欢这种冲击的就是他一旦了解这个东西，他而且包括他的适用场景，他是非常接受的就并不是他传统企业他就很抗拒这样的一些思想那另外价值主张是可能是不断变化的，就原来我们是认为市场上需要什么产品，我们就制造企业去制造什么产品那个车子是什么样子的，对吧？我们把它模型定下来，然后我们去生产。那现在其实你需要动态的去思考在整个产品生命周期，你可能需要不断的变化所以简单说一下吧。那么这些东西对于一个制造企业的管理者或者是业主吧，就是说那个企业的拥有者，它意味着什么呢？我给到他们交流的时候呢，我给他讲敏捷，其实就用一句话，就说是为什么企业要用敏捷就是这个这句话就是你企业需不需要在高速中改变方向的能力就在一个变化的时代，你需不需要在高速中改变方向，用来应对这样的变化？我们叫它VUCA也好，或者是叫它一个数字化也好，叫它什么样的时代也好，那你首先你是不是认可说你所在的市场所在的行业所在的竞争关系所在的所面对的客户，它其实是在变化的。那你的企业需不需要拥有在高速中改变方向的能力那我至今为止我没有就是我看到所有的人都说我们需要我们特别需要哪怕它是一个非常非常传统的企业，他就我们需要 但是怎么做啊？你会发现就是他们是有点茫然的。那这个我觉得是敏捷管理里边可以提供给非常好的一些思想。所以呢，这就接下来说 ，OK， 那我们是一个制造企业，我们都是在做流水线、生产线啊。那我们这个敏捷放在哪儿呢？我们怎么去做呢？那敏捷对我有什么价值呢？啊，那徐老师你是做 IT 背景的，你真的了解我们的制造业吗？那你能提供什么样的一些经验给到我们呢？那事实上我们在交流的过程中发现，其实它非常适合。那我们来看一下，就是今天正好回应一下，像前面 Dave Snowden 的这个 Nieman 的模型啊，就如果你对这个模型不了解的话，强烈建议你去学习一下，它非常简单啊，但是非常好用。我们对管理者来讲呢，就是你给他讲到这个模型的时候呢，他们也都会非常的接受啊。首先呢，这个模型我们是叫五个象限，对吧？那个 Dave 他特别强调是5个啊，不是4个啊，你不要搞错了，中间那个最重要。OK， 我们先不谈中间那个，我们谈3个啊，就是明显的复杂的，就是 complicated， 还有那个 complex， 就是错综复杂的，我把它翻译成错综复杂的。我这里边的翻译啊，就是这个complex 和 complicated 是沿用了Team of Teams 啊，就是那个赋能那本书里边的一个翻译啊，我觉得这个翻译还是不错的啊，就是复杂和错综复杂啊，复杂代表的就是complicated， 就像你一架飞机一样，或者一个火箭一样，你有很多的元件啊，但是你最后能够把它组装在一起，那个火箭就可以飞啊。但是错综复杂呢，它是一个组件之间的相互关系是一个运动的关系啊，比如一个鸟群，那个台风对吧？台风或者它和周围环境的一个关系啊，它不是说你把那个各个部件都固定好了之后，这个系统就是一个确定无疑的因果关系啊，它并不是这样。所以如果我们回到工业企业，让他们有一个认知的话呢，我们就可以简单的说，你不同的管理方法对应到不同的场景里边啊，那他们就用他熟悉的话语。那第一个什么熟悉的话语呢？明显的场景啊，其实就是自动化的场景，或者说你的流水线的场景，或者是6 sigma 的场景。像6 sigma，你是为了生产出一模一样的产品，对吧？你希望100万个产品里边就是只有可能是最多不超过3个，对吧？还是0.03个，对吧？那个产品它是有差异的。那这个你要求的是标准化一致性啊，那这是一个明显的场景啊，因果关系非常确定。那么接下来呢是一个精益的场景啊，就是你的流水线要可能是会要调整，对吧？要去可能它会出现一些问题，你需要不断的改善，你希望呢消除掉一些浪费啊，你希望这个过程中学习啊，你希望那个流水线虽然那个样子长得差不多啊，但是你希望它的不断的能够以更小的更低的成本生产出更高质量的产品，把价值传递给客户啊，那这个是一个精益的场景。但是它本质上也是在一个重复性的相对比较确定性的过程中呢，你去调整啊，所以它的因果关系是有一定的对应关系，但它并不是一个一一对应的关系啊，所以需要专家去分析。那么到了错综复杂的话呢，就是我们说呢complex 就是我们说你的部件之间的关系它的重要性要高于你有什么样的部件啊，就这个部件之间的关系，它其实是一个动态的运动的。那是敏捷适用的场景啊。前面那个 Dave 也讲到，其实像 Scrum， 它一个很重要的作用是把一个错综复杂的场景，能够去框定起来，在某种程度上，比如在一个迭代 Sprint 一个迭代之间，转化成一个复杂的场景。好，那么有这样的一个前提条件的话呢，我们就需要问这些制造企业的管理者啊，对于你的工作里边有没有错综复杂的场景？如果你真的去深入去问这个思考或者问这个问题的话，那他其实想，他说有的啊，我们是有的，不全是流水线，不全是自动化，不全是那个这个非常 routine 的非常程序化的工作，我们其实有一部分工作是属于这种错综复杂的场景。那是什么场景呢？我们来看一下。对于一个典型的流程来讲，就是我们不管是什么企业，你是做软件也好，还是做制造也好，还是生产汽车、生产或者房地产造房子啊，反正，那么基本上你有大概2个部分的类型的工作啊。第一个叫 design and development， 就是我们的设计和开发，比如你的楼，对吧？你要造楼的话，首先有一个对要设计什么样的楼，包括它的 一个蓝图、一个图纸的规划，你有这个阶段，然后进入一个 production 和 deliver 的阶段，就是你去一层一层的，对吧？地基开始，然后一层一层的盖这个楼，最后呢装修好了之后，把管线铺好，交付给客户啊，交付的过程。所以呢，你总会有一个是设计和开发啊，就是那个蓝图或者其实这个脑力活动的过程，以及一个生产和交付的过程。但是对于一个一般的那个制造企业来讲呢，它典型的场景是说，它的研发的流程相对是比较短的，它的大量的工作集中在后边的生产和交付的环节，尤其是生产环节。当然，生产一辆车，对吧？你从一些组件啊，或者是配件，或者是原材料，然后逐步把它生产出来，各个零件，然后最后把它组装在一起。那么 delivery 就是你通过你的交付的网络，从你的仓库到各个大区的一些中转的仓储的地方，对吧？到 4S 店啊，然后再交付到客户手里边。那是这个过程。对于传统的制造业企业，他们主要面临的是这个比较长的生产和交付的一个过程，所以会养成他的一个惯性思维，就是说 ，OK， 我是一个要求有最佳实践的、流程化的、标准化的、工业化的这样的一个我们的企业是属于这样的一个企业，但实际上你并不排除说，在这个过程中，你有一些部分是需要去设计和开发，以及某些环节里边，甚至你也可以用敏捷的思想去帮助到你。那都是哪些地方呢？第一个就是产品研发啊。那说到产品研发的话，如果你了解 Scrum 来源那个历史的话，其实你知道 Scrum 是来自于1986年的话，那个叫2位日本人写的新产品开发游戏，对吧 ？New Product Development Game。那里边其实它是一个硬件研发的场景啊，就是说它不再是一个瀑布式的，或者当然它没有叫瀑布啊，就反正就是阶段式的交接式的方式啊hand off 这种方式，而是一种互相球是传来传去的，其实就是我们在敏捷里边的一个协作的方式啊，去做产品开发。所以随着数字化的一个时代来临的话，你会发现很多的原来不太可能的，就是这种必须要用阶段性方式控制的方式，其实可以用一些这个交互的协作的方式去做啊。那第二个场景里边比较典型的就是流程改进啊，就是我们前面说了，你有个制造业里边流程，但是流程你可能有的时候会遇到比较复杂的场景，并不能够在单个的小的团队里边去改进的时候，你可能需要像敏捷这种思想，可能会给你带来更大的启发和帮助。第三个就是市场营销啊，就是你在从这个探索市场到你推销你的产品的这个场景里边，那其实它这个部分我认为和你其他的营销没有太大区别啊。当然你如果走到更极致的话，比如说一些小家电的制造业，你可能走的完全是一些现代的营销的路子啊，就是比如通过一些自媒体啊，通过一些像短视频啊，或者是这样的直播的方式去做啊。那这个营销的策略完全和你做流程制造的这个完全不一样啊。那你完全是可以用到敏捷的方法。但最后一个我还没有这个案例啊，就前面几个其实都是有案例啊，那我后面没有案例，就是我觉得运营也可能是可以的，就是产品在客户使用的过程中，你可以用敏捷的方式去管理这种运营的场景啊。那这个我期待将来有这种案例的时候再给大家分享。所以我给大家看2个案例吧，就是这2个真实的案例啊，就是我在制造企业里边它是如何去用敏捷啊，那它对比了它用敏捷的方法和传统方法的一个区别。比如这一个是某类的碳显品产品的研发，它完全是一个制造企业的，然后它是一个你认为是一个非 IT 的非数字化的一个产品那它其实就是原来它规划了8个品类28个规格的某类的碳纤维的产品，那现在学了敏捷之后呢，他认为其实我没有必要去开发8个品类的这么多规格的产品。如果从一个探索市场的角度，就是我在探索市场的角度来讲，在产品创新的角度来讲，我只需要把它看成一个功能复杂的产品，那我只要去保留最有价值的那个功能。那什么是最有价值的功能呢？它定义了2个作为一个 1.0 的版本就是我们所谓的 MVP 的版本去推向市场，来去验证这个产品的一个可行性，包括市场反馈基于这个去迭代的去完善它的功能所以呢，就是对于这位这个制造业的一个管理者来讲呢，他发现用敏捷管理可以大大缩短我们碳纤维的开发周期这个我不在网上找的，这个是我们真实的那个企业的案例就是在我那个培训和指导辅导的企业里边的一个案例 另外就是通过这种开发模式呢，传统开发模式你需要很大量的人力物力进行研发试验，那因为你期待的是成功嘛，所以你会设计非常高的规格，去对每一个产品设计非常高的规格，你始终觉得说不够完美啊，那我必须得不断加一些东西，但实际上这导致了大量的这个验证的这样的一个成本啊，另外很长的开发周期，所以呢就是下面这个模型呢是我在现在给到传统企业里边讲敏捷的时候用到的一个核心的模型啊，就他们需要从设计思维开始，然后呢考虑到经济创业，尤其是像 MVP 这个思想，然后再进入到我们的敏捷项目管理的这个迭代的开发流程里边的，就是你不要直接去跟他讲说你现在项目管理方法应该用敏捷的方法去管理，因为应该用迭代，应该有站会啊，其实他是完全不理解，就是你要从开始他为什么就是选择正确的，就我们这一部分讲的就是选择正确的领域里边进入敏捷，所以这个是个研发的案例啊。那下边这个案例呢是一个流程改善的案例啊，就是他首先通过价值流图啊，就如果是工业制造企业，我觉得非常好的是他们理解这个价值流的这个思想啊，通过价值流图和它的一个线平衡这个损失啊，其实我也不太了解这个大概就是一个像百搭图一样的吧，就是那个模型来去分析它的主要的一个瓶颈点，包括它的瓶颈点的一个问题和损失是什么，然后呢通过 OKR 去识别我们要达成的一个目标啊，比如它的某个识别出来的某个瓶颈设备的你需要把它的产能提高40%不然的话整个的流程其实受限于这个瓶颈环节。那他就在这个场景里面分析一下敏捷场景是不是适用啊？包含了以上的4个主要问题需要去探索创新啊。他通过这个 OKR 里边呢分析出来4个主要的问题啊，这4个问题他发现呢其实是需要单独的硬件也好，或者软件也好，或者是我们的一些既有的流程都没有办法单独解决这个问题，它一定要跨这些职能部门去协作啊，硬件、软件和流程。同时需要 benchmark 它的行业里边一起去做脑力激荡啊，所以它是一个联合场内的专家来去优化和推动改善。那他明显发现这是包括了这个改善前序工程的品质，这是一个错综复杂的过程啊，就是我们 Nieman 框架里边的 complex 模型啊，属于错综复杂不可预测的场景所以它的成果当然这个不是完全它交付之后的成果，就是它分析过来之后。对比的一个成果就是，如果我用原来的这个方式啊，就是包括它用替代的设备也好，或者是用其他的方式也好，和对比起敏捷来讲，它预计可以为公司节省1000余万元，因为它如果找到这样的4个问题的一个综合的解决方案的话，这个设备它不会被淘汰啊，它就也不用去直接替换掉它是一个改进，而且呢时间比起替换掉设备的话，时间还要节省1个月。所以这是一个流程改善的案例当然我们这个归因就是说你要思考说在你的工作里边哪一类的场景啊，比如说是错综复杂的场景当然我们Nieman是一个分析你场景的一个很有用的工具啊，其实当然你也可以参考其他的工具，比如说像 Wordly Map 之类的，它也可以帮你分析说可能在哪些你的能力项上用敏捷的方式管理更加有效另外就是说，那一旦我们说用敏捷，那应该用什么敏捷框架？这个其实这个前面好像那个雅婷老师讲到的里边，他也说到，就避免用一些术语这个我们在业务敏捷专家的这个认证的内容里边，其实也是会反复的强调说，你不要用框架去取代一个敏捷具本质的这种思考方法但是我觉得就像你一个人从来没有健过身一样，你让他去健身，然后你跟他讲很多你健身要注意这个注意那个，其实没有用你还是开始要给他一套简单的对他来讲适用的一套方法，比如你先在跑步机上跑个15分钟然后你比如做一些什么这个基本的像这个拉伸做一些基本的这个热身活动，然后你去你仰卧起坐呀，或者是引体向上或者是做一些俯卧撑或者是有一些比较轻的套路式的东西我觉得套路式的东西还是要有所以从这边我自己的经验是呢我们讲敏捷一般是讲这个 being agile doing agile 对吧？那么我们讲到业务敏捷往往是说比如说给他一个 Scrum 的方法，或者给他一个什么方法，那我们觉得这个方法可能对他来讲有很多的术语所以我这里边的一个解决方案是说呢 你在避免术语的情况下讲一个基本的敏捷框架，我觉得对他们是有效的啊，就是最开始接触敏捷的时候是有效的。当然他这个理解这个方法，你介绍这个方法之后呢，你要跟他讲说这个方法背后带来的代表的敏捷思想是什么，然后你可以通过一些实际的例子帮他去分析和体验，然后呢跟他一起去选择一个就是可能他需要定制化，比如说Scrum 里边有 daily Scrum 对吧？就是我们每天的站会，每个站会要15分钟，15分钟问3个问题，那这个是不能变的吗？你如果问一个 Scrum 的一个我们叫原教旨主义者的话，他可能说这不能变啊，这就是 Scrum Guide 上写的，但不是的啊。你对一个工业企业来，你要引导他，就是为什么你要做这个每天这个站会啊，或者是他为什么应该是每天，为什么他应该是15分钟，20分钟可不可以啊？10分钟可不可以？实际上站会就是一个mini planning 嘛，对吧？就是其实它就是一个最小的 PDC 的那个 P 啊，就是那个每天的一个 plan。所以你讲 PDC 他们都很理解啊，所以你一旦讲说它是一个 mini PDA 的 P 其实他就非常清楚了啊。那我 mini PDC 那这个 P 我到底要不要每天做啊？不一定啊。那可能对于我这种一个专家组去做流程改善的，那我每周碰2次就可以了啊。那可能我时间可以稍微长一点啊。所以，但是呢，我觉得还是可以给他讲一个基本的套路啊，就小小的套路啊。所以，我可能会回避掉一些术语化的东西啊，比如说Sprint 比如说什么 Scrum 比如说什么 Backlog 就是那你可以改个名字嘛，就是需求池啊，需求池他就理解了哦，就我要做的事情然后有一个大需求池有一个小需求池小需求池就是一个迭代的或者你这个周期的时间盒里边的需求池。然后你就可以，所以的话，我至少在我跟这些制造企业交流的过程中，我发现他对于理解3355当然最后那个5价值观的话，我不太讲，335他是很容易理解的OK，那么你再映照一下其实比如说这个流程里边的这些项其实就是 PDC。计划会议是那个 planning 对吧？然后这个过程中执行的是那个 do。2个评审一个是对内的，一个对外的，一个是对内的复盘团队回顾，还有一个是对外的业务的一个回顾一个复盘一个调整那就是 check 然后 check 之后你有 adjust， 然后他就恍然大悟其实这个流程对他来讲是很容易理解的，就是 PDCA 嘛，对吧？所以我建议是说你可以给他一个小小的框架。但是要让他理解呢，这个框架是可以定制的所以其实你也可以我这个也是 APP 里边的一个模型的，我做了一个简化版其实就是你理解了一个基础的套路之后呢，你是可以去定制化它的就是这个我们具体不讲了但更重要的是呢，是敏捷的思维所以我会花一些时间就跟大家一起交流什么是敏捷就我们说了，敏捷为了的目标什么，在高速中改变方向的能力但是敏捷的本质是什么就是如果一句话他能记住的话，就是一起完成小的有价值的工作一起完成小的有价值的工作那他就很容易理解原来敏捷和我之前最大区别是说我之前是交接的方式那这里面要求是一起跨职能的协作原来呢我是一个大的计划，然后去生产它，那现在呢敏捷要求我是能够快速的能够实现价值那所以工作要分解另外就是这个工作一定要有价值不能是中间的一些工作步骤那你跟他讲到这儿，他其实很容易理解，所以不需要什么术语，他能够理解敏捷。而且我发现我接触到的所有的这些企业，不管是制造业还是房地产还是什么企业，就是跟他讲敏捷的时候这些管理者一旦他理解敏捷的目的和这个敏捷的实质的话，他其实很容易接受的，就完全没有障碍。我没有看到任何一个人说OK 这个东西没什么用这个敏捷不适合我们，或者是这跟我们行业没关系，不是的但是他能理解说可能在某些场景下并不是他的大多数工作可能你不会用敏捷替换掉它，但是某些他对他来讲非常适合另外就是他要他理解那个文化，就是敏捷所适用的文化。我觉得尤其是对于管理者，因为我交流的很多的这个对象吧，他往往是企业的一个高层的管理者，或者是至少中高层以上的管理者，所以让他们知道说，其实他的领导力，他的一个对组织的思考包括他结合那个坎内文框架里边，他是在哪个象限做什么样的领导力决策，对于整个组织能否采用敏捷是非常非常关键的。所以我会其实我们可以谈一些像组织类型学的模型 包括敏捷领导力啊，就是你可以让他给自己打分啊，包括可以给他的领导打分，或者让他的团队给他打分，那他就能理解啊，其实敏捷不是什么一堆术语，它是让我知道说 OK， 我是给团队设定目标，但我不要过多的干涉我们是逐渐的持续的产生价值，而不是说我要追求一个完美的解决方案。然后团队要和你的客户接触，他能够根据客户的反馈做出调整，而不是说什么事情都要等着领导做指示其实他是完全能理解的就是哪怕他的倾向是说 OK， 我在某个倾向上是比较传统的，但是你去跟他讲说敏捷能够给你在某些类型的工作中带来价值，我觉得他是完全可以理解的。就我没有看到谁固执到说这个东西就没有用，就是完全是假的，或者是完全跟我没关系没有这边有个案例，就是一个科技公司，也是一个制造企业吧，就是他聚焦的敏捷，就是聚焦在敏捷领导力上。就他发现之前因为大家行业背景都比较强嘛，那大家可能各个高管都是20-30年的经验，都形成自己一套管理风格。那在实施敏捷的时候呢，他并没有聚焦在说一个团队上怎么用敏捷项目管理或者是敏捷管理，他聚焦在说我公司如何让所有的管理层去形成这种一起完成小的有价值的工作的这样敏捷思想的一个共识。在某种类型的工作上，我们是可以用这种方式一起去工作的就理解工作方法嘛，就是大家可能有的时候冲突不在于说你真的说不认可对方，而是说由于你的工作方式或者对你的工作情境的理解不一致导致的所以如果你能理解敏捷背后的原理，包括它适用的场景，以及呢它的工作的核心的话，那你其实是可以去让这些高管一起形成这些敏捷思维的。我觉得这个至少在我交流起来，我没有看到有什么太大的问题但是所以高管当他说没用的时候，往往是他不理解所以你如果今天你参加的有些做咨询的人，其实让他理解很重要。那我自己的经验是，其实半天时间就足够了就如果他真的给你半天时间，你就可以做到这一点。降本增效这是另外一个比较热门的话题，就很多制造企业说，那敏捷能不能帮我做降本增效我的回答是 yes and no 就是不是这个不完全是敏捷可以解决的问题当然也不否认就是因为敏捷可以当你去做跨部门协作的时候，它必然会去能够帮助你降低一些这个浪费或者损失，或者是一些成本的降低但是它对比的不是一个直接的一个就人力成本的概念，它对比的是说一个工作效率或者流动价值。我们叫这个流动效率、流动价值，就是你的实际处理时间除以整个周期时间。那首先它要认可这样的一个降本增效的一个思考就是我们不是说我们要比如降低成本每个部门要降低5%的成本，但是由于你假设你每个部门都降低5%这里边有像 HR 法务、有销售、有市场、有产品管理、有开发、有支持就比如这是一个工业制造企业的话，它有这么多的部门，你让它降本增效比如说我在一个企业跟他做这个咨询的时候，他说我的老板要求我们降本增效。我说什么叫降本增效？你们的指标是什么？KPI 是什么KPI 就是成本降低5%，或者是利润提高5%那利润提高5%当然是一个很理想的情况，但是受限于市场的一个需求的一个整体的下降的话，那他觉得更现实的目标是说成本降低5%。但是成本降低5%，他说带来一个问题什么问题？就是说，他说每个部门我们都是有这样的一个 KPI 指标，降低成本5%，但是这种成本的降低使得我们整个的效益下降了。能理解吗？就是比如说你是个研发部门，然后他说你研发部门现在降低成本5%，那你一看研发部门的人都在干什么，对吧？有的人其实在支持我们的销售，或者在做售前，在做一些顾客的一些这个维护，但是他跟我本部门的那个主要 KPI 指标没有关系那我能不能把这些活动砍掉，我让它聚焦在研发上面？但你想象一下，如果一个研发部门不去支持这个 pre-sales 就是这个售前，不去支持一些产品的售后的一些，包括一些跟客户的接触，那么有可能你降低产品研发部门，它就是一个瓶颈，导致整个的价值你的交付价值的速度更慢，或者是你交付的价值的质量更差。那么你通过一个结合精益和这个敏捷吧，我觉得结合精益和敏捷，但是敏捷是要你更快的进行一个迭代的循环，接触到客户，从价值方向去思考说怎么去协作。那精益是让你思考这个流程过程中的浪费。 结合这两者的话，你应该能够从一个全局的角度来讲去思考说，什么叫降本增效？那么在这个场景下，如果你确实要降低成本，那么你降低的一定是要是瓶颈点以外的一个成本，对吧？那你要考虑说这个对整个价值流动的一个影响是什么？所以呢，就是我们归结一下，就是你的传统的组织架构啊，就是这种模型啊，可能使得这种降本增效是变成一种局部优化，导致全局恶化是有可能的。所以如果你是在一个工业企业里边，你要降本增效，想问敏捷能不能降本增效，我觉得这个不完全是敏捷是不是敏捷的事情，而是要你要一种不一样的视角，就是传统的工业企业它往往希望把这个划职能部门嘛，让职能部门之间是一个交接的方式。那其实数字化时代，或者是敏捷也好，或者是真的从一个经济价值流的视角来讲，我们是要用一个全局的视角去看，然后通过去识别瓶颈和非瓶颈点，你在不损害流动效率和流动指标的情况下，你可能做的这种降本增效才是有价值的，或者是不会造成全局恶化的一个降本增效。那另外就是说，敏捷它提倡的是说，在单位时间内那个 throughput，就是那个，比如说你在单位时间能不能赚更多钱啊？那我们原来都聚焦在说，一个人要干更多的活啊，但你干更多的活可能会产生更多的浪费啊，所以这个在敏捷和经济里面都会讲到。那这个就是一个提示吧。所以呢，可以总结一下，就是可以通过价值流管理和限制理论啊，去作为一个工业企业，当然它可能可以泛不同的行业去做降本增效的指导啊，就是你看你整个的价值流动的过程，那在哪个环节是一个瓶颈点，那你要其实保护优化这个瓶颈点，当然你其他的环节是否可以做一些优化啊？那当然我们说优化，并不是说你要把人调整掉啊，而是那个，比如说你的人可不可以帮助到瓶颈点的环节，包括能不能让这个整个的价值流动是更高效、更快速啊？那这个是可能是会帮助到你企业的一个真正的降本增效。当然，我们今天没有讨论就是组织级的敏捷，就是一个工业制造企业能不能在整个组织实施用更敏捷的方式去思考啊？那我对这个东西的理解是说，首先你引入的时候，你不太可能是在整个组织内啊，就是你这个行业是决定了你用什么工作方法，对吧？你用一些标准化的、精益化的6 Sigma 的方法，那这是一个你的多数的管理手段，但是你在某些场景下，你可以用一些敏捷的管理手段，在适合的场景下，那会给你带来不一样的价值。那另外就是说，所谓的这种敏捷组织，我认为还是从一个领导者的领导力的角度去思考问题。就是你的领导者如果没有理解敏捷的本质的话，你的企业去推动敏捷可能也是非常非常困难的。所以简单总结一下，就是那传统的制造企业也要应对数字化时代啊，无卡时代，所以呢，它也需要变成更好的能够应对变化的，在高速中改变方向能力的这样的组织。那典型的适用敏捷的场景，我认为在制造企业里边就包含了像营销啊。研发产品研发流程工艺改进啊，包括了可能是这个我们的运营啊场景也可能是适用的。我不认为有一个专用的，比如说汽车行业的敏捷框架啊，就是谁能够把那个 safe 改造一下，改造成说汽车行业用的敏捷框架，我不太相信啊。但是你可以从一个小的套路开始啊，比如你可以借鉴像 Scrum 的方法啊，但是我建议你把那个术语改掉啊，然后之后呢，你引导他做一些流程的改进啊。另外就是这个思维方式比较起来，这个具体的工具方法呢，是我觉得是可能更加重要，对于企业长期的这个敏捷的思考的转型啊更重要，所以应该从领导者的思想开始。那我也不建议用猛药啊，就是上来就是你要把它很多地方都改造成敏捷，那不适用的地方就不应该用。最后降本增效呢，就是应该是打通经济敏捷价值流啊，从全局的角度去思考降本增效啊。所以这个就是我的分享啊，那感谢各位的这个时间啊，那这边是我的二维码，大家有兴趣也可以扫码加我的微信啊，有需要的话可以进一步交流啊。
好的，感谢许峰老师的分享哈，我们做一个简单的总结啊，我也做了一些笔记哈。那许峰老师呢，让我印象更深的是他刚刚啊，就是拿那 Cynefin 的模型对应了一些实践哈，比如说在这个明显或者叫极简的这个环境下的 Six Sigma， 然后在那个复杂哈，在复杂是精益，然后以及那个错综复杂我们用了敏捷哈，当然还有一个就是混沌，我不知道这个方法有没有对应的方法啊？看许峰老师埋了一个包袱啊，也许 明年或者下一次听熊老师分享，可能他会提到哈。这个让我印象很深刻哈，因为这个我觉得很有意思，因为这么多年来哈，像 Ixon 也好，我们也好，一直在推广不同的最佳实践。那可能这个最佳实践的这个说从这种我们说 Six Sigma 呀，这个精益啊，敏捷 DevOps 啊，在不同的场景下，特别是跟肯定分模型这个5个区域有个对应啊，这也让我感觉很有兴趣哈。这是第一个。另外呢，许峰老师又分别举了3个案例啊，分别呢举了一个就是纤维的一个制造业的案例啊，用一个 MVP 的模式，这个让我听起来其实跟那个很像我们这个软件开发的 MVP 的形式，也差不多也是这个意思啊，是一个道理的。我觉得其实也适用于传统的行业哈，传统的行业。然后呢，再一个案例呢，就是关于这个识别瓶颈的一个案例，也是一个案例啊，就是这个识别瓶颈在哪里。然后最后是包括第3个案例是敏捷领导力啊，就是一起完成这个小的有价值的工作，然后部门之间的协调哈，目标之间的协调。我觉得这个让我印象深刻。还有就是刚才提到的那个这个其实也挺有意思，因为我们今天这个话题呢叫 Agnostic Agile， 我们主张的是不聚焦在某一个框架上。但是许勇老师也给出了一个我觉得也是很实用的一个观点哈，还是说在一个就是刚刚要识别敏捷，你还是要给他指明一个从哪入手的一个方向。可能我说比如说你用 Scrum 框架，你可能要把它的那些术语给它去掉，让他能用他能听懂的这个语言哈，然后去做。刚才他举那个健身那个例子，我就觉得是哈，比如说我们健身的目标是什么？我们都比如说我们说价值导向啊，像那个我们做的数字化转型体系 V 就是 value driven 价值导向。那你健身的目的是什么？有的人目的可能是为了增肌，有的人目的是为了减脂。但是呢，你是通过哪项运动来达成这2个目标呢？你比如说我慢跑，然后我跑步机跑步，我跳绳啊，我打篮球，我都可能实现这个减脂这个目标。但是对于一个刚刚接触健身的人呢，你可能就告诉他那你就跳绳吧，或者基于他的环境，基于他的这个条件他说我还有很好的这个呼吸啊，我可以在外面去，我喜欢跑步这种，或者是一些这个对抗性运动都可以达到这个目的。但是可以作为教练哈，我们给他指一个大概的方向，然后他了解了以后，他再选择他最适合的目的去达到他减脂或者增肌这样的目标哈。我觉得这个例子非常恰当哈，非常恰当。因为许荣老师后面还会加入我们最后那个圆桌会议的讨论啊，所以呢，我们把 Q&A 时间也留到最后。那也再一次感谢许峰老师这个分享哈，是他这边一直以来哈也是做精益敏捷 DevOps 包括数字化，特别是最近做业务敏捷这个讲课，他在这个课程里面也接触到了很多传统行业的案例，跟我们分享了这个主要的3个痛点和解决的一些方案吧。那下面我就会邀请我们今天的最后一位演讲嘉宾就是中国时区的最后一个嘉宾夏涛老师。那可能关注变革管理的同学可能对夏涛老师并不陌生哈。夏涛老师呢是这个资深的组织变革管理顾问哈，同时呢也是中国首批认证的变革管理专家 CCMP Ixon 敏捷教练的认证，同时也是我们的评估师Humanity 的认证敏捷教练和项目管理专家 PMP 哈。那夏涛老师今天带来的一个主题的分享呢，是组织变革管理方法论对敏捷转型的一个启发哈。那我呢把这个屏幕交给夏涛老师啊，我们也欢迎夏涛老师进行他的这个主题分享。
好，谢谢孙老师，我来共享我的桌面。好，大家好，我今天给大家分享的主题哈是组织变革管理的方法论对咱们敏捷转型的一个启发哈。这个话题可能跟刚才前面2位嘉宾分享的好像视角不太一样，这个可能和我的身份有关系。那我快速的介绍一下我自己呢，是因为我的第一份工作其实就是程序员，我是写代码出身的。当然后来呢，慢慢做了测试做了流程。那我的确呢是在04年左右可能就开始接触了敏捷，因为那么会儿我在西门子工作，然后西门子是比较早就开始去应用敏捷的，所以04年接受了敏捷的培训。但是后来呢，慢慢的可能就离开了这个代码工作，转向了那个组织变革。那接触到组织变革以后，其实我就喜欢上了这个领域哈，然后就慢慢的一直在专注于这个领域。那我身上呢，我觉得我就拿这3个拿下过的证书的一个 logo 来去介绍自己哈。那首先呢，当然因为我们 今天在分享的是敏捷的主题呢，我的敏捷身份哈，像刚才那个郑鹏在介绍的，就是那我是 Exin 认证的这个敏捷教练，那当然我也是一个中文的评审官。那还有第二个logo 或认证的是右边的这个 CCMP 哈，因为我们说谈到组织变革的话，那么这个其实在全球也有一个行业协会，那么它的一个认证的专家呢就是 CCMP， 那我也是中国的第一批的认证的这个变革管理的专家，当然下面的那个是项目管理专家。对，所以因为我个人身份里面又有敏捷经验，又有变革管理的经验，所以我今天给大家分享的这个主题呢，就是这样一个主题，就是我会给大家介绍一些组织变革管理的方法论，那看看它对于我们说去做业务敏捷或者说敏捷转型有一些什么样的启发。那我觉得可能能给到大家一些新的一个视角。那我们说一旦谈到变革哈，有一句非常老的话叫变革无处不在，当然也有一个大家很熟悉的词叫 VOC。其实我刚才听到包括其他时区的一些专家也提到了这个词哈，异变啊、不确定、复杂或者模糊。那我们说 VOC 这个概念哈，应该来说它是非常发人深省的，但我也必须加上一个词，它曾经非常发人深省，但是它的确也慢慢的就被大家觉得你太熟悉，讲完了以后对这个词就略有点无感了。那因为我们现在的这个世界，我们应该可以说它已经完全被VOC 所包围哈，它已经是对我们所处的这样一个世界的常态的一个非常如实的一个描述。所以呢我们再用 VOC 去描述当前这个世界，它能给我们带来的一些启发好像就是越来越少了。所以这就是为什么在20年的时候20年4月份的时候叫未来研究所的一个专家哈，叫做贾麦斯卡西奥，他就提出了一个新的一个概念叫班尼。他用班尼来帮助我们理解当下的这个世界以及这个世界可能未来的发展。如果我们去看这个班尼的，就是它也是这样4个词的英文单词的一个首字母缩写分别是 B 是 brittle， 就是易崩塌的。也就是说，你有没有发现我们现在社会当中有很多系统，或者包括我们也可以说很多公司它其实一直非常坚固，一直好像非常强大，直到突然有一天它崩的一下粉碎一地。就是你会发现现在有很多事情它没有弹性，包括我们看到有一些人好像看起来非常坚强，但是突然有一件事情又一下子会把它打倒，一个公司就是突然就会崩塌、失败、不见了。比如说我们现在可能最近在疫情期间我们也接触过这样一些，大家可能接触过一些这样的例子比如说包括新东方，或者说有一些教培行业的公司曾经非常辉煌，但是一夕之间因为国家的政策做了一个什么样的一个改变和限制它往日辉煌一瞬间就不在了，是一瞬间没有中间过渡的状态。然后包括前段时间大家也听到了每日优先然后突然之间公司原地解散，所以这个 B 是一个易崩塌这个是我们现在这个社会这个世界慢慢的会有的一个特点。然后呢 A 呢其实指的是令人焦虑，那我们刚才说很多系统很多公司都这么易崩塌当然也会让我们很焦虑，包括这个世界上有很多事情我们好像说人是自由的，你可以做很多选择，但你会发现有些时候很多时候我们会发现我是有很多选择，但好像这些选择都是坏的选择不论我做什么选择好像都是错误的，我都不知道到底应该选哪一个，对吧？就是意味着我很难做出一个好的选择。那这个 N 呢是说非线性的非线性，因为我们说我们所处的世界我们对它的认知是有一个因会有一个果，那非线性是指这些可见的这个因和可见的果之间有的巨大的一个时间上的延迟，就是我可能做了一些事情，但是很久我看不到这个果或者是说有一些事情是因和果之间它是非常不成比例的，比如说我付出了很大的努力，但收获很少，或者是我好像不只是不经意之间做了一个什么事情，但是反倒有很好的一个结果。所以非线性指的是这个因果之间的这样一个 一个不对称延迟包括不对称的这样一个关系。然后最后的这个爱呢，指的是不可理解的那因为这个世界这么的一崩塌，这么令人焦虑，这么非线性，其实给我们最终的感觉就是好像这个世界是无法理解的。那人类是希望很多事情，我希望去寻找一个答案，但是答案很难找，甚至有时候找到了，我们觉得它毫无意义，因为它好像没法很好的指导我再去面对未来的一个，因为那有可能又是一个全新的一个状态。所以呢，我们就是会想要去寻找更多的信息寻找更多的讯息，帮助我们去理解这个世界。很多时候我们发现，我收集的讯息越多，好像我会越迷茫，我不知道，好像没有帮助我们更好的去理解这个世界。当然有可能是因为信息过载，或者说也可能是因为我们收集到的这个讯息有真有假，你还很难去甄别。所以我们这个世界已经不仅仅是VUCA了那甚至我们现在进入了一个班尼的世界。那进入这个班尼的世界，它有一个大的特征，就是真的是变化已经是无处不在，它是一个常态，而且还在持续的加剧。这个加剧呢，既包括我们说变化的这个频度，也包括它的一个程度。那所以呢，我们就想到，虽然不可理解，但我们有没有一种可能可以帮助我们更好的去看待或理解这个变革呢？那我们就来看变革这个词的含义因为变革它其实如果用英文来描述，它就是 change 它就是 change。但是中国人把 change 通常会翻译成为变化那变化变革，那变革到底是什么？那我们从行业，就是我说 ACMP 这个全球的变革管理行业协会，那它呢发布了这样一个行业的一个标准。在这个行业标准里面，其实对于变革的定义是这样的，那就是变革是从一个当下去往未来的一个转变就这么简单的一个定义。那我可以用这张图来帮助大家可以更好的去理解这个定义那我们看到这个标注的这个这个当下因为各种原因是我们不想要的，是我们想要离开的，是不好的，不管是对于我们个人而言，还是对于一个公司而言，这个当下的这个当前状态是我们不想要的。我们期望去到一个更加美好的一个未来状态，对吧？那这个是2这个地方我们标记的是一个未来状态。但是从当下去未来，我们不能光靠等待，我不能说我就坐在这儿，那个未来会自己过来。这样的话呢，我就必须要去做一些事情，我要做一些事情，比如说我要去看我有一些什么样的策略可以选择，我有一些什么样的行动可以让我去到那个未来，而这个中间的这个转变就是变革就是 change， 就是变化。那这个定义很好理解，但是如果我们在说因为我在谈组织变革嘛，那如果我们回到组织里面，我们看组织里面，那组织里面的变革呢又是什么样子呢？那在这个地方呢，我给大家列出来了比较常见的12种类别的组织变革。那大家从里面其实这类型其实大家一看就很能理解是什么，比如说有那个组织发展的然后有产品的升级，有系统的信息系统的改变，业务流程重组，包括有拆分，有裁员，有合并等等等等。那在这个里面呢，我想就其中的第一种，也就是组织转型，我们做一个展开。我们说所谓的组织转型transformation 的这种变革，那就是我们整个组织过渡到一个新的运营状态。因为我们说组织或者叫公司它是在某一个行业或某一个领域里面去运营的，然后呢，它的目的呢是为了通过给他们的客户提供价值，从而获得收益。所以这个是公司或者是一个组织它的一个运营。但是所谓组织转型呢，是我要改变整个这样一个状态，比如说我可能是要进入到新的行业，我要去用一种全新的玩法去做运营，或者是我要服务不同的人群等等，这个叫组织转型。那它作为一种变革你会发现它会涉及到组织的愿景要变，组织的一些原则方针要变，包括工作方法都要改变。所以组织转型呢，这是一个很大的一类变革，它需要来自于我们公司里面所有人各个层级的一个支持和投入。所以呢，通常组织转型是用 从上而下的方式去推进的，我们也把它叫做根本性的一个变化。那如果这么来看呢，我们就会发现哈，我们在谈敏捷转型，那敏捷转型其实就是一种非常典型的组织转型，因为呢，从而它会涉及到比如说我们组织的愿景，比如说那组织的愿景可能是我们组织要转向敏捷化的运作这是我们的5年后或3年后的一个组织愿景，或者说我们要做数字化数字化运营，这是我们组织愿景或者说一个整个大的战略目标也会涉及到我们文化价值观的一个转变，比如说我们要认同敏捷的价值观，对吧？或者是如果我要去部署的是 Scrum 的话，那我要去认同那个 Scrum 的核心价值观，所以核心文化价值观可能也会发生转变。那工作方法，比如说如果我是在我的产品部门去敏捷转型，我也会涉及我的产品部门的话，那么他们的怎么去做产品需求怎么去开会不同的人之间怎么做相互协作都会发生转变。包括岗位职责，对吧？这个更明确了，我们可能会有一些岗位就没了，或者是岗位调整的，比如说以前我有项目经理或项目管理办公室，那他的职责会改变，包括我可能会因为敏捷的引入，我会有一些新的岗位产生一些新的职责，比如说 Scrum Master Product Owner 等等，包括 Safe 里面会有比如说 RTE 或者是 STE 对吧？这种什么火车发布工程师等等，也一定会有绩效评估方面的一个转变，对吧？比如说我可能是引入了 OKR 我从以前的 KPI 转成用 OKR 的方式，或者是说我以前呢比较多的考核个人大家每个人背自己的指标，但是未来我可能引用敏捷转型以后呢，那我可能更多的去考核团队等等。所以真的敏捷转型是一种非常典型的这个组织转型。那我们大家知道就是如果我们去谈组织变革的话，它的成功率本来就不高。那很多不同的机构包括咨询公司，其实他做了很多调研这个调研揭示组织变革的成功率平均在25%到30%之间，那这个是各类组织变革的一个平均成功率。那如果我们去谈组织转型呢，其实这个成功率会更低这个成功率会比刚才说的那个平均值更低，其实大概都不到20%。所以呢，如果我们希望我们的敏捷转型这一类组织转型可以成功的话，那有没有什么方法可以帮助我们？有没有一些我们说我们能不能寻求一些专业的方法来帮助我们指导我们的敏捷转型？那这就是为什么其实我是说呢，组织变革管理其实是有非常成型的方法论的。那我们可以去看看这些方法论有哪些可以帮助到我们，或者说有哪些其实已经被很多在做敏捷转型的公司所运用了。那当然组织变革管理的方法论非常多非常多，其中有不少其实有很多敏捷专家都非常熟悉，比如说据我所了解，咱们今天第一位中文分享嘉宾雅婷老师，他说他用过约翰科特的变革8步法然后他自己也会用贝克哈德的变革公式包括我知道许峰老师也会已经拿过 ProSci 的这个阿兹卡的一个认证等等那我这个地方列出来的只是一些非常常见的那接下来呢，我会依次的给大家去介绍当然是非常概要的去介绍这个方法论，然后呢就提到一些非常关键的点，就是这个方法论可能它会侧重在从哪个角度去看变革，或者叫去看敏捷转型，以及它会给我们一些什么样的一个启发这5种那我们首先来看约翰科特。那其实一旦提到约翰科特，大家都知道变革8步法那这个其实是约翰科特在96年的时候他的那本书叫做《领导变革》（Leading Change） 里面去提出的。他说要想在组织里面去领导变革，产生积极的结果，我们要关注这8个步骤。所以很多公司其实他在做变革的时候，都在用这个8步法好，但我想我今天不会去讲8步法了。我今天其实想要给大家提的是领导变革是96年科特写的那其实他在16年的时候呢，就又写了另外一本书，叫做《变革加速器》。它其实就是基于这个8步法提出来以后大家的各种实践深化，包括其实发现这个世界其实变化越来越快，越来越频繁，越来越 幅度大以后，他提出来了，那我们组织不仅要做变革，而且要非常快速的完成这些变革，才能获得竞争优势。所以他提了这样八个的变革加速器。那我主要是会给大家去讲讲这个变革的变革这8个变革加速器哈。那首先来提哈，约翰科特其实不管是8步法还是加速器，它对于我们组织变革而言，它更多的是在从一个整个公司的一个比较 high level 的一个层级，比较高的一个层级或视角去看的，是一个比较宏观的视角啊，用一个宏观的视角去看变革。那我们来看哈，第一个加速器呢其实是围绕我们重大的机遇去建立变革的紧迫感，这个其实被称为第一加速器。也就是说，我们不管是做什么变革啊，敏捷转型，我们要尽可能去激发组织里面更多的人建立起来这种强烈的紧迫感，对吧？那所以呢，这个对于我们而言，那我们就要思考了。比如说，我们要做敏捷转型，那你一定要回答的问题啊，包括2个，一个就是为什么我们要做敏捷，对吧？那是为了抓住什么机遇啊？抓住了以后会给我们带来什么收益？还是说我们碰到了一些什么样的危机，对吧？如果不解决会遭遇什么风险？比如说刚才前几位老师都讲过，比如说那个很多组织会提降本增效，也许这是他的一个痛点，他想解决，或比如说节约钱、节约时间，对吧？包括那个雅婷老师，我记得他有讲过，你能不能把研发周期从1年减到半年等等哈？那你一定要讲清楚为什么我们要做敏捷，对吧？这样大家才会说哦，那我们做这个敏捷是有原因的。然后呢，你要回答的第2个问题，因为我们说要创建的是紧迫性哈，那就是为什么是现在？为什么我们是要在现在要去做敏捷，对吧？而不是说那个我觉得3年以后再做也一样，或者是说也许那个我们可以不用那么紧张的，可以慢悠悠的去做，对吧？为什么我们现在要做敏捷？所以要建立起紧迫感，一定要回答这2个问题。那你有了这2个问题的答案，你接下来要注意的是，我怎么让组织里面尽可能多的人去理解你对这2个问题的答案，以及去认同对吧？那他只有理解和认同了，每个人才会产生紧迫感，才会产生想要去变革的动力。好，那第2个加速器呢，是我们要去组建和完善领导团队，对吧？我们已经有了这个目标，所以我们要建一个团队。那这个地方哈，我其实思考这个问题，就是领导团队成员选谁？我们不要一看，哎呦，这是一个领导团队所以一定是组织的高管这个不一定的，因为我们在谈的是变革的领导团队，或者说我们在做敏捷转型的领导团队。那它有可能会是我们新任命的一个中层当然如果能选到一个高层更好，但是选谁呢？我觉得一定要有一些标准比如说首先就是说他本人一定要有非常强烈的变革紧迫感，他要非常认同我们组织一定要敏捷，一定要当下就往敏捷转型，对吧？他本人要有这样一个强烈的紧迫感，而且呢，他在组织里面要有非常高的威望，而且他应该是一个非常自驱的人这个是我们说去挑选组织变革的领导团队成员的时候应该有的标准。然后我们把这个人选出来以后一定要注意的是这个人可能不叫项目经理而是叫那个比如说敏捷转型的负责人那我们要对他进行正式的任命包括要做一个授权。这个其实就是说我要让整个组织知道我们当下要做敏捷转型了，那么某某某他是我们任命的这个敏捷转型负责人，那么给予他一些什么样的权限？这样的话呢，解决一个什么问题未来可能他在去组织里面去推动的时候，可能会遭遇一些阻力。那么他被正式授权过，所以他可以去有些场合去拍板或者做一些决策，所以一定要正式的做一个任命和授权。好，那我们再看第3个加速器。第3个加速器呢，其实就是说我们要去设计变革的愿景是什么，包括为了实现这个愿景，我们有一些战略性的变革活动。那其实呢，这个地方我们提愿景这个词，大家可能都听过，但是我们这个地方指的不是组织的战略愿景，而是 组织本次变革的愿景。这当中的区别在什么？组织会有一个战略目标，对吧？比如通常是非常远大的，比如3年、5年甚至10年的一个战略目标。那我们为了实现这个战略目标，其实我们要做很多事情，比如说我们要做，比如说如果我们要未来5年我们要成为一个数字化转型行业的排头兵，那么我们可能要做的事情，比如说我们要把我们的数据建一个数据平台，做一个共享，或者是说我们要慢慢的不同的部门要去转向数字化运作等等哈。那变革其实变革愿景就是说这些每一个小的变革的步骤，那么如果我成功了会是什么样子？我要把这个就是未来状态把它描述出来。我们刚才讲变革的定义是从当下到未来的转变，那这个变革的未来状态是什么样子？就这个是变革愿景啊。多个变革的愿景如果实现了，就是组织的战略愿景啊。所以这个是我们要想清楚敏捷转型啊。那它的愿景就是说，它如果成功以后的未来状态是什么样的？那还有一个就是说，我们要思考的是要定义清楚哈，就是我们怎么去衡量敏捷转型成功了？我们有一些什么样的指标啊？比如说我们是衡量有一些组织可能会说，我要衡量敏捷的我的成熟度有没有达到多少多少，或者是说我们的某个产品的开发周期或者叫上市周期，我要缩短50%啊，或者是说某个产品的市占率啊、利润率啊，或者也许会更虚一点点，比如说我要进入某某数字化一个榜单的前3名等等哈。但你一定要有一个成功的目标，这个是为什么呢？就是说我们只有了一个明确的目标，我们才能去衡量我们的这个敏捷转型到底做到了哪一步我们到底有没有成功，或者是说我们的差距在哪？所以一定要有一个目标一定要先有把这个目标是什么，以及怎么衡量这个目标定义清楚。那下一个加速器呢是征召志愿者哈。那征召志愿者就是说我们其实尤其是像组织转型、敏捷转型，我们刚才讲了，其实它是非常大的一个变革，因为它会影响组织里面的所有人。那如果我们可以征召到志愿者，他们可以帮我们去传播，对吧？传播变革，包括影响其他人，那这对于我们的变革是会非常大的一个加速器。所以呢，我们在这个加速器上，我们可以去思考的哈。我们在敏捷转型里面思考的，首先我们到底选谁当志愿者？这个和前面那个领导成员类似我们选谁？那我们通常会建议哈，那我们选一些 KOL， 就是选一些意见领袖。可能是专业角度的，对吧？这个业务领域的意见领袖，或者是说一些那个社交圈里面的正式非正式影响力非常高的人做这些意见领袖，我们邀请这些人来当志愿者，包括或者是说他能够因为比如说他或者是对组织非常了解或者是深得人心深得大家的信任对吧？我们主要是要选这样的一些群体，而且选志愿者的时候，就尤其要注意了，就是他要跨越组织的各个层级，不要光从组织的中层去选，还要关注从基层去选，因为我们希望的是志愿者他可以覆盖到尽可能多的人群，所以是我们通常就说这么来选哈。如果我们把一个公司的组织架构图拿出来，对吧？一个组织架构图，比如说上面的老大，他的下面的汇报线有哪些人，再往下一个汇报线又是哪些人。那我们拿到这个架构图以后，我们通常说选的志愿者的层级最好是斜着画一根线，对吧？高管有，中层就是哪个层级的都要有。然后刚才那些标准选意见领袖业务方面的或者说是非正式职权影响力的KOL。那选出来志愿者以后，他们做什么呢？他们其实要做的事情就是第一个他是变革的榜样，他要起到模范带头作用，就是变革到底应该变成什么样，他率先示足，所以大家能看到他就应该做成这个样子。另外呢，他还会帮我们在整个组织里面去广泛的传播。比如说我们前面讲了，要建立紧迫感的时候，不是说要回答2个问题嘛？为什么要变革？为什么现在要变革？那他其实可以帮我们去传播影响更多的人所以这个是我们说关于第4个加速器就是征召志愿者。 第5个呢，就是我们要去排除障碍，促进行动，真正帮变革落地。因为我们说在推进变革、推进敏捷的过程当中，你一定会遭遇各种障碍。有一些障碍是关于事儿的，有一些障碍是关于人的，对吧？那这个时候我们就要用各种方法去排除这个障碍。那这个地方其实给大家的一个建议哈，给我们的启发就是说，我们到底是提前主动规划我到底会碰到什么样的障碍，然后我提前找方法呢？还是说我被动的应对，就是我推动，发现什么地方推不下去了，遭遇了阻力了，我在想，这个人身上展现出来的这种阻力，我到底应该用一些什么样的方法那我们会建议主动规划。那提前主动规划呢，我们其实就有很多方法，当然这个可能涉及到有一些方法可能大家有听到过比较经典的项目管理的方法，比如说我去识别哪些人是我们的相关方，对吧？变革的相关方，然后我去分析他的需求是什么呀？他可能抵抗变革的原因是什么呀？如果要想获得他的支持，要解决他的什么关注对吧？对于变革的利益相关方，我们要去做识别和分析。但是还有一些是变革管理一些比较专业的方法比如说我去分析变革影响，就是说我分析变革对于不同的人群，刚才我们讲的利益相关方，它到底会带来哪些影响，是存在于哪些维度的？比如说是它的工作流程，它所使用的系统，它的它要具备的能力，还是说它的汇报线、它的考核指标等等，影响的维度在哪一些？每一个维度会带来什么样的影响？提前做变革影响分析，然后呢，针对这些影响比较大的我们去帮助他提升变革的准备度这个其实都是我们说在提前主动规划上，我们就可以去做的，帮助我们去提前预判可能会有哪些障碍，然后我们提前去解决。好，然后呢，包括解决的时候，其实可能会有多种手段比如说，那我当然有一些硬性的手段，比如说管理手段，那我有一些非管理手段，比如说可能是通过我记得雅婷老师有讲过，可能会有一些团队共创，会有一些那个欣赏式探寻等等或者说引导手段、教练手段，用各种手段。再往下一个那个加速器呢，我们是叫做创造和庆祝短期的胜利，因为我们说这个其实应该这么理解，变革或者敏捷转型，我们期望获得一些成果，但是通常其实敏捷的转型，你最终要获得最终的成功，可能半年、1年甚至更长时间。但是我们心理学调研发现就是一个人如果可以叫做什么孤独的前行，其实他所能坚持的最长的时间就是3个月。所以所谓的短期胜利要多短，就一定要在3个月之内，你就可以取得一些成果然后呢，这个其实和我们的变革和我们敏捷转型，你推进的时候设置的一些里程碑，把它对应起来。我有没有一些变革敏捷转型的里程碑是在头3个月的？那我一定要多设立几个里程碑，然后呢，达到这个里程碑，代表我们取得了一些短期的胜利，然后我们赶紧就去庆祝。那包括这个庆祝的方式，因为我们说庆祝的目的是希望让大家知道，我们变革很快就取得了一些成果，虽然它不那么大，但是取得了成果，所以我们要去给大家能带来很多正向的心理能量。所以这个庆祝方式一定也是多种多样的，不要仅仅是物质上的，其实可以更多的探讨一些心理情绪上的。下一个那个加速器呢，就是维持加速的运行。其实这个很好理解行百里者半90，所以我们一定不能取得了一些成果，然后大家就松懈下来了，所以我们要通过持续的沟通宣传持续的来做一些指标的衡量，对吧？然后持续的激励认可。那最后一个加速器呢，是变革的制度化。那制度化呢，其实我们就是说，我们要把变革整个融入到组织的流程制度里面去，就是让它对于大家而言不再是一个变革，而是一个常态，对吧？所以我们要通过硬性层面，我们通过制度，包括软性层面，可能融入公司的文化。其实这个和8步法的最后一步是能很好的 match 上的。就好像我们说，如果做敏捷，你是 doing agile 还是 being agile， 对吧？ being agile 是我们说的那是软性的，已经融入了文化了，这个就是变革真的是制度化了。所以呢，这个是我要给大家分享的第一个，因为约翰科特大家可能比较了解，所以 但是加速器可能不太了解，所以我花了比较多的时间。那想要给大家介绍的第二个模型是阿德卡的一个模型哈。阿德卡的这个模型呢，其实可以这么来说哈，就是如果说约翰科特的那个方法论更多的是在从组织层面的一个宏观视角来看的话，那我觉得阿德卡呢，它更多的是在从变革当中人的视角。它因为指到的是哈，那我们不管是在组织里面发动一个什么样的一个变革、敏捷转型，那么为了达成这个目标，那么我们需要所有人也要做出转变，对吧？那么人要做出转变的话，他会依次要实现这样5个，我们也可以说叫里程碑哈。那比如说 A 就是讲的意识，他要意识到这个我们去做这个变革去做这个敏捷转型的重要性。比如说有些人可能会说，这个为什么要做敏捷转型？好像和我没有关系或者是说，我认为你之所以要做数字化是因为领导只是想要去赶一个当下的时髦等等。那这个我们就是说，它缺乏我们要去做当下这个变革要去做敏捷转型的意识。他没认为这是一个需要去做的事情。而 D 呢，是我们说意愿就是去参与其中，支持这个变革的一个意愿。那如果我们说到敏捷转型，那就是说，那它就会有很多原因了哈。那比如说比较常见的，我记得在敏捷里面有一些，因为有一些职位或者有一些部门或者它的一些职责会因为敏捷转型的。会因为敏捷的引入可能会发生变化，比如说有些人就会觉得，好像我的权利受到了制约，或者甚至缩小了，所以他不愿意，或者是说好像有些人是觉得这个改变了我一直做事的方式，所以我不愿意参与其中。比如说对于那个比如说对于一些项目经理对于一些测试人员他可能真的工作方法是会不一样的，他还要去学习很多新的东西，所以有些人不乐意，会有各种原因让大家可能在 D 这个意愿层面产生一些问题哈。那第3个是指 K 哈 ，K 是指知识。那这个知识我们指的是这个变革到底是什么的一个知识。比如说我们要去了解敏捷的价值观是什么，原则是什么，然后它有哪些角色，我们到底应该怎么开会等等，这个都是知识层面的。然后再往下一个呢是技能，对吧？我们说光有知识不够，我们要把它变成能力，从而最终产生绩效，对吧？那比如说我如果是做需求，我知道我要猜故事，但是我能不能把需求猜成一个合适的故事，或者是说我知道我要在比如说2周的一个冲刺 sprint 当中去完成我的 backlog， 但我和我的团队一起能不能做到这一点，或者我能不能保持我的那个速率稳定这个都是能力层面的。然后再往最后一个就是固化 reinforcement。固化呢，就是说我能不能把我的敏捷转型的成果固化下来，让大家不会退回旧的工作方式，或者说持续取得更好的绩效。那这个呢是阿达卡。那阿达卡呢，其实给我们讲这个模型就是说，首先它关注人，但我们要知道，任何人其实经历变革一定都会经历这5个阶段，只不过有人快，有人慢甚至有人慢就是陷在了某个里面。比如说，我记得刚才那个许峰老师举了一个健身的例子那其实我们用阿达卡就更好理解了。首先我要意识到我当下需要去做健身，比如说可能会因为太胖了，或者是因为想要减脂，或者是增肌，对吧？然后我要意识到了以后，我要有意愿，因为大家都知道运动其实可能会是一个很苦的事情。然后呢，接下来你要解决的问题是要知道我到底用什么方法去做健身房的运动，比如说我到底是先有氧后无氧，还是先无氧后有氧，对吧？我要有很多知识，包括我应该怎么吃的去配合。然后接下来就是能力，能力其实如果是在健身房运动上，我们可以理解成为我真正的达到了我的那个目的，对吧？减脂健身增肌等等。然后最后的就是固化，就是我真正把健身变成一个习惯，或者说如果我是想要通过健身去减肥的话，那我的体重不会有反弹。那任何人其实可能在面对任何变革的时候都会经历这5个阶段但是这5个阶段呢也是有先后顺序的。比如说我一定要先有了意识，才会我要意识到我需要改变，才有可能会产生意愿。我只有了意愿，我才会愿意去研究这个变革到底应该怎么做，对吧？掌握它的相关知识。我只有了知识，才有可能变成能力，取得绩效。我只有取得了成果，我才能去谈我要不要把它固化下来。 所以一定会有一个顺序啊。那但是呢，我们如果在变革或敏捷转型当中，你可能会发现有一些人群卡在了不同的地方，但是它的表象，比如说可能是缺乏能力，没法产生成果，但是它的原因可能是因为前面的某几个点没有夯实，比如说他根本就不愿意去投身敏捷转型这个变革，那你就没法期待他会有产生能力取得成果，所以卡在某一个点，可能我们还要往前看前面的几个点有没有夯实哈。那接下来再给大家介绍就是克里夫兰完形研究所的这个变革循环的周期。那为什么我要介绍这个？这个其实可能了解的伙伴会稍微少一些，是因为我觉得它能跟阿达卡很好的配起来。那我们说它呢，其实是来自于Rick Morey 的这本书哈，遇强揭示门，超越变革的阻力。它其实呢是在从一个组织的，也是一个组织的宏观视角，一个偏流程化的视角来看待变革。他就是说，组织的变革会经历这样6个阶段。首先呢，在黑暗当中啊，我看不到身边有需要变的地方。然后，如果当我看到了挑战，我才想到，那我一定要开始做一些行动了。那我会设计这个行动到底是变革啊，通过变革去实施。到这个变革到底是什么？我怎么去做制定计划去实施这个变革？然后呢，最后产生了成果。当然，产生成果这个地方是说，我们前面直面挑战的时候遭遇的那个挑战，如果被我们很好的战胜了啊，就叫取得了成果。产生了成果以后，那重新出发啊，可能要去面对下一个变革。那这个我们说下一个变革一定是一个重新出发。我们其实这个从另外一个层面应对到了组织里面的变革是一个 ING 的事情，是一个持续的过程。我记得刚才许峰老师在讲那个数字化时代对于传统制造业到底意味着什么时候，他引用了一个竞争哈，就是说竞争发生在边界不清晰的行业之间。那其实呢，这个尤其是的，我们也许为了应对当下的这个，比如说可能是一个竞争挑战，我们发起了一个变革，但是呢，当我们这个变革完成以后，你解决了那个挑战以后，你要知道哈，你不知道我们组织下一个将要面临的挑战或者下一个竞争对手他在哪里，他在哪个行业？还记得那个功夫熊猫，不知道这个电影大家看过没有？功夫熊猫其实第一部里面我们讲到的是那个阿宝哈，阿宝那个他第一部结尾他练成了一个绝世武功，对吧？他可以掐着人家的手指震一下，然后就地动山摇，就是他已经很好的应对了这个挑战，掌握了一个绝世武功。但是还记得在第2部里面阿宝的对手是谁吗？阿宝的对手是蓝孔雀，蓝孔雀他根本就不跟阿宝去比试武功，他带来的是火炮，是火药。对，你真的，你如果觉得你当下应对一个变革，应对一个挑战的变革取得了成功啊，那你不要自满，你要知道自己只是战胜了一个敌人，或者说战胜了一个挑战，未来还有更多的挑战，而且你还不知道那个挑战在哪，就像你不知道你的竞争对手是在哪个行业一样。所以永远在完成一个变革以后要重新出发。我觉得这是这个模型其实它首先讲的哈，就是我们值得思考，就是你当下正在推进的这个敏捷转型现在处在哪个阶段。那第二个呢，我觉得它还可以结合上人的视角，是因为我觉得大家可以把阿达卡那个模型映射到这6个阶段里面来。我如果在黑暗当中我看不到挑战，这个是可能是因为你缺乏了对于当下需要变革的意识。如果你看到了挑战，但你不愿意行动，那你可能是缺乏了去做这个变革的意愿。然后呢，你有了行动，但不知道就是你愿意行动，但是不知道怎么做，你可能是没有了解关于变革这个方案的知识。然后你做了变革，但是迟迟不能产生成果，这个是因为你缺乏能力。而有了成果，但是你没法把它固化下来，那你就没法真正的说你真的是完成了这个变革。所以这个是这个模型对我们的一些启发哈。那我们接下来再看第4个呢，是贝克哈德公式。贝克哈德公式呢，其实它指的它就是在这个地方啊，就是 D 乘以 V 乘以 Fs 大于 RTC。RTC 呢，其实指的是我们面临到的对于变革的抗拒，对于变革的阻力。那 D 呢是就前面有3个因素哈，那只有说我们把这3个因素都 修炼好了，就可以很好的应对阻力。所以这3个必要的因素分别是 D， 就是对当下现状的不满，然后 V 呢是表示对于未来的一个未来状态的一个憧憬啊，这个愿景的期待。然后呢 FS 指的是第一步的行动。所以呢，如果回到还记得我们刚才看过这个图哈，那我们所谓的 D 就是你要对当下的这个现状不满，而对2V 呢就是对未来的一个期待。所以呢 FS 呢就是我们要真正的明白我怎么去到那儿，我下一步的行动可以是什么。所以呢贝克哈德公式哈，其实我觉得它是结合了一个组织视角和人的视角。其实我们要思考的是，我们要让大家发生变革，要去应对变革的阻力，有2种方法，一种是推，对吧？你对现状不满，对吧？那我就让你更加意识到你对现状不满，我推你过去。还有一种是通过对于未来愿景，你想要去吗？那多么吸引你，那是我们想要的一个未来，所以我拉你。所以这是2种策略。那这3个要素之间呢，我们说其实都可以非常强大啊，只要把某一个做到非常强，都可以很好的帮助人们就是投身变革。但是呢，我们也要知道这3者之间啊，这个公式讲的是相乘的关系，所以如果任何一项缺失呢，可能也会让你的变革遭遇很大的阻力。我觉得对于开启敏捷转型哈，可能大家要去思考的第一个问题，不是着急的去部署这个敏捷的模式，而是说我们去思考一下，你在你的组织里面去推动的这个敏捷，哪个要素还没有产生力量，对吧？是 D 对现状的不满，还是 V 对未来的期待，还是说我的第一步没有想清楚？那没有产生力量的话，那我怎么让它产生力量？因为在我或者说在我的帮助企业去做敏捷转型的经验当中哈，我觉得很多企业其实非常强的是 FS， 就是行动规划想得非常清楚我到底应该做哪些事儿，但是呢对于现状的不满其实揭露的还不是非常的清晰，或者没有得到大家很多的认同。尤其比较弱的是对于未来的愿景，就是敏捷转型实现以后会是一个什么样子，它会给我们带来什么好处收益啊，这个是我的经验里面看到了哈。好，那今天给大家介绍的一个最后的一个模型呢是ACMP 的一个行业标准，这也是我之前也提到，就是说变革管理其实会有一个行业协会哈，叫做ACMP。那么它呢既然作为一个行业协会，其实它就颁布了这么一套其实来源于大家的最佳实践，所以整合成了一个行业标准，就是这右边的这个我们把它蓝宝书哈，大家如果感兴趣，其实可以从这个官网上去下载，中文、英文版本都可以下载。那在这个里面，在这个流程里面，在这个标准里面，其实它介绍了为了做变革管理那我们有这5个大的事情要做一共是31项我们叫流程哈。你可以看到这个是一个像项目管理一样非常专业而严谨的，他把它当做一个学科去对待了。也就是说当然这是一个最佳实践的一个集大成者，就是说如果要去推动一个变革，我可以思考把这31项都做了这是一个非常完美的状态那这个我不做展开，但是大家感兴趣下载到这个标准以后，其实我们可以做更多探讨。但是它可以指导我们，就是说如果你在去规划一个敏捷转型的时候，可能我不仅仅思考敏捷方面我需要做些什么，我还可以去思考，那为了帮助整个组织真的向敏捷方向去转向的话，我可以从变革管理这个角度去做些什么。那其实这个我应该是在上个月底的时候刚给一家公司，它要做数字化转型这是一个做行业平台的一个软硬件平台的一个服务商，给他们的那个所有的中层管理者做这个变革管理的培训，我就介绍了这样一个整个的流程。然后大家其实会看到，其实在这5个大的流程块里面，第一个流程块就是比较偏准备工作的。其实就是说变革管理我提前做一些规划那我当时就问大家凡事预则立，那么你们觉得在你们要推动这个数字化转型的时候目前我们已经展开了一些工作了，那么 你们觉得在当前这个规划阶段最应该着手进行的3项前期工作是什么？就是针对前面那15个事情啊，然后这个是我收到了一个他们的一个投票结果，你会发现这个当时一共是70位参与者，他们投票觉得最应该做的，但是当下他们还没有做的事情啊，我们来看一下。排在第1位的是40票的，就是确立变革的必要性。其实这个就是我们还记得这个第一个变革加速器嘛，就是建立紧迫感啊。其实我只有认同了当下这个变革是必要的，是必须现在就做的，对吧？所以呢，这个其实是可以很好的链接到那个第一加速器的，也可以很好的链接到刚才贝克哈德变革公式当中的那个 D， 对吧？对于现状的不满，所以凸显了这个变革的必要性。那排在第2的是要明确这个目的、目标和成功标准就是我刚刚有提到的，就是其实这个映射到了贝克哈德的那个未来愿景，对吧？那我到底那个什么叫成功？我怎么去衡量那个成功？排在第3位的当然就是建立清晰的一个未来愿景。所以大家能看到这个前3位其实能很好的映射到贝克哈德公式，但是这个可能也是当然这届企业是做数字化转型但我觉得可能有一定的普遍性，也能代表在你所推动的这个组织变革，在你所推动的这个敏捷转型当中，如果你从规划阶段着手的话，你可以在哪些方面去做一些事情，或者说你最值得去下精力的是什么地方。那最后如果我们整个去看这5个模型的话，我觉得它是各有侧重的，因为我不确定今天的那个参与者大家的角色。如果你是企业的高管，你要在组织层级去引领这个敏捷转型的话，我建议你去了解的是科特的那个加速器不仅仅是8步法，你要去了解是科特的那个变革加速器，包括去思考贝克哈德公式。如果你是组织里面的中层，你要承担的职责是怎么把敏捷转型在自己的部门、自己的团队落地。这个时候，我建议你去了解的是阿达卡，因为你可能要用一些管理手段去帮助人们接受变革推动变革、落地变革。所以我建议你去深入了解阿达卡，包括变革循环周期。而如果你是一位敏捷教练那我觉得你可能应该关注的是，因为你是教练嘛，我相信你的敏捷知识已经很丰富了。那你是要教练，你是要关注怎么去帮助团队实现这个转变。那我建议的是，你要去深入了解阿达卡的这个模型，包括可以去了解 SMP 的这个行业标准，就是用一个更系统的眼光去看组织变革。好了，那这个是我今天的分享那我也把我的联系方式放在这里，大家如果对有一些话题模型更感兴趣，我们可以再深入的做交流。郑鹏，我把时间交还给你。
好的，感谢夏涛老师我觉得真的是我们虽然做敏捷转型、数字化转型提了很多但是今天终于静下心来有机会听敏捷转型变革管理的专家夏涛老师给我们介绍了这么多套国际的转型的模型方法论，包括行业标准而分别也有不同的受众人群适合哪样的方法。我觉得这个让我印象非常深刻，而且我觉得每一套方法呢它们之间有关联，而且可以在不同场景下给不同的人群包括高管、中层还有敏捷教练所适用的这种模型和工具。但这里面呢，我们后面会进入一个环节，就是圆桌对话的环节。这个环节呢，我相信刚才许峰老师也好，当然雅婷老师离开了许峰老师还有夏泽老师介绍的内容，我相信我们会有一些交流。然后呢，也请Gerald 把画面切到我跟许峰老师对，好，行，谢谢。那我们这样，我们首先呢，我先来抛砖引玉。我有一个问题我这个问题提给那个夏涛老师因为我第一次看到我知道我们在做很多推广，像敏捷、DevOps 转型和数字化转型的过程中呢，有不同类型的这种转型和变革但是我今天第一次看到有12种变革的类型夏老师如果方便的话，也可以再把那个 PPT 打开看一下那个12种的那个转型那个变革，我觉得那个特别有意思因为我们都说转型也好，变革也好，而且我今天也了解到转型的成功率变革的成功率在20%、25%到30%，转型的成功率反而要低于20%。这跟我们当时看到的， 达沃斯论坛上数字化转型全球企业的成功率是非常高度吻合的哈，就是转型的成功率对于非科技的企业可能低于20%，15%到20%之间哈，这也是吻合的。那其实我们在谈数字化的时候呢，数字化转型的时候经常会提到数字化转型转的是什么，对吧？我们经常会说，很多人想的是我这个技术啊，我的技术应用啊，新型技术，然后我们做管理的，做这个运营的，我们说你转的是商业模式，你转的是运营模式啊，这是一种转型啊。我第一个看到这个，我就想对号入座，我想这12种转型模式，如果我们说数字化转型，我们转的真的是一个，无论是我说降本增效啊，还是一个商业模式的创新，转的是运营模式，可能是降本增效。商业模式的话，就可能你有新的收入来源，那有可能啊，你这个转的就是这个商业模式哈，一个运营模式、商业模式。那我想问夏涛老师的问题就是说，如果数字化转型中的这个对运营模式的转型，或者是商业模式的转型，你认为它是属于哪一类的转型？是组织转型呢，还是业务流程的重组转型？这里面我想听一下，看怎么给它归类哈。
好，振鹏，你的这个问题非常好回答哈。那个我就咱们说，如果你在做这个运营模式或商业模式的转变的话，那它肯定属于组织转型啊，这个是我的答案。但是呢，大家又会觉得，哎，如果我要做，不管是做数字化还是做商业模式，好像我一定会涉及到，比如说可能会有一些信息系统，可能会有组织发展，因为我需要人的能力获得提升，我可能还会有一些组织架构调整，怎么感觉应该涉及到你们的很多类型，对吧？好，那其实呢，这个是我想，我说刚刚那个答案很简单，但是我想再深入再说一下，这12种类型的划分啊，不是一个 MISI 的一个划分，对吧？它是一个我们比较常见的一个划分哈，包括它们相互之间可能会有重叠。那我们说，比如说组织转型这种变革哈，那或者是其他任何一种变革，比如说拆分或者合并。通常我们发生变革呢，组织是为了有一个战略目标要去实现，我们为了实现那个战略目标，我们要发起一个变革，但是这个变革通常会有一个主要的抓手。那比如说，我们假设为了降本增效，对吧？那我们可能会用了一个抓手，可能会是说，那我要通过比如说降本增效通常用什么当抓手？我这个把自己给难住了。降本增效可能会比较多的是，比如说我们换另外一个例子吧，就是我觉得我们的那个产品的研发那个产品周期太长，我想缩短。那这个时候呢，可能有好几种方式，一种就是说我要不要引入敏捷这种工作方式，还有一种方式就是说我能不能把大家的能力都做一个提升，对吧？让大家可以比如说写代码更快，可以或者说测试更快，或者是说我要优化我的流程，就是我为了实现我的这个战略目标，我一定会有好多种主要的抓手。那这个主要的抓手可能就对应到了这12种类型当中的某一个。比如说，我希望可以通过引入敏捷的工作方式，那这个可能就是组织转型会是主要抓手。那我要去比如说提升大家的工作能力，那这个可能我就是说拿组织发展做抓手，或者是我要引入一些什么系统，或者是做一些流程的改进。引入一些流程，引入一些新系统，那这个可能又会对应到第5或第6种。所以呢，为了实现组织战略目标去发起变革，我一定会有一个作为抓手。但是作为这个抓手的同时，我们为了实现这个战略目标，其实肯定要做很多事情。这个抓手又会引起一些涟漪效应。比如说，如果我要去引入敏捷转型，对吧？那它本质上是一个组织转型，但是呢，它会需要我们具备新的能力，所以它会发散到3组织发展，它可能会涉及到我们会有一些岗位职责调整，所以它可能会映射到8有组织架构的调整，它可能会涉及到我们的要用一些新的系统，对吧？可能会映射到5，或者是说它可能要求我们认同不同的价值观，可能又会映射到7。所以呢，这个12个类型的划分，首先它不是 MISI 的，组织会有一个抓手，但是这个抓手又会辐射到其他的不同的类型。所以振鹏，我不知道这个有没有回答到你的问题哈。
那我差不多理解了，就是说组织转型它本身也不是被孤立出来，它跟这个12个变革模型它是有关联性的。就像您刚才在下一页的 PPT 里面把敏捷转型归纳为是组织转型的一部分，那我想呢，如果说我们数字化转型或者是商业模式的转型，它也涉及到这个组织的愿景、文化、工作方式、职责、绩效的一个变革哈。那我相信那可能是这样，我能理解哈，就是它是一个组织综合系统性的。不是局部的，比如说只改文化或者只做绩效考核的这个变革啊，那这个我就清楚了。
对，这也就是为什么比如说每一类变革，它可能成功率比如说都是30%，但是如果比如说涉及到组织架构成功率30%，涉及到那个业务流程重组30%，但是我要做的敏捷转型涉及到这2个维度，所以它的成功率肯定会比30%更低了。这个是非常逻辑的一个就能思考到的。
没错。好，那我这边还有一个问题是关于你关于介绍那个科特的8步法跟他那个加速器，这里面我注意到他这个8步法跟加速器这里面有一部分是重叠的，但有一部分还是不一样的。你比如说最后一个阶段，我们特别容易忽略的，但是又特别重要的就是文化这个变革，或者是这个把这个成果融入文化这一块儿，包括像那个我们有句话说，就文化是非常重要的一部分就是这个。但是我看你在加速器这里面你帮我们解释一下为什么文化不见了？就是它这里面是融到其他的加速器里面了吗？还是文化怎么能被移掉呢？从第2部分这个加速器这块，这你怎么看？
好，首先呢，就是这个8步法和加速器并不是完全一一对应的，并不是完全一一对应，应该可以这么来说，8步法有点类似于是从时间上去划分了我要做的8件关键的事情，而加速器呢，其实它更多的是说，在这个过程当中，我应该关注做哪些事情，就可以让这个变革更加加速获得成功，所以它不是完全一一对应的，这是第一点。第二点呢，就是那当然8步法的最后一步是把成果融入到文化当中，包括第7步是促进变革的深入。其实这2步在加速器而言都是在变革的制度化是要去其实对应的那2个阶段那其实我应该用的是一个，抱歉我看一下，我这个应该是有一个缩写，因为字太长了。这个最后一个阶段应该就是说把成果融入文化，把变革制度化。对，其实它的核心目标可以理解为，大家还记得刚才介绍的 process 那个阿达卡吗？阿达卡最后一个 R 是讲要把变革的成果做一个固化。其实呢，他们讲的依旧是我可以有一些什么方法把变革的成果固化呢？软性的层面可以，硬性的层面可能是制度化、复盘流程化。软性化的层面就是把它变成一个文化性质的东西。所以回到刚才说的变革的最后一个加速器变革的制度化，其实它的目的就是为了把成果固化下来。所以呢，是可以用硬的层面促进变革的深入，通过制度化，或者是通过软性的层面用文化，这2点都可以实现。
好，感谢夏特老师。
对，大家如果感兴趣，还是挺值得去读一读那个加速器的，很薄一本。
好的。好，感谢夏特老师这边的这个补充哈。那许峰老师其实一直在推广敏捷转型然后数字化转型，然后自己呢也是学习了像阿达卡还有一些转型模型这个认证我也想听听许峰老师，您在这个两个方向，就是在变革管理和你推进企业，无论是传统企业还是 IT 组织这个转型过程中，你是怎么将这2部分结合的？或者说在变革管理这里面，你也可以对夏涛老师刚才的分享，你们互相可以交流一下或者有没有这个问题？行，许峰老师，您先谈一下你这边的2者的这个结合，在你的实践中。
好的，那个变革管理嘛，就是其实我们现在做很多事情它都属于变革管理它只不过范围大或者小，对吧？就是哪怕我去做一个 DevOps 那你就是要改变人的一些工作方法， 就我们刚才举健身的例子也是一样，对吧？其实你要想，就是刚才夏涛老师也提到了，就是那张图，你要从一个状态到另外一个状态去，那这个过程本身就是一个改变，因为别的方法其实我是看过一些，但是没有系统去学过。那艾德卡我当时翻过之后，我觉得哎这个方法挺简单的，就是就5个字母，然后就代表了一些，但是它确实还挺能切中到我自己那个 echo 到一些东西的，所以呢就去学了一下。我的理解是说，任何一种改变就是因为我自己做的可能关注的团队或者项目级别的，就是接触到的这个更多一些，就是因为我们如果讲敏捷的话，如果是一个IT 行业的，其实你都不太用谈吧，就它基本上都认可了，说至少从那个所谓的 awareness 意识上它是认可的。至于说它做的怎么样，这是另外一个话题啊。就是那因为最近比较感兴趣啊，这2年就是做一些非 IT 行业的，我自己的感受是说，就是如果从一个小的地方去切入的话，可能撬动它是相对比较容易的，就是敏捷讲究立刻见效嘛，对吧？所以我觉得下一个话题就我可能接下来可能会讲的更多的是说，那如何把敏捷引入到更加一个组织层面上去？那我也听到这样的声音啊，在去跟一些企业交流的时候，就是当你在开始的时候，他理解敏捷是什么东西，然后对于某种特定类型的领域能带来什么收益的情况下，那他会感兴趣到一些更加组织级别的敏捷，比如说它和 OKR 是怎么结合的，这个是一个非常蛮热的话题，就是很多人都会问啊 OKR， 那你会发现 OKR 和敏捷的本质是一样的，就是做不好敏捷的人，我觉得也做不好 OKR， 反过来也是一样，就是它的底层思想其实是非常非常类似的，都很简单。其实那个模型，这2个方法本身你说起来最简单的、最简化的那个都很简单，所以但是如果你真的说你在几个项目的时候取得了成功，尤其是因为我接触到场景往往是说企业的中高层场景比较多，他们是首先支持的，要不然他也不会在业务里面去做敏捷这事儿，所以能够让我们去做，就是他已经支持了，但是他不知道怎么做啊，然后我们去看一下他的，然后具体的能落地啊，那个团队能理解，然后也能在一个场景。那我觉得他的挑战就像刚才我们谈到变革管理，他的挑战是说如果你要做组织级别的敏捷的话，那这个范畴包括转型的这个困难度就会有一个指数级的增加。我想呢，这时候就是一个变革管理是很恰当的，就是你需要引入它。那如果用艾德卡的角度来讲呢，我就画一个三角形嘛，就是艾德卡里边它的变革可能是一个三角形，最上面是 leadership 吧，就是领导力。那我自己看到是领导如果不理解不支持的话，这个很困难，哪怕是一个小的项目都很难真的去成功，就是做到，因为你要最后要 reinforcement 要固化，你并不是说简单的做完一次做一个敏捷项目就完了，对吧？那它的三角形的下边的左边你可以认为是一个具体的事情，就是 project management 的，对吧？就是比如说我们要引入某个敏捷的方法，然后对于一个项目的项目管理做一些不同的方式去管理，那它是一个你如何一步步的在引入到一些方法，比如你用教练，或者像前面雅婷，它是一个教练，它是方法，它是一个事情，但是雅婷也说了，做事情还要做人，对吧？就是还要人连接，他讲到自己的一些总结，我觉得都很好。那么艾德卡其实它的侧重这个三角形的右下角，就是有领导力，有事情，同时你要关注到人的方面啊，就是艾德卡它比较特别的就是说，他是在讲说人是怎么从你要让他转型的话，你要经历过的这样的一些阶段，所以我自己的感受是说，如果是一个小的项目团队让他去做敏捷的话，只要有领导者支持呢，问题都不大，因为敏捷确实你把这个道理讲清楚的话呢，这些人都能够看到它的价值，就不是说我们教育他说你敏捷有多好啊，你必须得用啊，你不用怎么样了，就是他其实能理解的，他能看到哦，我这种方法确实好像比我之前那方法更好，原来那个就是一个阶段一个阶段的，好像有很多问题，现在如果这种商标我们可以用敏捷，挺好的，他是能接受的。但我觉得挑战是组织级别的敏捷吧，那这个可能也是接下来我想很多人都会去思考和去研究的。我这边正好有一本书，我看了几章啊，那是 上海那个第五空间的朱红强老师推荐给我的，我看了真确实是挺不错的，叫《正确敏捷》。正确敏捷这本书啊，它其实讲一个组织级别的敏捷，我觉得就有很大的空间吧，在一个业务领域里边去结合变革管理去推进敏捷啊，我觉得有很大的空间。所以我也很有兴趣啊，我觉得这两种方法是可以结合的，就是我们3个人，像雅婷讲的是做一个咨询师，我如何去帮助到一个团队，对吧？包括自己的定位。那我讲的是一个在比较像一个支点一样的一个场景，就是你在一个完全不了解敏捷的企业里边，你要想撬动它，那如果有一些要点，对吧？你找对正确的一个地方，然后你有个正确的方法给到他，然后能够从一开始就让管理者或者领导者能够接受到这样的一个文化。那夏涛老师讲的是说，你把我觉得夏涛老师他更多的是一个组织级敏捷里边要去更多思考的一个事情。当然你在小的团队里边你要考虑像艾德卡这种模型，你要考虑，但是更大的范畴里边去讲，所以我觉得是能够互相覆盖到的。那我在想可能比如从撬动加上夏涛老师这种更规模化的或者更加系统化的方法结合在一起，应该对于很多的企业是有很大的启发的。所以这是我的一些思考，就是说变革管理和敏捷方法的一些思考吧。然后关于那个变革管理，其实我刚才听了夏老师讲的，我觉得都挺有道理的。就是从艾德卡的角度来讲，你去看别的啊，也挺有借鉴的。就是他要从这儿到那儿去，对吧？然后这几个层级要大于他的这种阻力啊，这些我觉得都能带来很好的一些思考。对，所以我觉得这个两个结合是挺自然的，就包括敏捷现在也和很多其他的东西，我觉得都在做结合，敏捷和精益的结合，对吧？你很多的地方它不只是敏捷，它也可能要涉及到精益，尤其是传统企业，这两者我觉得都是可以结合，敏捷和 OKR 的结合。你会看到就是很多敏捷组织，因为它毕竟你要用敏捷，你的 KPI 肯定很大程度上是不太适用的。OKR 是一个很 match 的一个方法。那敏捷和变革管理的结合，我觉得这可能也是一个趋势吧，就是大家越来越把敏捷不太当成一个目的，它和变革管理一样，它和 OKR 一样，它和经营一样，它是个工具。那工具就代表着说，它有适用的场景，它的工具可能要配合别的工具一起使用，然后你要理解工具底层的一些东西。我觉得特别有趣的是啊，就是我自己的经验特别有趣的是啊。当你和一些非 IT 行业的人交流的时候，你会发现他们，尤其是管理者，他更容易理解敏捷，因为我觉得他没有受过这些什么 SAFe 啊、什么 Scrum 啊、什么那个什么 Sprint 这些训练啊，他没有那个东西。然后你反而跟 IT 的人去，有的时候就是那个团队里边。他其实反而要不断的去抽离出来我从那个方法里边，我那15分钟是站会是怎么讲的，问的3个问题，为什么问的不对，为什么大家不愿意来参加，就是大家反而会掉在那个坑里边去说，那个方法本身为什么就是要纠缠那个方法本身但是对于一个业务领域的人来讲呢，他们缺乏的是套路就对他们来讲就是我其实很愿意转型，我其实很愿意应对变化。我其实很想去，那我其实也很灵活，我很因为他能活下来，其实他不灵活他就活不到今天，他其实是他灵活的一种表现，但是他没有套路他说那我自己灵活了，但是我跟我下面的人还是指指点点的，我还是要求他们这么做。那我现在发现不对我希望他们不要每天我在动脑子，我希望他们也动脑子，那怎么办？那其实敏捷就提供了很好的一个套路，所以他的那个思维习惯和这个套路结合起来。可能就会在他企业里边产生一些挺好的变化所以我觉得变革管理的话，在一个传统企业来讲，像那个8步法也好，我自己觉得对于很多企业来讲，如果用对的话，就是领导者都还是挺愿意接受的。
好的，
对，其实那个许东讲的这个还让我挺有感受的。那个包括你刚才讲一些。管理者或业务部门其实他缺的是套路，他已经很认同，就是当下可能应该变。所以从艾德卡来讲，他 A 和 D 是非常丰富了，但他可能 K 对吧？就是这些套路是缺乏的，所以其实敏捷的方法可能能帮助他。 对，就你会想到这些东西，其实你用变革的角度去看，真的一个新的角度能给一些启发。
对你真的想，就是我们先想一想成功的商业案例，比如说像我有的时候跟也听一些嘛混沌学院的讲，比如讲那个阿那亚的例子，对吧？我不知道夏涛老师有没有在那个阿那亚那
我还没去过。
阿那亚那个他的案例啊，比如像亚朵的一些案例，其实你如果结合敏捷的思考，就是他们都在用敏捷的很多的思想，比如他不断的迭代。他那个东西原来就不是说想好了说我要做成这样，他是没办法，对吧？我接了一个这个文旅地产，我卖不出去了怎么办？然后我就要去思考这个东西的价值本质是什么。就是现在大家已经不在炒房子的时候，那他们为什么从北京开车4个小时到这个一个河北，对吧？河北的一个海边去度这个假，这2天他为什么要不断的回来？我为什么要？那它的本质的原因是什么？那这个就是敏捷，你要直接和客户去 engage， 然后不断的去迭代，对吧？包括他社区运营的那个思想，我觉得也和敏捷的思想很像，就是你要帮他解决问题，那他才会在社区里面不断的，他不是一个单向的宣传，然后包括他的小的团队不断的一起在协作。我觉得，其实他们有这种思想，对吧？很多企业
我稍微打断一下哈，我们那个因为我看下一个时区的嘉宾已经上线了，我们中国这个时区客观时间还有5分钟，我收到了一个问题啊，稍后我会问出来，然后呢，我同时会通知那个下一个组那个北美时区这个嘉宾哈，我跟他们说一下，然后咱们再讨论最后一个问题啊，就是在小合同里现在有个问题啊，大家可以看一下。Hi, Geny and Leila. We are still in the Q&A session for China region. We're going to wrap up in 5 minutes. So after we finish, then you can continue with the North America region. All right. We're going to do the last question. Thanks. 我看到提问区里有一个问题哈，就是这个问题是关于就是我们刚才都提到了，包括夏涛老师提到了这个变革的和这个转型的成功率哈，我刚才也提到了数字化转型这个成功率。那这个问题就是说，这个成功率是怎么样才算变革成功了？或者说什么样才算数字化转型成功了？是谁定的目标？怎么来衡量这个目标才算成功？哈，就是我理解用敏捷的话是不是什么叫这个 definition of done？ 你这个说出了一件事情，这个事情用什么样才算结束？是结果目标是什么样？什么样是给它具体化？请2位老师分别用2分钟的时间哈回答一下这个问题啊。夏涛老师你来吧尽量精简一些啊。
对，好。那我想说的是，现在其实有很多组织在做变革或者说做敏捷转型的时候，可能没有思考这个问题，就是敏捷转型的 DOD 是什么？好，这个是一方面。另外一个呢，就是如果我们有的 DOD， 我觉得那真的应该把它去详细的列出来。比如说，如果我是为了缩短周期，我做这个事儿，那我应该缩短到什么程度？然后或者是如果我要去叫什么降低成本，那我到底要降到什么程度？所以我觉得很多组织在做敏捷转型的时候，这个 DOD 其实是缺失的，所以这也是我刚才分享的时候在强调的。那另外一点呢，我想说的是，变革的成功其实要从2个方面衡量。这个其实也是刚才那个许峰老师在介绍的那个，他说阿德卡的那个3角形，左下角是事儿，右下角是人。其实我们衡量变革成功也要从这2个维度去衡量，就是从事情的层面，我们是不是把敏捷转型所有要做的事儿都做完了，对吧？比如说可能是培训，可能是比如说是 war room 的布置啊，或者说一些比如说相应系统的配置啊，大家是不是真的都已经把这些系统用起来了？另外一方面就是人，就所有的人是不是真的在用敏捷的工作方式去做事儿、去开会、去获得我们期待的绩效？所以变革成功应该从事儿和人2个层面都去衡量。
好的，许峰老师怎么看？
我这个就是很简单嘛，如果你把敏捷当成一个工具啊，那就是还是回到夏涛老师，你这个事儿是不是做成了，对吧？就是甚至你后来都可能不太在意它是不是用的叫敏捷，还是加上精益，还是加上什么方法。我自己觉得不是特别重要，重要的是说你企业活下来，发展的很好，你达成你的业务目标，在这过程中里面有一些你了解到的可用的工具，你去选择在适当的情景下去用它，帮助你去达成一个更好的一个结果。就像你健身一样嘛，你健身肯定不是为了 用他那个健身房里的东西，对不对？你不管是跑步还是说打篮球还是做什么，那你的目标是什么？你是更愉快的、更健康的、更高质量的一个身体状况或者人生。那这些工具能帮你达成，那它就是好的，对吧？那我觉得成功率就是对你的业务目标或者你的目标是不是实现了？
好的，感谢两位老师基于这个问题的这个点评哈。那这个问题我想补充一下，我想利用那个刚才夏桃老师在最后的那个ACMP 那个行业标准那个调研来回答这个问题哈。当时他做了一个 survey 哈，那个 survey 当时我记得是 top 2的，第2个是这个目标明确，就是你做变革之前你的目标是什么，对吧？目标首先要明确，这是第2个就是被投票最多的。另外第3个是明确变革影响的利益相关方，就是谁会从这个变革中受益，然后达到这个目标。我觉得这样的话你就有一个明确的目标，你再去转，不然的话你也不知道你的目标你不清楚的话，你去转型你很难去评估。我们说你要 promote small success， 那你短期的胜利就很难去被衡量哈。那时间的关系呢，我觉得我们今天的讨论就到这儿，时间过得真的很快啊！我看下一个时区的嘉宾都已经上线了。那我们中国区的这个活动呢，就到现在为止结束。如果后面还有问题的话呢，我们在群里或者微信跟我们在官方的小助手联系，我们再保持沟通。然后稍后呢，这次推广的排行榜的前3位的嘉宾也会得到我们之前 promise 送的这个书哈。那我就会把时间给下一个我们北美的时区，好吧？那感谢各位中国的小伙伴陪着我们过去的2个3个小时，也祝大家晚安，也感谢几位老师的分享啊。Hi Gerald, for China session we are wrap up already, and I can give the facilitator role to one of the facilitator in the American region. Gerald.
Thank you, son.
Okay, bye bye for now.
Bueno.
Bye.
Geny, todo tuyo.
Buenos días. Bueno, buenos días y buenas tardes a todos. Es un honor para mí presentar esta conferencia ágil. Gracias, Jerónimo. Estamos muy contentos de participar acá, pero antes que todo queremos darle las gracias a quienes hacen posible este evento. Bueno, son nuestros patrocinadores los que nos permiten estar acá. Paso a saludar primero que todo. Bueno, paso a saludar primero que todo a Agile Business Consortium. Agile Business Consortium es un organismo independiente, profesional, dedicado a promover la agilidad empresarial en todo el mundo, de acuerdo con un conjunto definido de estándares profesionales y un código de práctica para apoyar de manera correcta las certificaciones. Muchas gracias a ustedes por hacer parte y posible esto. Agile Heroes es una empresa líder de transformación ágil con sede en Alemania y ofrece consultorías y entrenamientos también y capacitaciones online. La transparencia es un valor esencial para el mundo ágil y este es uno de sus pregones fundamentales. EXIM también se conoce como el Instituto Independiente de Exámenes de Habilidades Digitales. EXIM ha certificado a más de 3 millones de personas de más de 165 países. Actualmente se enfoca en responder a las tendencias modernas del mercado con certificaciones como Digital Transformation Officer, Agile Business Professional, Iberis SM, etc. Astrid es su último desarrollo y es una herramienta de evaluación de competencias conocido nuevamente dentro de toda la comunidad y estamos muy orgullosos de Astrid. True Agile, también conocido como Instituto para la Agilidad y la Innovación IFAI, True Agile es el único meta instituto para la agilidad y la innovación que cree en la agilidad agnóstica. Ofrece una amplia gama de certificaciones, validadas también sobre todos los principios de los cuales nos merecemos reunirnos este día y esta tarde para conversar acá. Todas sus certificaciones son basadas en el manifiesto y sus principios, en lugar de un solo método para definitivamente alinear y convocar la agilidad. TomorrowX ha creado la próxima generación de herramientas y prácticas de entrega de software
Connect Agile con el conjunto de herramientas y ese es su núcleo para la próxima interacción Agile que tenemos. Es una forma alternativa de construir soluciones y aumentar las probabilidades y requisitos comerciales cambiantes. Esas son nuestros sponsors y las personas que hacen posible que nos juntemos hoy aquí. Les agradecemos todos por apoyarnos, por apoyar esta iniciativa y paso ahora a presentar a nuestro primer facilitador, nuestro primer orador y es un honor para mí presentar a Pablo Ingrassia. Pablo, si estás con nosotros, por favor te invito a que prendes la cámara. Pablo es un licenciado en sistemas de la Universidad Pontificia Católica. Se dedica a la tecnología desde hace más de 20 años y además es CEO de Aconcagua Software. Pablo, bienvenido. Muchas gracias por estar acá con nosotros. Abres oficialmente la línea de conferencias para Américas y el panel es todo tuyo.
Bueno, muchas gracias por la presentación y bueno, primero que nada un gusto poder contarles la experiencia y compartir, bueno, lo que vamos viviendo nosotros como empresa en estos procesos tan profundos que hacemos, ¿no? Así que bueno, gracias por el espacio y nada, empiezo a compartir pantalla, así les voy contando un poquito lo que tenemos preparado. Jerónimo, no sé si me podés confirmar que se está viendo la pantalla.
Todavía no, Pablo. Ahí sí.
Ya está.
Ahí lo estamos viendo. Perfecto. Bueno, antes que nada, en un primer momento, claramente el espacio se los agradecemos a todos los que estén oyendo. Mi nombre es Pablo Ingrassia, CEO de Aconcagua Software Factory. Mi formación inicial, para que tengamos un contexto de qué punto de vista miro las cosas, ¿no? Estudié la licenciatura en sistemas, y después, bueno, a lo largo de los años fui haciendo especialidades, ¿no? En dirección de empresas, máster y demás, que van complementando toda la formación inicial. Para mí es un orgullo, creo, haber estado, digamos, haberme desempeñado en esta industria, ¿no? Del software. ¿Por qué? Porque muchos de estos movimientos y las metodologías que después se van extendiendo a través de las organizaciones surgieron en este ámbito, ¿no? En el ámbito de crear software y tecnología. Así es que así inicié mi carrera, ¿no? Después de graduado y demás, después les voy a contar un poco más en detalle. Empecé mi experiencia laboral y en la industria del software creo que recorrí casi todos los roles que se podía tener dentro de la empresa.
¿Qué tal, Pa? ¿Cómo va? Escúchame, Pa, me cambiaron el horario y empiezo 11:45, así que voy a terminar a las 12:30, te digo, para que no vengas antes, venite a 1:45.
Ahí hay un audio que se está filtrando.
Bueno, yo después a las 2 tengo una
Bien.
Pero bueno.
Entonces, eso es un poco desde el punto de vista...
Bueno, está bien, dale, Pa. Eso te quería avisar. Besito. Chao, chao.
¿Me están escuchando de nuevo, Jero?
Sí, estamos acá.
Ok. Entonces, desde el punto de vista, la transformación ágil, yo la estoy viviendo en Aconcagua Software Factory desde la posición de CEO, y como sponsor, ¿no? de toda la iniciativa. Entonces, mi objetivo era contarles cómo fue, qué estoy haciendo y cuál es la vivencia que voy teniendo, y los puntos que me parecen destacables y a tener en cuenta que pueden ser, digamos, útiles para otras personas que estén en el management de alguna empresa, que estén en la transformación, otras personas que estén siendo sponsor y estén llevando a cabo estos procesos tan profundos dentro de las organizaciones. Y por otro lado, me parece que algunas de las cosas que voy a comentar también pueden servirle a coach ágiles y todas las personas que estén haciendo el asesoramiento y el acompañamiento a las empresas, y sobre todo lo veo y espero que les sea útil para entender a veces los pensamientos que vamos teniendo las personas que somos sponsor o que tenemos que liderar una empresa ante los acontecimientos que van sucediendo y lo que va pasando dentro de la transformación, ¿no? Bien, Aconcagua Software Factory, que es la empresa en la que yo estoy desarrollando la transformación junto con un equipo y con toda la empresa, ¿no? Inició hace 20 años, empezamos cerca del 2000, y mi participación en la empresa fue como desarrollador, así cubriendo, digamos, estando como siempre digo, en el frente de batalla, ¿no? En el frente de la construcción. Y desde nuestros comienzos, y creo que a lo largo de toda la vida de la empresa, fuimos teniendo estos cambios de paradigmas, ir adaptándonos a las nuevas tendencias. Siempre en Aconcagua tuvimos ese espíritu de probar y experimentar nuevas metodologías, y ir adaptando nuestra forma de trabajo con el objetivo de ser más eficiente, tener mejor delivery, proveer un mejor servicio a nuestro cliente, ¿no? Entonces, al cabo de un tiempo también me convertí en Delivery Manager, liderando varios equipos, donde había equipos que se lideraban y se gestionaban internamente con metodologías tradicionales, otras con metodologías un poco más cercanas a lo que hoy conocemos, y digamos, digo cercanas, y lo que hoy conocemos como Scrum, porque cuando lo implementábamos hacíamos nuestra propia versión, que no la deberíamos llamar Scrum, la adaptábamos a lo que entendíamos en aquel momento, ¿no? Y luego de un tiempo también me convertí en gerente de operaciones, y finalmente llegué a la posición de CEO en la empresa, ¿no? Y en este punto, ¿por qué traigo la historia, no? Porque creo que como empresa y personalmente tuvimos un camino donde tempranamente estuvimos en contacto con procesos de transformación y con conceptos que luego aparecen en la agilidad, ¿no? Y estamos desde los comienzos. Y eso lo destaco porque también me parece útil para toda aquella persona que hace consultoría, que bueno, las cosas que voy a contar vienen también con un background de conceptos de agilidad que conocía. Personalmente siempre fui un promotor de adoptar metodologías ágiles, de renovar los equipos a trabajar con metodologías más colaborativas, donde la autogestión era mayor. Entonces, con ese background, también tuve un montón de preguntas y pensamientos cuando empecé la transformación, ¿no? Y que me imagino que para otras personas que vienen de otras industrias, que no tuvieron ese background, ¿sí? Les va a pasar lo mismo, y puede ser incluso que tengan más dudas y que es totalmente normal, ¿no? Por eso quería destacar un poco la historia que nos trae hasta acá, ¿no? En ese proceso, ¿sí? A lo largo de los años, de ir buscando cómo hacemos la empresa más eficiente, cómo también la empresa va creciendo, llegamos a un día, y tras haber sido CEO de la empresa durante ya 2 años largos, haber creado un área nueva de gerencia, de implementar un montón de procesos, de formalizar y profesionalizar la empresa, considero yo, en gran escala, llegamos a un momento también donde con la gerencia y los socios de la empresa estaba ese deseo, esa intención, ese objetivo de, bien, llegamos hasta acá, pero ahora tenemos que movilizar a la empresa, ¿sí? Tenemos que continuar en este proceso de crecimiento y queremos darle un mayor empuje. Entonces acá es donde empieza a surgir esta idea de que el motor de esa movilización es la transformación ágil, ¿no? De llevarnos a un modelo de gestión nuevo. Nosotros veníamos con un contexto, ¿no? Un modelo de gestión donde estructurado, muy verticalista. Acá destaco dos cosas: era un modelo de gestión que ya teníamos integrado en la empresa, y también personalmente, yo como CEO y por mi background, también tenía un modo personal muy verticalista, muy de lo que hasta en ese momento era la gestión habitual de empresas, y que obviamente hoy sigue existiendo, y también con resultados, ¿no? Entonces, pero bueno, internamente en nuestra empresa estábamos buscando un giro a ese modelo, ¿sí? Queríamos ir a un modelo donde el resultado, y esto es parte de las motivaciones, el resultado era una empresa donde se busca un ambiente más colaborativo, un ambiente donde la participación de todos los miembros en las decisiones también exista, donde los equipos puedan autogestionarse y sean el motor propio digamos, de llegar y alcanzar los objetivos que se propone, que no sea una estructura donde existe, bueno, el mandato de cumplir los objetivos y todo el mundo se alinea y listo, o sea, y las ideas vienen de arriba hacia abajo. Queríamos una empresa que las ideas surjan de la misma empresa, que el motor sea la empresa, y que se genere ese ambiente de colaboración y de innovación, ¿sí? Donde creemos fuertemente que un ambiente colaborativo, un ambiente de un clima laboral que propicie el pensamiento creativo es lo que necesitamos en una software factory y lo que nos hace crecer, ¿no? Entonces, esta idea de la transformación ágil toma su sentido y su potencia, y llegamos a la decisión de que hay que comenzar esta travesía, ¿no? Este camino de crecimiento. Y en ese primer momento también lo veíamos otro punto de motivación, ¿no? Además del resultado que queríamos, después de un proceso de profesionalización grande, donde a todas las personas se tuvo que poner nuevos procesos y demás, veíamos que un proyecto que nos unificara a todos en un objetivo de mejora continua y de crecimiento constante también iba a ser motivacional para todas las personas dentro de la empresa, y que eso era un diferencial de nosotros como empresa hacia los colaboradores que querían trabajar con nosotros, ¿no? Entonces, empezamos este gran camino, ¿no? de transformación. ¿Cuándo lo empezamos, no? Decidimos todo esto, los directores de la empresa, yo como CEO, y lo lanzamos el 1 de enero, bueno, no 1 de enero, el 2 de enero fue el kickoff de 2020, ¿no? Con todo un montón de cosas, que venía la pandemia y nadie sabía que venía la pandemia, ¿no? Entonces también empezamos este camino así, ¿no? Con mucho entusiasmo, la efervescencia de este gran kickoff que hicimos a nivel empresa, y empezamos con uno de los puntos que a todos los que somos parte de la empresa nos gustó y nos hizo crecer mucho, ¿no? Agarramos y sacamos de las paredes, digamos, sacamos los cuadros de las paredes que tenían escrita la visión, la misión y los valores de la empresa, y nos pusimos a trabajar como empresa en el refrescar de la visión, el refrescar de los valores, el replantear la cultura de la empresa, ¿sí? Y empezamos ese proceso de unificar los valores de la empresa escritos con los valores que se viven, ¿no? Entonces se hicieron muchos workshops antes de la pandemia, ¿no? Workshops de trabajo en conjunto con todas las personas y equipos de la empresa, y fue una gran efervescencia, ¿no? También se había comenzado antes con algunas cosas, ¿no? Había mucho equipo que ya tenían todas las, digamos, técnicas de, digamos, los dashboards para tener visualización constante del proyecto. Se había comenzado, ya estaba todo en las paredes tenían todas tableros de los diferentes equipos, y todo eso se había empezado a hacer, ¿no? Y ahí comenzamos con la pandemia, ¿no? Donde a nosotros nos tocó vivirlo ahí, a la transformación ágil, donde la pandemia aceleró algunas cosas y retrocedimos en otras. Pero lo importante que creo que a todos nos pasa cuando iniciamos estos procesos es que siempre hay algo de contexto que nos afecta, ¿sí? Siempre pasa algo y hay algo que nos hace cambiar ese plan inicial, ese diseño de olas que armamos para decir, bueno, cómo íbamos a llevar la agilidad a todas las áreas de la empresa, qué capacitaciones, qué workshops, qué metodologías, qué técnicas íbamos a usar en cada área, cómo íbamos a sincronizarnos. Bueno, todo eso cambió de un día para otro cuando empezó el confinamiento. Entonces, bueno, hay cosas que nos ayudaron, como por ejemplo, ya este trabajo sobre los valores también había aceitado mucho y había hecho que la interacción entre las personas tomara mucha más relevancia que a veces el cumplimiento de procesos, documentos que queden muertos dentro de la empresa, y esa comunicación se había activado y era muy relevante, ¿no? Entonces, eso nos ayudó mucho al momento de cuando estuvimos en confinamiento a continuar en trabajo normal. Y después algunas cosas que nos hicieron retroceder, bueno, teníamos todas nuestras herramientas, las habíamos creado para un ambiente presencial, en un ambiente donde había 3 oficinas, y de un día para otro, bueno, una semana para otra, ya no había más oficinas, y todo lo que teníamos para ver cómo trabajábamos, cómo nos sincronizábamos, quedó colgado en las paredes de la empresa y nosotros en nuestras casas, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, todo esto fue las primeras cosas que nos pasaron, ¿no? Y esto nos lleva a que en este emprender, este camino de transformación, surgen toman relevancia los desafíos, ¿no? Y el primer gran desafío que tuvimos en medio de ese contexto creo que fue el cambiar. O sea, el deseo de empezar a transitar abandonar técnicas conocidas, costumbres, formas de hacer que nos daban tranquilidad, control, que al menos nos daban la sensación de ser predecibles, de controlar lo que pasaba. Entonces el primer desafío fue ese, cómo cambiamos nuestro chip, cómo vamos cambiando nuestro mindset para salir de un modelo de gestión muy vertical, donde las tareas se bajaban verticalmente, a donde hay un equipo que se autogestiona, donde tenemos que dar ese espacio para el trabajo y equivocarse, y que la equivocación es parte de un aprendizaje, ¿no? Entonces creo que ese fue uno de los primeros grandes desafíos que tuvimos, ¿no? Empezar a cambiar ese chip, desde lo sponsor que era yo, hasta y comenzar a estar en toda la estructura de la empresa. El siguiente, bueno, fue el balance, ¿no? Entre dos cosas: objetivos de negocio y objetivos de la transformación. A nosotros nos sucedió que somos una empresa de 100 personas, ¿sí? 110, va fluctuando en el tiempo, ¿no? Pero estamos en las 100 personas constantes. Entonces somos una empresa chica, y un proceso de transformación donde la relevancia también está, digamos, en ese cambio cultural, en cómo modelamos un nuevo ambiente de trabajo, cómo modelamos una nueva forma de comunicarnos, de sincronizarnos, de colaborar. Claramente nos motivaba a todos y nos hacía a todos estar con un ojo muy puesto en los objetivos de la transformación, ¿no? De cómo generamos todo ese ambiente de mejora continua. pero por otro lado también estaban los objetivos de negocio, y eso motiva la imagen de fondo, ¿no? Que son como dos vías que se separan. Y en un momento sentimos eso, y lo vivimos durante todo un año o más, ¿no? Es decir, bueno, tengo dos sets de objetivos, uno que es de transformar la empresa, y que a veces parece que no van en paralelo, o que no están acompañando y generando la sinergia que tienen que generar con los objetivos de negocio. Y como CEO me pasaba que bueno, a veces ante ciertas pedidos, disposiciones, yo estaba mirando con un ojo, miraba para un lado los objetivos de negocio y evaluaba de la misma forma lo que me estaban proponiendo. Entonces, tenía que, digamos, hacer ese balance de decir, bien, los objetivos de la transformación, cómo son potenciadores, ¿sí?, de los objetivos de negocio, cómo se complementan y hacen sinergia entre ellos. Y ese desafío lo tuvimos todas las personas, yo como sponsor del desarrollo y de la transformación, y todas las capas gerenciales y de liderazgo dentro de la empresa, ¿no? Y acá fuimos yéndonos de un lado a otro, ¿no? Al principio creo que para todos era lo más importante la transformación. Cuando veíamos que los resultados no nos estaban dando, empezábamos a cuestionarnos, ¿sí? Y decir, che, pero pará, los resultados del negocio, ¿dónde están? Transitando pandemia y todo eso que pasó en el contexto, ¿no? Y acá es donde venía el siguiente desafío, ¿no? ¿Cómo alineamos las dos cosas? ¿Cómo hacemos que los objetivos de transformación sean complementadores de los objetivos del negocio? ¿Y cómo logramos que también todas las personas lo maduren de esa manera, ¿no? Y el desafío que creo que todos tenemos constante es contexto, ¿sí? El contexto en el que estamos. Y es un desafío porque ese contexto es el que nos va haciendo dudar y nos va haciendo a veces poner más peso a una cosa u a otra, y en un proceso en donde estamos, identifico, ¿no?, tres cosas, cumpliendo, digamos, tratando de lograr objetivos de negocio. Por otro lado, además, estamos tratando de cambiar internamente y de madurar una nueva forma de pensar, ¿sí?, un nuevo mindset dentro de la empresa. Y por otro lado, el contexto que nos va haciendo reaccionar y que nos va haciendo replantearnos y seguir adelante, ¿no?, con la transformación y con los objetivos de negocio. Creo que esos son los desafíos de cómo alineamos todas estas cosas, ¿no? Y cómo aprendemos a hacer ese balance y hacer que la transformación sea y haga sinergia con todos los objetivos de negocio y nos potencie como empresa. Y que no sea un proyecto más dentro de la empresa que tiene que ir en paralelo, que se hace, bueno, todo el seguimiento que se hace en un proyecto común, ¿no? Y en esto de dejar, bueno, como los procesos de cambio, ¿no?, todo lo que va cambiando, también hay ruido ruido de que se van quebrando cosas, se van cambiando estructuras, se va resquebrajando la estructura, ¿no?, y para que surja una nueva, empieza a hacernos que empiecen las dudas, ¿no? Y como si a mí me pasaba que algunas de las dudas era relacionada al enfoque de evaluación que estamos acostumbrados a hacer sobre las iniciativas de la empresa, ¿no? Entonces, primera pregunta que hice fue, bueno, ¿cuál es el retorno de inversión de esto? O sea, cosas que como CEO cada vez que vamos a hacer, o como gerentes de una empresa, siempre que hay una iniciativa, lo primero que hacemos es ver cuál es el retorno de inversión, qué plazos tenemos, ¿sí? ¿Cuánto tiempo tardamos? O sea, me acuerdo una vez en una reunión yo preguntándole al coach ágil, bueno, está bien, dale, arranca, pero ¿cuándo terminamos? O sea, ¿cuándo veo yo los resultados de esto? ¿Sí? ¿Cómo me va a impactar de forma directa a mí en las métricas? ¿Sí? Entonces, ahí empieza este proceso que para mí es interno, que es decir, bueno, ese mecanismo de evaluación como sponsor de un proyecto de transformación o de una transformación de una empresa no es el adecuado para la transformación, ¿sí? ¿Por qué? Porque no voy a encontrar el retorno de inversión. O sea, no lo puedo sacar, no lo puedo calcular y ponerlo en un Excel, ¿sí? Porque lo que estamos haciendo es otra cosa. O sea, estamos cambiando una forma de pensar, estamos cambiando una forma de comportarnos y una forma de lograr los objetivos. Entonces, cualquier cosa que yo trataba de utilizar me hacía dudar, ¿no? Ese enfoque personal que le daba digamos, personal no, un enfoque de negocios que le trataba de dar a una transformación que es un proceso de maduración, un proceso de crecimiento de la empresa, ¿no? Entonces ahí ese es el punto que creo que es donde la mayor parte de las dudas empiezan a surgir, y es donde identifiqué como la bajada, ¿no? Cuando uno tenía la efervescencia del lanzamiento de la transformación y empiezan los primeros obstáculos, ¿no? Vos vas viendo que, bueno, implementamos tableros en todas las áreas, entonces ahora la comunicación debería ser mucho más fluida, y empezamos a ver que en la realidad no es más fluido, o sea, que empieza a trabarse, que están todavía no está la sincronización, y mirás para atrás y decís, bueno, pero yo antes tenía un proceso que era así, le mandaban un mail, esto lo probaba y salía así. Era como puse un ejemplo al azar, ¿no? Y ahora, bueno, sí, subieron la tarjetita en un tablero, pero no lo hicieron. Bueno, todas esas cosas van haciéndote dudar y van haciéndote a veces de replantearte y decir, che, esto que emprendimos, ¿nos está ayudando como empresa? Y empezamos ese bajón después de la efervescencia, ¿no? El volver a poner un poco los pies en la tierra y decir, bueno, ahora hay que replantearnos de nuevo. Y como sponsor aparecía la otra duda, ¿no? Bueno, me dicen que tengo que salir a apoyarlos, que tengo que apoyar al equipo de transformación y a veces como sponsor, entre todo esto, no sabemos cómo apoyar. O sea, de hecho, a veces creemos que ya hicimos todo lo que había que hacer, que era decir, bueno, dispuse recursos humanos, digamos, recursos de personal, tiempo, recursos económicos, hice el espacio para que esté la iniciativa, ¿qué más hago? Y a veces no lo sabemos. O sea, y ahí es donde necesitamos como sponsor el acompañamiento de los consultores que nos ayuden a descubrir eso que nosotros no sabemos, ¿sí? Y que a veces no lo podemos imaginar, pero en muchas cosas no nos las imaginamos cómo es ese apoyo, ¿no? Entonces, acá, para mí, uno de los tips que a todos los que somos sponsor y seremos sponsor en transformaciones, era el que yo me anoté, ¿no? Que dije, bueno, este proceso de transformación, es verdad, yo puse, digamos, como CEO autoricé la iniciativa, puse recursos de todo tipo, pero no es un proceso que pasaba lejos de mí, o sea, el proceso empezaba en mí, que era el empezar a entender que el enfoque con el que evaluaba las cosas no aplicaba en este nuevo contexto, ¿sí? Al menos no para esa iniciativa. Entonces, esto es una de las cosas que me parece que como sponsor tenemos que tener en cuenta a la hora de emprender estos caminos de transformación, ¿no? En estas dudas también empieza el tema de cómo vamos sintiendo la pérdida de control, ¿no? Es decir, ¿por qué? Porque cuando tratamos de utilizar estos esquemas que a veces antes usábamos, estamos acostumbrados a la causa y al efecto, o sea, sabemos que si decimos tal cosa pasa tal otra. Y esa costumbre de, bueno, empezar a hacer predecibles las cosas, en estos procesos tenemos que a veces cambiarlo porque lo que estamos haciendo de cierta manera es cambiar este mindset y empoderando a las personas y propiciando que todos los que somos parte de la empresa seamos autores o creadores de los objetivos, ¿no? Y a veces los líderes nos gusta sentirnos héroes, ¿sí? Nos gusta sentirnos que porque nosotros se nos ocurrió una idea y lo pusimos en el equipo, digamos, la empresa funciona y demás. Y en estos procesos también empieza a pasar esto, decir, bueno, no tengo todas las ideas yo y tengo un equipo en el cual me apoya y que es la fuente de crecimiento, ¿no? Donde esa colaboración, ese dar autonomía, soltar a veces todas esas estructuras que nos dan la sensación de control, bien, nos hace dudar, nos hace volver, nos hace a veces retroceder como sponsor y a veces hasta desmotivarnos, y ahí es donde necesitamos, creo, la ayuda de todos los consultores y demás personas para que sigamos haciendo bien el rol que nos toca cumplir dentro de la transformación y transformarnos nosotros también. En esto de las dudas, bueno, lo separamos acá también. Hay una cosa que es simpática, ¿no? En modelos que son empíricos, que se basan en el aprendizaje de haber vivido, o sea, como quedó todo en la vida, ¿no? Está el tema de los ex y las ex, ¿no? Que es, bueno, tenemos que experimentar, tenemos que aprender, o sea, tenemos que probar como empresa algunas cosas y que en este camino de madurez nos va haciendo que aprendamos a tratar los experimentos como aprendizaje, ¿no? Y que no se conviertan dentro de la empresa como en una excusa, ¿sí? Muchas veces, por ejemplo, a nosotros nos pasó cuando tuvimos el tema de la pandemia, de irnos al confinamiento, estuvimos, teníamos todo visual en las paredes de la empresa, después pasamos a tener todos tableros digitales y elegimos una herramienta, ¿no? Y bueno, esa herramienta, bueno, se pagaron las licencias, todo lo demás, no funcionaba como esperábamos, no tenía quizás todos los reportes que queríamos, los reportes que nos dieran sensación de avance, o que nos dijeran, bueno, che, ¿cómo es la velocidad de los equipos? Bueno, y bueno, la primera respuesta fue, bueno, había que probar. Y acá es donde todos tenemos que ser conscientes, tanto nosotros los que estamos como sponsors de la transformación, como las personas que acompañan la transformación, los coaches ágiles y demás, esos experimentos también a nivel empresa representan inversiones, representan tiempo, representan a veces cómo ejecutamos después digamos, cómo alcanzamos los objetivos que nos habíamos planteado, ¿no? Y el equipo tiene que madurar en esto, ¿no? Decir, bueno, cómo experimentamos rápido y cambiamos rápido. Porque lo único que no nos puede pasar es que nos autodemos excusas de no lograr los objetivos porque estamos experimentando, ¿no? Entonces, creo que ese es un proceso de madurez y de balance que toda la empresa tiene que afrontar y empezar a trabajarlo, ¿no? Y esto, para mí, uno de los tips que pongo al lado es un tema de trabajo de cultura, ¿no? Cultura y valores en la empresa. Cuando nosotros tenemos una cultura que la hemos creado en base quizás a modelos más tradicionales, donde armamos no sé, por ejemplo, una de las partes, un esquema de premios y castigos, bueno, se basan en los modelos que usamos. Entonces, cuando empezamos una transformación ágil, algunos modelos antiguos no nos aplican. Como por ejemplo, si hacemos algo y nos equivocamos experimentando, bueno, y si castigamos, rompemos el espíritu de la transformación, rompemos el espíritu de la agilidad. O sea, el experimento es aprendizaje. En todo caso, lo que tenemos que buscar es que nuestra cultura propicie ese aprendizaje y propicie que aceleremos el cambio. O sea, que tengamos mecanismos para darnos cuenta rápido si algo no nos está funcionando como equipo y cambiar, ¿sí? Y no usarlo como excusa o como motivo de castigo, ¿no? Sino también empezamos a aplanar este proceso de transformación, lo vamos aplanando, lo vamos matando nosotros mismos, ¿sí? Con los castigos que podemos llegar a poner o con los premios, ¿no? Lo mismo premios individuales o premios grupales. Bueno, si buscamos participación de un equipo, muy probablemente tengamos que hacer premios de equipo. Si no, justamente lo que estamos buscando es mayor colaboración, que el desprendernos de a veces cuidar, bueno, yo hice mi tarea y el otro no la hizo, bueno, no llegamos al objetivo como equipo, pero bueno, yo hice todo lo que yo tenía que hacer. Bien, no es la actitud o no es el valor que promovemos con la agilidad, ¿no? Con la agilidad justamente estamos promoviendo otros valores, otro espíritu de equipo para poder lograr los objetivos. Entonces es importante para mí esta parte de decir, la transformación ágil viene a cambiarnos el mindset, viene a cambiar, y nosotros tenemos que modelar una nueva cultura de empresa, nuevos valores, ¿no? Y acá, en esos momentos, ¿no? Como sponsor, a veces vas tomando la foto y vas diciendo, bueno, a ver, miro todo lo que hicimos, ¿no? Entonces empiezo a mirar, tengo una primera parte que es, bueno, la visión, ¿no? Yo tomé una decisión de iniciar un camino de transformación y tenía un ideal, me imaginé un ideal, bien o mal, o sea, con los elementos que teníamos en ese momento, eso que contaba antes, ¿no? Autogestión, el motor interno en la empresa, alguna expresión que nosotros por ahí, quizá en la gerencia alguna vez usamos, es con la transformación estamos buscando que no estar exigiendo tareas a toda la empresa y queremos que nuestros equipos se autogestionen, también ellos mismos hagan generar ese cambio y ese mejora continua. Por otro lado, tenía los objetivos, el set de objetivos generales, en paralelo, ¿no? Que en algunos momentos no llegaban, ninguno no llegó. O sea, no llegaba ni los objetivos de la transformación, porque yo decía, che, yo tenía una imagen de lo que quería, o de lo que me imaginaba que era el resultado de la transformación. Y iba y lo miraba y no lo encontraba, ¿sí? Entonces, conclusión directa, muy lineal, uno decía, bueno, entonces no, la transformación no nos está ayudando. Volvemos a las dudas, ¿no? A lo que viene a... Y los objetivos de negocio no, tampoco. Y al final hice todo esto de transformación ágil y los objetivos no los estoy alcanzando. Y lejos de eso, a lo mejor algún cambio hizo que la predictibilidad que tenía antes ya no la tenga. Entonces, bueno, esa es la foto que uno va tomando, ¿no? Y por otro lado, cuando no tenés los objetivos, no sé a quién le he sacado esta frase, la he escuchado seguramente porque no la inventé yo, es cuando los resultados no están, miro la gestión. Bueno, y ahí viene el sentido de avance. Entonces los objetivos no estaban todos donde quería, ¿sí? Y miraba, bueno, ¿y qué sentido de avance tengo? Y también era muy difícil ver, ¿sí? Entonces ahí empezaba todo este tema de decir, bueno, las herramientas que implementamos, las metodologías que pusimos, ¿qué sentido de avance nos daban? Y no estaba claro, y no lo veía o no lo entendía. Y esa es la foto donde uno vuelve a las dudas y vuelve a replantearse y a tratar de ver cómo seguimos, ¿no? Y cuando te pedían como sponsor, te dicen, bueno, danos más apoyo, tampoco sabía cómo, tampoco me imaginaba cómo. Y decía, bueno, ya lo hice. Y entonces la dinámica a veces empieza a pasar que uno va poniendo, bueno, pónganme una reunión y yo hablo con el gerente que sea. Y hacemos que esté. Bien, eso puede llegar a funcionar, pero a veces no, y yo considero que no es el proceso de transformación que debemos tratar de hacer, ¿no? ¿Por qué? Porque lo veo como que, bueno, puse una tarea más para decir que apoyé, pero realmente era el mecanismo que tenía que usar como líder de la empresa y quizás de la transformación y sponsor, para lograr que la transformación siga avanzando. Entonces, eso es un poco la foto que uno va tomando a medida que vas transitando las diferentes etapas de la transformación, ¿no? Y acá es donde empezamos a tratar de, bueno, resumirlo, así ya no quito más tiempo y podemos pasar a preguntas, que es, bueno, ciertas señales y ciertos síntomas que podemos, y al menos que yo miro como sponsor, y trato de identificar, ¿no? Entonces, cuando me pongo a pensar en objetivos de negocio y de transformación, si voy viendo que la empresa ha madurado y tiene, y se va dando esa sinergia entre los dos, digamos, el camino de transformación con los objetivos de negocio, es pulgar arriba, ¿no? Y cuando veo que empezamos a competir y que empiezan a competir por el tiempo, por los plazos y demás, para mí es la señal de que hay que ir a una retrospectiva. O sea, que tenemos que revisar y tenemos que hacer el aprendizaje, ¿no? Y posicionar esto en las retrospectivas que tienen que haber. Lo mismo la toma de decisiones, ¿no? Considero que cuando es participativa y que no estamos en el buen camino, cuando empezamos que, bueno, che, la participación ya no fluye, de nuevo a revisión, ¿no? A buscar aprendizaje. El sentido del avance, para mí, es otro de los más importantes, que es que cuando vemos la sinergia entre los diferentes equipos o los diferentes objetivos de negocio y de transformación, nos va impulsando, y cuando nosotros después el sentido del avance no nos está motivando, es que tenemos que replantearnos y ver algo del proceso que estamos haciendo. Cuando hay reclamos de apoyo, también me parece una de las señales donde algo hay que revisar y hay que hacer una retrospectiva de equipos, ¿no? Y a niveles quizás más operativos o generales, bueno, cuando los equipos de trabajo vemos que hay actitudes de trabajo en equipo, de fortalecimiento, que no hay individualismos, estamos con el pulgar arriba. Y después, de los más importantes, me parece que es bueno, cuando empezamos a detectar que el driver de la transformación es la misma organización, ¿no? Cuando la organización entró en el circuito de mejora continua y no es un sponsor o un líder o una imposición que hay que hacer para que siga transformándose.
Pablo.
Sí.
Estamos sobre el tiempo. ¿Tú nos regalas una corta, por favor, conclusión sobre esta charla?
Bien. La conclusión, y acá ya están todas puestas y no hay animaciones, es, por un lado, como sponsor y management de una empresa, tenemos que ser conscientes y dejarnos esto, todos nos transformamos, los gerentes también tenemos que transformarnos, no es algo que tienen que hacer el resto de las personas y nosotros no. Que tenemos que empezar nosotros con la transformación, o sea, internamente. Importante la cultura y los valores. Como sponsor, estar atento a las señales de cómo fluye la transformación. Y quizá lo que considero más importante de entender es que las técnicas, metodologías y demás las podemos adoptar, aprenderlas y trabajarlas, pero la transformación la tenemos que madurar. Y eso requiere espacio y tiempo y reflexión de toda la empresa y de las retrospectivas, ¿no?
Pablo, muchas gracias por habernos acompañado. De verdad es un honor para nosotros haberte tenido como el primero que abre la conferencia para las Américas. Gracias, Pablo, por tu conocimiento y de verdad, muchos éxitos. Gracias.
Gracias, igualmente.
Bueno, continuamos con nuestro siguiente panelista, invitado y orador, pero antes quiero agradecer y nuevamente saludar a Deiser, es uno de nuestros sponsors. Ellos cumplen 25 años como empresa de tecnología y está enfocada desde 2011 a incorporar prácticas ágiles tanto a nivel de empresas como equipos de desarrollo. Es partner de Naturalising desde 2007 y actualmente está centrado en la aplicación de Business Agility en los procesos de transformación digital y entornos en el mundo real. Damos la bienvenida a Leila Lipsy. Para mí es un honor presentarte, Leila. Eres la única mujer de todo el panel y de toda la franja para las Américas. Leila Lipsy se define como una hacker cultural. Ella es licenciada en Publicidad y Marketing, coach sistémico organizacional y coach del programa Leadership Lab de la Universidad de Tela. Y con numerosas certificaciones como coach ontológico y sistémico, también en Lean Change Management y otras disciplinas ágiles. Ella se motiva y la motivan a facilitar genuinamente espacios para la construcción del tipo de organización que todos queremos pertenecer. Gracias, Leila, por esas palabras y bienvenida. El panel es tuyo.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Geny. Quería chequear que se escuche bien mi micrófono antes de empezar.
Te escuchamos perfecto.
Bueno, buenísimo. Bueno, bienvenidos a todos a este espacio que me interesa que puedan conocer por ahí algo de la agilidad que no conocen, que son las estructuras liberadoras, y más allá de eso, bueno, contar un poquito el contexto en el que esto se emplaza, ¿no? Que tiene que ver con la agilidad. Hoy en particular les voy a traer esta herramienta que tiene que ver con estructuras liberadoras y con algunos conceptos de la agilidad que me parecen interesantes enmarcarlos para que entendamos qué tipo de organización buscamos construir con la agilidad. Un poco, si hay algunos que vienen de la charla de Pablo, van a ver conceptos que por ahí se van a reiterar, pero bueno, vamos a ir viendo algunos puntos. Lo que primero me interesa que pensemos es qué cosas no se modifican en nuestra vida. Si pensamos 10 años, en los últimos 10 años, en los últimos 20, inclusive en los últimos 2 o 3 años, si algo sigue siendo igual, y creo que todos vamos a coincidir en que todo cambia todo el tiempo, y que de alguna forma tenemos que ver cómo nos adaptamos a ese mundo cambiante en forma permanente. Y las organizaciones no quedan por fuera de este cambio, y lo vimos inclusive en las adaptaciones que tuvieron que hacer en la pandemia, en la forma de trabajo, ¿no? Y más allá de esos cambios que a veces son elegidos, otros son impuestos, como puede haber pasado lo que pasó con la pandemia y tuvimos que adaptarnos, la emocionalidad con la que transitamos esos cambios es totalmente distinta. No es lo mismo la emocionalidad y la tendencia que tengo yo a adaptarme a un cambio que es algo que yo elijo que me suceda, o a algo que me trajo la vida o que me es impuesto. Inclusive muchas veces cuando es impuesto hay mucha resistencia, y desde ese lugar cuando generamos transformaciones culturales en las empresas, tenemos que entender cuál es la cultura y de qué manera poder ir calando la agilidad, porque no hay una única forma de hacerlo. Y en esto me parece interesante traerles algo que me pasa muy a menudo, y es que cuando empezamos en una empresa a generar cambios para poder volver esa cultura ágil, lo primero que me piden es que implemente una metodología, ¿no? Porque por ahí tienen alguna persona conocida que implementó Scrum o que implementó Lean, o algo que les haya funcionado. Y sinceramente, para mí la primera pregunta que les hago es, ¿para qué quieren implementar y por qué esa metodología? En realidad es buscar el propósito, ¿no? O sea, ¿qué es lo que están buscando como organización, como empresa? Porque en realidad no hay una metodología que nos convierta ágiles. Lo que nos convierte ágiles es la manera en la que hacemos y la manera en la que pensamos. Entonces, si nosotros queremos implementar o imponer un cambio, una transformación, seguramente lo que vamos a encontrar del otro lado es resistencia. Y por eso mismo para mí es más interesante empezar a centrarnos en la cultura y de qué manera buscamos herramientas que se adapten a que esa cultura sea lo más permeable posible a la agilidad. Y hay veces no es la metodología la que me trae esto, sino por ahí una combinación de metodologías, o empezar por generar o entender qué de mi cultura genera espacios de agilidad o de colaboración y cuáles no. Entonces me parece que lo primero que quiero dejarles como concepto importante es que una metodología no nos hace ser ágiles, ¿sí? La cultura inclusive puede eyectarnos de esa agilidad, y aunque una metodología le haya funcionado a otra persona, puede que no funcione para mi cultura o para mi organización. Entonces, ¿cómo hacemos para empezar, ¿no? a generar esta apertura? Y bueno, vamos a trabajar un poquito en qué es lo que nos limita en poder tener una cultura que esté abierta a que reguemos la agilidad en nuestra empresa. Yo les voy a pedir si se puede, no sé si se va a poder, en el espacio de preguntas y respuestas, que respondan a secuencias que ustedes van a ver en pantalla, que son patrones numéricos, y que me hagan, me ofrezcan, de alguna manera, no cuál es el patrón, sino otras secuencias numéricas que consideran que responden a este patrón. Vamos a jugar un poco para que el aprendizaje surja de la audiencia, a ver si podemos hacerlo. Si no, lo hacemos por ahí ordenadamente abriendo algún micrófono. Geny, si vos me podés ahí colaborar. Estas son las secuencias que yo les presento, y lo que les pido es que me listen alguna secuencia que cumpla con este patrón. Y yo les voy a decir si son ciertas. No sé, Geny, si se podrá hacer a través de
la plataforma.
De las preguntas y respuestas. Yo en este momento no estoy pudiendo visualizar, por eso si me podés ayudar. O si alguna persona quiere abrir micrófono y quiere compartir, puede levantar la mano para que le demos espacio. No sé, Geny, si se está pudiendo.
Leila, me están pidiendo que repitas la instrucción, por favor.
Perfecto, perfecto. Porque como yo no puedo ver en este momento, no puedo tener yo la interacción, así que te pido que seas mi interlocutora. Lo que les pido es que ustedes están viendo hoy una secuencia ahora en pantalla, 2 secuencias, ¿sí?, numéricas. Les pido que me den otras secuencias que cumplan con este patrón. Ahí estoy pudiendo verlo, a ver. Ahí no quiero que me den la respuesta del patrón, ¿sí? Quiero que me den ejemplos de secuencias que consideran ustedes que responde al patrón. Doy otros ejemplos, por ejemplo, ¿sí? Podría ser 3, 6, 12. Ahí me van diciendo, Axel me dice 3, 6, 12, 24. Está bien, responde. Perfecto. ¿Algún otro ejemplo de alguien que quiera contarnos? ¿Cuál consideran que es el patrón? Ahí respondieron, son potencias de 2. Esteban, correcto. ¿Cuál consideran que es el patrón? El doble del anterior. Ese no es el patrón. Todas sus respuestas son correctas, pero ese no es el patrón. ¿Cuál creen que puede ser el patrón? A ver si alguno se anima. Les voy a dar un ejemplo de una secuencia que cumple con el patrón y no duplica, ¿sí? 25, 76, 84. ¿Cuál creen que es el patrón entonces? A ver si alguno se anima. El patrón actual que ustedes están viendo en pantalla es que cualquier número tiene que ser, ¿sí?, menor al siguiente. O sea que podríamos listar 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, por ejemplo. Que no son consecutivos podría ser también, podría ser el patrón. Fíjense cómo empiezan a aparecer otras opciones a las que nosotros pensamos inmediatamente. ¿Por qué sucede esto? ¿Sí? ¿Por qué nos pasa que normalmente... Voy a cerrar un minutito las respuestas, así les sigo contando. Pasa porque en general nosotros queremos corroborar una idea que tenemos, ¿sí? Buscamos permanentemente corroborar que aquello que yo pienso es lo correcto. Y eso muchas veces me cierra posibilidades. ¿Por qué? Porque tenemos la tendencia a buscar en forma permanente lo que se llama un sesgo de confirmación. ¿Qué significa? Que nosotros vamos a estar buscando dentro de lo que es la evidencia que tengo disponible en el mundo, aquello que coincida con mis creencias preestablecidas. Entonces, si yo estoy pensando que es el doble y escucho otras personas que empiezan a decirme que es el doble y veo que la persona que está facilitando, que en este caso soy yo, dice es correcto, lo que voy a hacer es reforzar la idea de que eso es verdad. ¿Qué nos pasa o cómo podemos pensar que esto nos puede estar afectando nuestro espacio de agilidad, ¿sí? ¿Por qué traigo este tema? Vamos a pensarlo desde otro lugar esto, ¿sí? Lo vamos a dejar como un pendiente para retomarlo en un rato. Fíjense que en cuánto tiempo nosotros podemos, si pueden calcularlo con un cronómetro, en cuánto tiempo nosotros podemos numerar del 1 al 10. Voy a dejar de compartir, así los veo por ahí a ver si puedo verlos. Si pueden cronometrarlo, fíjense que seguramente ustedes lo deben poder realizar en menos de 10 segundos. ¿Estamos en lo correcto? Debe ser algo que seguramente nos es fácil hacer. Ahora yo los voy a desafiar a que esta misma forma que nos sale tan fácil, que es numerar 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, la ordenemos alfabéticamente. ¿Cómo les resulta? O sea, esta misma secuencia, ordenarla de la manera en la que lo escribimos, ¿sí? Alfabéticamente. ¿Alguno que quiera contar por ahí en el chat? Si les parece. Seguramente les debe parecer mucho más complicado ordenarlos alfabéticamente porque no es a lo que estamos acostumbrados habitualmente, ¿sí? Un poco esa es la idea de empezar a pensar de qué manera cerramos nuestra posibilidad de ver las cosas desde otro lugar, ¿sí? Cuando nosotros tenemos que ordenar alfabéticamente, lo que nos pasa, y ahí tienen la solución por si alguno lo estaba probando, para chequear, lo que nos pasa es que estamos obligando al cerebro a hacer algo distinto, con algo que en realidad para nosotros es conocido, porque no deja de ser algo que era los mismos números, pero ordenados, o el pedido está hecho desde otro patrón, ¿sí? Y esto es un poco lo que se los traigo porque me parece interesante empezar a entender que en la agilidad nosotros vamos, con lo mismo que hacemos todos los días, a hacer algo distinto. Y que seguramente nos va a llevar un esfuerzo la primera vez, como nos sería ordenar alfabéticamente los números, que si lo tengo que hacer de 1 a 10 y nombrarlos me parece algo muy fácil, pero poder escribirlos alfabéticamente me lleva otro trabajo. Y por eso me parece interesante traerles el concepto del cisne negro. Hay una historia conocida dentro de lo que fue Australia en el siglo XVII, donde se consideraba que los cisnes eran, en el mundo, solamente blancos, hasta que apareció un cisne negro que vino a romper con esa teoría, ¿no? Entonces, ¿por qué traigo este concepto? Porque me parece interesante que hoy en las organizaciones ágiles, o que todavía no son ágiles y buscan sembrar la agilidad, muchas veces lo que vemos son cisnes blancos. Y no podemos entender que hay otra manera de hacer las cosas. Y hasta que nosotros no tengamos la apertura mental de entender que hay otra forma de hacerlo, la realidad es que es muy difícil que estemos en apertura a poder incorporar nuevas ideas. Y de eso se trata un poco romper digamos, ¿no? Este cerco mental que yo les propongo. Y las estructuras liberadoras nos ayudan muchísimo a eso, porque son estructuras que liberan, las vamos a ver ahora en un ratito. Pero lo fundamental es entender que si no cambiamos la apertura que tenemos, la realidad es que no vamos a poder generar un cambio ni en la gestión ni en la forma de hacer, ¿sí? Y obviamente eso no va a cambiar nuestra forma de ser. Por eso el desafío es empezar a entender que existen otros cisnes que no son solo blancos, existen otras formas que no son las que conocemos, y que eso puede generar un impacto aún mayor y más positivo. Creo que muchas veces, yo tengo una frase que es que cuando me encuentro en empresas que entro a hackear sus culturas y esas empresas les va bien, muchas veces es lo peor que nos puede pasar, en el sentido de pensar en algún punto que si me va bien no tengo que cambiar nada, ¿sí? Y en general somos de corregir cuando algo me va mal. Y la agilidad lo que nos trae es el desafío de repensar permanentemente la mejora continua. Entonces desde ese lugar tenemos que poder entender que hay otras formas de verlo, otras formas de hacer, y que lo que tengo que hacer es descubrirlas, ¿sí? Por eso es centrarme en dos perspectivas muy distintas, o en quedarme en pensar y buscar dentro de este sesgo de confirmación que decíamos antes, ¿no? Esta forma de pensar y corroborar que lo que yo pienso es verdad, o sea, volver a pensar que el patrón es duplicado, por decirlo de alguna manera, o en empezar a abrirme y a empezar a entender que otros me pueden aportar conocimiento. Y en esto se basa muy fuerte la agilidad, en el sentido de que la agilidad trabaja permanentemente con el saber puesto en cualquier persona que esté en mi organización, y si yo no estoy abierto a que el otro me puede aportar, entonces estoy más desde el lado de corroborar permanentemente que lo que yo pienso es la única forma. Y es mucho más habitual que la forma sea verticalista, donde en realidad se impone una forma de hacer y los demás ejecutan. Y en la agilidad estamos más desde el lado de escuchar en apertura y de entender que el otro me puede transformar, me puede nutrir, pero para eso necesito generar espacios colaborativos, que es lo que hoy yo les voy a presentar como una de las herramientas, que es las estructuras liberadoras. ¿Qué es entonces una cultura ágil? ¿Qué buscamos cuando somos ágiles? Lo que buscamos es adaptarnos permanentemente al cambio, ¿sí? Hoy en el mundo tuvimos una pandemia, y esto ya no tiene que ver con un país ni con una cultura, tuvimos una situación en la que todos tuvimos que adaptarnos, adaptar nuestra forma de conectarnos, de trabajar, de mostrar afecto, inclusive, porque de conectarnos con el otro desde otro lugar. Y obviamente todo ese movimiento nos genera que tengamos que adaptarnos. Y yo siempre digo que no es lo mismo adaptarnos y ser reactivos que lo que buscamos con la agilidad, que es que estamos preparados permanentemente para encontrar la forma de empezar a previsibilizar o generar, innovar en ese contexto que después puede sorprenderme, pero yo ya estoy parado desde otro lugar, como equipo y como profesional, ¿no? Entonces lo que buscamos en los equipos es esto de empezar a cambiar el paradigma organizacional. Fíjense que yo les traje, obviamente, una teoría que no es mía, que es de Frederic Laloux, pero que nos trae cómo fue progresando la cultura organizacional en el tiempo. Y pasamos de una autoridad que nos decía cómo hacer las cosas, que es este concepto más de compañía roja, a una compañía que hoy está más entre lo que es la verde o la teal, ¿sí? La teal está más asociada a lo que tiene que ver con la agilidad, pero en donde lo que buscamos es que haya una cultura, un valor, unas ganas de pertenecer, que la gente tenga ganas de participar y de poner su impronta, y que no solamente sean organizaciones en donde el saber es vertical. Y un poco la invitación ahora con esta charla es a entender que si estás en una organización donde no hay espacios para la propuesta, podés empezar como un agente de cambio a intentar buscar que estos espacios empiecen a surgir. La agilidad, como decía antes, no nos la da una metodología, ¿sí? La agilidad nos da las prácticas, los comportamientos que hacen que la gente se autogestione y que haya espacios en donde hay intercambio y colaboración. Y eso es un poco lo que buscan estas culturas TIL, que son las últimas que están viendo en la evolución de los paradigmas de la luz. Entonces, ¿de qué hablamos cuando hablamos de una organización ágil? Primero, de que tiene que existir un cambio de paradigma y tiene que empezar a haber posibilidad de que el saber no esté solamente en aquellos que están en puestos decisivos, como puede ser un dueño, puede ser un gerente, o como puede ser un jefe inclusive, o inclusive a personas que están más o menos formadas, ¿sí? En la agilidad lo que buscamos es que el saber permanentemente salga de cualquier persona de la organización, porque las personas que están en nuestra organización están en contacto con las posibilidades de mejora todos los días. La pregunta que nos tenemos que hacer es, ¿cuántos espacios generamos para que eso surja? Y hay veces el saber está, pero no lo estamos poniendo a disposición de la innovación y de la mejora continua. Entonces todos pueden aportarnos valor, y lo que tenemos que hacer es trabajar en células y con alguna metodología que nos haga surgir que ese saber colectivo aparezca. Entonces el cambio de paradigma que les ofrezco desde lo que tiene que ver con la agilidad, y como yo veo el cambio ágil en las organizaciones, tiene que ver con pasar de un modelo que yo pienso, yo ordeno y yo controlo, y fíjense que estamos hablando de un yo que imparte el saber, a como líderes ser facilitadores de que esa inteligencia surja y que la gente genere autogestión. Entonces lo que buscamos es trabajar en un liderazgo colectivo, donde el líder simplemente viene a ser quien genera el contexto para que esto surja. Fíjense que hay un cambio en el liderazgo, y al lado de lo que veíamos por ahí en liderazgos de algunos años, donde en realidad el líder era quien sabía el rumbo y lo que se tenía que hacer y los demás ejecutaban, lo que estamos buscando es que el líder genere el espacio para que esa inteligencia colectiva pueda surgir. Entonces, lo que buscamos es, en algún punto, lo que les traigo otra teoría de Otto Schammer, que lo que trae es entender qué convoca a esa persona, a esa persona que está en mi equipo, internamente, desde su lugar interno, a generar este cambio. Si nosotros no buscamos traccionarlos desde su propia motivación, lo que nos vamos a encontrar es con resistencia, con la resistencia de sus propias creencias o paradigmas de qué es lo que está bien o lo que está mal, si esto está bien que yo lo haga en una organización, si voy a ser castigado por hacer esto, y obviamente esto me va a generar miedo. Entonces lo que tenemos que buscar en algún punto es cuál es la motivación interna de esos colaboradores a la transformación, para que se alinee la intención que tengo yo, ¿no?, colaborador, de participar de esa transformación, con lo que se va a generar como acción. Si no hay una alineación entre la intención y la acción, vamos a tener gente resistiendo el cambio. Y lo que tenemos que buscar es que la gente quiera unirse, que quiera colaborar, que quiera conservar de la cultura algo y que sean impulsores y sembradores de cambio inclusive, ¿no? Lo que nos pasa muchas veces frente a la situación de que no somos nosotros los que impartimos el saber, o inclusive si no nos imparten el saber, es esto que dice Freddy Kaufman, que tiene que ver con que, bueno, hay cierta incertidumbre, puedo llegar a tener vergüenza de aceptar que yo no sé todo, y esa sensación de vulnerabilidad me puede llegar a generar una incomodidad. Pero la realidad es que no hay aprendizaje si no empiezo por decir que no sé. Entonces necesito entender que el otro puede aportarme algo diferente, o eso es lo que buscamos generar en las culturas de organización ágil. Y si conocen el contexto de VICA como concepto, y si no se los cuento, que es un contexto volátil, incierto, complejo y ambiguo, es un contexto en donde todo el tiempo necesitamos de la agilidad porque es un contexto que cambia, que nos trae en forma permanente un cambio permanente de que lo que estaba dado ya no está, o no sé cuándo va a acomodarse. Tenemos que pensar que la agilidad nos viene a traer opciones muy interesantes dentro de lo que tiene que ver con paliativos a estos contextos volátiles, inciertos, complejos y ambiguos, ¿sí? Y nos ayudan estos espacios de agilidad a visualizar, a tener previsibilidad sobre algún contexto. Entonces podemos prevenir y no reaccionar. Obviamente son espacios de innovación, y muchas veces en las empresas no tenemos un espacio de innovación. Como les decía, a veces cuando todo nos funciona muy bien, ni siquiera desafiamos o hackeamos la manera de hacer las cosas. Entonces, empezar a generar estos espacios como prácticas permanentes nos genera que interactuemos con otros, que busquemos mejores formas de hacer. Y en eso está obviamente la cooperación. La cooperación es una forma permanente de interacción entre las personas en una cultura ágil. No es que nos juntamos para algún proyecto especial y cooperamos entre diferentes áreas, sino que es nuestra forma o nuestra metodología de trabajo en forma permanente. Y obviamente hacer todo esto, ¿no?, visualizar, innovar, cooperar, nos genera que accionemos de otra forma, y eso nos cambia la forma de ser y de hacer, que es lo más interesante también. Por eso trabajamos en cambio de comportamiento. ¿Y qué nos pasa con estos movimientos cuando empezamos a hacer las cosas desde otro lugar? Obviamente que hay algunas cosas que sabemos como organización, inclusive como persona dentro de la organización. También tengo muy en claro que hay cosas que yo no sé hacer. Si yo soy del área por ahí de marketing, obviamente que sé que no puedo hacer algo en el área contable, porque hay alguien técnico que sabe hacer eso. Pero por otra parte, hay una parte más inconsciente dentro de lo que tiene que ver con mis competencias, que es aquello que no sé que sé, no lo sé que no lo sé. Y lo más interesante es donde podemos crecer en nuestra capacidad de escuchar y complementarme con el otro, y es que no sé que hay algo que puedo saber y construir con el otro. Y en eso desafiamos cuando trabajamos sobre estructuras liberadoras o sobre cualquier otra metodología que haga surgir la cooperación y la colaboración. Aquello que yo no sé, que está internamente en una parte inconsciente mía, surgen a raíz de todas estas herramientas ágiles y hoy en particular de la posibilidad que nos dan las estructuras liberadoras. Y desde ahí obviamente vamos a generar otra posibilidad de acción con el otro, vamos a ampliar nuestra zona de confort, nuestra zona de acción, entonces nos vamos a enriquecer. Tenemos que poder entender que esto va a cambiar nuestra forma de pensar, nuestro mindset organizacional, ¿sí? En donde lo que vamos a buscar permanentemente es situarnos en 3 valores interesantes o leyes que nos trae la agilidad, que son que vamos a trabajar en equipos pequeños porque nos podemos comunicar muchísimo mejor, las tareas, los roles quedan mucho más asentados y más claros. Permanentemente vamos a hacer nuestro desarrollo centrado en el cliente, en lo que para el otro es valor, y esto es un concepto para mí súper interesante dentro de lo que es la agilidad. Nosotros, todos nosotros, sea que vendemos un producto o un servicio, desarrollamos algo para que el otro le genere valor. Y si nosotros estamos desarrollando algo desde lo que es mi mirada de valor, puede que lo que yo estoy generando como valor no sea lo que el otro coincida que es valor para él, ¿sí? Entonces, si mi producto o mi servicio está destinado al otro, lo que tengo que hacer es detectar qué es valor para el otro. Por eso permanentemente en agilidad, parte de nuestro combo, nuestro equipo de trabajo, es quien recibe aquello que estoy brindando como servicio o como propuesta. Necesito entender qué es valor para el otro y desarrollar un producto alineado con eso. Por eso buscamos todo el tiempo el chequeo y la iteración y la mejora con el cliente en el centro. Y la ley de la red, que tiene que ver con que toda la información es transparente, por eso utilizamos tableros colaborativos o herramientas que nos permiten el trabajo colaborativo, donde yo puedo estar permanentemente enterado de lo que hace el otro, para qué lo hace, en cuánto tiempo lo hace, porque inclusive su propia tarea puede estar asociada con alguna tarea mía, y entonces entender en qué estadio está o si tuvo alguna complicación, me ayuda a poder pensar en un trabajo donde yo puedo cooperar con el otro, ayudarlo en caso de que algo no esté yendo en los tiempos que nos pusimos como equipo, ¿sí? Entonces potencia muchísimo el trabajo colaborativo dentro de lo que son los equipos. En resumidas cuentas, cuando nosotros buscamos hacer en una organización ágil, no sabemos bien cómo hacerlo y lo vamos descubriendo en el camino. Y ahí está el concepto de experimentación. Siempre buscamos la experimentación. El error para nosotros no es parte como error en sí mismo, como algo negativo, sino que siempre cuando algo no sucede como esperamos, en vez de llamarlo error, lo llamamos experimentación, y desde la experimentación siempre podemos aprender algo. Y ese aprendizaje lo usamos para generar mejora, no para castigar o para pensar quién es el responsable. Y ahí hay un cambio de paradigma muy fuerte dentro de lo que tiene que ver con el abordaje que tenemos de la agilidad y el espacio de trabajo en conjunto, el buscar permanentemente nuevas formas de hacer. Si yo estoy probando nuevas formas de hacer, lo más probable es que alguna cosa no pueda surgir de la misma forma en la que esperé. Lo que es interesante del abordaje ágil es cómo, como organización, vemos eso que no salió tal cual como lo esperábamos, ¿no? Si lo vemos como un error, como un castigo, o lo vemos como algo sobre lo que tenemos que aprender. Y ahí está para nosotros el concepto más valioso. Siempre hay algo para aprender y lo aprendemos en conjunto, sin importar si no fue como lo planificábamos, ¿sí? Al contrario, de eso siempre podemos nutrirnos. Entonces, al fin y al cabo, en los espacios colaborativos, en lo que tiene que ver con la cultura ágil, permanentemente regamos esto de generar en equipo más trabajo en menor tiempo, generando mucho mayor valor. Y esto es muy fuerte en el concepto de agilidad, por eso trabajamos no en forma individual, sino en forma colaborativa. Dentro de lo que tiene que ver con la organización, y me parece interesante si están en una organización o son parte de facilitar el cambio en una organización, yo utilizo algunos parámetros que me ayudan a pensar o a registrar en qué estadio está esta organización con respecto a ser ágil o a no serlo. Hay conceptos para nosotros que son importantes de evaluar, que tienen que ver con esto que decíamos antes, el valor que le va a dar ese cliente a aquello que yo estoy entregando, sea un producto o sea un servicio. Entonces, tengo que poder detectar si esa organización está teniendo un contacto distante con esa persona o está cercana para poder detectar cuáles son sus necesidades. Si de verdad yo entiendo cuál es el valor para el cliente, o en realidad estoy entregando algo que es valor para mí, pero no lo chequeé con ese cliente. Por otro lado, ¿cómo manejamos el tema de las métricas? Generalmente en las empresas tenemos métricas tradicionales, ¿no? Cuánto vendemos, cuánto rotamos de un producto, cuánto facturamos, pero muchas veces no generamos métricas por proyecto o por equipo, que lo que nos ayudan es a entender la parte más cualitativa que motiva a la gente a ser parte de un proyecto. Entonces, en la agilidad lo que buscamos también es empezar a generar métricas disruptivas, distintas, que son complementarias a las que ya tenemos, obviamente nos interesan y las necesitamos para la toma de decisiones, pero cuando nosotros como equipo podemos entender si estamos, por ejemplo, siendo motivados, si hay un proyecto en particular que hasta puede tener que ver con cómo está la gente en nuestra organización, si está comprometida, si toma capacitaciones, por ejemplo, en forma, digamos, autoconvocada, ¿no? Y no impuesta, hasta podemos empezar a entender otras métricas que tienen que ver con algo que hoy está regando las culturas organizacionales, y es la importancia que tiene la parte cualitativa, y no solamente lo que es sueldos o beneficios dentro de una empresa, sino el clima laboral en el que estamos viviendo. Pasamos muchas horas como equipo y en forma individual en nuestras organizaciones, y es muy importante que podamos entender que medir esta parte cualitativa y lo que nos pasa como seres humanos dentro de una organización es súper importante. En mi experiencia, cuando empezamos a hacer espacios colaborativos, lo que se genera es que la gente tiene ganas de pertenecer. Y eso es algo que cambia por completo, muchas veces, esto que tiene que ver con cómo retengo a la gente, ¿no? en una organización, y en vez de empezar a sentir que lo tengo que retener, lo que estoy haciendo es querer que ellos traccionen a que quieran participar y buscar desde qué lugar pueden aportar valor a la organización. Y ese es un cambio muy fuerte dentro de lo que nos trae la agilidad. Dentro de lo que también tenemos que chequear en nuestra organización es qué tipo de cultura tenemos. Si es una cultura en la que solamente vamos a buscar culpables, vamos a buscar desde algún lugar una forma de, en vez de encontrar en conjunto la solución, ver quién es culpable y qué pasó, ¿no? y tratar de encontrar el punto o la grieta, lo que vamos a generar en algún punto es que la gente no quiera pertenecer a espacios donde hay innovación, donde tiene que poder exponer sus ideas. Porque si hay castigo, mejor entonces no digo una idea porque puedo llegar a ser castigado o me expongo a después que en vez de que sea un aporte positivo, pueda ser un aporte negativo. Entonces tenemos que primero trabajar esa cultura de la culpa. Si esto está sucediendo, tenemos que erradicar la cultura de buscar quién generó el error y empezar a regar el cómo buscamos en conjunto la solución. Y eso obviamente nos lleva a que la colaboración sea frecuente, sea la forma de trabajo, y en donde, aparte de la planificación, tengamos un espacio de experimentación. No es que no vamos a planificar, necesitamos la planificación. Lo que no necesitamos es estar rígidos, porque si hay rigidez, no hay agilidad. Entonces, frente a estos contextos VICA que hablábamos antes, donde puede generarse cualquier cambio, no puedo adaptarme fácilmente. En cambio, si yo estoy habituado a la experimentación, ante cualquier cambio del contexto o cualquier cambio que suceda en mi organización, un cambio en un equipo, un cambio en una norma, siempre voy a poder adaptarme más fácilmente. Por eso lo que buscamos es que que convivan ambos modelos, ¿no? El de la planificación, pero además el de la experimentación. No sé si había algunas preguntas. Geny, sí, porque vi que había aparecido por ahí.
No, Leila, aún no.
Perfecto. Por las dudas, si quieren preguntar, podemos ir respondiendo o podemos hacer un espacio al final. Entonces vamos a entrar ahora en lo que son las estructuras liberadoras, que es lo que yo les traje como herramienta que para mí nutre todo esto que tiene que ver con los espacios colectivos. Las estructuras liberadoras las desarrollan Lipmanowicz y McCandless, son 33, ahora vamos a conocer algunas, y igualmente les voy a dejar un cuadro donde pueden encontrar las 33 metodologías, pero para mí lo más interesante que tienen las estructuras liberadoras es que podemos encadenarlas, y así como son 33, yo puedo hacer una cadena de 2 solamente, o puedo encadenar 5, dependiendo del propósito o lo que esté buscando que surja. Pero para mí lo más interesante de esto es que muchas veces nosotros generamos espacios para hacer participar a la gente y no les damos una forma de hacerlo. Y pretendemos que la gente de repente sepa o genere ideas disruptivas cuando por ahí durante 20 años estuvieron en un escritorio sentados. Y la realidad es que muchas veces no surgen esas ideas, no porque el espacio no esté, sino porque la gente no sabe cómo. Y las estructuras liberadoras nos traen metodologías, formas, disparadores, para que esta inteligencia colectiva pueda surgir y podamos entrenarnos en este hábito de generar en forma colectiva ideas, propósitos, categorizaciones, acuerdos, ¿sí? Depende de lo que buscamos, hay un montón de cosas que pueden surgir en estas 33 estructuras liberadoras. Vamos a conocerlas un poquito más. ¿Cuáles son los beneficios que nos traen las estructuras liberadoras? Generamos reuniones efectivas. Esto es un punto muy interesante porque muchas veces nos reunimos, no sabemos bien para qué termina la reunión y la realidad es que nadie sabe bien para qué nos reunimos, cuál fue la conclusión o cuáles son las tareas asignadas y para cuándo. Así que esto nos trae mucho foco dentro de lo que son las reuniones. Genera sinergia en los equipos, porque permanentemente estamos trabajando con otros, descubro la potencialidad en otros, inclusive en gente que no es de mi propio área, ¿no? Y lo que genera esto es que hay veces encontramos liderazgos ocultos, porque por ahí hay gente que estaba en la línea de producción y nunca la habíamos, por ejemplo, invitado a participar, y de repente encontramos que hay gente que tiene ideas innovadoras, que estaban atrás de un proceso productivo, por ejemplo, en parte de una línea productiva, y de repente hoy encontramos que ellos pueden traer soluciones a algo que nosotros por ahí desde una jefatura o desde una gerencia no estamos viendo. Resolvemos disfunciones, porque muchas veces las áreas trabajan en forma como islas, y eso genera que empiecen a trabajar en forma colaborativa. Obviamente nos ayuda al desarrollo de lo que tiene que ver con estrategias, hacer que surjan ideas, a empezar a generar valoración, reconocimiento en las personas y en sus ideas, ¿sí? Como decía antes, desata el potencial de las personas, motiva a que las personas puedan de alguna manera autoconvocarse, querer participar, traer ideas, personas que por ahí, desde otro lugar, si no generamos estos espacios, hacen su tarea, se van de su puesto de trabajo y no sabemos ni lo que piensan ni cuáles son las ideas que pueden aportar. Cada estructura liberadora libera distintos propósitos, puede encadenarse como lo decía antes, y tenemos que ver para qué la queremos utilizar, justamente para que podamos empezar a ver cuál utilizamos con cuál y de qué manera articulamos estas estructuras liberadoras según el propósito o el objetivo que tengo. Acá las ven, son 33, las van a encontrar en una página que ahora les voy a compartir también. Hoy vamos a dar un ejemplo de cómo podríamos hacer 2 estructuras liberadoras encadenadas, pero en particular me parece que lo interesante es que puedan entrar, ver qué es lo que tiene cada una y ver de qué manera podemos utilizarlas en nuestras organizaciones. Para mí lo que tiene interesante las estructuras liberadoras es que no tenemos que estar formados en agilidad para implementarlas, porque no necesitamos, como por ahí otras metodologías como Scrum o Lean, una estructura muy compleja de aplicación. Nosotros podemos generar encuentros cada 15 días simplemente de innovación con alguna de estas herramientas y hasta no necesitamos un facilitador externo porque en la página de estructuras liberadoras van a ver que está el paso a paso de cada uno. Entonces una persona por ahí de recursos humanos nos puede traer estos espacios disruptivos donde buscamos la inteligencia colectiva y empezar de a poquito a ver qué pasa en las organizaciones cuando empiezo a hacer algún insight de agilidad de a poquito, ¿no? Vamos a conocer un poquito más sobre estructuras liberadoras y les voy a traer un ejemplo de dinámica que me parece interesante para que puedan pensar aplicado cómo sería, ¿no? En este caso vamos a combinar 2 estructuras liberadoras que serían, por ejemplo, One to for All. One to for All es una estructura liberadora que lo que hace es generar un listado acerca de algo y nos da un tiempo concreto. Siempre en la estructura que utilicemos vamos a tener una consigna y un tiempo. ¿Por qué el tiempo? Porque cuando yo acoto el tiempo lo que hago es generar que la gente ponga foco en algo en particular. Y cuanto más específico soy en mi consigna, más enfocada es la información o el output que sale de esa de esa consigna, ¿sí? En este caso podríamos utilizar, por ejemplo, un espacio como este, o un espacio inclusive en nuestra organización, para pensar cómo podemos cambiar ese cerco mental del que hablábamos antes. Entonces podríamos proponerles, o podría yo proponerles hacerlo, en este caso por la dinámica que tenemos no podemos ir a salas paralelas, pero podríamos inclusive hacerlo en forma presencial o en salas paralelas. Podríamos hacer durante 1 minuto, pedirle a la gente que pueda pensar en aspectos que contribuyen a derribar el cerco mental en las organizaciones, ¿sí? Y desde ese lugar poder entender qué son aquellas cosas que yo considero que tengo que aplicar en mi organización para empezar a cambiar la forma en la que pensamos, ¿sí? Les doy 1 minuto, y en ese minuto lo que hacen es generar una lista. Les pido aunque sea que pongan 3 o 4 aspectos, y después lo voy a combinar con otra estructura liberadora, que es, antes les voy a pedir que prioricen de esa lista la que sienten que impactaría más en generar una cultura ágil. Entonces, fíjense que primero generamos un listado, los enfocamos, y desde ahí en forma individual, todavía en forma individual, les pido que generen una lista, de esa lista una que sea la que ellos consideran que es la más importante. Y entonces generamos una lista, enfocamos y después priorizamos. Ya en poco tiempo, ¿sí? Solamente en 2 minutos, estamos generando esos 2 efectos, foco y priorización, en una sola estructura liberadora que es One to For All. La vamos a encadenar después con Conversation Café. ¿Qué significa esto? Es una estructura liberadora que nos va a generar 3 espacios de ronda de conversación. Si lo estamos haciendo en forma presencial, podríamos hacer que esas personas vayan pasando por mesas, por salas, dependiendo la disponibilidad de espacio que tenemos, y lo que vamos a hacer es dividir en 3 rondas acerca de eso que yo consideré que era el concepto más fuerte que podía cambiar el mindset o el cerco mental de mi organización. La primera ronda voy a hacer que cada uno de los que están en la mesa exponga lo que seleccionó como prioridad en ese listado. Solamente voy a hacer que lo exponga. La segunda ronda voy a hacer que se converse acerca de lo que yo escuché que el otro dijo y qué valor me aportó. Por ahí escuchando lo que el otro dijo me doy cuenta que hay algunas cosas que yo no contemplé y que el otro me está nutriendo de algo o me está dando una visión mucho más ampliada. Entonces converso acerca del aporte que el otro me dio. Y por último, generamos colaborativamente entre las personas que están en esa mesa de conversación un acuerdo para decir, una vez que yo expuse, que fue la primera ronda, y escuché y sentí cosas a raíz de lo que el otro me dijo, que es la segunda ronda, ¿qué considero como acuerdo que es el concepto más importante? Entonces fíjense que rápidamente en Conversation Café, que son 10 minutos, yo generé 3 rondas donde expuse mi visión, escuché la de los demás y generé un acuerdo. Esto lo podría hacer con cualquier tema. Yo les traje un ejemplo para que vean cuál es la combinación que tiene, por ejemplo, y la potencia que tiene de consenso rápidamente en 3 rondas en donde trabajamos 1 minuto con One to For All y 10 minutos con Conversation Café. Las estructuras liberadoras son 33, las pueden encontrar en estructurasliberadoras.com o si las quieren buscar en inglés están en liberatingstructures.com, las pueden buscar, las puse en castellano porque la charla está en castellano, pero está también en inglés la información. Van a encontrar las 33 y fíjense que tenemos diferentes objetivos. Descubrir soluciones, notar patrones que nos sirven para modificarlos, desatar alguna acción puntual, prototipar algo que queremos en conjunto y obviamente generar innovación. Y van a ver que cada una apunta inclusive a varios de estos objetivos. Entonces, la riqueza que tienen las 33 es que dependiendo cómo las articule, me dan una cantidad y una variedad de posibilidades para trabajar en poco tiempo, con mucho foco, la inteligencia colectiva. Sí, Geny.
Leila, muchas gracias, muy interesante de verdad estas herramientas que nos entregas hoy. ¿Nos podrías concluir, por favor, en cortos segundos tu charla?
Sí, cómo no. Les voy a dejar estos conceptos que son: cuando generamos transformación en nuestra cultura, necesitamos entender qué queremos conservar. Empezamos a transformar no desde imponer vamos a cambiar todo, sino desde entender qué es lo que sí nos funciona y qué conservamos. ¿Por qué? Porque nos genera mucha menor resistencia. tenemos que entender que no hay transformación cultural si no hay transformación individual. Que obviamente esa transformación siempre es interacción con otros, que tenemos que hacerlo a través de conversaciones, que si hay un mindset en nuestra organización que tiene que ver con la exigencia, con la obediencia, con el castigo, no podemos generar una cultura organizacional colaborativa. Y después hacernos algunas preguntas, ¿no? Desde nuestro rol. ¿Qué tipo de liderazgos vamos a generar con una cultura ágil? ¿Qué voy a aportar yo desde mi rol? Y empezar a entender este concepto que nos trae la agilidad, que es muy fuerte, que es que el saber está en la gente. Y si yo no doy espacios y una metodología para que eso surja, es difícil que la gente que nunca pensó en forma colaborativa le surja la creatividad y las ganas de cooperar y colaborar con otros. Así que tenemos que trabajar en herramientas y espacios constantes para que esa inteligencia pueda surgir. Les dejo simplemente esta frase para cerrar, Geny, que es que en tiempos de cambio, quienes estén abiertos al aprendizaje se van a adueñar del futuro, mientras que aquellos que crean saberlo todo estarán muy preparados para un mundo que ya no existe.
Leila, te agradecemos muchísimo, de verdad, valiosísima la charla y te doy un abrazo muy fuerte.
Muchísimas gracias.
Bueno, seguimos con Guillermo. Me da mucho gusto presentar a Guillermo Montoya. Voy a empezar diciendo que es un maratonista en año sabático. Por favor, Guillermo, luego nos los explicas. Es cofundador y ex CEO y ahora presidente ejecutivo de Deiser, fundado en 1998. Lleva casi 12 años dedicado a adaptar agilidad y principios para construir una empresa más abierta e innovadora. Él tiene un lema y es: sé el cambio que buscas. Siempre busca hacer felices a las personas en el negocio, sus clientes, sus proveedores, sus empleados y socios. Él tiene un sueño en esta misma línea y es que Deiser sea un ejemplo para que las organizaciones puedan construir un ecosistema empresarial saludable, rentable, sostenible y socialmente responsable. Guillermo, bienvenido.
Hola, buenas tardes, buenos días. ¿Me escucháis bien?
Te escuchamos perfecto.
Muy bien, pues muchísimas gracias por la introducción y ahora enseguida lo aclaro. Bueno, en teoría yo iba a dar esta charla desde Madrid, pero por motivos profesionales estoy hablando desde Ámsterdam, pero bueno, estamos en el mismo horario, o sea que no va a haber ningún problema. Mi charla la he querido llamar 12 años de agilidad por dentro, porque de alguna manera lo que quiero es comentar y tratar de compartir mi experiencia en nuestra empresa, la de Deiser, en el camino hacia la agilidad empresarial y tratar de extractar en esta charla, es una especie de viaje, todo lo que nos ha pasado como empresa de servicios y cómo hemos ido transmigrando desde la situación de partida que ahora contaré hasta lo que somos ahora. Y vamos a intentar hacer ese viaje para poder compartir con toda la gente que nos está siguiendo algunos aspectos de lo que yo considero que es la agilidad empresarial, más allá de técnicas, más allá de modelos o más allá de frameworks. Creo que hay una parte importante que está ligada a las personas. Simplemente para empezar, pues eso, voy a intentar contar un poco de la prehistoria de la empresa y qué somos ahora, y fundamentalmente 4 grandes cambios. En el año 2011, que es donde realmente mi empresa se convierte en una empresa ágil desde el punto de vista de mentalidad, cuando venimos de un proceso mucho más convencional. Unos años más tarde incluso radicalizamos nuestra posición como empresa desde el punto de vista de la responsabilidad y de lo que tratamos de otorgar a la gente de la empresa. Y a partir de ahí seguimos evolucionando a lo que hemos llamado Deiser 3.0 y Deiser 4.0, que son una serie de ajustes que con el paso del tiempo, la evolución y el propio crecimiento de la empresa, pues por un lado creo que debimos dar dentro de esos ajustes, y por otro lado también el propio mercado nos ha ido condicionando. ¿Por qué creo que es importante? Porque de alguna manera también creo que somos un ejemplo de empresa que comenzó hace ya muchos años, ahora quizás es mainstream hablar de agilidad empresarial, pero cuando nosotros arrancamos en el año 2011 parecía que estábamos hablando un idioma un poco extraño, un poco diferente. Pero por empezar, a mí me gustaría contar un poco algo de mí, ¿no? Y así explicar lo del maratoniano, maratonista en año sabático. Este soy yo en muchos aspectos. Bueno, yo soy director de Deiser, soy fundador de la empresa, en estos momentos soy presidente ejecutivo y bueno, pues me gusta hacer muchas cosas. He viajado mucho porque mi empresa es partner de Atlassian, de los fabricantes de Jira, y desde el año 2015 corro maratones. Era un fumador empedernido, dejé de fumar y empecé a practicar deporte. Y uno de esos deportes que decidí es el de correr maratones. Y uno de ellos pues aparece ahí, que aparezco con el gorro de España, pues es el de Nueva York. Me encanta el esquí. Suelo salir a esquiar todos los años con unos amigos, me encanta la música, me veis ahí con un concierto de AC/DC y en otro de Metallica. Me encanta disfrutar con mi familia haciendo fotos curiosas, lo tenéis ahí a la izquierda, del todo, todos con el gorro ahí con el pez, ahí están mis padres, ahí está mi hermano, ahí estoy yo. Esta es una foto de fin de año. Lo que veis justo arriba es un regalo que hicimos a todos los empleados en el 20 aniversario, que es una figurita exactamente igual que una especie de clon de cada uno de ellos. Me encanta, soy muy friki, me gusta Star Wars y todo el mundo de la Guerra de las Galaxias y similares. Y también me encanta comer, comer en sitios famosos, tipo diverso. Ahí me veis en una foto también con David Muñoz. E incluso en medio del todo, el Guillermo de 7 años, que era un poco más gordito y desde luego tenía un poquito más de pelo. También me gusta disfrazarme, como veis justo al lado de esa foto. Me gusta hacer muchas cosas. He viajado mucho, gracias a Dios, por la relación que tenemos con Atlassian. Arriba, justo al lado mío, donde estoy mordiendo la medalla, veis que es un premio que recibimos de Atlassian. Este soy yo, pero sobre todo pues soy el director de una empresa como Deiser, que llevamos 25 años en el mundo de las tecnologías de la información. Y esa empresa era esta. Aquí estamos nosotros, era una empresa convencional, era una empresa de tecnología que entregamos a hacer consultoría, desarrollar producto. Ahí veis, quitando la chica de abajo y el chico que está a la derecha, el resto somos los fundadores de la empresa. Esas 5 personas seguimos siendo en la actualidad parte de la empresa, fundadores de la empresa, y estamos trabajando continuamente. Como veis, pues la típica empresa que arranca con todos. Esta foto es de 1998. 10 años más tarde seguimos siendo muy parecidos y además me hace gracia esta foto porque es una foto donde está Fernando Pinciroli, precisamente una de las personas que están moviendo todo este evento, ¿no? Aquí seguimos, pues eso, una empresa de consultoría convencional, que hacíamos transformación de procesos, que ya teníamos nuestra relación con Atlassian. Esto era del año 2010. Pero en el año 2011, esta foto que vais a ver es de la misma empresa. Entonces somos las mismas personas, prácticamente muchas de las que habéis visto en la foto anterior, 3 o 4 personas, seguimos aquí, pero como veis el aspecto es completamente distinto. Parece una tontería al hablar de esto, pero es también una parte de imagen. Entre esa foto anterior y esta foto después ocurrieron varias cosas. Bueno, ahora esto lo veréis, este es el Deiser de ahora. Somos una empresa pues, de producto y de servicio, pues, en donde de alguna manera los convencionalismos han desaparecido. Solemos participar en eventos y tratamos de extender lo que estamos haciendo como empresa por todo el mundo y tratar de contar nuestro cambio. Este fue nuestro 20 cumpleaños como empresa hace 4 años, hace 4 o 5 años, donde también celebramos esos 20 años de organización, y este es un viaje que acabamos de hacer hace unos meses a Las Vegas como parte de nuestro trabajo. Lo pongo porque os dais cuenta un poco de la imagen, ¿no? De lo que es la empresa en la actualidad, una imagen completamente distinta de las que teníais al principio, de las que os he mostrado al principio. Hasta el punto de que en estos momentos hemos dado otro paso después del COVID, y esta foto que estáis viendo es de las oficinas de Deiser, que ya no existen, porque este verano hemos tomado una determinación a nivel de empresa, y es convertirnos en una empresa flotante, una empresa remota. Esta foto está tomada en el coworking, donde ahora mismo vamos a trabajar de vez en cuando, pero el resto de la organización trabaja de manera remota, y de vez en cuando nos reunimos para poder tener conversaciones ágiles y poder seguir avanzando en la estrategia. Pero hemos tratado de responder a las necesidades del negocio y a las necesidades de la organización. Aquí veis una reunión en ese mismo sitio, y este soy yo. Este soy yo haciendo un meeting con todo el mundo, desde el coworking, desde el sitio donde nos juntamos de vez en cuando, pero todos esos circuitos que veis están en distintas ciudades del mundo. ¿Por qué todo esto? Porque en realidad lo que quiero intentar demostrar también es que la agilidad es también cambio, es también estar preparado para cualquier circunstancia que se pueda producir en nuestro entorno y que nos obligue a cambiar y que nos obligue a adaptarnos a una nueva situación. Como veis, al principio os puse dos fotos. Una estábamos todos con corbata y en la foto siguiente ya estábamos todos de una manera como más informal, más casual. Pues entre esas dos fotos que estáis viendo, pues se produjo esto. Y es que Atlassian, que es la empresa que fabrica Jira, llega a nuestras vidas como empresa y nos empezamos a transformar. Coincidió todo a la vez. Nosotros empezamos a distribuir los productos Atlassian y eso nos permitió entrar en una serie de eventos, en una serie de conversaciones que nos empezaron a hacernos cuestionar nuestra organización. Éramos una organización convencional que tenía sus resultados, que iba evolucionando, que hacía sus servicios de consultoría, pero que poco a poco fuimos descubriendo una serie de aspectos que podían hacernos cambiar. Y eso se produjo en el año 2011. En el año 2011 aparecieron muchas cosas, o nos surgieron muchas cosas en la vida de nuestra empresa de Deiser. Hubo un evento de esta empresa de Atlassian en Madrid, donde nos dijeron que podíamos ser un representante muy importante de esa empresa en nuestro país. Pero por otro lado, nosotros asistimos a un evento ágil por primera vez en nuestra vida, 2 personas de Deiser, una que es precisamente hoy mismo me acompaña en Ámsterdam, que se llamaba un Open Space. No sé si conocéis los Open Space, pero son eventos abiertos, donde la agenda ni siquiera está hecha y donde la agenda se confecciona ese día con las personas que van al evento. Ese evento, que se llama Apache Barcamp, que lo tenéis a la izquierda, veis que pone que lo cambió todo. ¿Por qué lo cambió todo? Porque en ese evento nosotros escuchamos por primera vez palabras como DevOps, palabras como agilidad empresarial, palabras como Agile, Scrum. Empezamos a ver todos los aspectos relacionados con la colaboración. Empezamos a escuchar la palabra Kanban. Y vinimos de ese evento convencidos de que nuestra empresa tenía que cambiar y teníamos que convertirnos en una empresa completamente diferente. Y eso lo hicimos de la manera, por un lado, de esta empresa a la que representamos, de Atlassian, que nos permitió asistir a su evento y también nos permitió empezar a utilizar una serie de herramientas que nos facilitaban el empezar a cambiar la organización. Era como si en nuestra organización las personas tuviésemos todo listo en nuestra mente para hacer el cambio, pero necesitábamos ese empujón. Y ese empujón vino por toda esta suma de factores. Eso desde el punto de vista técnico. Ahí empezamos a oír hablar de una serie de conceptos que jamás habíamos puesto todos juntos en la organización, y cuando volvimos de ese evento que os comentaba decidimos que teníamos que cambiar y empezamos a hacer cosas dentro de la organización que no habíamos hecho nunca. Pero es que además, alrededor de todos estos acontecimientos, en España y en el mundo estaban pasando otras cosas. ¿Os acordáis del movimiento Occupy Wall Street? ¿Os acordáis del famoso 15M en Madrid, que cambió muchísimas cosas y que nos mantuvo a todos alerta? Estaban ocurriendo muchísimas cosas en esa época. Libros que empezaban a hacernos cambiar la mente. En este caso, por ejemplo, Gary Hamel, uno de los grandes en la gestión del talento y en la gestión del management abierto. Se publicaban obras que ponían en cuestión los sistemas que había en ese momento, en este caso pues el Manifiesto Capitalista, o libros técnicos como de Lean Startup de Eric Ries, que es el que sienta las bases de lo que es el mínimo producto viable. Todo eso estaba llegando a una empresa como nosotros, que veníamos de un mundo mucho más convencional, de consultoría convencional, digamos, de toda la vida, con un modelo de negocio basado en el outsourcing y el tener una serie de personas en cliente, y decidimos que teníamos que variar todo eso. Y eso nos hizo recapacitar con una serie de iniciativas que veíamos en todo el mundo. Aquí vemos también empresas como Zappos, con Delivery Happiness, que intentaban decirnos que las empresas podían tener otro modelo, otro compromiso con la sociedad. Hoy aquí tenéis también otros 3 ejemplos, como es el de Daniel Pink, que empezaba a hablar de la motivación intrínseca, o Michael Porter, que hablaba del valor compartido de las organizaciones, o incluso Marc de Salesforce, que empezaba a mostrar la manera de poder organizar las empresas de otra manera. Todo ese cóctel, todos esos elementos nos empezaron a golpear en la cabeza con los conceptos propios de Agile, Scrum, Kanban, el Lean, como el concepto de Lean Manufacturing, todos esos elementos fueron los que fueron conformando nuestro cambio como organización. Elementos como la gente tradicional en el mundo de la calidad, pero que en realidad estaban aportando muchísimo, como es el caso de Deming, hablando del ciclo PDCA, y que si empezábamos a revisar todo lo que había escrito, resultaba que era mucho más disruptivo. Y sobre todo, y más importante, el manifiesto ágil, uno de los elementos fundamentales que cambia el panorama. Fijaros que estoy hablando de 2011, ahora estamos hablando de que eso parece normal. En nuestro caso estábamos haciendo un cambio radical dentro de la organización. Y en el 2011 lo que decidimos es afrontar ese cambio dentro de nuestra empresa. Una empresa convencional, con una dirección que sentaba las bases y las pautas de todo lo que había que hacer, y a partir de ese momento lo que hicimos fue incorporar las herramientas que había entonces y que ahora estamos muy acostumbrados, como son las herramientas de Atlassian, y las empezamos a utilizar internamente para cambiar la empresa. Cambiamos toda la imagen y empezamos a trabajar de una manera ágil, en donde iniciamos un recorrido en donde los principios ágiles no solo se aplicaban en el trabajo técnico, sino que decidimos que había que aplicarlos en el día a día de la organización. Es decir, dailies a nivel de empresa, dailies a nivel de negocio. Todo lo que ahora parece normal, nosotros lo empezamos a aplicar en el 2010 y en el 2011 para que el resto de la gente pudiese participar del negocio, pudiese participar, hacer participar a las personas. Es decir, en realidad lo que estamos haciendo es responder a esa cita que digo un poco en broma, que es cierto que no lo dijo Darwin, que los que sobreviven son los que reaccionan al cambio. En ese momento el mundo estaba cambiando y nosotros pensamos que como organización teníamos que cambiar de un modelo mucho más estricto, mucho más piramidal y mucho más jerárquico a un modelo muchísimo más distribuido, basado en modelos ágiles. Cambiamos todo el modelo de consultoría y, aunque es algo ahora normal, empezamos a trabajar en sprints, a ofrecer el trabajo en sprints, en modelos de cortos incrementos, y a hacer dailies a nivel global, de tal manera que yo era la persona que iniciaba el propio daily dentro de la organización y así hablaba el resto de la gente. Daba igual que fuese finanzas, daba igual que fuese ventas o daba igual que fuese el equipo de producto. Lo importante es que compartíamos la información, rompíamos las barreras, rompíamos los muros y a partir de ahí empezamos a utilizar tableros. Estábamos cambiando la empresa para adaptarnos lo más posible al negocio. Hicimos participar a todo el mundo, hicimos que la gente empezase a actuar y a proponer ideas en todos los elementos de la compañía, y se empieza a compartir la actividad global. Es decir, nosotros abrimos un Confluence, es una de las herramientas de Atlassian, en donde se publica y donde todo lo que se publica está compartido. Damos un cambio fundamental basado en los principios ágiles. Aplicamos la agilidad al cambio. Para nosotros es fundamental y eso es lo que hace que nazca el concepto de lo que nosotros llamamos DaySet 2.0. ¿Y qué es lo que ganamos con eso? Cuando empezamos a hacer participar a la gente, ¿qué es lo que la gente recibe? ¿Qué es lo que la gente tiene como consecuencia? Pues lo que tiene es algo tan sencillo como autonomía, porque tiene más independencia y capacidad de organización, tiene más velocidad y eficacia y por tanto mejora su maestría, y en tercer lugar tiene más información sobre los porqués, es decir, sobre por qué ocurren las cosas en la empresa. Es decir, tiene mucho más propósito. Y si todos habéis sabido la evolución de todos estos conceptos, sabéis que me estoy refiriendo a esa idea de motivación intrínseca que ya se hablaba en el famoso libro de Drive de Daniel Pink de hace 10 o 11 años, que en castellano se tituló La sorpresa sobre lo que nos motiva o algo parecido. Entonces, estos son los elementos fundamentales. Y fijaros que entonces todavía Agile era una apuesta, hasta el punto de que todavía era algo que estaba por venir. Fijaros cuando nosotros arrancamos todos estos cambios, Gartner ya predecía que Agile iba a ser ubicuo, pero no lo era. Y hablaba de 3 a 5 años, porque esto realmente se decía en el año 2011. Y que también se anunció un cambio tecnológico enorme en el año 2011. Nosotros lo que vimos es que había que cambiar. Eso cambió, eso nos permitió posicionarnos como una empresa enormemente atractiva de cara al exterior. Gracias a utilizar estas herramientas pudimos cambiar la mentalidad de toda la empresa, pasando de una empresa muy conservadora, incluso desde el punto de vista de los socios, a una empresa más disruptiva. Fijarme a mí ahora mismo, es decir, yo creo que la última vez que utilicé un traje a nivel de trabajo fue en el año 2012, 2013, nos cambió la mentalidad e incluso nos permitió profundizar en agilidad dentro de la empresa. Y esa agilidad nos dio un paso más. ¿Por qué menciono aquí que las islas de felicidad no son suficientes? Pues porque es verdad que la implantación de modelos Agile es muy interesante en las empresas, pero hay que seguir dando pasos hacia adelante. Y nosotros empezamos a bucear en determinadas fuentes para hacer modelos o para implantar modelos un poquito más agresivos desde el punto de vista organizativo. No sé si conocéis, pero sobre todo 3 elementos fundamentales. Uno de ellos es, no sé si conocéis a Nils Pleffing, que es de alguna manera el enunciador de un modelo que se llama Beta Codex. Estuvimos en 2 workshops de Nils y eso nos cambió también la percepción de la empresa, mucho más radical, en donde la empresa se organizaba en células o en unidades, digamos, casi autónomas que interactuaban entre sí, donde había una especie de responsabilidad compartida, en donde él lo que hacía de alguna manera era defender, sobre todo en las grandes organizaciones, que el cambio tenía que venir de arriba y que lo que había que hacer era encontrar un nexo de unión entre la dirección y el equipo que tiene que cambiar, la organización tiene que cambiar, y está basado en el libro este de Kotter, de nuestro iceberg se derrite, en el que había un personaje que era Alice, que era ese nexo de unión. En las empresas nosotros lo que hicimos también es tratar de buscar dentro de la organización a quienes estaban cerca de la dirección, en este caso representada por mí y el resto de la empresa, para poder seguir avanzando en el cambio, profundizando en el cambio. Porque a veces los obstáculos no te los encuentras ni en el high management, ni en el low management, ni en la parte más baja de la pirámide, en la parte más arriba de la pirámide, si podemos hablar sino muchas veces en el mid management, es decir, donde existen ciertos mecanismos de control. En esa misma época surge un movimiento, que es el movimiento de STOS, también orientado a aplanar las organizaciones, y Management 3.0 de Jürgen Apelo. Todo esto que estáis viendo de Nils, de STOS, de Apelo, se mezcla en otro cóctel de cara a mi organización y damos un salto en el año 2014-2015. Y eliminamos prácticamente toda la gestión convencional, aplanamos la pirámide, y a partir de ese momento las unidades de negocio empiezan a tener responsabilidades autónomas, interactúan entre sí, pero yo como CEO simplemente hago de facilitador, podríamos decir servant leader, de líder servidor, tratando de potenciar cada una de las áreas. Pero el área de servicio decide incluso las propias tarifas de las unidades de servicio, las unifica. El área de producto, donde nosotros lo que hacemos es producir software, también tiene su propia estructura, y luego hay un área de venta de licencias que también tiene su organización autónoma. Esas células interactúan entre sí, pero el nivel de decisión se hace a nivel de grupo. Eso por un lado funciona muy bien porque potencia mucho la capacidad de decisión de las personas, pero es verdad que en un momento dado colapsó. Colapsó porque al final, desde el punto de vista de negocio, hay que tomar decisiones, y la velocidad a la que debe ir la empresa en la toma de decisiones no podía mantenerse con una estructura de ese tipo. Era interesante si atendemos a tamaños de organización más pequeños, pero en nuestro caso, que empezamos a crecer y ya estamos hablando de 40 y pico personas, ralentizaba demasiado la toma de consensos a la hora de poder avanzar, y daros cuenta que nosotros en el fondo lo que éramos una empresa de servicio por un lado y una empresa de producto. En esa parte, daros cuenta que es una organización que tiene 3 pivotes fundamentales. Hay una parte que es la que hace producto software, que es así, empieza a trabajar de manera autónoma bajo principios ágiles, hasta el punto que se ha mantenido hasta ahora de una manera natural, es decir, se ha mantenido bien, se ha mantenido sin ningún tipo de esfuerzo, evolucionando adecuadamente, quizás probablemente porque estamos hablando de construcción de software, y donde parece como más natural la existencia de determinados principios de trabajo, que luego es más complicado llevar cuando se trata de implantar servicios o de establecer un modelo de comercial convencional. Por tanto, el desarrollo del producto sí empieza a funcionar bien como una isla independiente, en el mejor de los sentidos, y empieza a dar frutos. Aquí voy a pasar un par, porque estos son algunos de los hechos que se produjeron, pero en el área de servicio, que es la otra parte, donde habíamos hecho los cambios, sobre todo organizativos años antes, nos damos cuenta que esa pirámide, esas células que nosotros habíamos construido, había que dotarlas de un cierto nivel de responsabilidad. Es decir, que el grupo debería de seguir operando, deberíamos de seguir siguiendo prácticas ágiles, dailies, retrospectivas, etcétera, pero debería haber una asignación de responsabilidad. Debe haber alguien que debería de alguna manera tomar la última palabra o ser el representante de la última palabra. Y es ahí donde nace DAISER 3.0. Y es donde, fijaros que pone 2017, en donde esas 3 áreas que os acabo de decir, las apps, que son los productos software, los servicios, que son los proyectos de implantación que nosotros hacemos en los clientes, y luego la venta de licencias. Cada una de esas áreas requiere al final cierto grado de responsabilidad. Es decir, no abandonamos la parte ágil, la parte de rapidez en las decisiones, la parte de utilización del daily o del weekly como herramienta de sincronización, ni siquiera de la retrospectiva, por supuesto, pero sí que tratamos de crear una cierta mínima estructura para poder agilizar la rapidez en la toma de decisiones, porque estamos en un mercado competitivo, fundamentalmente, como os digo, en las áreas que no son de producto propio, es decir, las que no son apps, según veis allí en esa imagen. Entonces, lo que queremos es eso, es ser muy bueno en lo que hacemos. Ya no es suficiente para garantizar el crecimiento ni los resultados. Hace falta una estructura, hace falta una responsabilidad y hace falta un avance. Aquí a la derecha veis un poco esa misma estructura, pero desde otro punto de vista y cómo están interrelacionados. Ya no son células en su más estricta definición, sino que en cada uno de esos circulitos hay una cierta responsabilidad. Y lo digo sobre todo como ejemplo, porque en realidad la charla que yo os quiero dar es nuestra experiencia como empresa, en donde hay esos ups and downs desde el punto de vista de la agilidad, en donde nosotros partimos de un escenario inicial, como os he contado antes, llegamos a un punto muy radical en la aplicación y luego vamos a partir de ahí ajustando todo el modelo hasta irnos quedando con aquellos elementos, aquellas piezas que considero más interesantes, ¿no? Como os decía, hay un área que es esa que llamamos apps y de productos, que esa va como un tiro desde el punto de vista de la potenciación de determinados aspectos. Esto llega con la pandemia, perdonad que salto aquí. Entonces, en el equipo de producto se empieza a reforzar el trabajo remoto. La pandemia ayuda a demostrar que al menos en la producción de software sí podemos mantener, por un lado, el trabajo remoto prácticamente al 100% y por otro lado las prácticas ágiles como equipo y prácticamente como empresa. Fijaros que una vez más estamos hablando de la parte que está más cerca del software, de la parte que está más cerca de lo que originalmente dio, valga la redundancia, origen a Agile y a todas las prácticas más importantes dentro del mundo de la tecnología. Hacemos sesiones de team building juntos, pero seguimos en remoto. Y la organización no se ha resentido en absoluto, hasta tal punto que ahora mismo al menos el equipo de producción, de desarrollo de apps, de desarrollo de software, no vinculado a servicio, no vinculado a proyectos de llave en mano, trabaja mejor en remoto que el día que se encuentran, hasta el punto que el día que se encuentran lo consideran un día de verse y charlar. Pero realmente se ha convertido en un equipo completamente productivo. Trabajen desde donde trabajen, pero siempre en remoto. No tienen Scrum Master. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué en este caso no tienen Scrum Master? Porque han alcanzado tal nivel de calidad, tal nivel de expertise, que prácticamente lo rotan. Es decir, recordad esto de la maestría de las 10.000 horas o de los 6 años. Es un equipo súper maduro. Por tanto, también hay que saber tomar decisiones si esas figuras o esas ceremonias son siempre necesarias o no. Hay que analizar el equipo, hay que analizar la cultura y hay que analizar el tipo de negocio, de actividad que están desarrollando. En este caso, en desarrollo, ya no hace falta ese Scrum Master. En todo caso, lo rota, no hay una persona que se encarga cada semana de organizarlo, ¿veis? Cada semana hay un responsable y se encarga de todo, del daily, de la retro, si es que le cae la retro esa semana, porque en realidad se ha alcanzado ese expertise en donde la experiencia media, por ejemplo, en el equipo de producto, pues podríamos estar hablando de 7, 8, 9 años, incluso una persona empezó a trabajar cuando nosotros fundamos la empresa hace 24 años. Por tanto, hay determinadas figuras que muchas veces son mecánicas de control o de mejora que no hacen falta porque el propio equipo, quizás a lo mejor si el equipo fuese más grande y empezamos a incorporar otra vez nuevas personas dentro del equipo, tuviésemos que volver a recurrir a estas figuras, pero ahora mismo, al menos desde nuestro punto de vista, no hace falta. No hay sprints. no hacemos sprints. Ojo, estoy hablando ahí en la parte de producto. Se hace un desarrollo por features, se utiliza un modelo muy parecido a Kanban, se trabaja por características del producto y, por supuesto, como se continúan haciendo prácticas ágiles, daily retros, per programming, etcétera, porque es mucho más sencillo. El producto, el equipo de producto ha evolucionado tanto desde el año 2010 que ha madurado hasta la posibilidad de poder regularizar todos estos aspectos y se eliminan los deadlines. ¿Cuál es la importancia de todo esto? Que se alcanza de verdad lo que se llama un ritmo sostenible. El equipo trabaja, el equipo sabe perfectamente a qué ritmo va y no hace falta establecer si en tal fecha hay que tener estas features. Simplemente se va trabajando en las features y se va priorizando en función, van surgiendo no obstáculos. Esto es algo que también en servicios se está empezando a hacer, pero desde luego está a años luz de la parte de producto. Esto simplemente es un ejemplo de una pantalla para que veáis cómo se está trabajando en nuestra organización con múltiples releases. Veréis que hay varias que aparecen en la misma fecha. Eso quiere decir que podemos subir varias cosas varias veces en un mismo día. Pero ¿qué ocurre con la parte de servicio? ¿Qué ocurre con lo que es la organización? ¿Os acordáis dónde habíamos dejado la parte en el DASER 3.0, ¿no? Con los responsables? ¿Qué es lo que ocurre? Os voy a poner nuestro contexto. En nuestro contexto nosotros somos partners de una empresa que ha crecido mucho. Esta slide que estáis viendo es una slide de verdad, que es el arranque de una reunión que mantuvimos en junio, que es el último proyecto, que es DASER 4.0. Es la evolución de todo lo anterior. Empezamos en un Agile más convencional, lo radicalizamos, le añadimos cierta estructura, pero ahora necesitamos algo más. Es decir, necesitamos mantener mucha parte de la agilidad técnica, es decir, alguna de las prácticas y ceremonias, pero necesitamos de nuevo afrontar el cambio, transformarnos frente al cambio. ¿Y cuál es el cambio que nosotros como empresa estamos percibiendo? DASER, nuestro caso en concreto. Pues que Atlassian, que es la empresa a la que representamos, tiene un plan de crecimiento muy agresivo, es decir, quiere convertirse en una empresa triple de grande dentro de 3 años y nosotros como acompañantes de esa empresa tenemos que intentar, si queremos seguir siendo parte de este negocio, estar, digamos, entre comillas, a la altura y por tanto también debemos de transformar internamente la organización. Los productos están creciendo, es decir, nosotros estamos representando productos como Jira. Jira hace 8 años estaba en un departamento de 10 personas, en un departamento de 100 personas. Ahora son soluciones corporativas, con lo cual nosotros también tenemos que afrontar el negocio desde otro punto de vista. Ya no es tan sencillo el abordar un proyecto de estas características. Por muchos principios, por muy rápido que seas, por mucho que tú puedas trabajar en sprints o en un modelo de programas, da igual, la ambición y el alcance de los proyectos es muchísimo más grande y la propia industria está evolucionando. Entonces nosotros tenemos que cambiar y también debemos de cambiar la organización y tenemos que crecer con la empresa a la que representamos. Tenemos que ampliar el equipo, tenemos que tratar de mantener el equipo y hacer crecer el equipo con lo que eso supone. Al crecer el equipo, ¿qué es lo que ocurre? Se diluye en buena parte de la cultura. Y nosotros nos hemos planteado ahora un plan de crecimiento enorme, es decir, de a lo mejor duplicar la compañía en los próximos meses. Queremos ampliar las regiones geográficas. Pero, ¿cuál es lo que estamos haciendo? Tratando de mantener los valores y la cultura de la empresa. Esa foto que veíais al principio, la primera que visteis sin corbata. Es decir, tenemos que mantener esos principios, pero afrontando un nuevo reto, que es el crecimiento de la organización. Y eso supone establecer una estructura distinta, pero manteniendo los valores y la cultura de la empresa. El reto es conseguir que todos seamos embajadores de la compañía con este nuevo cambio, sabiendo que estamos en una nueva estructura. Por lo tanto, ¿qué es lo que estamos haciendo? Mantener esos principios ágiles, es decir, toda la estructura también manteniéndola, pero tratando de crear una estructura mucho más convencional. Es decir, igual que durante años fuimos representantes de un modelo de organización diferente, basado en principios ágiles cuando nadie los tenía, que ahora mismo nuestro reto es mantener toda esa esencia, tratando de responder a un reto estructuralmente más convencional, pero manteniendo la misma cultura en las personas. Es decir, y perdonar que lo paso algunas, con un vocabulario, una distribución de roles y un ciclo de vida diferente, pero manteniendo la cultura de la empresa. Un vocabulario donde a lo mejor resulta que tenemos que empezar a añadir conceptos de negocio, tenemos que seguir hablando de Atlassian y debemos de mantener todo lo que son los conceptos Agile. Eso es cambio y eso es también el reto que nosotros nos estamos planteando como organización. El hecho de que ahora mismo tengamos que crear una estructura más convencional no debe chocar con el hecho de seguir manteniendo una cultura ágil, unos principios ágiles y un modelo de funcionamiento ágil, con dailies, con weeklies, con retros y sobre todo con mentalidad. Yo creo firmemente en que por encima de los frameworks, da igual que se hable de SAFe o de cualquier otro, y de las organizaciones o de los modelos de proyecto de trabajo, lo fundamental es saber responder al cambio y poder tener las personas adecuadas haciendo las cosas adecuadas en el momento adecuado. Para mí son elementos fundamentales, en donde evidentemente Agile como modelo y principio me ayuda a acelerarlo por completo. Pero por encima de todo, para mí, el elemento fundamental es el cambio. El cambio y poderlo gestionar. Y por eso sí me gustaría el de alguna manera transmitiros esas conclusiones, esos elementos que yo desde mi punto de vista he tenido en estos 12 años de evolución de la empresa, de la evolución Agile, ilusionante al principio, radical, ultra plana después, necesidad de responsabilidad posterior y ahora necesidad de una estructura algo más grande por crecimiento. Para mí hay unos elementos importantes que hay que tener en cuenta siempre. Primero, que el reto siempre está siempre en el cambio. Es decir, va a haber momentos en donde la organización, la estructura, el equipo tiene que reaccionar a un escenario determinado. En nuestro caso fue el escenario de, empezamos con Atlassian, cambia el mundo se hace más consciente y por tanto nosotros tenemos que dar ese cambio. El cambio empieza a funcionar pero necesitamos más, lo radicalizamos. La empresa empieza a crecer y necesitamos algo de estructura. Cambiamos hacia ese modelo 3.0 y ahora finalmente necesitamos un mayor crecimiento preservando la cultura y los valores. Aumentamos la estructura, aumentamos o cambiamos el modelo de trabajo, el modelo de servicio, pero preservamos todo lo que hay dentro. Pero siempre el reto está en afrontar el cambio adecuadamente. Lo siguiente, la organización siempre debe estar preparada para cambiar y siempre habrá gente que no admita o no entienda o no conciba el cambio y tendremos que gestionarlo adecuadamente. De hecho, ayer lo comentábamos preparando esta sesión. Habrá gente que tú crees que sí, pero no va a reaccionar adecuadamente a ese cambio, por mucho que esté justificado. Sea Agile o no, en este caso da igual. Para mí, como os digo, por encima de todo el eje fundamental es el cambio de las empresas. La agilidad como disciplina ayuda, pero no garantiza el éxito. Evidentemente nos va a ayudar porque está orientado a ello, está orientado al cambio, porque el propio manifiesto ágil es cambio en su origen y la propia agilidad empresarial es cambio. Tenemos que estar preparados para el cambio porque efectivamente en su origen los requisitos cambian frecuentemente y el manifiesto ágil nace para poder responder a ese cambio continuo. Posteriormente eso se extiende a la empresa, se acaba convirtiendo en agilidad empresarial para poder responder a los cambios rápidamente que se producen en las empresas. La clave más importante para mí está en la resiliencia de las personas, en que las personas sepan adaptarse a ese cambio. Para mí es el elemento fundamental. Vuelvo otra vez al origen de mi charla. Las personas, pase lo que pase, el comportamiento de las personas es fundamental. Hay que tener paciencia para que el cambio triunfe. A veces confundimos la cultura con la estructura organizativa y el modelo de negocio. Creo que son cosas distintas. Y la cultura la hacen las personas y trasciende los modelos de trabajo y organizativos. Esas mismas personas pueden al final responder adecuadamente y de manera ágil a cualquier cambio, modelo organizativo o forma de trabajo a la que nos podamos enfrentar. Y creo que para mí esas son las claves fundamentales. Para mí agilidad empresarial es esto, es poder responder a esa situación.
Guillermo, mil y mil gracias por tu charla, de verdad que toda tu experiencia, trayectoria es sinónimo de flexibilidad y cambio y justamente pues en eso estamos. Quiero pedirte permiso para hacerte 2 preguntas que tenemos de los panelistas. ¿De acuerdo?
Sí.
Bueno, Marcelo Espejo nos pregunta. Él dice, España, y quizás yo me equivoque, es en mi experiencia bastante conservador en el aspecto empresarial. ¿Cómo fue tu experiencia de hacer estos cambios en un ambiente probablemente reácido y defensivo frente a estas nuevas ideas y peticiones de cambio?
Pues costó mucho e incluso a mí personalmente yo recuerdo que la primera vez que yo me fui a discutir una oferta de negocio con una gran entidad financiera y decidí que iba a ir sin traje e iba a ir de casual wear, incluso me lo pensé, pero yo sabía que teníamos que dar esa imagen, o sea, que el cambio lo teníamos que transmitir en todos los aspectos, incluida la imagen. Para nosotros era fundamental, pero en general fue complicado y tiene razón. Empresarialmente, España es un país conservador, porque tiene mucha pequeña y mediana empresa de gente familiar, donde esa visión holística de multinacional, ahora quizás se tiene más, pero en esa empresa, en esa época no, y era complicado. Y sí, fue duro, pero enriquecedor, porque también nos sentimos un poco iniciadores de ese cambio. Y de hecho realmente empezamos a tener muy buena imagen gracias a eso, porque dábamos la imagen de cambio que las empresas estaban buscando y empezamos a demostrar que se podían tener beneficios, se podía tener una empresa y una organización siendo diferente, siendo más ágil y siendo menos conservadora. O sea que también fue enriquecedor.
Gracias, Guillermo. Marcelo nos pregunta también, hablando justamente de toda esta línea de flexibilidad y de cambio. ¿Estás evaluando un modelo fix, este modelo que es la nueva inmersión de Jürgen Apeló? ¿Lo conoces, Guillermo?
Sí, pero realmente es verdad que ahora estamos en otra situación de empresa. Es verdad que incluso nosotros estamos en una situación un poco más conservadora, pero porque el propio mercado nos lo está exigiendo. Entonces estamos haciendo una combinación, tratando de sacar el mayor partido a las personas, pero estructuralmente hablando y organizativamente hablando, aunque ojalá no pudiese, pero sí es verdad que estamos yendo a un modelo un poquito más convencional, pero por necesidades de mercado. De todas maneras, yo personalmente sí estoy siempre tratando de estar actualizado de todos los modelos. A mí todos los modelos organizativos, rupturistas, o al menos que no todo, pero sí parte de eso lo puedo incorporar, tratamos de ir. Es como el que me comentaba yo antes de Niels Plaffin, el de Betacodex, que a mí me impactó en su momento y creo que tiene cosas muy, muy interesantes, pero bajo determinadas circunstancias y en determinados entornos empresariales.
Gracias, Guillermo. Y de verdad que ojalá podamos tenerte pronto en Colombia en una conferencia de agilidad que se organiza en la ciudad más bonita que es Medellín. Hablaremos de eso más adelante.
Pues yo encantado de participar.
Te mando un abrazo y volvemos a conversar. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias. Gracias a todos.
Gracias, Guillermo. Bueno, ahora le damos paso a un invitado muy especial. De verdad, de todo corazón, Jeff, espero entiendas todo lo que voy a decir y cómo te voy a presentar, porque sé que tu charla la vas a dar en inglés y espero de verdad que podamos comunicarnos mejor. Jeff Gottelf ayuda a las organizaciones a crear mejores productos y especialmente a los ejecutivos. Entonces, él dice, los ejecutivos están muy ocupados y yo quiero enseñarles a crear culturas que crean a su vez mejores productos. Es coautor del galardonado libro Lean UX y del libro de Harvard Business Review, Press, Sense and Respond. Desde su comienzo como diseñador de software, Jeff ahora trabaja como coach, consultor y keynote speaker, ayudando a las empresas a cerrar esas brechas entre agilidad empresarial, transformación digital, la gestión de producto y todo el diseño centrado en el ser humano. Más recientemente, Jeff cofundó Sense and Respond Press, una editorial de libros prácticos de negocios para ejecutivos ocupados. Su libro más reciente es Forever Employable y se publicó en junio 2020. Jeff, por favor, no dejes de compartirnos algo respecto de tu libro. Te doy la bienvenida y muchas gracias por estar con nosotros.
Muchas gracias, Geny. Un placer estar aquí y un placer conocerte. Y I'm going to switch to English. I do speak a little bit more Spanish, but we're going to do this in English. It'll be more fun for everybody that way. In any case, thank you so much for having me. It's great to be here, and I'm excited to share some ideas with you. Specifically, we're going to talk about, I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to talk about this idea of outcome-based product planning. The idea being that in a world that is increasingly agile, lowercase a, and in a world that is employing agile, capital A, as a process and as a tool for building great products and great cultures, the way that we've planned our work in the past doesn't really make sense anymore. And so what we're trying to do is rethink how we plan work and how we actually move this forward. So let's think about this, okay? Let's think about the products that we love, right? If you think about the products that people love in general, I'm talking about, Netflix, iPhone, and Apple products, Amazon, the Google Maps, right? The products that everybody loves. What do people love about those products, right? What is it that they, when you ask a friend, a family member, what do you love about Google Maps? What do you love about your iPhone? I tell you what they're never going to say. No one is ever going to say, I love my iPhone because it was delivered on time, right? I love Netflix because it was delivered on budget, right? That's not how our customers define success. They don't care if something was delivered on time or delivered on budget. That's not their measure of success. For them, people love their mobile phones. People love Netflix. People love Amazon and Google Maps and these products because they make them happy, because they keep them connected, because they bring them closer to each other, because they allow them to operate from wherever they are, because they solve a problem for them, because they meet a need for them. And this is the way that consumers define success for our products. Did it solve my problem? Did it meet my need? Did it make me better, more successful, more efficient, happier, more entertained, right? And as we think about our work, if this is how our consumers define success, then this is the way that we should be defining success with our products and services, right? The interesting thing is that the way that we've traditionally measured success is, did we deliver it on time? Did we deliver it on budget? Did we plan correctly? And did we meet the plan? But if we're going to change the way that we measure success to reflect the way that our users and our consumers reflect success, then we have to change how we plan and communicate our work to our colleagues, to our stakeholders, to our customers, etc. Now, look, there is a time in the world where linear product planning makes sense. When we know exactly what the end state is going to look like, when we have a very clear sense of what it's going to do when it's finished, when we're confident that we know what people are going to do with it when we're done, we can start to plan very, very explicitly and very deliberately what we're going to build. In those situations of high certainty and low risk, we can make a linear product plan defined by features because we know what it's going to look like in the end. We know what has to go into it, and we have a very good guess about what people are going to do with it. And this even made sense in the world of software for a while, right? Back when I started working professionally in the 90s, this is how software looked. Software came in a box. You went to the store and you bought a box of software. And because you had to print that software, put it in a box, and then ship those boxes to stores, we had a very linear and very feature-based way of planning that particular work. And in those situations where we've got a defined end state, we're super clear about what this is going to do and what it's going to look like, this concept of a roadmap makes sense, right? In a low-risk, high certainty world, it's easy to communicate our plans in a linear fashion. And a map is a great metaphor for this, right? We're starting at point A, we're going to point B. There is a distance between those 2 points, and it's going to take us, this amount of time, some amount of time, to go from point A to point B. And we've used that metaphor to plan our work for a long time. However, the world that we work in today, the digital world that we work in today, is very, very different than the digital world of 20 years ago and even 10 years ago. Our world today is continuous. Everything is continuous. The software that we make today does not come in a box. It's continuously updated. There's an update to your apps every week or 2 weeks. Websites update multiple times a day, and all of our businesses are driven by software, right? And so the way the businesses operate today can also change continuously, right? We can work on these systems forever. There is no definition of done. When a system by definition is continuous, we can just optimize it until we run out of money or time or interest in it. And the interesting thing is the opportunities to optimize these systems is getting is increasing in speed, and the pace of our capability to update these systems is increasing. It's getting faster and faster and faster and faster. In fact, just to put a fine point on it, in 2017, Josh Seiden and I published Sense and Respond, our second book. And in that book, we talk about how Amazon published code to production every 11.6 seconds in 2016, 2017. That's 5 times a minute. Amazon pushed new features to customers somewhere in the world. Today, they publish code to production every second, right? 60 times a minute, some Amazon customer somewhere in the world experiences a change to the system. And if you think about sort of linear product planning and communication, it's nearly impossible. It's impossible to communicate the work that we're going to do if we have the capability to deploy code literally every second. Now, that's on the technology side. It actually gets even worse, or just a bit more challenging, is that we have to deal with humans. Right? On top of all of that technology, all that power that we have today, continuous deployment and continuous integration and all of that stuff, right? All the whole DevOps stack, if you will, we have humans to contend with. And human behavior is complex and it's unpredictable. We don't know what people are going to do with the digital products and services that we give them. Right? We don't know. And because we're giving them features so quickly, that behavior is continuously changing and evolving almost on a daily, if not a weekly basis. And on top of all of that, even if we do get them to do things the way that we expect it to do over time, their behavior changes. It isn't static. It emerges through the use of our products, right? Facebook was created to connect people from high school, from colleges, from long ago together. And the behavior that's emerged from it is the destruction of democracy, right? Nobody saw that coming. And certainly that wasn't on a roadmap anywhere, right? And so people find ways to do things with our products and services that we never imagined. And so as their behavior changes over time and as new behaviors emerge over time, just because we put something on a roadmap, just because we planned something, doesn't mean it's going to work as we hoped. And it doesn't mean that it will still make sense when we actually get to the point in time where we start to build this new feature, because new behaviors may have emerged, new competition may have emerged, there might be some changes in the geopolitics of the world, right? Just because we planned it doesn't mean it still makes sense. And so as we think about linear product planning, linear product roadmaps, they really are the enemy of agility. And really, in many ways, they become a lie, because we try to predict so much into the future, right? We set these expectations about dates and features. We'll build this and we'll get it done by this date. And the return on the investment that we're going to get for it, right? That we are on the hook to deliver that regardless of what's happening in the world around us, right? But what if something new emerges? A competitive threat, a change in consumption patterns, a pandemic, right? Around those things, right? These roadmaps are so rigid and we negotiate so much to get them approved that adjusting course from that becomes very, very difficult and really reduces the agility of the organizations that use these tools. I'll tell you a story. Look, in 2008, so this is 14 years ago now, my gosh. In 2008, in October of 2008, I got a new job. I got a new job in New York City as the director of user experience for a company called The Ladders. The Ladders was a job search engine for people who made $100,000 or more, $100,000 a year or more. So it was an executive search job engine. And we had a two-sided marketplace, job seekers and employers. Now, to maintain that two-sided marketplace, we needed a fairly decent balance of jobs and job seekers, right? Now, October of 2008, that's when I got my job, at the beginning of October. If you don't remember October 2008, that was a very bad month for the US economy. 3 weeks after I started my new job as the director of user experience at The Ladders, Lehman Brothers, the stock brokerage firm, melted down, the stock market crashed, and the financial crisis started, okay? Literally overnight, we went home one day, came back to work the next day. Overnight, the balanced ecosystem of jobs and job seekers went like this. No jobs, tons of job seekers, right? All of a sudden, literally overnight. Now, we had a 9-month roadmap. We negotiated hard for that roadmap. We made a plan, right? What did we do? Now, do we follow the plan? We just blindly follow the plan and ignore the fact that the financial situation in the world just turned upside down? Or do we adjust course? Obviously, we adjusted course, but it was difficult because we had made all these plans and we were building towards these fixed dates and fixed scopes, right? And the question that we keep having to ask ourselves is, how can we respond effectively to the changes that we can't predict in the world? And if we do linear feature-based product planning, we can't, right? We can't be agile. We can't inspect and adapt. We can't sense and respond. We can't build, measure, learn, right? Whatever phrase you love, you like, if we use these linear, rigid planning methods. The world is going to throw obstacles at us, challenges, surprises, pandemics, and it's going to break our plans. It's going to challenge our forward motion, right, that we have because we spent so many hours negotiating, finalizing these lists of features and dates we've agreed to. And so what we need to do is really rethink this idea of the roadmap and move away from managing the outputs and planning our work around outcomes. Okay, so let's talk about that. Let's talk about what that looks like and the steps to creating the outcome-based product plan, right? If we're going to change the way that we think about the planning of our work from output, the making of features, to outcomes, right? What is the behavior change that we're looking for? The first thing that we have to do is we have to change the question that we're asking. The old question, the question that we ask all the time these days, everybody still asks this question: what will we build? Right? That's the question. Hey, it's the new sprint. What are we going to build? Hey, it's a new year. What are we going to build? It's a new quarter. What are we going to build? That puts us right into the output conversation. What are we actually making? The new question we need to ask is, what will people be doing differently if we succeed? In other words, how will people's behavior change? People being the people who use our products and services. How will their behavior change if we choose the right features, if we implement them correctly, if we design them well, if we do it in a timely fashion? What will they be doing differently? The first question, the old question, is focused on output. What are we going to make? The second question is focused on outcome. What behavior will change in our target audience if we do a great job. So if we're going to start to plan to outcomes, the first thing that we have to do is to change the question that we ask at the beginning of every iteration of every cycle. The second thing we have to do is we have to change our perspective, to change how we view our work, right? Instead of viewing our work from the inside out, right? Assuming that we're geniuses and that we know what the market needs and what our customers want, and we just dictate that to them, we have to view our work from the outside in, from the customer's perspective. Because in the end, we're not geniuses delivering magic products to people who don't know they need them, right? Even Steve Jobs, right, listened to customers and understood where their needs were, right? Instead, we are empathetic problem solvers for our users, and we give them solutions that make them more successful. In order to understand how to make them more successful, we have to talk to them. We have to understand them first. What are they trying to achieve? What's getting in their way? And if we make them successful, how will their behavior change? And then we start to give them solutions for that, rather than simply dictating things that we believe are going to work. So we're going to change the question, and we're going to change our perspective. And then the third step is we're going to change the destination, right? Instead of targeting a specific set of features, right? Instead of that being the goal, instead of the deadline being fixed around a specific feature set, we are going to set a deadline and commit ourselves to outcomes. The destination is behavior change for our users, okay? And the roadmap that we put together is going to be our marketing tool for those plans, right? It's how we're going to sell people on what we're trying to achieve, right? Rather than what we're going to ship, we're going to sell them on what we're trying to achieve. What is the behavior change that we believe will make our customers more successful, and that will make our business successful in turn? So let's take a look and see what this looks like. What does an outcome-based roadmap look like? At the highest level, it looks like this, okay? This is a very generic model of it, but this is what it looks like. At the top, in the blue stripe, we've got our longer-term strategic theme. If you're familiar with the framework for objectives and key results, this is your objective. What are we trying to achieve? What is the goal for the next 6 months, right? The next 9 months. Okay, what is the goal? Now, on a quarterly basis, we commit to specific key results. Key results are outcomes. Key results are measures of human behavior. Outcomes and key results are the same things, right? So we have an objective, and then we've got quarterly key results. Things like we might work on acquisition in Q1. We might work on retention or usage in Q2. We might work on revenue in Q3. We're looking for the specific behavior changes that we are going to commit to on a quarterly basis, right? This is a quarter focused on acquisition, not on deploying a set of features, but on achieving a specific behavior change. Now, on a quarterly basis, we are going to put forward a series of hypotheses, right? Hypotheses are our best guesses about what we might build to help us achieve our key result goals, to help us achieve those outcomes. Right. And so we are going to take a guess and say, you know, Q1, these are 6 or 7 things that we believe might help us achieve the behavior change. Now we're going to work our way through those hypotheses and determine through experimentation and learning which of them is most likely to deliver those key results, to deliver those outcomes. And we're going to invest in those. And the hypotheses that don't show promise, that don't result in positive outcomes from their experimentation, we're going to pivot on those hypotheses, or we're going to throw them away. But the commitment on a quarterly basis is not to deliver those 7 things in Q1, it's to hit that key result, it's to hit that behavior change. Now, here's the interesting thing, right? And this is where the agility of this planning method comes into play. As we look forward in time, we are increasing the risk and decreasing the certainty in our hypotheses. So looking forward into Q1, sure, there's 6 or 7 things we're fairly confident we're going to try. Q2, 2 or 3 things we're fairly confident we're going to try. But 3 quarters out, 4 quarters out, we have no idea what's going to happen in the future. Right? We have no idea how consumer behavior will change. Will there be another pandemic? What will the results of the elections do to the markets? Right? Will a new owner buy our company and fire half the staff? Right? All kinds of things could happen in 9 months or 12 months. And so the further out in time we look, the fewer and fewer guesses we have about what we might work on. In fact, I would argue that if you're putting things down 4 quarters from now, that we're definitely going to work on this thing in 4 quarters, I would argue that you're lying to yourself, you're lying to your bosses, you're lying to your customers, right? Because we just don't know. By the time we get there, we will have learned so much that the commitments we make to that quarter are going to change 100%. Now, so then how do we keep this fresh, and how do we make sure that our teams and our colleagues and our bosses and our investors feel confident that we know what we're doing? What we're going to do is we're going to put into place quarterly check-ins, these quarterly meetings that are designed to have a conversation about what did we ship, what did we learn, how are we trending towards our key results, and what are we going to do next? Right? So as a team, as you're working through a quarter, you're essentially shifting the planning window forward a quarter, right? Every 3 months. And for Q2, we have a lot more clarity now, because not only have we worked in Q1, we've collected evidence, right? But now we know exactly what's happening in the world and in the marketplace as well. So we can plan for Q2 and a little bit for Q3. And so every 3 months, we shift the planning window forward, and it provides a bit more clarity for the next 3 to 6 months. Now, look, I'm using quarters here as an example, right? Primarily because a lot of companies use quarters as a planning cycle, and because it's less than a year, right? We want to plan in shorter cycles that allow us to learn more quickly and then adjust our planning on a shorter time frame basis, right? Does the key result still make sense? Are we trending towards the right behavior changes, and are we choosing the right features? And we can have these conversations as we move forward. The best metaphor I can come up with for explaining this is like walking through a fog, right? So I've created this fog animation in the slide. You'll see it start to come in just about now, right? If you've ever walked through a fog, you've had the experience where you can see 5 steps ahead, but you can't see 10 steps ahead or 15 steps ahead. So you're not going to go running full speed 15 steps ahead, because you're going to smack into a wall, or you're going to run off a cliff, or you're going to hit something along the way. You're going to walk 5 steps forward, right? And as you finish that 5 steps, the next 5 steps become clear, right? Is there something in front of you? If the road is clear, you can go another 5 steps. But if there's a tree in front of you or a wall, you can turn left, or you can turn right, or you can go back the other way. You can adjust course based on evidence that you've now collected. That's the same idea here. We're going to work in short cycles, in this case, 3-month cycles. We're going to collect evidence, and we're going to make sure that we still should move forward in the direction that we've planned. And if the evidence contradicts the plan that we have, then we adjust the plan. We change course. That is being agile. Okay, that is agility, changing course based on evidence. And that's why managing products to outcomes, planning products with outcomes, increases the agility of the team and the organization. Okay, so let's talk about this. Now, how do we build this outcome-based product plan? Well, the first thing that we want to do is we want to start with a clear business problem. Okay, what's the problem that we are trying to solve for the next 6 months, right? And this is an example that I've come up with, right? This is an online learning service for lawyers, continuing education for lawyers, right? And the problem that we're solving here is that people sign up for our service, they take 1 class, and then they don't come back, right? So this decreases the value of continuing education. It's expensive for us because we have to continuously acquire new customers instead of selling them additional courses, okay? So in my hypothetical example, this is what we're trying to do, right? This is the problem that we're trying to solve. So as a team, if you're thinking about, well, how do I manage the outcomes? First question, what problem are you trying to solve for the next 6 months, 3 months, 6 months, whatever it is. Next, I want you to take that business problem and turn it into a positive goal, right? So if I take that business problem and turn it into a positive statement, it could look like this, right? Build an effective and engaging continuing education learning product for the entirety of a lawyer's career to ensure their skills are current, right? To me, that's my goal, right? That's my positive goal. And that's what happens if I solve my problem. Now, what we've done here is we've actually set the objective, that blue stripe in the map, right, that we talked about. This is what we put at the top, right? We want to build an effective and engaging continuing education product for lawyers. That's our objective. Then we ask the key question. The key question is, if we solve the problem and achieve the goal, right, what will people be doing differently? What will the users of the product be doing differently, right? What are the outcomes that we're looking for? Each user will take at least 3 courses each year. 25% of new customers will come from word-of-mouth referrals. Each law firm that signs up registers at least 50% of its staff. If I build a compelling continuing education product for lawyers, this is the behavior I expect to see. These are my outcomes or my key results, right? And what we've done here is we've actually just written our first objective and key results statement, right? You put it all together and it looks like this, right? And what we can do is we can work from this OKR statement and we start to build the pieces of our product roadmap, right, that set the specific goals of the roadmap that we're looking for. We've got the objective at the top, and we've got those key results on a quarterly basis, right? Those are the behavior changes that we're targeting. We then work as a team to brainstorm a bunch of hypotheses. What are some solution ideas that we have that we believe that may help us achieve our OKRs? And we work together as a team to come up with those ideas, right? So for example, here's a hypothesis using the template that we teach every week to our workshop students, right? We believe, right? We don't know. We believe we will increase the number of classes taken by each customer by 300%. That's the behavior change. That's the key result or the outcome. If mid-career lawyers, that's our target audience, feel like they're progressing ahead of average rates in their career, that's the benefit they get out of it, with a leaderboard of internal and external usage statistics. So we're going to gamify the online learning process, okay? Now, gamification is our best guess about how to do this. The measure of success for it is increasing the number of classes taken by each customer by 300%. That's the outcome. And then we take these hypotheses and we put them into our quarters, into the product plan as our quarterly activities, right? And somebody says, or somebody asks us, what are you working on this quarter? Here are our hypotheses. These are the things that we believe may help us achieve the behavior change we're looking for. We then work as a team to determine the risks in our ideas, right? We've got these hypotheses. Some of them sound pretty good. Some of them are pretty compelling, but some of them are risky, right? What are those risks? And then how might we test those risks, right? And we design experiments to test them. To give you a sense of what an experiment looks like, I love this experiment. This is from Rotterdam in the Netherlands. They have hypotheses about where to put bicycle racks. But bicycle racks are permanent. They involve concrete and steel and construction and diverting traffic. And so instead of just assuming they know where to put the bike racks, they have these bike racks on wheels, temporary bike racks. They move them around town. They place them in certain places. And then they see if people use them. If people use the bike racks, if the behavior changes, then they put a permanent bike rack in there. But if the behaviors don't change, they move the bike rack somewhere else in the city. This is how they get a better sense of whether or not they're actually building a feature that solves a real problem for real people in a meaningful way, whether they're changing their behavior. And they do this by asking the two key questions, right? What do we need to learn right now? What's the most important thing we need to learn about our hypothesis? And what's the least amount of work we need to do to learn it? And they build that learning into their backlog, and they adjust their prioritization, what we're building this quarter based on that learning, to prioritize the ideas that are most likely to help us hit our key results, to help us hit our outcomes. Now, I mentioned earlier that we do these quarterly check-ins. These quarterly check-ins provide our time to reflect, decide, and to plan further. And they give us an opportunity to answer these questions for our stakeholders. Now, the thing about these quarterly check-ins is they need to be forward-looking meetings, right? We don't want anybody to show up at the quarterly meeting and be surprised that something happened. Oh, I thought you were going to increase retention by 35%. You only increased it by 8%. Nobody should be surprised. Okay? So we want the team to communicate clearly, and then when the quarterly check-ins happen, we want to talk about how we're trending towards our targets. What are we learning, right? Are the hypotheses we came up with true? Are they false, right? Which ones should we keep funding? Which ones are we going to kill? Where are we going to pivot? Have we learned new things that we should add to our backlog, right? These are the kinds of conversations we want to have in our quarterly check-ins. If we're going to work this way, we are going to explicitly demand that our teams do product discovery. That means that we are going to expect that our teams know how to run experiments, to write hypotheses, to talk to customers, to do research, to build prototypes and proofs of concept, to launch A/B tests and feature flags, to do design thinking and lean startup and lean UX. And if they don't know how to do this, then as part of shifting to an outcome-based roadmap, you will also have to teach your teams how to do product discovery, how to learn whether or not their hypotheses are true or false. Now, the last thing I want to talk about is the challenges that you're going to face as you begin to roll this out, okay? There inevitably are going to be a lot of challenges and pushbacks from your colleagues, from your stakeholders, from other folks inside the organization. First and foremost, we're going to get pushback from middle managers, right? Middle managers and leaders believe that it's their job to tell people what to do, right? That's my job. My job as a manager is to tell people what to do. Now, you'll notice that in the objective, there was no mention of a feature. In the key results, certainly the outcomes aren't features. That's exactly the point. And the hypotheses, well, they're just our best guesses, right? And so a lot of anxiety is going to start to come, particularly from the middle management layer, because it feels like we are taking away a key component of their job, right? This takes away a key task from middle management, which they believe is theirs, right? Telling people what to do. And if I don't tell people what to do, well, then what's my job? Which is a fair question. And so if we're going to roll out this way of working, we have to make it clear to our colleagues in middle management and in leadership that their job is changing, right? Their job is to define strategy and to clarify it when the teams ask about it. Their job is to set guardrails and scope. We're focusing on the mobile channel. We're focusing on Latin America as the market. We're focusing strictly on these types of products, whatever it is, right? But their job is to create the guardrails and the scope and the strategy so teams know where to operate, right? Teams aren't always going to get the data that helps them make clear decisions. Managers need to be the tiebreakers. They have to help teams make key decisions. They have to make the job of the teams easier by removing obstacles and doing whatever they can to make their teams successful. Make it easy for them to talk to customers. Make it easy for them to deploy a prototype. Make it easy for them to collect data and to pull reports and get usage data on the products as we move forward, right? This is your job as a manager if you're working in an organization that manages to outcomes. You don't tell people what to do. You point them in a direction, you tell them what the goal is, and then you make it as easy as possible for them to achieve that goal, right? Now, this is another big anxiety for middle managers, right? Because there's variability, right? The variable, the time is still fixed, right? We're still working in quarters. The outcome, the goal that we're trying to achieve is fixed, right? We're trying to, increase some kind of behavior change some kind of behavior by a particular date. The variable is the work that the teams are doing. They're going to change based on what they're learning. That makes it difficult for our middle managers to answer the question, well, what's the team working on, right? So if my boss comes to me and says, hey, Jeff, what is your team working on? And I don't know the answer, right? I'm not going to be satisfied telling my boss, no, I don't know what the team's working on, right? That's not a good answer, right? And so if I don't know the answer, I'm going to get anxious. And if I get anxious, I'm going to micromanage, and I'm going to break this model, and I'm going to tell you what to build if you're my team. So it's your responsibility as the team. If you want to work this way, it's your responsibility as the team to manage up and out to your leaders and to your managers. Be proactively transparent. Make your boss successful. Over-communicate. This is what we're doing. This is what we learned. This is what we're doing with that information, right? Support all your decisions with data. We're not just making subjective decisions. We've collected evidence from the market, and this is why we're making these changes, right? Always call back to the key results, to the outcomes as the goal, right? I know you loved this feature, boss, but this feature does not help us achieve our goal. So we're going to